Crack. Suyu bit down on a piece of nutrition block number 7, known as the black potato. It tasted like mud wax, hard to swallow. Outside the window, the eternal gray world was lifeless. After the depletion of resources and the sharp decline of humanity, the world had implemented the low-power survival protocol. All entertainment and enjoyment were forbidden, and everyone could only rely on the nutrition paste distributed by the government to barely survive. 18 years had passed since his crossing, and Suyu had grown from a baby to a young man, still possessing nothing more than a useless superpower. He could barely remember the taste of street food from his past life. Just as he once again questioned his life, a cold and grand unknown voice suddenly echoed in the minds of everyone across the globe at the same time. Warning! Warning! Detection shows that the Blue Star civilization has stalled in development, and the species' potential is near depletion. The superdimensional system National Fate reasoning game has arrived. The National Fate game is about to begin. Buzz. In that instant, the entire world seemed to be paused. The sparse pedestrians on the street froze in place, the mechanical arms in factories, repeating monotonous tasks, suddenly stopped. Even the slow-moving maglev vehicle outside Suyu's window defied the laws of physics and froze in mid-air. The world was dead silent. Suyu suddenly stood up, his heart racing. It's here! The plot essential for every traveler has finally arrived. Though it's 18 years late. The National Fate game will forcibly bind the 233 countries and regions globally. Each country will randomly select one chosen one to enter independent murder case scenarios, playing the role of a detective to investigate. The game requires participants to uncover the truth of the case within the given time, including the method of the crime, the motive, the identity of the murderer, and the full storyline. After the investigation phase ends, participants must also play the role of the criminal and reenact the method of the crime. Scores will be given based on both the investigation completion and crime reenactment rates. The higher the score, the greater the rewards for the country, ranging from advanced technology to rare resources, and even the extension of citizens' lifespans. The grand voice continued, while the entire world was already surging with tumultuous waves. After the silence, there were uncontrollable exclamations and uproar. My God! What is this? Is it the voice of a god? National Fate game? If we win, we get resources? Are we saved? What about if we lose? What does it mean for civilization to regress? Are we going to return to primitive society? Suyu's neighbors, the people who usually tiptoed around, afraid of wasting even a little energy, now rushed into the corridor, their faces filled with shock, fear, and a trace of wild hope. At this moment, Suyu's old, cracked phone screen suddenly lit up. It wasn't just his phone. All the phones, computers, public screens, and any device that could display an image around the world were suddenly switched to the same live broadcast interface. In the center of the pitch-black screen, a countdown glowing with eerie blue light slowly appeared. Selecting game participants. Each country can nominate one participant, or the destiny system will automatically select the most suitable candidate. Countdown, 10 minutes. Nominate someone? Who should we send? This is a gamble with our nation's fate. We must choose the strongest. Our best detective. Let the system choose? What if it picks a useless person? The live broadcast room quickly filled with billions of viewers, and the densely packed bullet comments nearly drowned the screen. Suyu also stared nervously at the screen. What choice would his country, Dragon Nation, make? The screen switched, showing a solemn and serious conference hall. A group of old men, each wearing military insignia and serious expressions, were gathered around, intensely discussing. Time is too tight. We don't have enough time for nationwide selection and testing. Let the system choose. Since the Destiny system can create such a grand spectacle, its screening ability might be even more precise than ours. Finally, an elderly general with gray hair stood up, facing the screen, and spoke in a deep voice, Dragon Country, give up our right to choose, and request the Destiny system to select the most suitable participants for us. As soon as his words fell, the live broadcast screen switched again. First to appear was the selection of Lighthouse Country. On the screen, a man with blonde hair and blue eyes, his muscles bulging like rocks, wearing a camouflage vest, confidently saluted the camera. Beside him, his profile appeared. Lighthouse Country participant, Mike Arthur. Identity, former Navy SEAL Chief Instructor, the highest reconnaissance and case-solving rate in the FBI. The comments exploded in an instant. Holy crap! Lighthouse Country is really going all in. They're opening with a king-sized bomb. Mike Arthur. I've read his book, From Beginner to Devilish Detective. It's over, Dragon Country actually let the system choose, now it's not pure random anymore, is it? I'm just waiting for Dragon Country to pick a programmer who will perform an on-the-spot death scene. Amid the discussions of the global audience, the participant selection interface for Dragon Country finally appeared. In the center of the screen, a huge map of Dragon Country appeared. In the next second, countless light spots lit up on the map, each one representing a citizen of Dragon Country. The light spots quickly gathered and formed a rapidly spinning nebula in the center of the screen. Countless names and avatars flashed rapidly in the nebula, so fast that they were barely visible. Lu Weigua, 45 years old, first-class combat hero. Zhang Jing, 32 years old, botanist, experienced in field research. Li Wang. The names flashed faster and faster, eventually blending into a blur of light and shadow. Everyone held their breath, their hearts in their throats. The fate of Dragon Country would be decided by this randomly selected person. Suyu, too, stared at the screen, his palms sweaty. Although he felt like this had nothing to do with him, the sense of tension, tied to the nation's fate, made it hard for him to calm down. Finally, the dazzling light and shadow suddenly contracted. All the light gathered into a brilliant beam, as if it tore through the boundary between the virtual and the real, shooting out from the screen. Then it precisely landed on Suyu's head. Buzz! A soft spotlight appeared out of nowhere from the dusty ceiling of Suyu's house, shining down on him and the half-black potato he was holding. The whole world seemed to fall silent at this moment. Suyu! He blinked again, looked down at his skinny arms, and then glanced at the black potato in his hand, which could be called a symbol of poverty. Ha! Did I get the wrong script? Holy crap! A scream broke the silence. In the hallway, Suyu's neighbors, one by one, slowly stuck their heads out from the door cracks, their eyes wide in shock, staring at Suyu, who was bathed in the beam of light. 704, is that Xiao Su? The system picked him? That's a mistake, right? Isn't he the guy who stays home every day, never says a word, a total introvert? Send him to the wilderness to survive? No way, I feel like even a gust of wind could blow him away. At the same time, the comments in the global live broadcast exploded after a brief pause. Ha 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 ha. What did I just see? The savior of Dragon Country, eating a potato? And it's black. Is that the legendary number 7 nutrient paste? So abstract. This is the most suitable, selected by the system? Suitable for what? Does he have even half the strength of Mike Arthur? Lighthouse Country has Mike Arthur, Sakura Country has a super strategist, Bear Country has the Siberian unicorn tiger, and Dragon Country, a skinny young man eating a potato? Friends from Dragon Country, I'll mourn for you for 3 minutes. GG, Dragon Country can restart next round. Mockery, pity, and schadenfreude flooded the comments. In Dragon Country's live broadcast room, the situation was the same. A wail of despair echoed. It's over. The heavens are going to destroy our Dragon Country. Why him? Why not our top strategist? This young man looks weak, maybe he hasn't even killed a chicken. However, Suyu, who was at the center of the storm, quickly calmed down after the initial confusion. He ignored the noise from the outside world and the shocked gazes from his neighbors. Instead, he calmly shoved the remaining half of the black potato into his mouth, slowly chewing and swallowing. After finishing all of that, he finally looked up and gazed at the beam of light shining only for him in the void. There was no trace of surprise on his face. Most suitable? Maybe. Others didn't know, but he knew very well. Although he didn't have a world-destroying system or fate-altering techniques, he had a unique superpower. A power he had named Universal Library. This ability had no offensive power, nor could it make him incredibly strong. Its only effect was to remember anything, even the things from his past life. In the entertainment-starved present, he had spent almost all of his 18 years indulging in the yellow. The system had obviously detected this hidden ability of his. But would it be useful? Suyu didn't know, because after all, this was a detective game, and it wasn't like he could bring his past life's detective novels into this world. At this moment, the cold voice sounded again. The participants have been chosen. The first national detective game, Murder on the Orient Express. Transport countdown, 60 seconds. Game rules, an isolated Orient Express, a sudden snowstorm, 12 passengers of different identities, one of whom is the murderer. Everyone seems to have a perfect alibi, but each of their eyes hides a secret. You are a participant, and you must find the murderer. This instance is a participatory one, where you can interact with NPCs in real time. Friendly reminder, death in the game won't result in real death, but it will feel like death, and the aftereffects will vary from person to person. Therefore, avoid provoking NPCs. The plot will unfold as the player explores, but tracking a single NPC won't trigger the plot. Some scenes can only be explored after solving the plot. Scoring will occur at the end, and only a score of 90 or above will unlock the highest resources, with participation awards for the rest. This instance has no supernatural phenomena. Please do not overthink it. The cold, mechanical prompt made the hearts of global viewers tighten. Almost like real death. This meant that those who went up might face tremendous risk. But Suyu was a bit surprised. The novel I read in my past life has come to find me. I knew back then that reading it in high school wasn't in vain. As a fan of detective novels, he had read everything related to mystery, and he had remembered it all. But the audience outside didn't know about Suyu's ability. They were only worried about him. On the live broadcast, Suyu's figure started to become faint. His neighbors couldn't hold back any longer. A bold ant rushed out, anxiously shouting, "Little Sue! If you're scared, just shout out. This is not a joke." Suyu turned his head and looked at those neighbors who usually didn't care, but now wore worried expressions. He smiled. He didn't speak, just gently nodded at them. Then, his gaze turned to the live camera, as if he could see through the screen, feeling the mocking or worried gazes. He slowly raised his hand and made a gesture that all Dragon Country people were incredibly familiar with. A standard salute. The next second, the light exploded, and Suyu's figure completely vanished from the room. In the live stream, the bullet screen in the Dragon Country audience zone froze for a moment. I don't know why, but the last salute he made makes me want to cry. Yes, it really looks so ordinary, but in that moment, I seem to see light in him. Little brother. No matter what, make sure you come back alive. Don't mess with the NPCs. If you lose, you lose. Dragon Country, go for it. The mocking voices have lessened, replaced by countless messages of encouragement and prayers. Chapter 2, The Real World. A cold, piercing sensation pulled Suyu out of the chaos. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. Instead of the familiar apartment ceiling, what greeted him was a flickering, brass-colored wall lamp. Below him, there was a rhythmic, slight swaying sound, accompanied by the clanging of steel and track friction. He was lying on a narrow bunk decorated with walnut wood panels. This is a train? A mixed smell of leather, expensive cigars, and a faint trace of perfume entered his nose. Suyu propped himself up, looking outside through the frosted glass window, endless darkness and snowflakes swirling in the sky like a white beast devouring everything. Suyu turned and got off the bed, touching the delicate suit jacket hanging on the coat hook. The fabric felt smooth and expensive, far from the clothes he used to wear. His hand reached into his pocket, and his fingers brushed against a hard card. He pulled it out. It was an exquisitely printed ticket. Orient Express, Istanbul, Calais. Name, Mr. Suyu. Compartment, first class, number 7. Just as Suyu was about to stuff the ticket back into his pocket, a polite knock came from outside the compartment door. Mr. Suyu? Dinner is ready. May I ask if it's convenient for you to come to the dining car now? The voice outside was professionally polite, but the British accent in the tone carried a sense of deliberate detachment. Suyu opened the door. A train attendant, dressed in a sharp black uniform, stood in the corridor, holding a silver tray with white gloves. On the tray was a meal voucher embossed with a gold floral design. Of course. Suyu took the voucher and glanced at the attendant's name tag, James Smith, chief attendant. Please follow me. James turned and walked ahead with steady steps. The corridor was narrow, with wall lamps casting dim yellow light. The carpet was thick, muffling the sound of footsteps. Suyu followed behind, quickly reviewing the information he had just seen in his mind. Murder on the Orient Express. That name was so familiar to him. In his previous life, during high school, he had read all of Agatha Christie's works, and this one, in particular, he had read 3 times. In the story, 12 seemingly innocent passengers were actually all murderers. They had teamed up to kill a despicable scoundrel, the villain Ratchet, who had kidnapped and killed a little girl. But the problem was that the system had said, the plot will unfold as the player explores. This meant that it wasn't a simple adaptation of the original story. Suyu squinted his eyes, his fingers gently rubbing the ticket in his pocket. At this very moment, billions of people around the world were watching this unprecedented national game through their respective countries' live broadcast rooms. In Dragon Country's live broadcast room, the barrage of comments had become so dense that it was almost impossible to see the screen. Holy crap! He really got sent in. This train is so realistic. What exactly is the system? The little brother looks so calm. I'm already nervous for him. Don't jinx it, he might just be in a daze. Forget it, let's just watch for now. But in the live broadcast rooms of other countries, the atmosphere was completely different. Lighthouse Country live broadcast room. Mike Arthur stood in his compartment, proudly displaying various small tools he had pulled from his pocket: a fingerprint collector, a miniature flashlight, a portable magnifying glass. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike grinned at the camera, showing a set of dazzling white teeth. This game is tailor-made for me. The barrage exploded instantly. Mike! 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 This is real professionalism. Look at his equipment. The kid from Dragon Country is still stunned, while our Mike is already ready to go. Sakura Country livestream. A girl wearing a pink kimono with twin ponytails was kneeling on the tatami mat in the private room, her hands pressed together, eyes closed, as if in prayer. Sakurazawa Chiyuki, the top detective writer of Sakura Country, had won the Classical Detective Award at the age of 23. She opened her eyes, her gaze clear and determined. "This is the battle for Sakura Country's glory," she whispered. "I won't let everyone down." The bullet comments were instantly flooded with pink hearts. "Chiyuki-chan. We will always support you. So cute. This is our pride. That boy from Long Country isn't even as good as a girl." And the funniest one was in the Bear Country's livestream. Ivan Petrov, a former KGB agent, stood at 1.95 meters tall, weighing 200 pounds, his muscles as if made from rebar. He was kicking the door in the private room, his face full of impatience. "What kind of stupid game is this?" Ivan shouted in heavy Russian accented English. "You want me to find the killer? I'll just beat everyone up, and the killer will come out on their own." The bullet comments went wild with laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." As expected from the fighting nation. Ivan's thought process is amazing. Don't laugh, it might actually work. In the live streams of various countries, the viewers' emotions were at an all-time high. The long-standing oppression and despair had finally found an outlet at this moment. In Long Country's livestream, the bullet comments started to divide. "It's over, look at the other country's contestants, then look at ours. Mike has equipment, Chiyuki has brains, Ivan has muscles, what does our little brother have? He has a face? Stop joking, isn't it too soon for jokes?" But there were still many people holding on. "Don't panic, I feel like that salute from our little brother was no small matter. Yes. Since the system chose him, there must be a reason. Long Country, fight on." At this moment, Suyu had followed James to the dining car. He pushed open the heavy redwood door, and a wave of heat carrying the smell of food rushed towards him. The dining car was set up like a small banquet hall, with long tables covered in white tablecloths, filled with exquisite tableware, and crystal chandeliers reflected tiny sparks of light as they swayed in the car. A few people were already seated at the table. The sight before him almost made him lose focus. The dining car seemed like a miniature, moving European high society salon. The crystal chandelier cast dazzling light, shiny silverware was arranged on the pristine linen tablecloth, and the air was filled with the scents of coffee, toasted bread, and food. Well-dressed men and women sat in their respective places, speaking in low voices, and the crisp sound of cutlery clinking could be heard. Suyu chose a corner seat by the window, and the waiter immediately brought over a menu politely. He pretended to browse the menu, but his eyes, like the most precise radar, quietly scanned the entire car. Soon, a loud and slightly exaggerated female voice caught his attention. It was a plump American woman wearing a luxurious robe with a knitted cardigan over it, complaining to the steward across from her. "I tell you, it's definitely not an illusion. My door was definitely opened last night. This is terrifying. In a place like this, who can guarantee safety?" Her voice was piercing, impossible not to notice. The steward looked troubled and tried to comfort her. As if sensing Suyu's gaze, the woman turned her head, and when she saw his eastern face, a flash of curiosity appeared in her eyes, and she quickly abandoned the steward and enthusiastically walked over. "Oh. A strange gentleman. An Eastern gentleman." She almost didn't need an invitation, as she naturally sat down at the empty seat opposite Suyu. "I hope I didn't disturb your meal. I'm Mrs. Hubbard, from Chicago. This damned weather and this constantly shaking train are driving me crazy." "Don't you think so?" Suyu put down the menu and smiled politely. "Good afternoon, madam. Indeed, the wind and snow are quite heavy. I am Suyu." "Suyu. What an interesting name." Mrs. Herbert looked him up and down, then returned to the topic she was most concerned about. "Have you heard about my situation? My compartment door was tampered with last night." "I'm sure of it. I made the cleverest mark, and it turns out my suspicion was absolutely correct. But these people," she shot a displeased glance at a steward far off, "they always think I'm a hysterical old woman." So you listened patiently, catching the key information about the door being opened and secretly labeling this lady as keen-eyed, extroverted, and assertive. While Mrs. Herbert rambled on, there was a slight stir at the entrance of the dining car. A gracefully dressed elderly lady in a black satin gown, supported by a weary-looking female companion, slowly walked in. Her silver hair was neatly combed, and she leaned on a dark ebony cane. Despite her advanced age, her deeply sunken eyes were sharp as an eagle's, as though they could pierce through anyone's soul. She simply scanned the carriage, and the once noisy space instantly quieted down a little. "Look," Mrs. Herbert immediately lowered her voice, with a tone mixed with both boasting and awe, "that's Princess Dragomirov, a true Russian noblewoman. They say she once had countless wealth and land before the revolution. Just look at her, she almost looks like a queen." Suyu silently noted the identity of this prominent figure. Next, a tall British man with a neatly groomed grey-white mustache approached the princess and slightly bowed in greeting. When he turned around, Suyu saw his stiff, serious face and those eyes accustomed to giving orders. "That's Colonel Absnor," Mrs. Herbert continued her live commentary. "He served in India for many years, a typical British gentleman, though a bit too serious." She curled her lips. Afterward, a striking young couple entered the dining car. The man was handsome and upright, while the woman was beautiful with a hint of foreign melancholy, gently fiddling with a string of amber prayer beads. Mrs. Herbert introduced them as Count Andrini and his wife, from a long-established Hungarian family. In addition, Suyu also noticed a kindly-faced man, who claimed to be a car salesman from New York, named Mr. Hardman. He was attempting to converse with a quiet, stern-looking middle-aged Swedish woman at the neighboring table, Miss Greta Olsen, who seemed to be a missionary and responded very briefly. There was also a short, plump man with a quick step but a somewhat shifty gaze, whom the steward referred to as Mr. Masterman. He seemed to be a personal servant to some important figure. Chapter 3, The Real World. At the exact same moment that Suyu's figure vanished into the beam of light, in Long Nation's capital city, a highly secured command center hidden deep underground was urgently activated within just 10 minutes. This had once been the highest command post prepared for a doomsday-level disaster. At this moment, the giant holographic sand table displayed real-time calculations of an empty island's terrain data. National Fortune Game Highest Command Headquarters, established immediately. Official Live Broadcasting and Public Opinion Analysis Department, form an expert team right now, enter Studio One, and begin real-time interpretation for the entire nation. Hurry! 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 We don't have time to waste. Every second counts toward the direction of the national fortune. Instructions were being issued from the command center, and the nation's top resources and talents were, like a precision war machine suddenly activated, beginning to operate at unprecedented speeds with extraordinary efficiency. Long Nation's official live broadcast room. It had already been transformed into a futuristic professional studio. Under the soft lights, a middle-aged host with a refined appearance and calm demeanor was sitting upright. His name was Nijmighty, one of the most well-known hosts in the Dragon Kingdom, famous for his composure under pressure and his strong ability to control the stage. But at this moment, even he was sweating slightly on his forehead. His gaze swept across the huge curved screen in front of him, which was divided into dozens of small windows. The main screen showed Suyu walking slowly on the grassland, while the other windows displayed live feeds of popular contestants from the Lighthouse Country, the Bear Country, and more, along with a stream of data showing the domestic audience's comments and global public opinion. He had hosted the Spring Festival Gala, interviewed heads of state, reported on wars, but broadcasting a live stream that would determine the fate of the nation was a first for him. Even though Nijmighty had experienced countless battles, his heart now felt as though it were being gripped by an invisible hand, so tight it was hard to breathe. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his voice. "Good evening, everyone. I am your host, Nijmighty. From this moment on, I will be joined by two special experts to watch in real time as the Dragon Kingdom contestant Suyu takes part in a national destiny game." The camera switched, and two experts appeared on screen. On the left was a man wearing thick black-framed glasses, his hair neatly combed, and an elegant demeanor. He was Professor Xiang Dechuo, the most famous psychology expert in the Dragon Kingdom. It was said that Professor Xiang could tell whether a person lacked calcium at the age of 3 just by analyzing their habit of twisting a bottle cap. On the right was someone in sharp contrast to the professor. He had long, flowing hair and a scruffy beard, clearly someone who didn't often interact with people. However, he was the most popular writer of suspense novels, and his book Who Stole My Dragon Fruit had been analyzed by countless internet users. He was Wu Duquai. "Professor Xiang, Teacher Wu, welcome." Nijmighty steered the conversation towards the experts. "For our Dragon Kingdom contestant Suyu, what are your initial thoughts on his performance in the opening phase?" It was a rather neutral question, but both experts' expressions became somewhat serious. Wu Duquai pulled his hair back a little, then pondered before saying, "I have no opinion." "Nijmighty?" Such an outstanding guest made Nijmighty's heart skip a beat, and he quickly took over the conversation. "Teacher Wu means that Suyu's actions are normal, logical." Professor Xiang Dechuo adjusted his glasses, pondered for a moment, and slowly spoke. "Based on the data we have gathered, Suyu is just an ordinary 18-year-old living a low-energy life, with a routine of going between 2 points. To suddenly be thrown into such a brutal game, under the gaze of billions of people worldwide, a mental breakdown is completely possible. Of course, the method he's currently using is the safest one, and I see no problem with it. Could you elaborate a little more? If I were him, I would do the same." "Damn, this is a live broadcast, can you two stop playing around?" Inside the studio, Nijmighty felt like his career was facing an unprecedented challenge. After dinner, Suyu didn't hurry back to his private room. He held a cup of red tea handed to him by the waiter, standing in the corridor connecting the dining car and the sleeping car, wiping the fog off the window to observe the passengers passing by. The blizzard outside was growing fiercer, and aside from the swirling snowflakes, nothing could be seen through the window. Excuse me, sir. A deep voice came from behind him. Suyu turned around to see a middle-aged man, plump and wearing an expensive but slightly worn suit, standing not far away. He wore a stiff smile, but his eyes were like two cold, wet stones, devoid of warmth. It was none other than Lei Kayat, the character from the original story. Good evening, Suyu nodded, not initiating any conversation. But Rechet didn't plan to let go of this chance encounter. He stepped forward, his gaze lingered on Suyu's face for a few seconds, then he showed an even warmer smile. You are, from the East, aren't you? I am very sensitive to Asian faces. I do business in New York and know quite a few people from your country. Rechet's English had an American accent, speaking slowly, as if trying to close the distance. Suyu took a sip of tea and responded indifferently, yes. What a coincidence. Rechet seemed to have found a common topic and spoke more warmly. Most people on this train are Europeans, and it always feels like there's something separating us. Are you traveling alone? So am I. Rechet sighed, a hint of fatigue flashing across his face. Business matters, I had no choice but to make this trip. But honestly, this train is luxurious, yet somehow it feels a bit unsafe, don't you think? He said this while casting a subtle glance down the hallway, as if confirming something. Suyu didn't respond, merely looking down at the tea in his cup. Rechet, seeing this, didn't feel awkward but instead took it a step further. Sir, you seem very composed, not like those ordinary tourists. May I ask you a somewhat impolite question? You must be quite capable, right? Suyu raised his head, his gaze calm. Why do you ask? Instinct. Rechet smiled. I've met a lot of people in my life, and some people you can tell right away are not simple. You are one of those. This was actually true. Although Suyu's body was frail, his eyes were calm, and his manner was composed, definitely not like an ordinary young man. Flattery. Suyu replied politely. But Rechet had no intention of ending the conversation there. He looked around, lowered his voice. Actually, I've run into some trouble. I wonder if you'd be interested in coming to my compartment? I'd like to ask for your help. Suyu remained silent for 2 seconds. He of course knew what Rechet wanted. In the original story, Rechet had also invited Poirot, trying to hire him as a bodyguard. Now, the plot had reached this point, aligning perfectly with the original. Sure. Suyu agreed without hesitation. A glimmer of joy flashed in Rechet's eyes, and he immediately made a pleased gesture. Great, this way. Rechet's compartment was in the first-class area, more luxurious than the one Suyu had. There were gold-framed paintings on the walls, and a half bottle of whiskey and 2 crystal glasses on the table. Rechet closed the door, his movements much more natural than before. He poured himself a glass of liquor and then looked at Suyu. Would you like a drink? No, thank you. All right then. Rechet downed the drink in his glass and then pulled out an envelope from his pocket, placing it on the table. I won't beat around the bush, sir. Take a look at this. Suyu walked over and picked up the envelope. The paper was ordinary white, and printed on it was a single line of text. Just that one sentence. Rechet stared at Suyu's expression, as if observing his reaction. This was slipped under my door this morning. I don't know who did it, but it's clear someone is threatening me. Suyu placed the letter back on the table, his tone flat. Call the police. The police? Rechet gave a bitter smile. Sir, do you think the police can do anything on this train? Besides, I don't want to make a big scene. He paused, his expression becoming even more serious. So, I need a reliable person to keep an eye on things. I can offer you a sum of money, whatever amount you want. As long as you ensure nothing happens to me on this trip, money is not a problem. Suyu didn't speak, just quietly watched Rechet. The expression on Rechet's face was sincere, even with a hint of pleading. If one didn't know his true identity, they might truly think he was just a poor businessman being threatened. But Suyu knew. So, what do you think? Rechet's voice broke Suyu's thoughts. Suyu withdrew his gaze and spoke coldly. I refuse. Rechet was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't process what was happening. What? I said, I refuse. Suyu repeated calmly, I can't help with your trouble. Why? Rechet's face darkened. Is it because the money is not enough? Or do you think the risk is too high? Neither. Suyu turned and walked toward the door. I just don't want to get involved. Wait. Rechet quickly caught up, blocking the doorway. The false kindness on his face disappeared, replaced by naked anger. Who do you think you are? I offered to pay you to help, and you refuse? Do you know how much I can give you? Suyu stopped, lifted his head, and locked eyes with Rechet. In that moment, Rechet actually felt a strange chill. I don't care. Suyu's voice was light, but it cut through Rechet's ears like a knife. Move. Rechet gritted his teeth and, in the end, stepped aside. Suyu opened the door and walked out without looking back. Behind him came Rechet's suppressed angry curses, but they were quickly cut off by the sound of the door slamming. Chapter 4 officially begins. The moment Suyu stepped out of Rachet's private room, the heavy door slammed shut with a bang, followed by a low growl filled with suppressed fury. Unappreciative yellow-skinned monkey. Rachet, with a dark face, swept the crystal glass off the table, smashing it to pieces. He had thought that money could easily buy off this seemingly poor Eastern boy, but to his surprise, the boy was unmoved. That calm gaze made him feel like a fool who had been seen through. Wait for death. Rachet gasped for breath, thinking viciously. He didn't know that these words sounded more like something he was saying to himself. At the same time, in livestream rooms around the world, the scene was very different. In the Lighthouse Nation's livestream, Mike Arthur was demonstrating his high-tech toys like a salesman. Look, the latest web-style listening device, it can cover the entire train car through the ventilation pipes. He operated a tablet smoothly in front of the camera, showing the audio waveform of several private rooms gently fluctuating on the screen. Now, there will be no secrets on this train. The chat exploded in excitement. Professional. This is what a detective looks like. Technology is the first productive force. Mike is already winning at the starting line. What's the Dragon Nation contestant doing? Sleeping? In the Sakura Nation's livestream, Sakura-gai Chiyuki kneeled on the tatami mat, with a large sheet of white paper spread in front of her. She was drawing the seating chart of the entire train, the locations of passengers' compartments, and the identity and simple connections of everyone she observed using a very fine brush. Mrs. Herbert, talkative, likes to complain, might be the breakthrough for information. Princess Dragomilov, proud, accompanied by a female companion, noble identity. Colonel Abusno, rigid, military demeanor, has interactions with the princess. Count and Countess Andreini, young, affectionate, but the woman appears melancholic. Her movements were meticulous, and her expression focused, as if she wasn't playing a life and death game, but was instead writing a carefully crafted detective novel. Chiyuki-chan is amazing. This is the power of wisdom. Details. The devil is in the details. Meanwhile, the Dragon Nation contestant went back to his room and lay down. Has he completely given up? In the Dragon Nation livestream room, the atmosphere was heavy and confused. In the screen, Suyu had returned to his private room. He neither analyzed clues nor tried to find more information. He simply took off his coat, drew the curtains, and then lay down on the bed. The chat almost froze for a second before it completely exploded. Did I see that right? Is he going to sleep? Buddy, you're too relaxed. This is the national game. He's giving up, completely giving up. I knew the system was unreliable. It's over, the Dragon Nation's chosen one has already chosen to log off on the first day. In the studio, the host Ni Gumaiti was already sweating on his forehead. He looked at the two experts for help. Professor Xiang Didwa pushed his glasses up, his expression serious. From a psychological perspective, this is an avoidance behavior. When an individual faces pressure beyond their ability to cope, they will subconsciously choose to retreat to their most comfortable state, such as sleep. The novelist Wu Dequai, however, wore a constipated expression. Is there a possibility that he's just recharging? After all, reasoning really consumes brain cells. He didn't even believe his own words. Stop washing it, please, I'm embarrassed for you. Recharging? I think he's planning to sleep until the game ends. However, Suyu, at the center of the storm, was unaware of the commotion outside. He indeed lay down, but he did not fall asleep. His brain, that vast library of all things, was operating at high speed. Murder on the Orient Express, every detail of the original plot, every character's dialogue, every key moment, all clearly appeared in his mind. The death of Ratchet was the beginning of the entire story. Only after he dies will all the clues surface. Only after his death will these 12 Avengers show their true colors. Intervening now? It will only alarm the snake. The best timing is to take over the investigation after the murder happens, as an outsider, with full justification. What he wanted was not to prevent the case from happening, but to deconstruct the entire case in the most perfect way. It's coming. Suyu whispered, closing his eyes. Outside, the blizzard howled, and the train rhythmically clattered, like a lullaby. Unknowingly, Suyu fell into a deep sleep. At midnight. Ah! A short and faint scream, as if filtered through thick walls and the howling wind and snow, vaguely reached Suyu's dream. His eyelids twitched, and his consciousness instantly became clear. Then, from the direction of the adjacent compartment, Ratchet's room, came a muffled thump, as if a heavy object had fallen to the floor. It's here. Suyu opened his eyes and listened attentively. The sound of hurried, scattered footsteps echoed in the corridor, but soon faded back into silence, leaving only the wind and snow and the roaring train. He did not move. He simply turned over and closed his eyes again. Now is not the time. That night, some completed their judgment in the dark, some waited nervously for the dawn, while Suyu slept sweetly. The next morning. Suyu was awakened by a sudden silence. The train's signature clatter sound had disappeared. He quickly sat up, pulling back the curtain. Outside the window, everything was white. The snow had already covered the lower edge of the window, and heavy snowflakes continued to swirl in the air. The whole train, like a giant dragon frozen in the snowfield, remained motionless. Sure enough, the key plot points match. Suyu dressed quickly and opened the compartment door. The corridor was empty, but the air was thick with tension. He had only taken a couple of steps when the chief conductor, James, hurriedly walked toward him from the other end of the car. "Good morning, Mr. Suyu." James barely squeezed out a professional smile. "As you can see, we've encountered a damn blizzard, and the train is stuck. But please rest assured, we are contacting rescue." Suyu nodded, but his gaze passed over him, looking toward the door of Ratchet's compartment in the distance. "Is breakfast ready?" Suyu casually asked. "Yes, I was about to notify Mr. Ratchet," James said as he walked to Ratchet's compartment door and knocked. Knock, knock, knock. "Mr. Ratchet? It's breakfast time." There was no response from inside. James frowned and knocked harder. "Mr. Ratchet? Are you awake?" Still, there was deathly silence. At this moment, the company director of the train company, a short and chubby middle-aged man named Booker, arrived, followed by a few curious passengers, including the talkative Mrs. Hubbard. "What's going on?" Mr. Book asked nervously. Mr. Ratchet isn't responding. James's face turned pale. "Knock again." "Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock." The knocking grew more frantic, but the door seemed to block out two worlds, with no sound coming from inside. Mrs. Hubbard covered her mouth, guessing in horror. "Oh my God, could he have something happen to him?" Mr. Book's cold sweat started to form. If something happened to a passenger here, it would be a devastating blow to the company's reputation. He gritted his teeth and ordered James, "Use the spare key, open the door." James nervously pulled a set of keys from his pocket, found the correct one, and inserted it into the lock. Click. The sound of the door lock turning was especially loud in the silent hallway. James pushed the door open and peeked inside. The next second, he let out a short scream, and his whole body went limp as if his bones were pulled out. "Oh my God." Mr. Book dashed forward, while Suyu, slowly and calmly, followed behind him, squeezing into the crowd with a perfect concerned neighbor pose, taking in the scene inside the cabin. A strong, overwhelming smell of blood hit them. Ratchet lay on his back on the bed, his expensive pajamas soaked in dark red blood. His chest and abdomen were covered in gruesome wounds, and the most fatal of them all, a dagger inlaid with mother-of-pearl, was still embedded in his chest. His eyes were wide open, his face frozen in terror and disbelief. He was dead. Ugh! A female passenger immediately vomited. "Doctor! Is there a doctor on board?" Mr. Book shouted, his voice trembling. Soon, a Greek doctor named Constantine was called over. After a quick examination, he stood up with a heavy expression and shook his head at Mr. Book. "He's been dead for a long time, at least 7 or 8 hours. There are several stab wounds on him, varying in depth, and it looks like they weren't done by the same person." "Not the same person?" Mr. Book said, his mind buzzing. Mr. Book felt like he was about to faint. The train was stranded, they couldn't call the police, and a strange murder had occurred on board. The killer was among these passengers. Just as he was in a daze, his gaze unintentionally fell on Suyu at the edge of the crowd. And Suyu had just entered the room. While everyone else was panicking and showing fear, the young man from the east simply stood there, his expression calm, his eyes devoid of any ripples, as if he were looking at a picture that had nothing to do with him. This extreme calmness stood out in the chaotic environment. Mr. Book, as if holding on to his last lifeline, parted the crowd and walked straight up to Suyu, speaking in a nearly pleading tone. "Sir. Mr. Suyu." Everyone's gaze immediately focused on Suyu. You seem different from the others," Mr. Book stuttered. "You must have a way, right? On this isolated train, before the police arrive, I officially request your help in finding the truth of this murder." At that moment, the cold system prompt sounded in Suyu's mind. Main storyline task triggered, detective identity activated. Please find out the truth of the case and identify all the killers within 48 hours. At the same time, the global live broadcast focused tightly on Suyu's face. The murder had instantly raised everyone's adrenaline. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast, all previous mockery and confusion disappeared, replaced by endless tension and worry. Holy crap! Someone really died. Just like in the novel. Here it comes. The detective segment is finally here. Little Sue, it's all on you now. You have to hold it together. This is a locked room murder case. The killer is one of us. It's so exciting. In other countries' live broadcast rooms, there is a mix of schadenfreude and anticipation. Ha ha, the show is starting. Let's see how this guy, who eats potatoes, solves the case. Mike has already started analyzing the bloodstains, but the Dragon Country contestant was just requested by the NPC, way behind. Can't wait to watch the Dragon Country contestant make a fool of themselves. Under the billion pairs of eyes around the world, filled with worry, anticipation, or disdain, a change finally appeared on Suyu's face. He looked at the sweating Mr. Booker in front of him, then at the fearful and curious faces around him, and in the end, his gaze seemed to penetrate through the screen. He slowly and gently nodded his head. Okay. The two words were clear and steady. Okay. Suyu uttered these two words. His voice wasn't loud, but it acted like a calming pill, dropping straight into Mr. Booker's frantic heart. Under the eyes of everyone, either terrified or curious, Suyu did not walk towards the bloody corpse but instead turned towards the train director, Mr. Booker, and Dr. Constantine, who had just finished the preliminary examination. Mr. Booker, Dr. Constantine. Suyu's tone was calm, not at all like a young man who had just witnessed a murder case. I need a list of all passengers and their passports. Mr. Booker froze for a moment and subconsciously asked, "What do you need this for?" "For investigation." Suyu's response was simple and direct. "The killer is among us. I need to know who everyone is and where they are from." His words carried an unquestionable authority, making Mr. Booker forget, for a moment, that the other person was just a passenger. He quickly nodded. Okay. I'll handle it right away." Dr. Constantine also pushed his glasses up and looked at Suyu critically. "Young man, this is not a joke." "I understand." Suyu's gaze swept over the crowd gathered at the door. "The dining car is temporarily requisitioned as an interrogation room. From now on, I will speak to every person on the train, and until I give permission, no one is allowed to leave their compartment." His voice echoed down the corridor, clearly reaching every passenger's ears. Mrs. Herbert opened her mouth as if to complain, but when her gaze met Suyu's calm and unruffled eyes, she swallowed her words. Dragon Country's official live broadcast room. In the studio, the host, Gumaiti, slammed his hand on the table, and the tension on his face disappeared. It started. "Ladies and gentlemen, the detective phase officially begins." He turned to the two expert guests beside him. "Mr. Wu, Professor Xiang, what do you think? Suyu's opening move, what score would you give it?" Suspense novelist Wu Dequai adjusted his glasses and, replacing his earlier constipation-like expression, revealed a confident smile as if saying, "I've got it all under control, brilliant. Very professional. This is a typical Blizzard Mountain Lodge setup. A train isolated from the world, a group of passengers with hidden agendas, and a sudden murder case. In this situation, the first priority is not to find clues, but to establish order and authority. Suyu asking for passports and requisitioning the dining car is a declaration. From now on, I am the temporary detective here." Psychologist Professor Xiang Dechuo also nodded in agreement. Exactly. Through a series of instructions, he quickly transformed himself from an ordinary passenger into the lead investigator. This will psychologically create a sense of pressure and obedience in the other passengers, paving the way for the upcoming interrogations. I can only say, this move is textbook level. The bullet comments exploded in excitement. Wow. So that's why he didn't go check the body first. This is vision. This is vision. Little Sue is so cool. His aura, it's 2 meters tall. Stop sucking up, it might just be an act. Ha, who cares if it's an act, it's still better than Mike Arthur, that weirdo who sets up listening devices everywhere. At this moment, in other countries' live broadcast rooms, the style is indeed drastically different. In the Sakura country's livestream, Sakura Shigeru didn't even enter the crime scene. She sat in the dining car, a cup of red tea in front of her, smiling as she chatted with the talkative Mrs. Hubbard. "Madam, did you really hear noises from the next room last night? Was it a man's voice or a woman's voice?" Her voice was as gentle as a spring breeze, making Mrs. Hubbard almost spill her entire family's history. In the Lighthouse Country's livestream, Mike Arthur's face was dark as he slammed the ultraviolet scanner in his hand onto the ground. Shit. What a piece of junk. Just a moment ago, he was full of confidence, ready to showcase his skills at the crime scene, using high-tech methods to expose the murderer. But instead, all his sophisticated equipment, from fingerprint collectors to DNA analyzers, displayed nothing but a line of red text on the screen. High-tech equipment affected by unknown energy interference, functionality limited. The system clearly wasn't allowing him to cheat with technology. At that moment, Mike Arthur was completely stunned. The equipment he was so proud of had turned into scrap metal, and he was so furious he almost performed a beatbox on the spot. The livestream comments, which started with flattery, quickly turned to mockery. "Ha ha, what do I see? The high-tech warrior is being punished by the system? Serves you right. You're dumbfounded now, aren't you? It's over, without his equipment, Mike is just a muscle-bound gorilla. Dragon Country's player is asking questions, what are you doing? F*** king yourself? Taking a deep breath, he decided to use the simplest method, flip. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the wretched compartment, Suyu was calmly standing. Mr. Booker was behind him, sweating nervously. "Mr. Suyu, what should we do?" "Let's find some evidence first." Suyu ignored the noise from outside. After getting Mr. Booker's agreement, he stepped into the crime scene. Unlike Mike Arthur, who had been blindly fumbling around like a headless chicken, Suyu first walked over to the window. The window is locked from the inside. He checked the window latch and then pointed outside. There's a thick layer of snow outside, smooth and undisturbed, no footprints. This means the murderer didn't enter through the window. He paused, scanning the crowd gathered at the door. His voice wasn't loud but had great penetrating power. "The murderer is still among us." With those words, the faces of all the passengers present paled, and the air instantly froze. Suyu didn't hesitate. His gaze slowly swept across the chaotic room, finally resting on a crystal ashtray on the bedside table. Mike Arthur had also noticed this ashtray before, but he had roughly emptied the ash and found nothing. However, Suyu noticed that beneath the ashes, something seemed to be pressed down. He took a pair of tweezers from the medical kit of Dr. Constantine, who had rushed over, and carefully inserted them into the ashtray. Under the watch of billions of viewers worldwide, he picked up a small piece of a paper burned to the point of only leaving a corner. The paper was small, blackened and curled from being burned, almost unrecognizable from its original form. Everyone held their breath, not understanding what significance this small piece of paper held. Suyu, holding the tweezers, lifted the paper in front of the wall light, carefully studying it in the dim yellow light. His eyes slightly squinted, his deep pupils seeming to have countless streams of information running at high speed. "This is..." On the paper, there were a few barely legible letters typed on a typewriter. "Member. Little Daisy. Armstrong." The fragmented words couldn't form a complete sentence. But in Suyu's mind, the pages of Murder on the Orient Express in the World Library automatically flipped to the most crucial page. "Remember little Daisy Armstrong." This is the core of the entire case. It's the starting point of all the revenge. "Found it." Suyu turned around and held up that small piece of paper. "Show it to everyone." His face still had no expression, but the words he spoke were like a heavy bomb, exploding with a deafening roar in the silent carriage. "I think," he paused, his gaze sharp like a sword, sweeping over everyone present. "Our top priority right now is not to find out who the murderer is." He paused again, his eyes scanning each person in the room. "But first, we need to figure out who exactly is the victim. And..." His voice lowered, carrying a force that struck deep into the heart. "Who is Daisy Armstrong?" The moment the words fell, he keenly noticed that several faces in the crowd subtly changed when they heard the name Daisy Armstrong. The noble Russian princess, Dragomirov, unconsciously tightened her grip on her cane. The stiff British colonel, Absnor, instantly sharpened his gaze. Even the seemingly harmless family governess, Mary, had her lips tremble slightly. Though it lasted only a moment, Suyu caught all of it. Chapter 6, Investigation. The moment Suyu spoke, the atmosphere in the carriage corridor shifted. Before, there was only fear of the murder, but now, a more eerie, unspoken tension spread among the passengers. "Daisy Armstrong." Mrs. Herbert murmured, her brows furrowed as if trying hard to recall something. Colonel Absner's eyes clearly avoided looking at her, while Princess Dragomirov let out a cold snort, sharply tapping her cane on the floor, turning her head away, refusing to look in that direction. These subtle changes in expression were like stones thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread. The bullet comments in the Dragon Country livestream exploded instantly. "What the heck? What's going on? Why do so many people react to this name? That expression. There's definitely something shady. These people must know this Daisy. Wow, little Sue is amazing. One sentence and he's exposed so many fish. But who's the murderer? Just because they reacted doesn't mean they're the murderer. Maybe they just know her. Yeah. Don't hype it up. Maybe it's just a coincidence? What if they've only heard the name before?" In the studio, the host, Brother and Imai, leaned forward in excitement. "Teacher Wu. Professor Xiang. What's going on?" The novelist, Wu Dequai, had a gleam in his eyes under his glasses. "This is a key clue. Suyu has found the core of the case. The name Daisy Armstrong is the key to unlocking all the mysteries. Look at their reactions. This is no longer a simple murder case, it's a story of revenge." Psychologist Professor Xiang Dechuo added, "From the micro-expressions, at least 3 people showed clear stress reactions when they heard the name. This means they have a deep emotional connection to the story behind this name." Suyu's move is brilliant. Suyu took in all their reactions and already had a clear idea in his mind. He didn't continue to question but turned to Mr. Booker. "Mr. Booker, please clear the dining car. I'm about to start my questioning." His gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on a young man, pale-faced, looking in his 20s. He wore a well-tailored suit, but his eyes were filled with an unmistakable panic. "Let's start with you," Suyu pointed at him. "You're Mr. Hector McQueen, the secretary of Mr. Ratched, right?" 10 minutes later, in the dining car. McQueen sat uneasily across from Suyu, his hands tightly twisted together, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. "Mr. McQueen," Suyu's voice was calm. He didn't rush to ask about the case, but instead, it felt like a casual conversation. "How long have you been working for Mr. Ratched?" Nearly a year," McQueen's voice trembled. "What kind of boss is he?" He is very generous, but has a bad temper." McQueen carefully phrased. "However, he has been quite nice to me." "Really?" Suyu remained noncommittal as he pushed the charred piece of paper in front of him. "Have you seen this?" The moment McQueen saw the paper, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his face turned pale in an instant. I don't know what this is." He denied with his mouth, but his body had already betrayed him. "Don't be nervous," Suyu leaned back in his chair, interlocking his fingers on the table. "Has Mr. Racet been receiving a lot of threatening letters lately? Does the name Armstrong appear in those letters?" McQueen's lips trembled as he looked at Suyu in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. How do you know?" "How do I know?" Suyu smiled lightly. "Because a person who is about to die always has some unusual signs. For example, he came to me yesterday wanting to hire me as his bodyguard." "What?" McQueen cried out in surprise. "It seems you don't know about this matter either." Suyu's tone remained calm. "Now, can you tell me the truth? What are those threatening letters about?" McQueen's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He slumped in the chair like a deflated balloon, saying in a voice close to despair, Yes. The boss, he has been receiving those letters for a month. At first, they were just threats, but then they started mentioning the Armstrong case, saying he would have to pay for his blood debts." "The Armstrong case?" Suyu knowingly asked. McQueen took a deep breath, as if he had made a certain resolution. He lowered his voice and leaned forward. "Sir, what I'm about to say, please keep it confidential. I have always suspected that my boss, Mr. Racet, might actually be the perpetrator of the world-shocking Armstrong kidnapping case from many years ago." "Cassetti?" "Cassetti?" "Yes." McQueen's eyes were filled with fear and a hint of relief. "The one who kidnapped Miss Daisy Armstrong, and after killing her, used money to bribe people to escape legal punishment. The more I think about it, the more it seems like him. His accent, his ways of doing things, and those threatening letters, they all match." Suyu listened quietly, without interrupting. This information, although it was within his expectations, still confirmed that the story's direction had not strayed from the original plot when spoken directly from an NPC's mouth. He looked at the nearly crying McQueen and slowly nodded. "I understand. You can go back now. Remember, don't tell anyone about what we discussed today." After sending away the distracted McQueen, Suyu did not immediately summon the next person. He called over the attendant, James. "Sir, what can I do for you? Please bring Mr. Masterman, Mr. Racet's personal attendant." Soon, a short and stocky middle-aged man walked in with quick footsteps. He seemed much calmer than McQueen, although his face looked a bit pale. "Mr. Masterman, please have a seat." "Thank you, sir." Masterman's demeanor was very humble. "When was the last time you saw Mr. Racet? Last night?" Suyu asked directly. "It was about 9 o'clock, sir." Masterman answered quickly. "I prepared sleeping pills for my master and left after watching him take them." "Sleeping pills?" Suyu caught this key information. "Yes, my master has a habit of insomnia. He needs sleeping pills to fall asleep every night." Masterman added, "And the pills are very strong. Once he falls asleep, not even thunder can wake him." Suyu's fingers gently tapped on the table. "Interesting." The secretary said the boss was recently nervous due to the threatening letters and even wanted to hire a bodyguard. Yet the servant said the boss slept soundly after taking his sleeping pills last night, just like any other night. One was a frightened bird, the other slept peacefully. It is impossible to appear simultaneously on one person. So, who is lying? Or rather, are they all lying? What do you think your master is like? Suyu changed the question. Masterman's face instantly revealed just the right amount of sadness. "My master is a very kind gentleman, though sometimes he can be a bit impatient, but he has always been generous to servants like me." "I really can't believe this would happen." His words were worlds apart from what McQueen said about his bad-tempered boss. Suyu looked at him and suddenly asked, "Have you heard of the Armstrong case?" Masterman's body stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. He shook his head. "Sorry, sir, I'm just a servant and don't pay much attention to the news." "Is that so?" Suyu didn't press further, just waved his hand. "All right, you can go now." Masterman looked as if he had received a reprieve and hurriedly left the dining car. Suyu watched his retreating figure, the corner of his mouth lifting into an almost imperceptible curve. The identity of the deceased had been confirmed, yet the attitudes of those around him were so contradictory. This precisely proved that within this vengeance alliance, there was no unified voice. This was a breakthrough. After the inquiry ended, Suyu did not rush back to the crime scene like the other contestants, tearing everything apart. He requested a list of all the passengers and a layout of the compartments from Mr. Booker, then sat alone in a corner of the dining car, took out a pen, and began to write and draw on the map. This unusual behavior left the viewers in the Dragon Country livestream once again puzzled. What is he doing? Drawing? Shouldn't he be checking the body for clues? Why is he studying the seating chart? I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. Is there a possibility that the killer's name is written on the seating chart? Doge. Hey upstairs, do you think this is an exam with key points? In the broadcast hall, Enigo Mighty was also confused, only able to look to the two experts for help. Wuda stroked his chin thoughtfully. Strange. According to normal reasoning, what should be done now is to investigate the scene and the body, seeking physical evidence. Why is he analyzing the passenger seating distribution? Professor Seon Didwa also frowned. From the perspective of behavioral psychology, this is a macro layout. He seems to want to find some logic from the spatial relationships between passengers. But this is too risky. Any reasoning without physical evidence is just a castle in the air. Just as both the Dragon Country viewers and experts were in a fog, Suyu finally put down his pen. He stood up and said to Mr. Booker and Dr. Constantine, who had been waiting nearby, "Let's go see the deceased." The three walked to the corpse, and Dr. Constantine began to report on his findings. Dr. Constantine put on gloves and started reporting. The deceased was stabbed 12 times, distributed across the chest and abdomen. But strangely, the depth, angle, and force of these wounds are completely different. He pointed to one wound that barely broke the skin. Look here, very shallow, like it was inflicted by a woman or someone without much strength. He then pointed to another wound that penetrated deep enough to see bone, and here, the force is immense, piercing through the ribs. And this stab, he used tweezers to pull aside the fabric of the nightgown. From the shape of the wound, it seems the killer is left-handed. The doctor concluded, so many wounds with different techniques appearing on one body can only mean one thing in medicine, a killer, more than one. Could it be multiple killers? Mr. Booker gasped, feeling his worldview was shaken. Chapter 7 Foreign Encounters. As soon as Dr. Constantine made the shocking conclusion of more than one killer, the atmosphere in the compartment dropped to freezing point. Mr. Booker clutched his chest, feeling as though he was about to have a heart attack. And Suyu? In the panic of everyone, he calmly walked to the bedside. He did not touch the corpse, just squatted down, his gaze level with the edge of the bed. The splatter pattern of the blood was strange. Some places were heavy, while others had obvious, deliberately wiped smudges. Mr. Booker, Suyu said without raising his head, I need to inspect all of Mr. Lechette's luggage. Ah? Oh, okay, of course. Mr. Booker now obeyed Suyu's words, immediately directing the train attendants to move several of the deceased's suitcases to the center of the room. Mike Arthur had just turned Lechette's clothes inside out in his live broadcast room, feeling troubled by a pile of chaotic clues. And the audience in the Dragon Country live room was also sweating nervously. Searching luggage? Feels useless. Would the murderer leave evidence in the deceased's suitcase? Is the guy out of ideas? Isn't this just a routine process? Don't worry, let him try. I always feel like the guy's way of thinking is different from ours. Suyu opened the largest briefcase. As soon as the lid was opened, it was indeed filled with business contracts, letters, and a thick stack of US dollars, neatly arranged. Mr. Booker peered in and shook his head in disappointment. But Suyu ignored those documents. His fingers gently tapped and pressed on the leather lining of the briefcase's inner wall inch by inch, unhurried. When his fingertips pressed against a corner of the top lining, a slight click sound, different from other places, was heard. He found it. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Suyu gently scratched at the seam with his nail, revealing a beautifully crafted hidden compartment perfectly fitted with the lining. This move left the live broadcast chat silent for a second. Wow. Secret compartment. It's a secret compartment. Why didn't I think of that? This is a plot only found in movies. How did he find this? How many suitcases must he have touched to be so skilled? You in front aren't acting right. But, so cool. In the studio, the novelist was so excited that he almost jumped out of his chair. Did you see that? This is detail. A true detective will never overlook any seemingly normal surface. Inside the compartment, there were no gold, silver, or jewels, only a stack of carefully collected clippings, the paper already yellowed and fragile. Suyu carefully took out the clipping collection. The title of the first clipping changed the expressions of Mr. Booker and Dr. Constantine. The Armstrong family tragedy shocks the nation. 3-year-old heiress Daisy abducted and murdered. As the clippings were flipped page by page, a bloody story long sealed away unfolded before everyone. The mafia boss Cassetti kidnapped Colonel Armstrong's daughter Daisy, and after receiving the ransom, cruelly murdered her. Colonel Armstrong's wife prematurely gave birth due to overwhelming grief, and mother and child both died. Colonel Armstrong, heartbroken, took his own life with a gun. A happy family was shattered in an instant. Yet the main culprit, Cassetti, escaped legal punishment through wealth and power, disappearing entirely. Lachette is Cassetti. Mr. Booker finally pieced everything together, his voice trembling, terror and a hint of understanding etched on his face. At this moment, a small object slipped from the crevice of the clippings, landing softly on the carpet. So you bent down to pick it up. It was a somewhat old baby handkerchief, made of fine fabric, with a delicate cursive letter embroidered in light blue silk thread A. The A for Armstrong. At this moment, the nature of the case changed completely. This was not a simple murder for profit, but a long overdue judgment of revenge. So you neatly put the handkerchief and clippings back, turning to Mr. Booker. Now, the evidence needs to be properly secured. He took a pair of tweezers and several clean white sheets of paper from Dr. Constantine's medicine cabinet, and first returned to the door, carefully picking up the lady's smoking pipe cleaner he had previously found in the carpet scene, placing it on a white sheet and folding it neatly. Then, he returned to the bedside, squatting down to pick up several dark fibers from the carpet that did not belong to Richet's clothing, along with a striking golden hair on the pillow. Wow, professional. So professional. Collecting evidence has to look at my brother Sue, that's what we call careful. MacArthur, I grab with my hands. Sue you, I use tools. The difference is clear. Whose golden hair is this? I remember that Hungarian countess had golden hair. Don't guess randomly upstairs, that British colonel's secretary is also golden-haired. After finishing all this, Sue stood up and looked at Dr. Constantine, asking a question that surprised everyone. Doctor, just based on these wounds, can you infer the general type of weapon? For example, is it a dagger or an ordinary dinner knife? Dr. Constantine was stunned. He did not expect this young man to ask such in-depth questions. After pondering for a moment, he answered, most of the wounds are narrow and deep, likely caused by a weapon similar to a dagger. But there are 2 or 3 wounds that are wider and more irregular, resembling cuts made by a dinner knife used for cutting fruit or bread, and the user seemed to have little strength, causing almost no substantial injury. Suyu nodded and did not ask further. Holding the collected evidence, he said to Mr. Booker, before I question everyone, I need to return to my room to sort out my thoughts. After speaking, he disregarded the complex gazes of everyone and left the bloody crime scene directly. Meanwhile, in live streams from other countries, completely different scenarios were unfolding. In the Lighthouse country's live stream, MacArthur, after experiencing the malfunction of high-tech equipment, finally calmed down and began to use the most primitive method of gathering evidence. He got a simple set of fingerprint collection tools and spread powder all around the booth. Soon, he found fingerprints from over a dozen different people, discovered various shoe prints on the ground, and even found a trace of lipstick on the curtain that did not belong to the deceased. Look! MacArthur said to the camera, showcasing a pile of evidence he had found. Fingerprint A belongs to a woman with a very small palm, fingerprint B belongs to a well-built man, the lipstick is French, and the shoe prints are Italian custom. He found more and more evidence, but his eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter. Because this evidence pointed perfectly to almost everyone he suspected, yet contradicted each other, making it impossible to form a complete chain of evidence. There is too much evidence, and instead, I don't know who the murderer is. Mac, you've been played. This is definitely left deliberately by the murderers. It's over, Mac has fallen into a logical trap. In the Cherry Blossom Country's live stream, Sakurazaki Chiyuki held a cup of red tea, elegantly sitting across from Mrs. Herbert. I swear to God. Mrs. Herbert whispered, speaking mystically, in the middle of the night, I clearly heard movement in the corridor. A man, with very light footsteps, just stopped at Richet's door. At that moment, I thought it was a steward. Now thinking back, it must have been the murderer. Sakurazaki Chiyuki smiled and nodded, her eyes remarkably bright. A man? She silently noted in her heart, Mrs. Herbert's booth is right between Richet and a male passenger. Did she really hear this man, or does she want us to believe she heard it? She did not go directly to the scene, but chose to start from the most peripheral information source, attempting to construct a psychological profile of a vengeance alliance. And the most outrageous, belongs to the Bear Country's livestream. Ivan Petrov got all the passengers' information. He didn't even look at those people's identities or backgrounds, just glanced at the photos and ages. Then, he took out a pen and drew several circles on the list. The ones circled included the seemingly frail secretary McQueen, the elderly servant Masterman, and the thin car salesman Hardman. Alright, Ivan slapped the list on the table, cracking his knuckles in front of the camera, making a sharp sound. Let's start talking with these weak-looking ones first. One by one, whoever has the softest bones is the murderer. Ha ha ha. Truly you, Ivan. Physical interrogation, the deadliest. I bet a bag of spicy chips, the secretary will crack first. In the Dragon Country, in Suyu's private room. He ignored the noise from outside and pulled the curtains shut, leaving only a wall lamp on. He carefully placed the charred paper piece he found in the ashtray on the table. Under the light, the fragmented words were exceptionally clear. "Remember little Daisy Armstrong. Remember little Daisy Armstrong." Then, he unfolded the clipping about the Armstrong case and slowly scanned the names of those involved: Daisy's family tutor, driver, chef, personal maid, godmother. Finally, Suyu took out a notepad provided by the hotel and a pen. At the top of the paper, he wrote down the 3 words ratchet, then drew a heavy equal sign and wrote Cassetti beside it. Starting with this name, he drew a line pointing downward. At the end of the line, he wrote Armstrong murder case. Then, centered around Armstrong murder case, he began to draw branches outwards like a spider web. At the end of each branch, he wrote down an identity related to the tragedy. Family tutor. Driver. Maid. Godmother. Finally, he looked at the diagram he had drawn and glanced at the passenger list on the table. These 12 Avengers thought they had perfectly disguised a murder as an accident and a mystery. So, what he needed to do was to perform this so-called perfect revenge exactly as they believed it to be. Chapter 8, Vigilance. In Suyu's private room, the light was dim. He did not light the fireplace, allowing the chill from the outside wind and snow to seep in, keeping his mind completely clear. On the table, the spider web diagram he drew was complete. At the center was Cassetti, the Armstrong murder case. 12 lines extended from the center, like 12 death warrants, each line leading to an identity related to that tragedy: family tutor, driver, chef, godmother, maid. Suyu's fingertip gently tapped on the words godmother. Behind this identity was Sonia Armstrong, Daisy's grandmother, a famous tragic actress. And on this train, there was only one person that could correspond to this identity. He stood up, tucked the clipping and several key photos into his pocket, and pushed the door open. The place he was heading to was the dining car. There was the best stage. At this moment, the dining car felt as oppressive as a sponge soaked in water. The shadow of the murder case loomed over everyone's hearts. The passengers sat in small groups, but no one had the appetite to eat, only talking in low voices, occasionally casting wary glances around. Everyone was like a frightened bird. When Suyu pushed the door and walked in, all conversation came to a halt. Dozens of gazes instantly turned to him, mixed with fear, curiosity, and a hint of barely noticeable scrutiny. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, comments flooded the screen. "Here he comes. The final boss has entered. This aura, even if he said he came to eat, I wouldn't believe it, he's clearly here to flip the table. Look at those passengers' eyes, like mice that saw a cat. So satisfying. So exciting. They were all pretending to be tough before, now look at them. Now everyone is quiet." Suyu ignored all the gazes and walked straight to a corner where there was a solitary seat. The Russian princess, Dragomirov, wore a black silk gown and sat there. In front of her was a cup of red tea that had not been touched at all, and her wrinkled face bore an aloof majesty that kept strangers away. Her companion, a haggard German maid named Schmidt, stood behind her like a shadow. Suyu stopped in front of the empty seat across from her and slightly bowed. "Good day, Your Highness." Princess Dragomirov lifted her eagle-like sharp eyes to scrutinize him, her voice hoarse and proud. "Is there something you need, sir, from the east?" "I'm just a little curious." Suyu pulled out the chair and sat down calmly. "I come from a distant place and know very little about the sensational news over here in Europe and America. I just heard someone mention a notorious unsolved case from many years ago. It seems to be called the Armstrong case." He deliberately spoke lightly, as if he were truly an outsider who knew nothing about it. The moment the word Armstrong came out, the princess's hand holding the teacup showed an extremely slight pause. A flicker of almost imperceptible pain crossed her sunken eyes. Around several dining tables, the passengers, pretending to look outside the window or tidy up their tableware, clearly perked up their ears. The stiff Colonel Arbuthnot's body instantly tensed. The quiet governess, Mary Debenham, subconsciously straightened her back. Princess Dragomirov set down her teacup, and the clinking sound of cup against saucer broke the silence like a bell. She paused for a moment, and the air in the entire carriage seemed to solidify. "That is not an unsolved case." She finally spoke, her tone low but exceptionally clear. Each word seemed to be pulled from the depths of an ice cellar. "That was a tragedy. A tragedy created by a beast named Cassetti." Her voice was not loud, but it carried a strange penetrating quality that everyone in the dining car could hear clearly. A noble bloodline, the Armstrong family. Their daughter, Daisy, an angel only 3 years old, was kidnapped by that demon. The princess's narration bore no extra emotions, she was simply stating a fact, but this very calmness revealed a profound sorrow. They paid the ransom, but that beast still went ahead and killed her. The child's mother, my dear goddaughter Sonia, upon hearing the terrible news, was so shocked that it triggered premature labor, and in the end, both mother and child died. Her husband, Colonel Armstrong, a hero who bled for his country after losing his wife and child, also ended his life with a gun. A happy family, just like that, was completely destroyed. The princess closed her eyes, letting out a long sigh. The entire dining car fell into silence, leaving only the faint sound of the train shaking on the tracks. Mrs. Hubbard, the most eloquent American woman earlier, now unusually silent, covered her mouth with a handkerchief as her shoulders slightly shook. Colonel Arbuthnot clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. So you took everything in and then pulled out the photo of Colonel Armstrong he had found in the clippings and gently pushed it in front of the princess. Is this the gentleman you were talking about? The princess opened her eyes, her gaze landing on the photo. It was a man in military uniform, full of vigor. She stared for a long, long time. A great soldier. She said slowly, her voice suppressing endless sorrow and towering anger, and a family that has been completely destroyed. At that moment. Ding! A crisp sound broke the heavy silence. Not far away, the beautiful Hungarian countess Andreini, a string of amber beads slipped from her hand and fell onto the dining plate. Her face was pale as paper, and her body trembled slightly. Her husband, Count Andreini, immediately reacted, pulling her into his arms, shielding her from the surrounding gazes, while quickly picking up the string of beads with a hostile glare directed at Suyu. Everyone's attention was drawn to this moment. The live stream from the Dragon Country had gone crazy. Damn! 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 Public execution. This is a public execution right in front of everyone. Did you see the Countess's reaction? She's definitely hiding something. The beads fell out of her hands. And that British colonel, his fists are about to crush. Lady Herbert is actually crying. My scalp is tingling. Su Ji's move just tore off everyone's masks. This is what a top-tier hunter looks like, they often appear as prey. He isn't asking questions, he is reading the verdict. Psychologist Xiang Dechuo added, it's terrifying. He exploited group psychology. When a secret is exposed, everyone involved instinctively looks for the reactions of their peers to confirm their own situation. And Suyu is the one standing outside the circle, calmly observing everyone's reactions like a god. In the dining car, Suyu put away the photo. He didn't look at the panicked Count and Countess Andreini, nor did he ask anyone any questions. He simply stood up, his gaze calmly scanning each person present, from the princess to the colonel and then to the silent Lady Herbert. Finally, he spoke in an almost declarative tone, quietly saying, I see. Such deep hatred does not seem to fade with the passage of time. After speaking, he slightly bowed again and turned to leave the dining car. After he left, the dining car remained in complete silence. But the atmosphere was completely different from before. If before, the passengers looked at each other with suspicion and fear. Now, they looked at Suyu's departing figure with only one thing left in their eyes. Vigilance. A kind of instinctive, deep-down vigilance and fear when prey faces a top predator. They realized that this seemingly harmless young man from the East had uncovered their deepest secret. Chapter 9: Protect the Real Killer. When Suyu returned to the dining car, things had changed drastically. Most of the tables and chairs had been moved aside, creating an open space in the middle, where only a small table covered with a white cloth and 3 chairs remained. Mr. Booker, the director of the train, and Dr. Constantine sat upright, their expressions serious, like two fathers about to attend a parent-teacher meeting. Mr. Booker was responsible for taking notes, with paper and pen laid out in front of him. Dr. Constantine had his arms crossed, adopting the pose of a juror. Only the 3 of them remained in the dining car, along with the train attendant James, who stood at the door like a gatekeeper. Mr. Suyu, everything is ready, Mr. Booker quickly said as he stood up. Suyu nodded, took his seat at the main table, and pushed the list of passengers in front of Mr. Booker. First, Lady Herbert. In the Dragon Country livestream, the audience instantly perked up. The real show begins. Front row sunflower seeds, soda, and little stools. Here it comes, the pressure interview segment. I bet 5 dimes that this old lady will be the first to reveal herself. Lady Herbert almost floated in, wearing her glamorous nightgown, still draped with a knitted cardigan, and plopped down directly across from Suyu, starting to speak without waiting for a question. Oh. Sir. You've finally come to see me. Let me tell you, my experience last night was even more bizarre than a third-rate novel. She was agitated, spitting while she spoke. I swear to God, a man, a stranger, passed through my room. Mr. Booker's pen hesitated for a moment as he looked up at her. Madam. Are you sure? Isn't your booth door locked? Of course it's locked. I double-checked. Mrs. Herbert slapped her thigh, but there's a connecting door between me and that poor Mr. Ratchet. I clearly bolted it before I went to bed last night, but in the middle of the night, I felt someone opening that door. I was so scared I couldn't move, and then I saw a shadow pass by my bed, then it opened the door to the hallway and slipped out. She spoke vividly, as if she had personally experienced a terrifying ordeal. Suyu didn't say anything, just quietly watched her until she started to feel a little parched and slowly asked, "Did you see what he looked like?" "It was so dark, how could I see clearly?" "But it was definitely a man, his footsteps were very light, but very strong," Mrs. Herbert stated firmly. "About what time was that?" Suyu asked again. Mrs. Herbert hesitated, her eyes wandering. Probably around the time the murder happened." "Midnight?" "Anyway, it was very late." Suyu no longer pressed on, just raised his chin to Mr. Booker. "Write it down." "Mrs. Herbert claims that at midnight, an unidentified man passed through her booth." He emphasized the word claims. Mrs. Herbert seemed to want to add something, but Suyu had already waved his hand. "Thank you, ma'am, your information is very important." Next, Colonel Absnor. Mrs. Herbert reluctantly left. Soon, the stiff British colonel walked in. He stood very straight, like a walking ruler, and when he sat in the chair, his back was so straight it could serve as a ruler. "Colonel, please describe your activities from last night." Suyu's tone had also become formal. "At 9 o'clock, I returned to my booth. At 11:45, I was awakened by noises from next door, looked at the clock. At 12:10, I heard someone ring the bell. After that, nothing unusual happened. It wasn't until morning that I learned Mr. Ratchet was murdered." Absner's reply sounded like he was reciting military regulations, precise down to the minute, but the content was as dry as compressed biscuits. "The noise from next door? What kind of noise?" Suyu asked. "It sounded like something heavy fell." "Did you not go out to check?" "No. In unfamiliar environments, staying alert is a soldier's basic quality." The colonel's response was watertight. Suyu changed the question. "Mrs. Herbert says she saw a man pass through her booth. What do you think about that?" This was the first trap set by Suyu. He packaged Mrs. Herbert's vague feeling into a solid eyewitness testimony. Colonel Absnor didn't even move his eyebrows. "I did not see. I don't know." His defensive posture was very strong. Any question beyond his precise timeline was refused with the words "I don't know." "Damn, this old soldier is hard to deal with. So fake, this timeline is remembered more precisely than my clocking in at work, definitely memorized in advance." Sue is clearly playing a game with them. He never intended to get anything out of these two. After sending Absnor away, the next was the quiet home tutor, Mary de Behan. As soon as she sat down, she appeared very nervous, her hands resting on her knees, her fingertips twisting the pleats of her skirt. Suyu slowed down his speech. "Miss de Behan, don't be nervous. Just tell us what you heard and saw last night, honestly." Mary's voice trembled a bit. I went to bed relatively early. In the middle of the night, it seemed like I heard Mrs. Herbert talking loudly next door, then there was nothing more." Her testimony was simple and vague, seeming to have little value. Suyu looked at her and suddenly said, "Being a home tutor is hard, right? Especially in a wealthy family, you have to face many complex relationships." Mary was taken aback. He nodded. "Especially when you really love the child you are caring for." Suyu's gaze fell on her reddened eyes, "for example, like Sonia Armstrong loved her daughter Daisy. When tragedy strikes, that kind of pain is hard for outsiders to understand." The moment the name Sonia Armstrong was spoken, Mary's shoulders trembled violently, and she instinctively looked up, her eyes, which had been avoiding gaze, instantly filled with tears, her lips trembling but uttering no words. She was exposed. Suyu did not press her further, just calmly watched her until she looked down and quickly wiped away her tears with the back of her hand. "Thank you, Miss de Behan, you can go back now." Watching Mary leave almost as if she were fleeing, Mr. Booker could not help but ask in a low voice, Is she the one?" "Don't rush," Suyu interrupted him, "the game has just begun." The next inquiries became increasingly interesting. The Earl and Countess Andreini were questioned separately, but their testimonies were astonishingly consistent, as if printed from a copy machine, perfectly proving that the two had been together all night, providing each other alibis. The overly perfect testimonies were, in themselves, the greatest flaw. The man who called himself a car salesman, Mr. Hadman, spoke fluently about his professional background and could even name several car dealers in New York. But when Suyu casually asked, "Your skills don't seem like those of a salesman, you seem like you've done security work," his smile froze for half a second, then he chuckled to cover it up. And the Swedish missionary, Miss Greta Olsen, was entirely focused on moral condemnation. "That is God's punishment," she said in a tone almost like a recital, "that sinner, with his hands stained by the blood of the innocent, his death is the justice of God being realized. We should praise the Lord for this." When asked about her specific whereabouts, she avoided the question with "I was praying to God." Wow, just wow. Everyone's an actor. This is not the Orient Express, it's the Oscars. The most outrageous is that missionary, directly shifting the blame to God, while God says, "I won't take this rap. Suyu, I'll just quietly watch your performance." After a round of inquiries, Mr. Booker's notebook was filled with strange symbols and question marks, and he was almost dizzy from these testimonies that were hard to discern as true or false. Mr. Suyu, what do we do? Mr. Booker looked at Suyu with a worried frown. Everyone's testimony has issues, but it seems to make sense. And have you noticed, more than half of the people mentioned hearing the bell or seeing the conductor pass by, they seem to be working together to point suspicion toward a completely non-existent, uniformed killer. Dr. Constantine also nodded. Exactly, their testimonies are like a net, confirming each other, blocking all possibilities, leaving only one exit, an exit leading to a strange murderer. This is too illogical. Suyu leaned back in his chair, his long fingers gently tapping on the table, making a light sound of tap, tap, tap. He smiled. It was a smile that carried a bit of amusement after seeing through all the tricks. Mr. Booker, doctor, you are wrong. The two looked at him in confusion. Their testimonies aren't too chaotic, they are too perfect. Suyu picked up Mr. Booker's notebook and drew a circle, enclosing all the names. Look, Mrs. Herbert provided the killer's sighting, Colonel Abusno provided evidence of the time of death, the Andreini couple vouched for each other, Mary DeBehan used emotion to cover facts, Mr. Hadman disguised his identity, Miss Olsen occupied the moral high ground. His pen lightly tapped each name. Every person's testimony is like a carefully polished piece of a puzzle. Alone, it may have some flaws, but when put together, it forms a seamless whole. They all point to one conclusion: the murderer is an outsider, disguised as a train attendant, who vanished after committing the crime. Suyu put down his pen, raised his head, his gaze bright and astonishing. In a normal crime scene, witness testimonies are bound to be messy, contradictory, and filled with personal biases. Because each person's perspective and memory will have deviations. But here, he pointed to the circled list, what do we see? A carefully constructed, logically coherent story. They are not trying to recall the truth, they are working together to tell a lie. Suyu stood up, walked to the dining car window, and looked at the endless, unchanging snowy expanse outside. So, our direction was wrong from the very beginning. We should not ask who is the murderer. His voice echoed in the silent dining car, clearly reaching the ears of Booker and Constantine, as well as the billions of viewers worldwide. We should ask why these 12 seemingly unrelated people are teaming up to fabricate a story to protect the real murderer. Chapter 10, Warning. Suyu's statement, we should ask why these 12 people are teaming up to fabricate a story, struck like a thunderclap, resounding in the silent dining car and in global live broadcasts. Mr. Booker and Dr. Constantine exchanged glances, their minds completely muddled. In Longwa's live broadcast room, the bullet screen erupted into unprecedented debate. Wrong direction? I feel like Sue goes up in the atmosphere, but can't articulate what's right about it? I feel the same. Isn't investigating a case about finding the murderer? How did it turn into studying why they are lying? Isn't that upside down? The person above has a narrow view. This is called cutting the root. There is only one murderer, but 12 liars. As long as we prove they are lying, won't this revenge alliance fall apart by itself? But isn't that risk too great? What if we guess wrong? All clues will be lost. In the studio, N.I. also wore a worried expression. Mr. Wu, Professor Xiang, Suyu's approach, is it too risky? He has completely abandoned the pursuit of physical evidence and has started a pure psychological game. The novelist Wu Dequai did not rush to a conclusion this time, he merely rested his chin on his hand, his expression serious. He is taking a risky step. He is trying to dismantle an alliance. But this also means he has turned himself from an investigator into the enemy of this alliance. Professor Xiang Di Duo's expression also grew serious. Yes. When a group sees someone as a common threat, they will take action. The upcoming situation probably won't be as polite as it is now. Meanwhile, in other contestants' live rooms, the atmosphere remained peculiar. In the Lighthouse Country's live broadcast, Mike Arthur was on the verge of madness. The table in front of him was filled with various pieces of evidence, fingerprint cards from different people, dozens of shoe print castings, fibers of different colored hair, and even 2 different brands of aspirin. There was so much evidence it could open a grocery store, but each one pointed to different people, contradicting each other, and couldn't be tied together. He felt like a furious gorilla trapped in a cage, pulling his hair into a mess. In the Cherry Blossom Country live room, Sakura Chiyuki had already drawn a detailed relationship map of the train passengers, indicating each person's character weaknesses and possible breakthroughs. She was like a strategist, waiting for the best moment to make her move. In the Bear Country live room, Ivan Petrov's heart-to-heart seemed to have made a breakthrough. He had just come out of Secretary McQueen's compartment. Holding a piece of paper covered in writing, he wore a satisfied smile on his face. While in the private room, the faint sound of McQueen's suppressed crying could be heard. As a global audience cheered or worried for their competitors, no one knew that a silent counterattack against Longwa's contestant, Suyu, had quietly begun. The next morning, Suyu woke up to a faint metallic scraping sound. It was neither the roar of a train nor the howl of wind and snow, it sounded more like someone fiddling with a door lock. He did not move, not even changing the rhythm of his breathing, just opened his eyes in the darkness. A few seconds later, the sound disappeared, and the corridor returned to silence. After an unknown amount of time, dawn began to break. Only then did Suyu slowly sit up. He did not immediately go to open the door but first scanned his compartment. Everything was as usual. Barefoot, he quietly walked to the door. Under the door crack, a corner of something white was shoved in. He bent down and extracted it with 2 fingers. It was a folded note. Unfolding it, there was not a single word on it, just a crooked skull drawn in black ink. Below the skull was a scrawled word, "Stop." A childish yet direct threat. The viewers in the Longwa live broadcast room instantly exploded. Wow! Provocation. This is an outright provocation. They are getting anxious. They are getting anxious. Brother Su's strategy hit them right in the lungs. It's dangerous. These people dare to kill, they would dare to kill a second one. Brother Su is now a thorn in their eyes. Suyu looked at the note, his face showing no emotion, only casually placing it on the bedside table. His gaze fell on his suitcase. It was quite an ordinary black leather suitcase, with an old-fashioned brass latch. He remembered clearly that before going to sleep last night, the small scratch on the latch was facing left. But now, it faced right. Someone had been inside. Suyu walked over and did not immediately open it. Instead, he gently rubbed around the latch with his fingertip. There were minute scratches, made by a crowbar or a similar tool, which were hard to notice without careful inspection. He opened the suitcase. The clothes inside had been rummaged through but were deliberately restored to their original state, just with the stacking order slightly different from his memory. He reached in, probing through several layers of shirts. His fingertips touched a cold hard object. He pulled it out. It was a dagger. An elegant dagger inlaid with mother of pearl, the blade narrow and wiped very clean, but in the groove where the blade and handle connected, a streak of dark red, now blackened blood remained solidified. It was the very one that had been plunged into Lyshit's chest. Framing. The simplest and most effective method. Once this murder weapon was found in his luggage, his identity as a detective would instantly crumble, making him the prime suspect. Holding the dagger, Suyu examined it carefully under the light. He recalled Dr. Constantine's autopsy report: 12 stab wounds on the deceased, with varying wound types. The width and thickness of this dagger could certainly cause some of the deep wounds, but it could absolutely not create those wide and irregular ones. This was one of the murder weapons, but not all of them. They had delivered one crucial piece of evidence into his hands. In his mind, Suyu rapidly replayed everyone's actions from yesterday's inquiry. Most had come directly from the other end of the corridor, with only a few, like Mrs. Herbert, Colonel Abusno, and that ever-vanishing servant Masterman, having the opportunity to approach his compartment amidst the chaos of the inquiry. He said nothing and did not seek out Mr. Booker. He fetched a piece of oilcloth used for wiping machinery. He carefully wrapped the dagger and then opened an inconspicuous corner panel in the compartment. Behind it was a small space for storing spare coal and kindling, covered in dust, which no one would ever notice. He stuffed the oily cloth package deep into the pile of coal. After doing all this, he straightened his clothes like nothing had happened and pushed the door open to go have breakfast. In the dining car, the atmosphere remained eerie. As soon as Suyu appeared, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. He didn't sit in a corner like usual but walked straight to the food counter, looking somewhat irritable, his brow furrowed, absent-mindedly fiddling with the bread on his plate using tongs. Act, keep acting. Brother Su's acting skills would be wasted if he doesn't win an Oscar. I guess those 12 people are definitely popping champagne right now, thinking Brother Su was scared. Sure enough, Dr. Constantine came over with a cup of coffee, concerned, and asked, "Mr. Suyu, you look unwell. Are you having trouble with the investigation?" Suyu looked up, forced a smile, and sighed, "Yes, the clues are too messy. It feels like I've walked into a dead end. Everyone's testimony is like they're sleepwalking, completely worthless." His voice was just loud enough for the surrounding tables to hear. Colonel Abusno paused his soup spoon, the corner of his mouth seemed to rise slightly. The Count and Countess Andrini exchanged glances, their expressions visibly relaxing. A silent psychological battle unfolded quietly amidst the clinking of plates. This play continued until nightfall. As night fell, the corridor lights dimmed. Suyu leaned against the door of his compartment, pretending to look at the snow outside. Footsteps approached. Mrs. Herbert, wrapped in her signature knitted cardigan, sauntered over from the end of the corridor. She stopped in front of Suyu, her keen little eyes scanning him up and down. "Good evening, detective." Her tone carried a strange intonation, seeming both concerned and mocking. "Good evening, ma'am." Mrs. Herbert leaned in closer, lowering her voice, her words sounding particularly clear and chilling in the empty corridor. "Detective, having lived this long, I've learned one truth. She stared into Suyu's eyes, speaking word by word. Some truths are like a thorny rose, beautiful to look at from afar, but if you grasp too tightly, you may hurt yourself. After saying this, she revealed a meaningful smile, said no more, turned around, and sashayed back to her compartment. In the corridor, only Suyu was left. The confusion and anxiety on his face instantly vanished, replaced by a profound sense of calm as if he understood everything. He could now be 100% certain. This revenge alliance, made up of 12 people, was organized tightly with clear divisions of labor. Some were responsible for action, like sneaking into his room, placing the murder weapon, and framing him. Others were responsible for communication, like Mrs. Herbert, delivering the most direct threat disguised as seemingly kind reminders. They thought this would make him retreat in fear. Suyu leaned against the cold carriage wall, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. The game had just become truly interesting. Chapter 11, New Discoveries. Suyu returned to his compartment, Mrs. Herbert's cryptic words still ringing in his ears. He closed the door, leaning against the door panel, and the confusion and anxiety on his face instantly disappeared, replaced by a profound sense of calm as if he understood everything. He could now be 100% certain. This revenge alliance, made up of 12 people, was organized tightly with clear divisions of labor. Some were responsible for action, like sneaking into his room, placing the murder weapon, and framing him. Others were responsible for communication, like Mrs. Herbert, using seemingly kind reminders to deliver the most direct threat. They thought this would make him back down. Suyu leaned against the cold wall of the train compartment, his lips slightly curled. The game has just become truly interesting. He did not rush to take out the hidden dagger. Instead, he walked to the table and picked up the passenger list. It is time to close the net. He opened the door and waved to the conductor, James, standing at the end of the corridor. Please bring Mr. Booker and Dr. Constantine to me, just say. I have some new discoveries. 10 minutes later, two big men squeezed into Suyu's compartment, looking somewhat awkward. As soon as Mr. Booker entered, he asked impatiently, Mr. Suyu, how is it? Have you found the murderer who broke into your room? He had clearly heard Miss Herbert's words in the hallway. Dr. Constantine, however, remained silent, only pushing up his glasses and gazing sharply at Suyu, as if trying to read something on his face. Murderer? Suyu smiled, inviting both to sit down while leaning against the table. I haven't found the murderer, but I found something much more interesting. He neatly arranged the scattered items on the table, as if displaying evidence for a trial. First, this train is stuck in a snowstorm, the windows are locked, and the snow is smooth, so there is no possibility of an external murderer. We agree on this, right? Both Booker and Constantine nodded simultaneously. Secondly, evidence. Suyu picked up a sheet of white paper with a human outline drawn on it. Dr. Constantine mentioned that the deceased was stabbed 12 times, with varying depths, angles, and strengths, even showing signs left by a left-handed person. This medically indicates multiple murderers. He pointed to another piece of evidence, a transparent bag containing burnt paper fragments. This note says, remember little Daisy Armstrong, combined with the clippings we found in Ratchet's, or should I say, Cassette's secret compartment, clarifies the motive revenge against the main culprit of the Armstrong case. He paused and picked up the slender lady's smoking pipe cleaner. This cleaner was found in Miss Herbert's compartment. Logically, it should point to her. But strangely, I inquired with the conductor, and Miss Herbert herself does not smoke. A woman who doesn't smoke has a smoking pipe cleaner in her compartment, which is suspicious. Finally, Suyu's gaze fell on Mr. Booker's densely packed inquiry records. Are these contradictory yet perfect testimonies? Everyone is lying, but their lies corroborate each other, collectively pointing the finger at a ghost dressed in a conductor's uniform. Mr. Booker listened with confusion, frowning as he said, yes, Mr. Suyu, we know all of this. But precisely because of that, we have no clue. Too much evidence is like having no evidence at all. In the Dragon Country livestream, the audience was also anxious. After all this build-up, how did we end up back here? I took off my pants for this? Don't worry, the big reveal is coming. I feel like Sue is hiding a big move. Suyu looked at the anxious Booker and then at the silent and deep-eyed Dr. Constantine, suddenly laughing. Mr. Booker, our thinking might have been wrong all along. We always thought to find one murderer from these 12 people. Or, to find a few accomplices. But have we considered another possibility? Suyu stood up straight, placing his hands on the table, leaning forward, his gaze intense, and slowly threw out that earth-shattering hypothesis. What we are facing is not a murderer, or a few murderers. But, everyone. What? Mr. Booker jumped up from his chair, dropping his notebook on the floor, staring at Suyu in disbelief. Everyone? Sir, this is ridiculous. 12 people, together to kill one person? How is that possible? Dr. Constantine's always calm face finally showed a crack. His fingers tightening around the armrest unconsciously. At that moment, the live stream's comments completely exploded. Damn. Damn. My scalp is tingling. Everyone is a murderer? Wow. I should have thought of this long ago. 12 knives, 12 people. 1 knife per person. This is a damn judgment. No wonder the testimony was so perfect. Because they are all actors who practiced the script. This twist. I'm kneeling. Who would have thought the truth was this? Don't get excited in front, this is just Xiao Su's speculation. What if he's wrong? Facing Mr. Booker's doubts, Suyu appeared exceptionally calm. Only this hypothesis can explain all the unreasonable places. Why is the physical evidence chaotic? Because it was left by 12 people together. They may have even intentionally left some misleading clues, like that pipe or the extra dagger in my suitcase. Why do the testimonies support each other? Because they are a community of interest, telling a fabricated story together, protecting not a single person, but the entire collective. Why frame me? Because my investigation threatened their whole group. So they had to quickly turn me, this detective, into a murderer to stop the investigation. Every word from Suyu was like a heavy hammer, smashing hard on Mr. Booker's heart. He opened his mouth, his face pale, unable to say a single word. This theory was too insane, yet, it was logically perfect. So, what should we do now? Mr. Booker's voice trembled. Suyu shifted his gaze from his face and finally settled on the unusually silent Dr. Constantine. The next step is simple. Suyu picked up the passenger list and a clipping of the Armstrong tragedy. What we need to do is not find out who killed, but prove that each of these 12 people has ample reason to participate in this revenge. He pushed the clipping showing the happy family photo in front of the two. The Armstrong family. Who is the driver? Who is the chef? Who are Daisy's family tutor, personal maid, and godmother? Where are these people who were closest to the Armstrong family now? Suyu's voice was not loud, yet it stirred waves in the small compartment. Mr. Booker's breath came to a halt. Dr. Constantine's eyes, which had been low, finally slowly lifted. His gaze was complex, filled with shock, struggle, and a hint of relief as if he were seen through. Mr. Suyu, the doctor said hoarsely, you are a terrifying young man. Chapter 12, Cooperation. Suyu looked at the two men in front of him whose worldviews he had upturned, one still in shock, the other lost in thought. He did not urge them, only calmly waited for them to digest this insane conclusion. The air in the compartment was almost solidified, only the sound of the train rolling over the track joints reminded them they were still in this isolated snowbound cage. After a long while, it was Dr. Constantine who spoke first. His eyes behind the glasses no longer held the prior scrutiny, only a complex, exhausted emotion was left. Mr. Suyu, even if your theory is true, we still have no evidence. The law speaks of evidence, not stories. We can't just tell the judge, because they are a revenge alliance, they are all murderers, right? I don't need to tell the judge. Suyu answered lightly, I only need to tell them. Both Mr. Booker and Dr. Constantine froze at the same time, not understanding his meaning. Suyu turned around, taking an envelope from the suitcase. He pulled out a few sheets of paper, which were the blank medical reports he had requested from Dr. Constantine. Doctor, Mrs. Herbert claims that when the murderer passed through her compartment, she fought with him in the dark and her arm was injured. Please help me issue a report. Dr. Constantine frowned. What report? A medical report proving that the wounds on her arm were self-inflicted with a dull object like a hairpin, to fabricate evidence afterward. The angle, depth, and edge shape of the wounds, these details, I believe with your professional skills, you can concoct to look more like the truth than the truth itself. Upon hearing this, Dr. Constantine's face changed greatly, and he stood up abruptly. What you are doing is falsifying evidence. This is illegal. Is it? Suyu looked at him, his eyes calm and unwavering. Then is it not illegal for 12 people to conspire to commit murder? The doctor was instantly rendered speechless, his lips moved a few times, but he couldn't say a word. Suyu turned to Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, that lady's tobacco rod found in Mrs. Herbert's compartment, it is still with you, right? Mr. Booker instinctively nodded. Yes, yes. Very good. Suyu took out another blank test form. I also need a fiber analysis result, proving that the dark fibers left on the tobacco rod are identical to the fibers from the black wool coat that Miss Schmidt, Princess Dragomirov's maid, often wears. Mr. Booker's mind went completely blank, and he asked vacantly, but, we don't have the equipment for fiber analysis? We don't have it, but they don't know we don't. Suyu placed the two blank pieces of evidence on the table. What I want is not the truth, but a ticket that can bring them to the negotiation table. He was gambling, betting that these Avengers, although meticulous in their actions, were not professional criminals. Faced with the sudden, seemingly professional ironclad evidence, their alliance would inevitably fracture. Dr. Constantine stared at the two blank reports, his eyes struggling intensely. As a meticulous doctor, falsifying reports was a taboo in his career. But as an ordinary person caught in the scene of a murder, the balance in his heart had long tilted. Finally, he slumped down in resignation and picked up the pen. how detailed does it need to be? As night deepened, the conductor James moved through the quiet corridor like a diligent ghost. He first knocked on the compartment door of the Russian Grand Princess Dragomirov. Your Highness, a gentleman would like to ask you to step aside, as there are some things regarding the lady you taught, Mrs. Sonia Armstrong, that need to be confirmed with you alone. There was silence for a moment inside, then an old and commanding voice replied, understood. Then, James arrived in front of Colonel Absner's door. Colonel, a gentleman wants to talk to you about the belongings of your late commander, Colonel Armstrong. The door swung open suddenly, and Colonel Absner stood at the entrance, his face as cold as water. His sharp gaze swept over James' face before he nodded. 10 minutes later, in an empty first-class compartment at the end of the train, Princess Dragomirov entered alone, leaning on her cane. Her maid was left outside the door. She looked at Suyu, who had been waiting there, and her weathered eyes showed no surprise, only a cold scrutiny. You, a gentleman from the East, better have something important to discuss. Suyu did not waste words and directly pushed the forged medical report and the fiber analysis report onto the table in front of her. The princess picked it up in confusion, and after just one glance, her fingers gripping the cane unconsciously tightened. The professional terms and conclusive statements on the report finally brought a hint of emotion to her otherwise calm face. Herbert, that fool, and Schmidt. She whispered to herself, clearly convinced. It's not their fault. Suyu spoke calmly. A temporarily assembled team has some flaws in their actions, that's normal. The princess suddenly lifted her head, her eagle-like gaze locking firmly onto Suyu. Young man, do you know what you are saying? I do. Suyu met her gaze, his tone showing no signs of retreat. I know all of you. The Armstrong family's relatives, friends, and those loyal servants. You formed a 12-person jury on this train heading east, carrying out a long-overdue death sentence on the demon Cassetti who escaped legal punishment. Inside the compartment, a deathly silence filled the air. The princess neither admitted nor denied it. She simply stared at Suyu, for a very long time, long enough for time itself to seem to stop. Finally, she slowly spoke, her voice hoarse, so, you are here to arrest us? No. Suyu shook his head, I am here to find a third way. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice, Your Highness, I have no intention of pursuing your justice. I only want this matter to end in a more dignified way. We can build a story together, a story about an external avenger. A killer sneaks into the train on a stormy night, completing their revenge on Cassetti, then disappearing into the endless snowy plains. This way, the deceased can rest in peace, and the living will not bear any more burdens. In Princess Dragomirov's murky eyes, a flicker of genuine shock appeared for the first time. She did not expect that this young man wanted not to expose the truth, but to cover it up. She fell silent. Suyu knew she was moved. He did not say more, only waited quietly. Moments later, Colonel Absnell pushed the door and entered. He stared when he saw the princess was also present, but quickly understood this was a shared invitation. Using the same method, Suyu showed the two pieces of evidence to him. The colonel's reaction was much more intense than the princess's. After reading the report, his face turned pale, his eyes filled with vigilance. What do you want? Colonel, I just want to ask one question. Suyu withdrew the report and suddenly mentioned an unrelated person. What kind of soldier was Colonel Armstrong? This question acted like a key, instantly unlocking the softest part of Colonel Absnell's heart. His tense body relaxed, and his eyes dimmed. He is the most upright and bravest commander I have ever seen. He saved my life. His voice carried a hint of choking, yet such a hero ended up with his family destroyed. His honor, his family, all ruined by that beast. So, Suyu continued, my proposal is to protect his honor. To ensure this righteous trial does not turn into a scandal that ensnares all participants. I do not want this already wounded jury to suffer a second injury from legal proceedings. Colonel Absnell fell completely silent. He looked at Princess Dragomirov, who had her eyes closed, and she subtly nodded at him. At the same time, in the Sakura Kingdom live broadcast room, Sakurai Chiyuki was speaking to the air in front of her, appearing to talk to herself, or perhaps conversing with the virtual bullet comments in the live chat. Something is wrong, too wrong. She pointed at the relationship map she drew. Madame Herbert's testimony contradicts itself. The timeline of that British colonel is too perfect, while the Hungarian count and countess seem like conjoined twins. Everyone is acting, but their performances conflict with each other. This doesn't look like just one or two killers, rather, it feels like a group of amateur actors rehearsing a terrible stage play. The picture is too chaotic. In the Lighthouse Nation live broadcast room, Mike Arthur had fallen into another kind of obsession. He spread all the collected evidence on the ground and repeatedly compared them. Fingerprints, shoe prints, fibers, lipstick marks, not a single one could form a complete chain of evidence. Fuck! He growled in frustration. But he only believed in physical evidence. After reviewing all the information repeatedly, he decided to take a bold action: deceit. He would gather everyone together and use the most inconspicuous clue he had found to accuse a person he believed was the most psychologically vulnerable. "Everyone, assemble in the dining car," Mike Arthur commanded through the train's intercom. Soon, 12 passengers and the train crew gathered in the dining car. Mike Arthur stood in the middle, his eyes sharp, scanning everyone, finally locking onto the humble-looking servant, Edward Masterman, who had been keeping his head down. "Mr. Masterman," he suddenly shouted, "you did not leave immediately after delivering the sleeping pills to Ratchet's room at 9 last night, did you? I found an incomplete fingerprint that belongs only to you on the inside of the doorknob. You are the murderer." He thought this shout would break the other person's psychological defenses and force a confession. However, he miscalculated. Before Masterman could react, his comrades had already formed a human shield around him. "Fingerprint?" Count Andrini scoffed, elegantly adjusting his wife's shawl. "It's normal for Mr. Masterman to have fingerprints in the room where he serves Ratchet, isn't it?" "Exactly." Mrs. Herbert immediately followed up, her voice sharp. "I also saw him going in to clean." "I say, detective, you wouldn't happen to be randomly blaming someone because you can't find clues, would you?" Princess Dragomirov even struck the floor heavily with her cane, making a dull thud sound, and with her undeniable authoritative voice said, "Young man, I had Mr. Masterman fetch medicine for me last night because I was unwell. He is a diligent servant, and I do not believe he would kill." She provided an unassailable emotional guarantee for Masterman. Colonel Absno crossed his arms and coldly looked at Mike Arthur. "Your direction of investigation has been wrong from the start. You are searching for a needle in the ocean instead of looking for the position of a sunken ship by following the current." Others also chimed in with various new, mutually supporting details, instantly drowning Mike Arthur's accusations in a sea of information. Mike Arthur was completely stunned. He underestimated the harmony and wisdom this group could show to protect each other. Looking at the impenetrable wall made up of 12 people before him, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness for the first time. He was 100% sure that this group had problems. However, he did not dare to put everyone in the position of a criminal. Because that would be too crazy. Chapter 13, Fabricating the Truth. In the temporarily requisitioned first-class compartment, the air was no longer as tense as before. Princess Dragomirov and Colonel Absno looked at the young man from the east before them. Their wariness and hostility had faded, replaced by a mix of surprise, scrutiny, and an undeniable admiration. "Dr. Constantine," the princess's raspy voice broke the silence. He was the first to recognize Cassette. "He is the family doctor of the Armstrong family and the person Sonia trusts the most." Thus, the prologue of the story unfolded. It was not a long-planned revenge. It felt more like a judgment pushed to the forefront by fate. The princess and Dr. Constantine met by chance in Istanbul, a reunion of old friends, but upon boarding, Constantine immediately recognized the devil disguised as Ratchet. That was the culprit who destroyed their dear friend's family, Cassette. "We have no time to hesitate." Colonel Absnor took over the conversation, his voice deep and powerful, like he was stating a battle report. "Her Highness the Princess found me, and the doctor found others. We, the ghosts of the Armstrong family, are all on this train. The driver, the cook, the maid, the faithful butler Masterman, and the ever-noisy Mrs. Hubbard, who was none other than Armstrong's own mother, Daisy's grandmother, a great actress. Even that man who claimed to be a car salesman, Hardman, was one of the detectives responsible for investigating this case back then. He had resigned out of guilt for failing to bring Cassetti to justice, and had been tormented ever since. 12 people, 12 souls closely connected to that tragedy. So, you planned this trial?" Suyu stated. "Yes." The colonel nodded. "Hardman and I were responsible for the execution, ensuring he was dead. Mrs. Hubbard created chaos to attract attention. Mary, the family tutor, is meticulous and coordinated our timelines. The others provided alibis or threw out misleading clues when necessary." "What about the weapons?" Suyu asked the crucial question. "Disposed of." The colonel answered succinctly. "They were small daggers and folding knives. After using them, we dismantled them that night and threw them into the snow through the bathroom's sewage outlet. Even if the police turned over the entire snowy area, they wouldn't find anything. Clear division of labor, decisive actions, and the aftermath handled exceptionally cleanly." In the Dragon Country livestream, the audience was in awe. "Wow, this isn't the Avengers, it's a Special Forces unit. No wonder MacArthur couldn't find the weapons, they were all dismantled and thrown away. Mrs. Hubbard is actually the grandmother. Oh my. This acting deserves an Oscar." So Dr. Constantine was acting from the beginning. When he said there's more than one murderer during the autopsy, he was actually sending a message to Brother Sue. Suyu listened quietly, his face showing little expression. He simply pushed the 2 forged reports back to the center of the table. "Your plan has a fatal flaw." The princess and the colonel both looked at him. "It's too perfect." Suyu's finger lightly tapped on the table. "Each of you is like the gears in a clock, perfectly meshed together to tell one story. But reality isn't like that. True eyewitnesses, their testimonies are always messy, full of contradictions and personal biases. Your perfection is, in fact, the greatest imperfection. It won't point to a single murderer, but will bring all of you, as a whole, into the spotlight. Colonel Absner's expression instantly became grave. He was a soldier, accustomed to precise plans, yet he overlooked the chaos of human nature. Princess Dragomilov sighed heavily, a hint of fear reflected in her murky eyes. She knew the young man was right. Without him, their so-called justice could very well end up evolving into a scandal of collective imprisonment. Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Country livestream, MacArthur stared blankly at a pile of passenger information. He had just experienced the most humiliating Waterloo of his life. His proud evidence raid method had completely failed before Masterman, and he was instead schooled by a group of mob. The scene in the dining car left him utterly confounded. Why? Why would they protect a butler? He murmured, it's illogical. They have no vested interest. Mac God, is it possible that you've stirred up a hornet's nest? Laughing to death, he's still tangled up in logic while Brother Sue has already started discussing the script with the bosses. Information disparity. This is the information disparity. While MacArthur is still on the first level pondering who the murderer is, Sue is already on the fifth level helping the murderers think about how to frame themselves. In the Cherry Blossom Country's live broadcast room, Sakuraichi Yuki's brows were also tightly knitted. No, this kind of collective defensive posture doesn't seem like it's protecting someone, but more like it's protecting a secret dot. She pointed at the character relationship chart she had drawn, with red lines marking Mrs. Hubbard, Colonel Absnor, and Princess Dragomirov. These three people are the opinion leaders within the entire passenger group. They were the first to step forward and rebut during the dining car scene. This doesn't seem like a spontaneous reaction, but more like a rehearsed tacit agreement. She had already sniffed out the scent of conspiracy, but she couldn't imagine the scale of this conspiracy. So, we need to change the script. Suyu's voice pulled the princess and the colonel back to their thoughts. What kind of script? The princess asked. A simpler one, and one that's easier for people to believe. Suyu leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxing. We need a ghost. A lonely ghost seeking revenge for the Armstrong family. He boards the train on a snowy night, kills Cassetti, then disappears into the snow. This is a sad, romantic story that is enough to satisfy everyone's curiosity. He looked at the two, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth, and you will no longer be perfect accomplices, but innocent passengers like me, kept in the dark. Your testimonies need some harmless flaws, some biases that fit your identities, but in the end, they all need to point to this non-existent ghost dot. In the astonished gaze of the colonel and the princess, Suyu began to redesign their characters and lines. Mrs. Hubbard no longer needs to pretend to see someone passing through the room. She can insist that she heard a quarrel next door, but she didn't dare to go out because she was scared. This aligns with the normal response of an older woman. Colonel, your timeline doesn't need to be so precise. You can say you were awakened, but didn't check the time, just felt it was around midnight. This fits a normal person who was unexpectedly disturbed from sleep. And the Andreneber couple no longer need to be like conjoined twins, guaranteeing each other's stories. The Countess can have taken sleeping pills out of fear and knows nothing. Meanwhile, the Count can provide some vague sounds he heard in the corridor. Suyu systematically took apart the previously seamless web, breaking it down into seemingly independent yet secretly connected nodes. The princess and the colonel listened, dumbfounded. This young man not only saw through their plan but could instantly conceive a better plan to replace it. A good story also needs a token. After finishing all this, Suyu concluded, a token that will leave the police enlightened when they find it and satisfied to close the case. A piece of evidence belonging to that ghost, filled with emotional value. Princess Dragomirov's eyes brightened. She seemed to completely understand Suyu's intention. She fell silent, rummaging in the inner pocket of her black satin gown for a moment, then took out an object and gently placed it on the table. It was an old silver brooch, simple in style, with a small edelweiss flower carved on it. The brooch had darkened with age but was cleaned very well. This belonged to Paulette. The princess's voice trembled slightly, that poor French maid. The police suspected her of being an accomplice and drove her to commit suicide by jumping off a building. She was the closest to Daisy. A piece filled with tragic colors and emotional weight. Behind it was another broken life. Suyu picked up the brooch. The cold metallic touch came from the fingertips. He saw the destiny of this brooch. Very good. Suyu put the brooch into his pocket and stood up, then let this maid ghost, who seeks revenge for her master and clears her own name, draw a conclusion to our story. He didn't say how to dispose of the brooch, just gave the two a reassuring look. The game had entered the final stage of play. Chapter 14, Approaching Trial. The temporary first-class compartment had become the general headquarters on the Orient Express. Princess Dragomirov and Colonel Absnov, the two sole figures of the Revenge Alliance sat upright, listening to Suyu methodically dismantling their flawless plan. Colonel, your testimony last night was too precise, like a military report. From now on, you forgot. Suyu looked at Absnov. You were awakened, but didn't look at the clock, you just felt someone running past, like a shadow. You were very sleepy at the time and almost thought it was a dream. This is the reaction of a normal person. Colonel Absnov was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood and nodded solemnly. Your Highness, so you turned to Dragomirov, you no longer need to emphasize the tragedy of your teaching child. You just need to show the weariness and sorrow of an elder, with no knowledge of the details of the case. This better fits your identity. A glimmer of light flashed in the princess's cloudy eyes. She understood that this young man was teaching them how to be an ordinary person. For the next half hour, Suyu acted like a director, resetting the characters and lines for each actor. Mrs. Herbert was no longer a terrified witness but a gossiping old lady who was awakened by the noise next door and complained endlessly. The Count and Countess Andreini were no longer perfect corroborators. The Countess, fearful, had taken sleeping pills and knew nothing, while the Count could recall some vague sounds in the corridor. Every person's lie was infused with just the right flaw. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the audience was stunned. Wow, I feel like I'm watching director Su giving a scene lesson to Oscar winners on site. Before it was a choir, now Brother Su scattered them into 12 solo performers. Although the tones are different, the theme is still the same. This operation is too slick. MacArthur is still looking for who is lying, and Brother Su has already started teaching them how to tell lies more convincingly. I'm done. Now when I see these 12 people, I think they all look charming. With the script adjusted, the next step was to bring on the key props. At 10 in the morning, in the corridor. The governess Mary de Behan was about to head to the dining car when the train shook slightly. Her hand, leaning against the wall, seemed to touch something cold and hard at the seam of the wainscoting. Her movement stopped. She lowered her head, pretending to adjust her skirt, confirming with her peripheral vision what it was. Then, as if burned, she quickly retracted her hand, with real panic and hesitation showing on her face. After standing there for a few seconds, she hurried to Mr. Booker's room. Mr. Booker. I found this in the wall seam of the corridor. When the silver brooch engraved with Edelweiss was placed on the table covered with white cloth, Mr. Booker's eyes widened. Suyu picked up the brooch, carefully examined it against the light, and then pushed it in front of the invited Princess Dragomirov. Your Highness, have you seen this? The princess leaned forward slightly, staring at the brooch, with tears instantly filling her cloudy eyes. She reached out her wrinkled hand, wanting to touch it, but stopped in midair, her hand trembling slightly. Paulette, this is Paulette's brooch. Her voice was hoarse and filled with genuine sorrow. That poor French maid. In the Armstrong family, she loved this brooch the most, saying it was a relic left by her mother. This performance was nothing short of textbook level. A sad story, a piece of physical evidence full of emotional weight, was perfectly presented before the still-in-the-dark Mr. Booker. The maid? Mr. Booker's mind raced. You mean, the killer is a relative or friend of that maid who was forced to commit suicide back in the day? Suyu did not answer, but instead guided the conversation. Mr. Booker, let's review again. Before the incident, did anyone see any suspicious strangers? As this question was posed, the previously chaotic testimonies began to piece back together, bit by bit. I remember now, car salesman Hardman slapped his head. Before getting in the car at the platform, I think I saw a woman in a conductor's uniform, but her face looked strange, not like the train staff. Yes. Mrs. Herbert immediately chimed in. I saw her too. She was wearing a hat, keeping her head down, and walking very fast. Even the previously silent Miss Olsen, the Swedish missionary, added in her lyrical tone, I felt a vengeful spirit wandering in the carriage. An image of a ghost in a conductor's uniform, seeking revenge for her master, was quickly sketched out in everyone's memories. Suyu laid out the brooch, the burned note, the golden hair found on the pillow, and the testimonies about the female conductor seen by Hardman and others, all together. He said to Mr. Booker, look. The motive is revenge for the Armstrong family, the physical evidence is the deceased maid's relic, witnesses saw a strange female conductor. Now, all evidence points to the same person. Mr. Booker stared at the clear and undeniable chain of evidence in front of him, his jaw dropped, and he was completely dazed. The previously tangled clues now seemed so smooth, with a logic that fit perfectly. He looked at the silent Dr. Constantine, seeking final confirmation. Dr. Constantine adjusted his glasses and, in his rigorous and unquestionable authoritative tone, began slowly, Mr. Booker, sometimes the most bizarre explanation is actually the only one that connects all the clues. Moreover, a woman driven mad by revenge, with fluctuating strength and strong emotions, could indeed inflict those varied wounds on the deceased. This final push completely shattered Mr. Booker's last mental defense. Oh my God. He slumped in his chair, muttering, so that's it, a ghost avenging her master. This is just like a plot in a novel. He accepted it. In the studio, psychologist Xiang Dechua wore a wry smile. He controlled the development of the situation while also knowing the truth. Next, as long as nothing major goes wrong, our Dragon Country can get a satisfactory score. Because they have already admitted to being the 12 who committed the crime together. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast rooms of other countries, the atmosphere began to twist. In the Lighthouse Country's live stream, Mike Arthur went crazy. He had just finished the second round of questioning, and the testimonies he got were even more chaotic than the first round. Damn! That British guy said he was awakened at 11:45 yesterday, and today it changed to around midnight. That American old lady said someone crossed her room yesterday, and today she only admits to hearing noise. They are messing with me. Faced with a pile of contradictory testimonies, he felt like his CPU was about to burn out. God, Mike, is there a chance you've been backstabbed by a version update? Ha ha ha. As soon as Brother Sue released a patch, Mike over here is full of bugs. Mike, I get it. Suyu, no, you don't. In the Sakura Country's live stream, Sakurai Chiyuki looked at her character relationship chart filled with red and blue lines. Enveloped in prolonged silence. No, it's wrong. The psychological portrait of the entire group has been reset overnight. She murmured to herself, the previous alliance of attack and defense has disappeared, replaced by a group of chaotic witnesses. Someone is pulling strings behind the scenes, altering everyone's memory. Who is it? Who has such terrifying control? She was infinitely close to the edge of the truth, but the craziest thought remained unthinkable for her. In the live broadcast room of Bear Country, Ivan Petrov abandoned the heart-to-heart talk. He found that this group of people was as slippery as eels, either crying or pretending to be silly. He simply returned to the crime scene, rummaging through it like a bear, trying to find any overlooked physical evidence. He firmly believed that as long as he found the knife, all problems would be solved. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the knives had long been disassembled into parts, lying in the vast white snow beneath the iron tracks. In the dining car of the Orient Express, the atmosphere had changed completely from the last 2 days. Panic and suspicion faded away. What replaced them was a tacit calm. The passengers were no longer on guard against each other, and even exchanged complex, slightly empathetic looks when they met in the corridor. They were no longer suspects, they were joint witnesses of this revenge tragedy. Night fell once more. Suyu stood in the center of the empty dining car. The tables and chairs had been rearranged, resembling a makeshift courtroom. He knew everything was ready. Mr. Booker and Dr. Constantine stood behind him, one with an excited expression, ready to witness the case being solved, the other with a complex gaze, prepared to endorse this perfect performance. Suyu looked outside at the unchanging snowfield, his calm face reflected in the glass. He was about to present a perfect performance for justice in front of everyone. He gently nodded to the train conductor, James, outside the door. Please gather all passengers in the dining car. The trial is about to begin. Chapter 15, The Game Should End. The dining car of the Orient Express had never been so solemn as tonight. The tables and chairs were rearranged, creating an empty space in the center of the carriage, resembling a simple courtroom. 12 passengers sat on either side, their expressions varied, some tense, some curious, some numb. Mr. Booker and Dr. Constantine sat on the main side opposite an empty seat reserved for just one person. Suyu slowly walked from the carriage connection, everyone's gaze followed his movement. He did not look at anyone, walking directly to the empty seat and stopping. The entire dining car was quiet enough to hear the low roar of the wind and snow outside. Gentlemen, ladies. Suyu's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Thank you all for gathering here once again on this unpleasant night. I think it is time to put an end to the misfortune that has occurred on this train. He did not sit down, placing his hands on the table, his gaze sweeping across the room. A man died in his locked compartment. He was stabbed 12 times, his death was tragic. Outside, the snow piled up to knee-height, as smooth as a blank sheet of paper, without any footprints. This appeared to be a perfect locked-room murder. Mr. Booker nervously swallowed, his palms sweaty. But as the investigation deepened, we found that the deceased, Ratchet, was actually Cassetti, a demon who kidnapped and murdered Daisy Armstrong, leading to the disintegration of this family. Suyu's gaze briefly swept over Mary Debenham and the American lady, Mrs. Hubbard. Mary bowed her head, her fingers intertwined tightly. Mrs. Hubbard lifted her chin, her eyes revealing unabashed hatred. This changes the nature of the case from a mere murder to a delayed revenge. In the live broadcast room of Dragon Country, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. The trial has begun. Everyone, please stand. Silence. Please, the defendant, oh no, I mean, the audience, please keep quiet. With the aura of Mr. Sue, I feel like he's about to shout powerful any second. Those in front, stop causing a commotion, this is a formal procedure, give Mr. Booker an explanation. We have found a lot of evidence. Suyu's voice pulled everyone's thoughts back, a pipe, a handkerchief, and even a knife that does not belong to anyone. This evidence contradicts itself, pointing to different people, leading us into a fog. He paused for a moment, his gaze becoming profound. We have been asking, who is the murderer? We have suspected everyone on the vehicle. But we have overlooked one fundamental question: is the murderer really on this car? As soon as these words were spoken, Mr. Booker suddenly raised his head, his face filled with astonishment. A wave of suppressed murmurs spread among the passengers. They began to whisper to each other, their faces showing just the right amount of surprise. Mr. Su, what do you mean by this? Mr. Booker could not help but ask. What I mean is, what we have been searching for may not be a murderer hiding among the passengers. Suyu picked up the evidence bag containing the charred paper, but rather a ghost that we all overlooked. He held the paper up to the light. Remember little Daisy Armstrong. This is not a clue accidentally left by the murderer, it is the judge's final declaration to the criminal. It tells us that the murderer's motive is pure and singular revenge for the Armstrong family. Then, Suyu took out the silver brooch engraved with Edelweiss from his pocket and placed it on the white tablecloth. This brooch was found by Miss Debihan in the crevice of the corridor wall. And Princess Dragomirov recognized it. Everyone's eyes focused on that small brooch. Suyu looked at Princess Dragomirov. The old princess's acting was flawless at that moment, her eyes were red, her voice trembled with genuine emotion. This belongs to Paulette, the poor French maid from the Armstrong family, the girl who was driven to death by the police. She was the closest to Daisy. A murderer seeking revenge for the Armstrong family, yet carries the belongings of that wronged maid. Suyu's voice was filled with guidance. Mr. Booker, what does this signify? Mr. Booker's mouth had formed an O shape. He followed Suyu's train of thought and said in a trembling voice, It means the murderer is likely a relative of that maid, or a lover? He or she is not only avenging the Armstrong family but also the deceased maid. Absolutely correct. Suyu snapped his fingers. Now, let us reconstruct the entire case. Like a storyteller, he began to depict the non-existent ghost story. On the night of the incident, before the heavy snow blocked the roads, a figure boarded this train. He or she was wearing a stolen conductor's uniform, which explains why someone claimed to have seen a strange crew member. Mr. Hardman nodded at the right moment, expressing a look of I suspected something was wrong all along. This avenger knew the train like the back of his hand. He knew how to avoid inspections and which carriage housed his target. At midnight, he sneaked into Cassetti's room. Cassetti woke up in a panic, and a struggle ensued. The avenger was not a professional killer, his attacks were fueled by anger and chaos, which explains why the deceased had 12 wounds of varying depths and angles. During the struggle, the significant brooch accidentally fell and got lodged in the wall crevice. After completing the revenge, the murderer did not flee immediately. He was an exceedingly clever criminal. He understood that a locked room and snow would leave us in a deadlock. Thus, he deliberately left various misleading clues at the scene: other passengers' handkerchiefs, and a single pipe, even planted a murder weapon in my luggage. He wanted to stir the water, create suspicion among us, and buy time for himself to escape. Hearing this, Mr. Booker suddenly realized and slapped his thigh. So that's it. I wondered why the clues were so confusing. It turns out it was all a trick set by the murderer. I believed it, I almost believed it. Mr. Booker, got it. Case solved. The murderer is a cunning, vengeful spirit. MacArthur, why can't my version be updated? Why are my NPCs still contradicting each other? Sakurai Chiyuki, I can feel it, a powerful force is reshaping this world. Oh, it's Suyo telling stories. So, how did he disappear in the end? Dr. Constantine perfectly posed the final question, like a perfect foil. Suyu smiled slightly and pointed outside the window. He didn't need to disappear at all. When everyone was drawn to the murder case, when everyone was summoned to the dining car for questioning, this train had countless corners to hide in. After the storm passed, he could leave calmly. Or Suyu's tone took on a hint of drama. He never intended to leave alive. At the moment he completed his revenge, this lonely ghost may have jumped down into the snowstorm from a train carriage connection, burying himself and all the secrets forever in this white wasteland. A tragic, romantic, yet logically consistent ending. In the dining car, silence like death enveloped the room. After a moment, Mrs. Herbert was the first to cover her face with a handkerchief, letting out a suppressed cry, "Oh God, poor avenger." This cry was like a signal. The passengers breathed a sigh of relief and began to murmur. So it was someone from outside, thank God. What a sad story. That guy Cassette really had it coming. They were no longer suspects, but had turned into a group of ordinary listeners who had just finished a tragic tale. Mr. Booker let out a long breath, stood up, walked to Suyu, tightly held his hand, and spoke excitedly and incoherently, "Mr. Suyu. Thank you so much. You are simply the Sherlock Holmes of the East." You cleared us all of suspicion and found the only reasonable explanation for this bizarre case. Dr. Constantine also stood up, adjusted his glasses, and in his authoritative tone gave the final summary. From a medical and logical standpoint, Mr. Suyu's inference is currently the only conclusion that perfectly explains all the contradictory phenomena. I completely agree. A closing statement involving 12 killers and 1 detective was concluded in the presence of everyone's witness. Suyu looked at the faces of those who were suddenly enlightened, and saw Mr. Booker's face that had completely relaxed. He merely nodded slightly, accepting their gratitude. The trial was over. He turned around and gazed out at the unchanging snowy landscape. The game should end too. Chapter 16: The True Truth. The trial in the dining car concluded, and the atmosphere shifted from solemnity to a relaxed sense of survival. Mr. Booker excitedly held Suyu's hand, repeating those few phrases, "So wonderful. Mr. Suyu, you are truly a genius. A miracle from the East." The passengers gradually stood up, wearing expressions of relief, leaving in small groups. They were no longer suspicious of each other, but rather ordinary travelers who had experienced a bizarre murder case, their conversations filled with reflections and emotions about that vengeful spirit. What a poor girl, I mean the maid. Yeah, a person like Cassette deserved to die 1,000 times. Thank God, it's finally over. I haven't slept well these past 2 days. When the last uninvolved passenger also left the dining car, ready to return to their room for a good sleep, the entire compartment suddenly fell silent. Mr. Booker, satisfied, held his little notebook, ready to return and prepare a perfect case report. He waved goodbye to Suyu and Dr. Constantine, who remained in place. Everyone, good night. Rest well. The door was closed. In the dining car, only 12 tacit actors remained, along with 2 informed individuals. They did not move, some sitting and some standing, all gazes focused on Suyu, the tension in the air that had just dissipated, now condensing in a heavier manner. They did not know that what awaited them next was a real judgment or a silence. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the audience also sensed something was wrong. Why aren't they leaving? Mr. Booker has left, what are they staying for? A celebration? Why do I feel like the atmosphere suddenly changed? Weren't they just acting? Now their expressions are like they are at an execution site. Wait, Dr. Constantine hasn't left either. Isn't he supposed to go with Mr. Booker? High energy alert. I feel like Su Ji's plan B is coming. The previous one was plan A, and now this is plan B. Suyu did not speak immediately. He walked to the dining table, poured himself a glass of water, then turned and leaned against the table. His expression was no longer that of a calculating detective, nor did it carry the guidance and confidence he had shown in front of Mr. Booker. It was a calmness, an almost heavy calmness. He looked around, his gaze moving from Colonel Absner's tense jawline to Lady Herbert clutching her handkerchief tightly, then to Mary DeBean's lowered eyelids, and finally, landing on the always silent Dr. Constantine. The story just now, Suyu began, his voice very gentle yet clear enough for everyone to hear, was told for Mr. Booker and for anyone outside this train. He paused, took a sip from his cup, then set it down. And now, I want to talk about what really happened. Boom. This sentence carried more weight than any previous deduction, like a boulder sinking into a deep pool, stirring up immense waves in the hearts of the 12. No one spoke, but everyone's breathing became erratic. Suyu stepped away from the dining table and slowly walked among them, like a pastor inspecting his congregation. There are no ghostly conductors, nor avengers jumping from the snowstorm. His gaze first fell on Colonel Absnor and the man who claimed to be a car salesman, Hardman. Colonel, Mr. Hardman, you are soldiers and former police officers, you have strength and know how to strike decisively. The main force behind the attack is you. The colonel's body suddenly stiffened, while Hardman instinctively touched his pocket. Suyu then turned to Lady Herbert. Lady Herbert, or should I call you Ms. Linda Ayton? A great tragic actress. You created the biggest chaos in your best way, attracting everyone's attention and creating a window for others to act. Lady Herbert's heavily made-up face lost all expression for the first time. She stared at Suyu with intensity. Miss Mary DeBean, you are meticulous, responsible for coordinating everyone's timelines, ensuring that everyone's lies connect. Count Andrini, you were responsible for handling the weapon. Those disassembled knives should have long rested beneath the snow on the tracks, washed down the restroom drain, right? And Mr. Masterman, the loyal servant, you were the first to enter the room, responsible for unlocking the door. Suyu named one after another, clearly stating each person's role in that trial. He did not use an interrogative tone. Just reciting, as if reading a report he had long memorized. 12 people, from the initial shock to the numbness midway, and finally to a dead silence. The fortress they had carefully built was being dismantled brick by brick in front of this young man, exposing its most primitive and bloody core. The Dragon Kingdom livestream had completely gone insane. Damn. 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 Public execution. This is a public execution. Killing with intent.
Brother Sue is stripping them down to their underwear. How does he know? How can he know so many details? Even who handled the murder weapon? Is he using some sort of divine insight?
This is the real closing argument. That just now was merely a trailer. After finishing the last person's role, Suyu stopped, returning to the center of the dining car.
You must be very curious about how I know.
He pointed with his finger, gesturing in the air.
12 wounds, 12 completely different strengths, angles, and depths.
Some from the right hand, some from the left hand. This cannot be done by one person, it is a ritual, a death sentence executed by a jury of 12 people.
His gaze turned to Dr. Constantine.
Doctor, you are a meticulous scholar, but you are also a friend of the Armstrong family.
In the autopsy report, you actually told me everything. You just didn't expect that I would really follow this direction.
Dr. Constantine pushed up his glasses, his complex gaze behind the lenses, slowly nodding his head, as if admitting it.
As for the injury on Mrs. Herbert's arm, so you smiled, you made it with a hairpin, didn't you?
The angle and shape of the wound do not resemble those left in a struggle at all. I don't even need to forge any medical report, because that wound itself is the biggest evidence.
Mrs. Herbert's body shook slightly.
And that smoking pipe, that handkerchief, and the dagger you framed on me, you left too many clues, too perfectly.
Perfect like a meticulously rehearsed play.
But reality is always rough and chaotic.
Suyu spread his hands. So from the very beginning, I never believed your story. Neither the first version nor the second version we completed together.
Inside the dining car, a deathly silence. If Suyu's narration was a sharp knife moments ago, then now, this silence was the deep sea capable of drowning a person. They lost, utterly and completely. However, just when everyone thought Suyu would say those words, "You are arrested," his tone changed unexpectedly.
The law could not give you justice.
His voice deepened, carrying an unexpected understanding and empathy. So, you became the justice yourselves. This sentence was like a warm current, instantly striking the softest, most painful place in each person's heart. I can't imagine what feelings you had when you recognized that demon known as Reachhead on the train.
Was it anger? Was it pain? Or the resolution as fate finally handed the butcher's knife into your hands?
Suyu looked at them, his gaze holding no judgment, no accusation, only a level gaze of understanding.
Each of you stabbed a knife with your own hands.
Your hands are all stained with that demon's blood. In that moment, you all abandoned the sunny side of your humanity and chose to bear the guilt of murder. He walked closer to the one who had been playing the noisy American old lady, Linda Ayton, and softly said, "You must love your granddaughter, Daisy, very much." With a buzzing sound. Mrs. Herbert, no, Linda Ayton's last thread named strength snapped in her mind.
She could no longer hold on.
The flawless mask of an actress shattered instantly, revealing the face of a grandmother, full of sorrow.
The face filled with unbearable sorrow. Wow.
A heartbreaking cry tore through the silence of the dining car. She covered her face, her body shaking violently, the accumulated pain of losing her daughter and grandson, along with the confusion and fear of just completing her revenge, all pouring out at this moment. This cry was like a switch. The family tutor, Mary Dubahan, who had been pretending to be calm, covered her mouth, tears silently sliding down her cheeks. The loyal servant Masterman, a resolute middle-aged man, now lowered his head, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Even Colonel Abusner, who had always been as silent as a mountain, slowly removed his single lens glasses, which represented military honor and restraint, with tears gleaming in his red-rimmed eyes. This was not a killing for hatred. This was a sacrifice for love. They sacrificed their conscience, their future, and the light of their souls, just to comfort those lost, innocent lives. Suyu quietly watched them, allowing this long-suppressed sadness to flow throughout the car. He had completed a judgment. A judgment without a judge, without a defendant, only understanding and confession, a judgment of souls. After a long time, the crying gradually ceased. Everyone raised their heads, looking at him with bloodshot eyes, waiting for the final verdict. Suyu met their gaze and solemnly spoke. "This secret will leave this train with me. From now on, there will only be one truth in the world." He spoke each word slowly, as if carving an eternal vow. "The ghost who avenged the master has disappeared into the vast wind and snow. A promise is also a safeguard." He turned around, not looking at them again, and pulled open the door, stepping out of the dining car. Outside the door was an empty corridor. Inside the door were 12 souls embracing and weeping, having found redemption. The game had ended. Chapter 17. Submit answer. The train finally stopped. Not because of a malfunction, nor because of the wind and snow, but a solid, complete stop. Noisy voices and heavy footsteps outside the carriage broke the silence that had lasted for days across the snowfield. Several Yugoslav policemen in dark uniforms boarded the train. The leading officer had a serious expression as he walked directly toward the train conductor, Mr. Booker.
The tense atmosphere once again enveloped the small carriage. However, for Suyu, and all the chosen ones around the world, the external police no longer mattered. Almost at the same moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice rang in the minds of all the chosen ones. Hint, murder on the Orient Express, the investigation stage has ended. All chosen ones, please submit your final investigation report to the system within 10 minutes. The report will be presented in spoken form, and the system will comprehensively assess the final investigation completeness score based on the logical completeness, detail restoration, and motivation analysis depth of the statement. Countdown begins, 9:59, 9:58. It's here. In the live broadcast rooms of other countries, chaos erupted instantly. Shit. So fast? In the Lighthouse country's live room, Mike Arthur looked at the pile of conflicting testimonies and evidence in front of him, feeling his head buzzing. He hadn't even sorted things out before the final exam began. A choice must be made. In the Cherry Blossom Country live room, Sayaka Chiyuki closed her eyes, facing two plans, one accusing Mrs. Herbert and the other accusing the mysterious British colonel. But she knew both plans were filled with loopholes. In the Bear Country live room, Ivan Petrov fiercely crumpled a record of inquiries into a ball. He found nothing and could only hope to get through with his powerful aura and some vague conjectures. Only in the Dragon Country live room was the atmosphere strangely calm. All the viewers held their breath, watching the man standing in the center of the dining car. Suyu cleared his throat. He looked at no one, just facing the empty front, as if an invisible judge were sitting there. System, my statement begins now. His voice was steady, carrying a peculiar rhythm, as if telling an ancient story. About the murder case on the Orient Express, I have two answers. The Dragon Country livestream instantly exploded. Later viewers, who just wanted to see the results and hadn't watched Suyu's streams, were a bit surprised. Two answers? Damn, is Brother Su playing it this way? Submitting two papers for an exam? One standard answer, one extra question? Quiet down, listen. Something big is coming. Suyu ignored the noise from outside and continued speaking. The first answer. The killer is a ghost that all of us have overlooked. He began to leisurely recount the perfect story he had woven for Mr. Booker. From the mysterious woman in the officer's uniform, seeking revenge for the Armstrong family, to how she infiltrated the train, how she fought with Cassette, and how she left various mixed clues to mislead, finally losing the snowdrop brooch that carried the maid's grudge in a wall crevice. His logical narrative was seamless, every piece of evidence used just perfectly, and every detail was full of persuasion. This story was even more complete and filled with tragic romanticism than the version he previously told Mr. Booker. He even added details about how the killer might have used the open window to hide in other cars under the cover of wind and snow, making the locked room less impenetrable. In the studio, the novelist Wu Dekai listened with his mouth agape, instinctively supporting his chin. This story, it's too perfect. If I were to write it, I probably couldn't come up with such a flawless answer. Professor Xiang Di Duo also nodded. From a criminal psychology perspective, a revenge seeker driven by hatred, who is not a professional, would indeed show such a blend of chaos and precision in their behavior. This answer is logically valid. Not just them, even many foreign viewers who had just entered the Dragon Country livestream without having seen the whole process were deeply attracted by this story. Oh my god, so that's the truth. Unbelievable. This Dragon Country contestant, he found a perfect explanation. This story is so sad, I even started to sympathize with the ghost. When Suyu finished the last word of this story, he paused for a moment. The system's icy voice echoed in his mind punctually, and this time, it also resonated in the ears of viewers worldwide through the livestream. First answer has been recorded. Logical coherence, high. Evidence chain completeness, high. Motive analysis, medium. Comprehensive determination, if this answer is used to close the case, the final resolution completeness will be 15%. Evaluation, sea level. A superficial and shallow story lacking depth. Put. In the global livestream, countless viewers who had just been praising sprayed water directly onto their screens. 15%? Sea level evaluation? System, are you crazy? This story is so perfect. I feel like my IQ has been insulted. This clearly sounds real. Conspiracy. It's definitely a conspiracy. Against our Dragon Country contestant. Faced with this ridiculously low score, the audience in the Dragon Country livestream was instantly furious. Quiet down, if you didn't watch the previous streams, don't express your opinions here. You didn't speak up earlier or later, why are you making noise now that it's over? However, on screen, Suyu showed no signs of surprise. He even smiled. It was a smile that seemed to see through everything, carrying a hint of mockery. He turned to the invisible judge and suddenly sharpened his voice. However, this is not the truth. A sufficiently clever story can deceive everyone. But it cannot deceive the cold data and logic itself. The truth is.
Suyu's gaze slowly swept across the 12 tense faces on the dining car.
The murderer is among us. Or rather.
He paused, each word resounding like a hammer. Everyone present, except for me, Mr. Booker, and Dr. Constantine, are all murderers.
Boom.
If that earlier line "not the truth" was a thunderclap, then this line was a nuclear bomb dropped into the minds of the worldwide audience.
At that moment, the entire world seemed to lose its voice.
Suyu ignored him and began his second explanation. I just said, this is a sufficiently clever story. But it has a fatal flaw: it's too clever, too perfect, perfect like a script written by a top-notch screenwriter.
And reality is always rough. Now, let's return to reality.
The reality is that the deceased was stabbed 12 times, with each stab coming from different people. There are men, there are women, some are right-handed, and some are left-handed. This was not a struggle, it was a trial.
The reality is that these 12 seemingly unrelated passengers, each of them has inextricable links to the Armstrong tragedy from many years ago. Suyu's voice was no longer storytelling but was reading a judgment.
Driver, chef, private tutor, personal male servant, godmother, close friend, a police officer who resigned in disgrace, even the grandmother of the victimized little girl. With every identity he named, one person trembled violently. When the law is absent and justice is late, a group of avengers manipulated by fate finds themselves in the same carriage, choosing to form a 12-person jury, carrying out a delayed death sentence on the demon who escaped punishment. Each one with a knife, both venting their hatred and sharing the sins. They left behind chaotic clues, wolf-perfect lies, and formed an alliance against any investigator trying to uncover the truth.
Suyu's statement had completely transcended the case itself.
He no longer troubled himself with specific physical evidence but stood at an unprecedented height, analyzing the intense conflict behind this case regarding procedural justice and resulting justice.
What is law? Is it the cold clauses that maintain social order, or is it the humane bottom line that protects the good and punishes the evil? When a demon uses loopholes in the law to destroy countless good families while being free from punishment, should we stick to that cold procedural justice or support that resulting justice earned with blood?
His voice echoed in the silent dining car, resonating in every live broadcast across the globe, questioning every soul.
So the truth is that there are no ghosts, no outside avengers.
Only a vengeance alliance made up of 12 broken souls, conducting a tragic and bloody trial on this train heading east.
My statement is concluded.
As his voice fell, the whole world fell into silence.
In the next second, that cold, dignified system prompt sounded through the skies. Chapter 18, Method Reproduction. Second explanation has been recorded. Logical coherence, extremely high. Evidence chain completeness, extremely high. Motivation analysis, profound. Final determination in progress. S-level determination, revealing the deep metaphor of the script or author's intent, determination successful.
You have uncovered the core theme of extra-legal justice and procedural justice, and made a final choice in line with the character's spirit. Congratulations to Suyu, the chosen one of Long Country, complete case-solving rating, 100%. The moment the words fell, the tense string in the Long Country live broadcast snapped with a pop.
The silence lasted for just 0.1 seconds, followed by volcanic eruptions of wild celebration. 100%. Wow. Full marks. S-level. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? It's 3 S's. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew God Su could do it. What C-level rating? That was the system fishing for attention.
Those who don't understand, don't talk nonsense, that's called a bonus question. God Su submitted 2 papers, one for mortals to see, and one for the divine to see.
Everyone stand up. Salute to God Su.
The special effects of gifs and the applause barrage flooded the entire screen, as Professor Xiang Dechuo in the studio excitedly took off his glasses and wiped them hard, constantly mumbling, incredible, truly incredible. Other countries looked at their own contestants with pain, feeling a bit resentful for their lack of competitiveness. While they were still tangled up in who the murderer was and who the accomplice was, Suyu had already stood on the 5th level of legal principles and human feelings, overlooking the entire script. This was not solving a case, this was a dimensional strike. Before everyone could recover from this huge shock, the system's prompt tone rang out again, cold and dignified.
The first stage, case solving, has ended. The second stage, reenactment of the crime, is about to begin. Please play the role of the criminal and reenact the crime method. Your role in this case is organizer.
As soon as the voice fell, the dining car, tables, chairs, and those 12 complex-faced individuals before Suyu began to twist and blur like a TV screen with poor signal. In the next second, he found himself in a pure white virtual space. At the center of the space was a model of an Orient Express carriage. In front of him stood 12 expressionless NPCs, the 12 Avengers. They were motionless, like marionettes waiting for orders. The audience in the Long Country livestream was stunned.
Wow, there's a second round? Playing the criminal? This game is really something. First, becoming a police officer, then a thief? Organizer? Does this mean God Sue has to direct these 12 people to kill again? Isn't this just director mode? Director Sue, the camera is rolling.
Suyu wasted no time. He calmly glanced at the 12 individuals in front of him. The bloody judgment scene in his mind had already turned into a precisely timed action flowchart. He raised his hand, pointing to the most critical figure.
Mrs. Hubbard.
The NPC playing Mrs. Hubbard moved slightly.
Your compartment is the bridge connecting two worlds.
You don't need to fight, you don't need to get hurt, you just need to open the connecting door between you and Ratchet's compartment at midnight, then go back to your bed and use your acting skills to provide all of us with a not-present stage. Next, his gaze turned towards Dr. Constantine.
Doctor, you are responsible for the final wrap-up.
After everyone leaves, you will be the last to enter, confirming Cassette's death. Then, with your expertise, you will transform the scene into the work of a madman whose power is strong and weak, filled with contradictions.
Remember, the ones you need to mislead are the future police, not me.
The instructions were clear, straightforward, devoid of any extra emotions. He then looked at Colonel Abusno. Colonel, your task is the simplest yet the most crucial. At 12:15, you will pass through the corridor on time. Your footsteps must be loud enough to attract the attention of the crew, who will inquire about you. You will use your military identity to draw the most important gaze for all of us. Instructions flowed from Suyu's mouth, precise, calm, and even carrying a sense of cruel artistry. He considered everyone's psychological state, action abilities, and even the subtle emotional fluctuations they would experience after completing their tasks. A chaotic, angry, and hate-driven revenge was transformed under his coordination into a well-organized, cooperative stage play.
Action begins.
With Suyu's command, the 12 figures in the virtual space moved.
Mrs. Hubbard quietly opened the connecting door.
Masterman was the first to infiltrate, deepening Cassette's slumber with sleeping pills.
Then, it was Colonel Absno, it was Hardman, it was the driver, it was the chef. 12 people, like 12 silent ghosts, entered that dark box one by one.
They did not communicate, they did not hesitate, each person stabbed their own knife into that guilty body. That knife was for Daisy, for Paulette, for all the ruined lives. It was also for their own hearts, which were gnawed by hate and filled with wounds. Finally, when everyone had quietly left, Dr. Constantine walked in, calmly closed the door, and began his final creation.
And those deliberately left false evidence, a handkerchief, a pipe, a framed dagger, were cleverly arranged in every corner. The whole process was smooth and flowing, with not a single needless movement.
In the global live broadcast room, everyone was dumbfounded. What they saw was not a murder, but a tragic symphony written by death and revenge. And Suyu was the conductor of this symphony.
Reenactment judgment in progress. Method accuracy, 100%. Timing grasp, 100%. Psychological state simulation, 100%. Overall score, 100%.
The cold system voice seemed to contain a hint of admiration at this moment.
Detective phase, S. Method reenactment phase, S. Final settlement, chosen one Suyu of Long Nation, total score 100%. Rating, S. Rewards will be distributed uniformly after your return to reality. A huge joy and sense of satisfaction surged in like a tide. Suyu's figure began to become illusory and transparent.
He took one last look at this train carrying sins and punishment, judgment and redemption, and smiled faintly.
The game was over. Chapter 19, Dimensional Strike. But the others were not as relaxed as Suyu. Hint, the murder case on the Orient Express, investigation phase is over. All chosen ones must submit the final investigation report within 10 minutes. The report will be made in oral form.
The cold mechanical voice echoed in every chosen one's mind like the tolling of a death bell. Lighthouse Country live broadcast room. Mike Arthur nervously grabbed a handful of golden hair. The pile of contradictory statements in front of him seemed to mock his incompetence. Shit, he cursed softly. Time was running out, he had to reach a conclusion. He took a deep breath and, facing the void, began to state in what he thought was the most rigorous logic. My conclusion is that this is a collective murder led by Colonel Absno, with Mrs. Herbert, Hardman, and others as accomplices. They used their identities to create chaos and jointly completed the execution of Cassetti. Chosen one of Lighthouse Country, Mike Arthur, final report submitted. Investigation completeness, 45%. Evaluation, B grade. Touched upon some truth but failed to restore the core motive and complete chain of events.
45%? Mike Arthur froze, then his face turned pale.
Sakura Country live broadcast room. Sakuraki Chiyuki's breath was light, her pale fingers scribbled a hasty symbol on the notebook. 12.
12 wounds, 12 passengers.
She felt like she had touched the edge of the truth, but that layer of paper she couldn't break through.
Time no longer allowed her to hesitate.
My report. She closed her eyes, her voice tinged with reluctance. This is a revenge participated by 12 people. But the main culprit is unclear, lacking decisive physical evidence, more like an emotional outburst driven by hate.
Chosen one of Sakura Country, Sakuraki Chiyuki, final report submitted. Investigation completeness, 38%.
Evaluation, C+ grade.
Direction is correct, but lacks logical reasoning and evidence. Closing loop. Bear Country live broadcast room. Ivan Petrov directly gave up thinking. He squeezed his fist, as big as a sandpot, and shouted in a deep voice to the air, I don't know who the killer is. But that guy named Rashid is definitely not a good person. My suggestion is to lock them all up.
One by one they are interrogated, and there's always someone who can't hold their tongue.
Xiongguo Chosen 1, Ivan Petrov, final report submitted. Case resolution completion, 5%. Rating, F grade. Invalid reasoning.
A flash of white light, and the world spun around. When his consciousness cleared again, Mike Arthur had already returned to the cold, white waiting hall. The moment he came out, he kicked the nearby metal wall fiercely, making a loud clang.
Damn it!
This cursed place, no high-tech equipment works here. No fingerprint comparison, no DNA sequencing. How are we supposed to solve the case? He complained to several other staff members who had just been teleported out. It's like trying to dissect an atomic bomb with Stone Age tools.
One of the staff members cautiously asked, Mr. Mike, so, what was the result?
45%, Mike Arthur said with a frustrated look, but then he quickly regained his arrogant expression.
But it doesn't matter. I bet this is already the highest score in the room. If I couldn't figure it out, the others probably haven't even touched the door. Meanwhile, the figure of Sakura Yukishiro slowly solidified. As soon as she stood firm, a warm embrace surrounded her. Yukishiro, welcome back. Her mother, Keiko Yukishiro, gently patted her back. You've done well, don't put too much pressure on yourself.
Yukishiro lifted her head from her mother's embrace, her clear face marked with exhaustion and disappointment.
Mom, I failed.
I felt it. The case is related to the number 12, but I don't have evidence. Time was too short.
It's okay, Yukishiro. Keiko Yukishiro gently tidied her daughter's messy bangs.
Yukishiro looked around and saw that everyone else was looking at her with complex expressions.
She softly asked, Mom, did anyone else figure it out? Keiko Yukishiro's expression suddenly became a bit complicated.
She hesitated for a moment, then didn't answer directly. Instead, she pointed at a huge light screen nearby.
You can see for yourself. Yukishiro followed her mother's finger and looked over.
On the light screen, the last scene from the Dragon Country's live broadcast was playing. In the scene, the young man named Suyu had just finished his second answer. Immediately, a majestic, booming system prompt sounded throughout the entire waiting hall.
Second answer recorded. Logical consistency, extremely high. Evidence chain completeness, extremely high. Motivation analysis, profound. Final judgment in progress. S-level judgment, revealing the deep metaphor or author's intent. Judgment successful.
You revealed the core theme of extrajudicial justice versus procedural justice and made the final choice in line with the character's spirit. Congratulations to the Dragon Country Chosen One, Suyu. Case resolution completion rating, 100%.
Boom. Yukishiro's mind went blank with a buzzing sound.
She stared at the glaring 100% and the 3 shining S marks on the light screen, her pupils suddenly shrinking.
100%?
She muttered to herself, her voice trembling.
How is this possible? Such a confusing puzzle, such chaotic clues, such a seamless alliance between offense and defense. How could anyone score full marks? Far away in Lighthouse Nation, Mike Arthur's complaints suddenly stopped.
He stood there with his mouth open like a duck strangled by someone, staring at the light screen with a face full of disbelief. The arrogance on his face shattered instantly, leaving only endless shock and disbelief. 100%? S-level? His tone changed, sharp like a cat whose tail had been stepped on.
Cheating. He definitely cheated. The system has a bug.
However, no one paid attention to his yelling. The entire waiting hall, all the chosen ones and staff who had just been teleported out of the instance, were all frozen as if under a spell, staring intently at the Dragon Country's light screen. Yukishiro watched the calm-looking young man from the east on the screen, watching as he began the second stage crime reenactment, watching as he directed those 12 actors like a true director.
A performance of a death symphony that can be called art.
Her heart sank little by little.
So it turns out, it was like this. In the end, the real answer is not to find out who the killer is,
but to understand why they became the killer. So it turns out, those 2 answers, the first is told to the rules, the second is told to the truth.
She lost. Lost to the point of being truly convinced. This man named Suyu, his thinking was already beyond the 5th level. He stood in the atmosphere.
While they were still desperately searching on the first level for who was the killer, he had already taken a god's view, starting to think about what is justice.
This is not a battle of one dimension. This is a dimensional strike. Chapter 20, Settling Rewards. Final settlement, Dragon Country's chosen one Suyu, total score 100%. Rating, S. Rewards will be distributed uniformly after your return to reality. When the cold system prompt sounded for the last time in the pure white space, Suyu felt his vision blur, as if he had been thrown into a washing machine, spinning wildly. When he opened his eyes again, he was still in that familiar, dust-covered room. In the air lingered a faint smell of mold and the sourness of old black potatoes. Everything seemed unchanged. Suyu looked down at his hands, then pinched his thin arms. He hadn't gotten stronger, nor had he grown extra limbs. He walked to the window, and outside was still the same eternal gray. The silhouettes of metallic buildings were faintly visible in the smog, and an old maglev vehicle was slowly gliding by. Is this it? Suyu was a bit confused. Where were the promised rewards? Was it something spiritual? Like giving him a new and more painful understanding of the taste of black potatoes? He picked up the half-eaten black potato on the table, looked at it with disdain, and threw it into the trash bin. Knock, knock, knock. An urgent yet restrained knocking sound echoed. Suyu was stunned for a moment. In this building, neighbors were as indifferent as programmed NPCs. He had moved in for so many years, and except for being asked once about the energy distribution fee, the door had never rung. Who is it? He casually asked. A slightly nervous yet steady male voice replied from outside. Mr. Suyu, hello. We are from the National Energy Strategic Security Committee, and we would like to talk with you. Suyu. Well, that name is long. It doesn't sound like someone here to check the water meter. He walked over to open the door. A large crowd stood at the door, all dressed in dark suits. At the forefront was an old man with graying hair and a shoulder adorned with stars, the same one who had announced the relinquishment of the right to choose in the live broadcast. Behind the old general was a group of middle-aged men in suits, their expressions serious, sharp eyes, and a commanding presence. They looked like high-ranking figures who were used to holding power. Further back were several soldiers, armed and wearing exoskeleton armor, blocking the narrow hallway completely. Suyu's neighbors were all invited back to their respective rooms, daring only to peek out through the cracks of their doors, scared to even breathe. This scene was more terrifying than the 12 murderers standing together on the Orient Express. Comrade Suyu. When the old general saw Suyu, his serious face melted instantly, replaced by an excited and friendly smile. He stepped forward and tightly shook Suyu's hand, the force making Suyu feel his finger bones groan. On behalf of Dragon Country, on behalf of all the people, thank you. The old general's voice was loud, with a barely noticeable tremor. You are our hero. Suyu was a bit dazed by his shaking and dryly replied, it's no trouble, no trouble. Quick, please let us in to sit? The old general was as warm as a long-lost relative. Suyu looked at his less than 15 square meter room, which had hardly any space left except for a bed and a table, and fell into silence. Sit? Where to sit? Sit on the bed? He silently moved aside. The old general strode in first, followed by a line of big shots. The small room instantly crowded like a subway car during rush hour with over a dozen people coming in. A few big shots exchanged glances and, in perfect unison, no one sat down, standing stiffly and leaving the only broken chair for Suyu. The atmosphere suddenly felt a bit awkward. Do you want some water? Suyu pointed at the dusty kettle on the table. No, not a bother, we are not thirsty. The old general quickly waved his hand, scanning the room that could be described as bare walls, and his gaze finally landed on a phone with a screen cracked like a piece of performance art, his eyes slightly reddening. Little comrade, you have suffered. He pat Suyu's shoulder heavily, his tone filled with guilt and pity. A hero who fought for the country and received the only S-rated score in the world, and the first thing he faced upon returning was such a poor life. This made all the big shots present feel a burning shame on their faces. Suyu didn't feel anything, he had lived like this for 18 years. It's fine, I'm used to it. He spoke honestly. As soon as he said this, everyone's expressions became even more painful. At this moment, a grand and authoritative voice resounded for the third time in everyone's minds. National Fortune Game, first round settlement complete. Dragon Country, comprehensive score S, rewards beginning to be distributed. Buzz. A faint sound, seemingly resonating from the depths of the earth, spread throughout the entire Dragon Country. The grayish window in Suyu's room seemed to be wiped by an invisible hand. The world outside had changed. The gray smog, which had shrouded the city for 50 years like fate, was visibly dissipating. A beam of golden and long-lost sunlight pierced through the clouds, like a sharp sword, cutting through the gloom of the sky. Then came the second, the third. Countless rays of golden light poured down, illuminating those cold metallic buildings. The surfaces of the buildings, under the sun's shine, unexpectedly stirred a uniquely warm glow of metal. The sun is out. Suyu murmured. He couldn't remember the last time he had seen a real sun. Everyone in the room crowded by the window, their faces filled with shock. Not just the sun. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, looking like a researcher, excitedly pointed at an instrument on his wrist. The negative ion content in the air is rapidly increasing. The PM 2.5 index is 0. This is not scientific. The changes continued. In every corner of the city, new green shoots broke through in the greenery that had withered and dried up due to energy restrictions. On the cracked land, the tender buds grew and stretched at an unnatural speed, quickly turning into vibrant patches of grass. The street trees seemed to be fast-forwarded, with new buds sprouting from the yellowed branches, blooming green leaves, and in just a few minutes, they restored their lush appearance. God! Look downstairs! A young secretary pointed out the window, his voice trembling. Downstairs, in the little abandoned community park, the original dried-up artificial lake was bubbling with clear spring water emerging from the muddy bottom. The water level continued to rise and soon reformed into a shimmering lake. The whole world seemed to switch from the lowest power standby mode to the brightest and most vibrant ultimate picture quality mode with one click. In the Dragon Country livestream, it had already boiled over. Wow! I saw the sun. Golden. Not gray. The grass downstairs has turned green. I just stuck my head out the window and smelled the scent of soil and grass. What comes out of my faucet is no longer recycled filtered water. It's sweet. It's spring water. Is this the reward? System prompt: within the territory of Longwa, all land, water sources, and air quality have returned to the most abundant state. System prompt: citizens of Longwa, within 1 year, the acquisition of all basic materials will double. When these two prompts echoed across Longwa's 9.6 million square kilometers, the entire country went wild. Double. The acquisition of materials doubles. So, we can get 2 servings of nutritional paste number 7 every day? No. The key point is that the land has returned. We can grow our own food now. We can plant rice. Grow wheat. Raise pigs. Raise chickens. The repressed desire of 50 years exploded in this moment. Countless people rushed out of their homes, onto the streets, feeling the warmth of the sun, breathing in fresh air, hugging, cheering, and crying with excitement. In Suyu's room, the old general turned around, his eyes red, gripping Suyu's hand tightly once again. Good. So great, he choked, unable to speak a complete sentence. Land is the ultimate fantasy engraved in the bones of an agricultural civilization. With land, there are roots, and there is hope. Suyu looked out at the rejuvenated world, watching the people below who were embracing and crying, feeling warmth surge in his heart. So, this is the meaning of the national fortune game. It rewards not money, not power, but the dignity and hope of being alive. He, a reclusive person who just wanted to read novels in the apocalypse, unexpectedly brought color back to this gray and white world. Chapter 21, Monument. As the land of Longwa bathed in the warmth of a new sunrise, the live broadcasts from other countries around the world were in cold silence. Lighthouse Nation Waiting Hall. System prompt: Lighthouse Nation, comprehensive rating B, the reward is starting to be distributed. Reward: nutritional paste refining technology. Can increase the energy conversion rate of existing nutritional paste by 5% and improve taste, removing 3% of the earthy taste. Mike Arthur stared at the reward description on the screen, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably. 5%? 3%? He had lost millions of brain cells for this case, stayed awake for 2 days, almost dismantled that junk car, and in the end, got this? To make black potatoes less like black potatoes? Fuck. He slammed his fist on the control panel in front of him, sparks flying. The staff around fell silent, no one dared to speak. Everyone could see that the FBI's ace was losing his mind. Sakura Country. System prompt: Sakura Country, comprehensive rating C+, the reward is starting to be distributed. Reward: cold-resistant moss cultivation technology. Can grow quickly in low temperature and low light environments, rich in trace elements, can be used as a supplementary additive for nutritional paste. Sakura Chika closed her eyes wearily, looking at the reward content. Moss. After all their efforts, they ended up with a piece of moss. Chika, it's okay. Sakura Keiko hugged her daughter, softly comforting, we will try harder next time. Next time? Is there even a next time? Sakura Chika's nails dug deep into her palm. Bear Country. System prompt: Bear Country, comprehensive rating F, the reward is starting to be distributed. Reward: a set of high-intensity cold-resistant clothing distributed nationwide. Ivan Petrov scratched his messy beard, looking at this reward, lost in thought. Is this clothing, for me, or does it go to the whole country? He asked in a deep voice. No one could answer him. These so-called participation prizes were clearly displayed to the global audience through the live broadcast. After a brief silence, the world internet exploded. A post titled "I admit I laughed too loudly just now" quickly topped the global hot search. The main content was very simple, just a comparison picture. On the left was Longwa basking in the sunny weather, with green grass and people hugging and crying. On the right were the meager reward descriptions from Lighthouse Nation, Sakura Country, and Bear Country. Ha ha ha. Sorry, I really couldn't help it. Longwa over there has a version update. Did you guys patch it up here? A 5% improvement in taste? What kind of hellish joke is this? The worst off is probably Bear Nation, right? They reward science and technology, and we get clothes? A clearance sale? Stop laughing, brothers, I can't laugh. I just checked, Long Country's air quality index is excellent, and here, the index is recommended to wear a gas mask. I've lost it, I've really lost it. I'm in the heart of Lighthouse Nation, my dad is a congressman, but I'm living worse than an ordinary person in Long Country who eats black potatoes. Run. Now, let's run. Is there anyone who understands? Tell me, how can I immigrate to Long Country? Online waiting, very urgent. Don't think about it upstairs, the country closed off 50 years ago. But I have a bold idea, anyone want to form a group to swim over? I'm a good swimmer. The search term "smuggling into Long Country" quickly skyrocketed to the top of major search engines in an absurd yet real way. The despair that had been suppressed for half a century, after witnessing the miraculous changes in Long Country, completely turned into crazy jealousy. And at this moment, in the center of this storm, in Suyu's room, the atmosphere was strangely awkward. Well, Comrade Suyu, the old general cleared his throat, trying to break the heavy silence. Do you want something? Or do you have any requests? Feel free to ask. The country now has the ability, and must meet all your needs. The big shots behind him immediately nodded in unison, their eyes burning as they looked at Suyu, like they were gazing at a walking golden Buddha. Suyu felt a little creeped out by their stare. He looked around the room at these big shots, people he had only seen on the news, then glanced at his tiny room where even turning around was a struggle. He pointed at the black potato packaging bag he had thrown into the trash. A request? Suyu thought for a moment, then asked seriously, can I have a full meal first? One with meat. Cumin lamb skewers, and a few bottles of cold beer, the kind with white steam coming out of it. He had really almost forgotten what meat tasted like. The air instantly froze. The old general and the big shots behind him, whose expressions had been filled with anticipation, turned to shock, and finally, all of them became filled with indescribable sorrow and guilt. The national hero, triumphant return, and the first wish was to just eat the most ordinary street barbecue from the previous era. Slap. The old general raised his hand and slapped himself, the sound crisp. It's our fault. We are incompetent. His eyes turned red, his voice quivering, we let the hero suffer. Suyu was stunned by his slap. No. I didn't mean that. Don't say anything. The old general grabbed Suyu's shoulder, speaking firmly, from today on, you, Suyu, will enjoy Long Country's highest level first-class contributor privileges. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit stepped forward and immediately handed Suyu a pure black card, crafted from some unknown metal. In the center of the card, there was only a golden dragon pattern. Mr. Suyu, the man in the Zhongshan suit quickly explained, with this card, you can unconditionally and without limit access any non-strategic resources within Long Country. Your personal energy supply, material supply, will all be elevated to the highest level, with no upper limit. Simply put, as long as we have it, whatever you want, you'll have it. We've arranged a new residence for you in the Central Administrative District, a detached villa with the highest specifications before the disaster, with its own ecological circulation system and energy center. Additionally, the country will form a dedicated service team for you, responsible for your food, daily life, and safety. You can personally select the team members. A series of privileges beyond ordinary people's imagination were casually mentioned by these big shots. However, after listening, Suyu just held the black card, which was heavy, and blinked. So, can we arrange for lamb skewers now? Everyone. The old general was both amused and speechless, he nodded heavily, yes. Don't mention lamb skewers, if you want dragon meat, we will find a way to get it for you. He paused, and his expression suddenly became extremely serious. Comrade Suyu, besides these material rewards, we have a decision that requires your consent. What decision? Suyu was a bit curious. The old general didn't answer directly but turned to look out the window. In the sunlight, the entire city radiated a vibrant life, a stark contrast to the previous lifelessness. Starting today, history will open a new page. The old general's voice was deep and powerful, filled with hope for the future. We have decided to name this new era the Era of National Fortune. We plan to build a memorial monument of the Era of National Fortune in the central square of the capital to commemorate the turning point of our civilization. The old general turned back, his gaze piercing as he looked at Suyu. We wish to have your name as the first line engraved on the base of the monument, forever. Let the descendants of the Dragon Nation remember for generations who won back this blue sky for us, and who brought the first glimmer of hope to this dying civilization. His voice echoed in the small room, each word heavy as a mountain. All the big shots behind him bowed deeply to Suyu, the young man who had just been munching on a black potato. Suyu held the black card, stunned. He looked at the sunlight outside, listened to the distant cheers of the crowd, and glanced at the solemn pillars of the nation in front of him. He suddenly felt that this card, which could be exchanged for countless lamb skewers, seemed not so appealing anymore. Becoming history? Being engraved on a monument? This indeed had a strong allure for him. Chapter 22, Serial Murder Case. Facing this heavy request and the bowing of the big shots behind him, Suyu held that pure black card, his palms slightly sweating. Engraved on a monument? For posterity to admire? This kind of treatment was something he would never have dared to dream of in his past life. How did a guy who just wanted to live off memories in the apocalypse suddenly end up being treated as a national hero? Looking at the eager, expectant gazes of the old general and others, Suyu remained silent for a long time before finally uttering, leader, can we take it slow on this? The old general was taken aback. Why? Comrade, do you think it's inappropriate? It's not inappropriate. Suyu scratched his head, his expression a bit awkward, but he still spoke the truth, mainly. I'm afraid I might mess up next time. What if this time was just good luck, and I get a direct F-grade evaluation next time? What then for the monument, do we take it down or not? That would be so embarrassing. As soon as he said this, the solemn atmosphere in the room was completely deflated. A few middle-aged officials behind couldn't help but snicker, but when they saw the old general's gaze, they quickly held it back, their shoulders shaking as if they had Parkinson's. The old general was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Having lived nearly 80 years, he had seen those who sought fame, those who were humble, but he had never seen someone so honest. Nonsense. The old general straightened his face, but his tone was full of laughter. What good luck. Out of more than 200 countries in the world, you are the only S rank. That's strength. He paused, looking at Suyu's clear and innocent eyes, feeling soft inside. This child hadn't yet transitioned out of the mindset of an ordinary person. Alright, let's not mention this for now. The old general waved his hand, momentarily conceding. His expression turned serious again. However, there is one thing you must listen to us about. From now on, you cannot live here anymore. Suyu was a bit confused. Why? It's pretty good, quiet. Quiet. The old general gave a cold laugh. Little Su, you are not only our hero now, but also a thorn in the eyes and flesh of others. We just received intelligence that the Lighthouse country has initiated the highest level of cleansing plan, and the intelligence department of Sakura country has also begun to be unusually active. Can you guess who their target is? Assassination? Suyu's heart sank. He was only thinking about the rewards for winning the game, completely unaware that the losers would flip the table. You are the only S-level chosen one in our dragon country, our biggest trump card in the national fortune game. Your safety is now the highest priority of the state. The old general said firmly, so, we must transfer immediately. To an absolutely safe place. At this point, Suyu could not refuse. He did not want to wake up in the middle of the night to find a blonde, blue-eyed brute crawling out from under his bed, or a ninja hanging outside his window. Okay, I'll go with you. Suyu nodded decisively. I don't have much to pack. He looked around. The most valuable thing in this room was probably himself. Half an hour later. A black maglev car, unremarkable on the outside but with bulletproof glass and explosion-proof tires, quietly stopped in front of a detached villa located in the central administrative district of the capital. This villa was already a top luxury house before the disaster and had now been transformed into a small fortress, with armed soldiers stationed every few steps. We're here. The old general personally opened the car door for Suyu. Suyu got out of the car and looked at the three-story small building in front of him, complete with a garden, a swimming pool, and even a small ecological greenhouse, feeling a bit dazed. I live here? This is what you deserve. The old general patted his shoulder and then pointed to a young girl standing at the door. Let me introduce her, her name is Jing Ci. She will be your full-time security head from now on. You can tell her any security needs you have. Suyu looked over. The girl seemed to be in her early 20s, with a neat high ponytail, delicate features, and a healthy wheat-colored skin. She was dressed in tactical gear, standing tall, with eyes sharp as an eagle, giving off an aura of keep your distance. Hello, I am Suyu. Suyu extended his hand, based on the principle of friendly communication. Jingxi merely gave him a faint glance, showing no intention of shaking hands, and spoke in a cold voice. My task is to ensure that every part of your body remains intact before you enter the next quest. Suyu. Goodness, the conversation just died like that. The old general seemed used to Jingxi's style and smiled to ease the situation. Little Jing is just like that, tough and not talkative.
But you can absolutely trust her strength. She is the chief instructor of the Dragon Tooth Special Forces, #1 in individual combat capability in the nation.
#1 in the nation?
Suyu looked at Jing Si a little longer.
This seemingly thin girl is actually so strong?
Just then, a middle-aged man in a chef's uniform hurriedly ran out of the villa, excitedly bowing at a 90-degree angle to Suyu.
Mr. Suyu. The lamb skewers and beer you requested are ready.
Suyu's eyes instantly lit up. Walking into the villa, he barely noticed the luxurious decor and smart home features. His gaze was directly drawn to the large plate of sizzling, oily lamb skewers sprinkled with cumin and chili powder on the dining room table. Next to it, a bucket of ice-cold beer was emitting an enticing white frosty breath.
This is the flavor. Suyu felt his DNA react.
He was not polite and directly sat down, grabbing a skewer to shove into his mouth. The charred aroma of the meat, the richness of the fat, the dominance of cumin, and the heat of the chili burst on his taste buds.
Delicious.
Suyu mumbled in admiration. The huge appetite accumulated over 18 years was greatly satisfied at this moment. The old general and others looked at him gobbling down food, their faces showing smiles of both joy and bitterness.
Just then, a commotion came from the doorway. Hey, let us in. We are experts from the broadcasting studio, and we have something to say to Mr. Suyu. It was the voice of the novelist, Wu Dekai.
Soon, Wu Dekai and Professor Xian Didua rushed in excitedly, led by a guard.
Su God.
As soon as Wu Dekai saw Suyu, his eyes lit up, his enthusiasm more intense than that of a fan meeting an idol. I
am Wu Dekai.
I have watched all your live streams.
Incredible. Really incredible.
Professor Xiang adjusted his glasses, looking at Suyu with admiration. Student Suyu, your analysis of extrajudicial justice and procedural justice is simply textbook level.
I am going to include your second answer in the latest teaching materials of our law university.
With his mouth full of meat, Suyu was struggling to chew and could only wave at them with one greasy hand.
You're too polite.
However, Wu Dekai completely ignored that, leaning in like a curious child. Su God, may I ask?
How did you come up with that second answer?
That godlike perspective, that insight into human nature, it's simply not something someone from our era could think of.
This was also the question on everyone's mind.
The old general, Professor Xiang, and even Jing Si, who stood by like a statue, all perked up their ears. Suyu finally swallowed the meat in his mouth, grabbed a big gulp of cold beer, and let out a refreshing burp. He wiped his mouth, looked at the eager eyes of the crowd, thought for a moment, and spoke in a very simple tone.
It's nothing special, just. I read a lot of books.
This was the truth. In his head, the Universal Library had plenty of books, nothing else. But hearing this, it sounded completely different to others.
Read a lot of books?
In this era, apart from electronic documents preserved as materials, where else is there any book? This was clearly modesty. It was the humble understatement of an unparalleled genius regarding their own talent. In an instant, Suyu's image in the hearts of everyone rose several levels. After finishing this series of welcome ceremonies, it was already late at night. After the old general and others reminded Suyu to rest well, they all left. In the large villa, only Suyu and Jing Si, who stood in the corner of the living room like a ghost, remained. Having eaten and drunk enough, Suyu yawned and walked up to the second floor, finding the master bedroom. He pushed open the door, and a super large soft bed, enough for 5 or 6 people to lie down on, came into view. Suyu pounced on it, sinking into the soft mattress and bedding, his nose filled with the fresh scent of sun-dried fabric.
This is the life of a human.
He sighed with satisfaction, feeling like he was about to fall asleep comfortably. However, just as his consciousness was about to drift away, that cold, grand voice suddenly echoed in his mind again without warning. The second round of the National Fortune Deduction game will start in 7 days.
Suyu jolted awake, instantly alert. Scenario theme, serial murder case.
Rule supplement: before this round of the game begins, each country has one chance to reselect the chosen one. They can choose to maintain the original candidate or renominate from their own citizens.
Here it comes.
Suyu sat up from the bed.
A serial murder case?
This was much more complicated than a single case in a confined space like murder on the Orient Express. The more critical point was that other countries could change their candidates. Mike Arthur from Lighthouse Country, Chika Sakura from Sakura Country, Ivan from Bear Country. These people had varying performances in the first round, but clearly, they were not the best choices for their respective countries. 1 week was enough for those countries to mobilize all their power and select a truly top-notch detective or crime expert.
The next game, the opponent's level, will geometrically rise.
In the Dragon Country livestream, the audience who had just been celebrating became instantly tense because of this sudden notification.
Change of players? Damn, isn't this just opening the back door for other countries?
It's over. The Lighthouse Country will definitely replace that Mike. They have plenty of monsters in their FBI.
The next round will be a tough battle. Su God is under great pressure. However, in the eye of the storm, Suyu showed no sign of nervousness on his face. He simply leaned against the headboard and closed his eyes. Deep in his mind, the magnificent library called the Library of All Things reappeared slowly. With a thought, countless bookshelves began to move, classifying and retrieving all information about serial murders to the most prominent positions. From real-life world-famous serial killers' dossiers, criminal psychology profiling, FBI major case investigation manual, to literary works like The Silence of the Lambs, 7, Hannibal. Countless details of cases, methods of crime, and profiles of killers flowed in his mind like a waterfall. The corner of Suyu's mouth curled into a playful smile. Serial murder cases, huh? This topic, I'm familiar with. Chapter 23 ABC Railway Guide. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. When the cold countdown in Suyu's mind reached 0, the familiar feeling of dizziness struck again. The luxurious villa in front of him and the bright sunlight outside the window instantly transformed into a distorted stream of data that swallowed him whole. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a wet cobblestone street, the air filled with the mixed smell of coal smoke and rain-soaked earth. An old-fashioned double-decker bus went by him with a ding-ding, splashing a small puddle. Extra! Extra! A bizarre murder has occurred in Andover town. A newsboy wearing a cap was waving the newspaper in his hand as he ran past the street corner. Suyu's gaze swept over that newspaper, and the date under the front page headline was strikingly clear, June 25, 1935. A British town in the 1930s. The second round of the National Fortune reasoning game has officially begun. Quest name, ABC Serial Killing Case. More than 200 live broadcast rooms worldwide lit up at the same time. In the official broadcasting hall of the Dragon Country, the host Nigumi Ti's voice was an excited pitch. Here it comes. Audience, the second round of the game has started. Our Su God has returned to the quest again. The background screen clearly displayed the quest name. ABC Serial Killing Case? The novelist Wu Dequai touched his chin, looking puzzled. This name is too careless, right? Does it mean the killer is called ABC? Professor Xiang Didua adjusted his glasses, looking serious. Britain in the 1930s, that was over 2,000 years ago. At that time, there was no Skynet surveillance, criminal investigation technology was relatively backward, and DNA technology was unheard of. This era's background is heaven for criminals but hell for detectives. Su God is still so steady, like coming home. This environment feels tougher than the Orient Express. Open map. ABC? Isn't that my son's English Enlightenment material? The audience was abuzz with discussion, while the Suyu on the screen moved like a local, walking leisurely down the street. He didn't rush to look for any clues, he just watched with his eyes, listened with his ears, and felt the pulse of this era. Suddenly. Woo woo. The piercing sound of police sirens grew louder as they approached, breaking the early morning tranquility of the town. The pedestrians on the street surged towards the same direction like startled pigeons. Curiosity, fear, excitement, various emotions mingled on their faces. Something happened. It's Mrs. Asher's tobacco grocery store. Oh my God, the police are here too. The commotion of the crowd was the clearest signpost. Suyu followed the flow of people to a small shop. The shop's glass door had a closed sign hanging, and several police officers in old-fashioned uniforms were struggling to set up a cordon to maintain order. Through the gaps in the crowd, Suyu's gaze accurately fell upon the store inside. A short and stout old woman lay in a pool of blood behind the counter, unaware of her fate. Beside her scattered goods, a small booklet looked especially out of place. It was an ABC Railway Guide. The pages were open, spread on the ground, and the letter A on the cover was circled with red ink, glaringly. A, Andover, Asher. The first letter matched. At the same time, live streams from other countries showed the new chosen ones arriving at the crime scene in their respective copies. Lighthouse Country. Mike Arthur was still the vanguard, pulling out a fake FBI badge, and directly shouted at the blocking cops, "I'm a special consultant sent by Scotland Yard, let me in now." Cherry Blossom Country. Sakurachi Chiyuki stood outside the caution line, calmly observing every detail of the scene, trying to capture useful information from the cops' conversations. Bear Country. The muscular Ivan was gone, replaced by a tall, pale young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He did not charge in, he merely stood at the edge of the crowd, gloomily staring at everyone, like a snake searching for prey. Clearly, the first round's disastrous defeat had led all countries to adjust. The dim-witted Ivan had been fired. However, just as all chosen ones were trying to squeeze into the crime scene to access critical clues as quickly as possible, Suyu made a move that left everyone puzzled. He turned around, going against the flow, and stepped out of the crowded mass. The Dragon Country live stream exploded instantly. What is Su God doing? You're going the wrong way, brother. The crime scene is over there. Oh my, is this for real? First round went too smoothly, and now it's starting to flop? Shut up. Sugod's actions must have deep meaning. Did you forget how he cracked the case on the Orient Express?
In the broadcast room, Wu Deguo and Xiang Dechuo looked at each other in confusion.
Not entering the scene?
Wu Deguo was baffled. First-hand clues are the most important for a mystery novelist.
No, for any detective.
Professor Xiang Dechuo also furrowed his brow tightly, staring at the screen, trying to understand Suyu's logic of action. On the screen, Suyu left the noisy crime scene and walked into a quiet alley nearby. He did not go elsewhere. Instead, he leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, and then pricked up his ears, carefully listening to the fragmented words carried by the wind from the crowd. Poor Mrs. Asher, she was such a good person.
I heard her drunk husband caused a ruckus yesterday. Could it be him? Who knows? Times are tough nowadays. The cops have searched inside for a long time and said nothing was stolen. Not for money? Then why?
These fragmented, disjointed chit-chats sounded like gossip to ordinary ears, but in Suyu's ears, they automatically filtered and restructured, sketching out the first outline of the case. Victim, Mrs. Asher, female, elderly, of good reputation. Family relations, a drunken husband, existing conflicts.
Possible motive, likely not for money.
Suyu stubbed the cigarette butt on the wall and threw it into the trash can. What the cops could see were the physical evidence at the scene. What he wanted to hear were the human stories hidden in the streets and alleys. Physical evidence can lie, but human nature always follows certain rules. Just as the Dragon Country audience began to understand Suyu's field investigation method, his next move left everyone once again confused. He left the vicinity of the crime scene and leisurely strolled along the main street, like a careless tourist. He entered a bakery, bought a hard bread that was still warm, and then ordered a cup of cheap black coffee at a roadside cafe. While eating, he interestingly watched the passers-by on the street.
I can't understand, but he seems very hungry. First eat before solving the case, no problem. What is this, a case investigation? This is simply a trip. A public-funded trip, right? Don't drag us down, haven't you noticed?
Su is always observing, he is watching the everyday of this small town.
Only by understanding the everyday can one find the abnormal.
Just as the barrage was in an uproar, Suyu stopped in his tracks. He stood in front of a corner bookstore's display window. In the window, the most eye-catching position was neatly stacked with a pile of brand-new books. On the cover of the book, several prominent big words were printed.
ABC Railway Guide. Chapter 24. Something interesting.
Suyu stood in front of the corner bookstore's display window, his gaze lingering on the pile of new ABC Railway Guide for a moment, then turned around and walked into the Andover Town Public Library across the street. The library was dimly lit, filled with the unique, dry smell of old books mixed with dust and time. An elderly woman wearing reading glasses, her hair neatly pinned up, sat behind the borrowing desk, eyeing every person who came in with caution. Suyu approached the desk and politely took off his hat.
Good afternoon, madam.
I would like to check the national newspapers and local newspapers from the past 3 months. The elderly woman glanced at him above her glasses and slowly pointed toward the basement. The archives are over there, find it yourself.
Don't make a mess.
Thank you. Suyu thanked her and walked down the creaking wooden stairs. This scene made the barrages in the Long Country livestream, which had just calmed down, boil over once again.
Looking at newspapers? Are you serious, Su?
I'm dumbfounded. While others are at the crime scene looking for fingerprints and checking footprints, Su comes to the library to read newspapers?
What a trendy method of investigating.
It's over, this is going to be sent. I told you that opening the map isn't that simple. Su can't find clues, and starts wandering around. Don't shout upstairs, let the bullets fly for a while.
Don't guess what Su is thinking.
In the studio, the novelist looked frantic and was pulling at his hair. Oh no.
What is he thinking?
In a serial killer case, the most important thing is to race against time with the murderer.
If he doesn't look for clues now, by the time the murderer kills the second person, the clues will be contaminated.
Professor Xiang Didwa was also silent this time, his brows furrowed, staring intently at the figure on the screen rummaging through piles of old papers. He vaguely felt that Suyu's thought process was correct, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly why. In the underground archives, Suyu was oblivious to the noise from the outside. He didn't rummage around like a headless fly, but instead, clearly found the Times, the Daily Mail, and Andover's local Chronicle evening news, spreading them out by date. He wasn't reading the international headlines about world affairs, nor the sensational crime reports from the social section. His gaze was scanning the corners of those pages that were easily overlooked, line by line, word by word. Business news, financial news, local news, obituaries. Time passed by slowly. The viewers in the livestream went from anxious at first to confused later, and finally became somewhat impatient. In the footage, Suyu looked like an old scholar doing dull academic research, silent except for the rustling sound of turning pages. Just when many people were about to stop watching, Suyu's finger suddenly stopped on a small block of text in the financial section. It was an inconspicuous announcement, the title so small that it was almost necessary to use a magnifying glass to read it.
About a phase announcement regarding the estate distribution lawsuit of the Drake family business in Doncaster.
The content of the announcement was very brief, saying that the Drake family was in a lawsuit with a cousin named Clark over a large sum of inheritance, and the case had been ongoing for several months with no final outcome.
Doncaster. Suyu's fingertip gently tapped on that place name.
If the killer murders according to the alphabet, then the next city is very likely to start with B or C.
Tang Kasai is a city starting with D, and it seems very far away.
He did not make a fuss, he simply took out the newspaper and set it aside, then continued to flip through, going back to earlier papers. This time, he searched more carefully. Finally, in an old newspaper from 3 months ago, he found another piece of information.
It was a job advertisement. Clark Manor is hiring an assistant.
Requirements: good character, absolute obedience, ability to adapt to frequent business trips. Generous salary, interested parties please.
Clark. Again, this name.
A person embroiled in a huge inheritance lawsuit is hiring an assistant that requires absolute obedience. Suyu placed the two newspapers side by side, looking at the two unrelated yet forcefully connected names, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In the Dragon Country livestream, the audience was left confused.
Inheritance lawsuit? Recruitment ad? What's going on? What does this have to do with the murder case? I feel like my IQ is not enough. Where is Su God exactly? Is there any representative to explain this? I'm completely lost.
While Suyu was surrounded by the dusty papers, trying to piece together the truth from history, the chosen ones from other countries were walking a completely different path.
In the Lighthouse Country livestream, Mike Arthur had forcibly taken temporary command of the Andover police station.
He stood in front of a small whiteboard, hastily sketching a silhouette of the killer with a red marker. Arrogant, conceited, loves the spotlight. He left the ABC Railroad Guide as a challenge to all of us. Mike Arthur's voice was filled with excitement. He thinks he is God, conducting a trial. So, he doesn't care about money, what he seeks is a sense of ritual. A, B, C, he will strictly follow this order. What we need to do now is predict where his next target B will be. He was completely immersed in a personal heroism script, battling wits with the killer. In the Cherry Blossom Country livestream, Yurizaki Chiyuki did not go to the police station, she locked herself in a hotel room. The walls were similarly covered with information collected from the scene, but much more detailed than Mike Arthur's. Victim photos, crime scene blueprints, highlighted railroad guide covers. Her previous failure did not crush her, instead, it made her more focused on her strength, criminal psychological profiling. With her eyes closed, her fingertips gently traced over the cold documents, as if she were engaging in a soul conversation with the invisible killer. A stands for Asher, and also for Andover.
This is a carefully designed opening.
She whispered, but choosing a completely defenseless old woman as the first target does not match the persona of an arrogant person.
An arrogant person would choose a more challenging target that could cause more social commotion.
So, this inconsistency itself is a clue. He is using a seemingly flamboyant serial killing case to cover up a specific, real, yet shameful motive for murder. These 12 stab wounds are a judgment. And this single lethal blow this time seems more like a cleansing. Her analysis had touched upon the level of disguise, far deeper than Mike Arthur's simplistic challenge theory. However, whether it was Mike Arthur's challenge theory or Yurizaki Chiyuki's disguise theory, their focus remained firmly locked on the diversion the killer threw out, ABC. They were all playing a cat-and-mouse game within the circle drawn by the killer. Only Suyu, from the very beginning, had jumped out of that circle. When others were studying who the killer is, he was investigating who has the need to kill.
In the library basement, Suyu folded the two newspapers neatly and stuffed them into his pocket.
He stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and walked up the stairs. The old woman lifted her eyelids to glance at him, then lowered her head again. Suyu walked out of the library, where the light rain had started falling again without him noticing. He didn't take an umbrella, he simply pulled up his collar and looked at the wet street and hurried passers-by, his mind quietly forming a crazy and bold plan. A murder to monopolize a huge inheritance, how could it be done without being discovered? Very simple. Disguise it as a nationwide, utterly chaotic serial murder case. When all the police, all the detectives, and all the public's attention are drawn to the mad ABC killer, the real target, hidden within the letters, would die naturally, even insignificantly. Use a grand trial to mask a vile assassination. So you exhaled a puff of white breath, watching it dissipate in the cool air. That's quite interesting. Chapter 25: An Unconventional Investigation. In the underground archive room, the air was heavy, with only the sound of newspaper rustling filling the silence. Suyu's fingertips rested on two inconspicuous old newspapers, one was a notice for the inheritance lawsuit and the other was a job advertisement for an assistant. Clark, Drake, Dunkster. 3 words, like 3 lonely nails, were forcefully driven together by him. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the library, followed by the sharp cries of a newsboy piercing through the rain and glass.
Extra! Female corpse found by the seaside. The letter killer strikes again. Bexhill tragedy. The second victim has appeared. Suyu raised his head and put down the newspaper. He walked to the stairway and saw the librarian reading the newly delivered Daily Mail, her face pale.
Betty Barnard, a young waitress, was strangled to death by her own belt on the beach in Bexhill. The old woman mumbled to herself, her voice trembling. Next to the body, there was an ABC railway guide.
B. Betty Barnard. Bexhill. The second letter aligned as well.
In the Dragon Kingdom live streaming room, the audience who had just been pondering over Suyu's 2 newspapers were instantly ignited by the sudden new case.
The B case is here. Wow, this killer is so efficient. Strangled? This method is completely different from the A case. Another railway guide. How much does this killer love this book? Did he buy a whole box?
Sugad, stop reading the newspaper, hurry to the B case scene.
If you don't go soon, the clues will go cold.
In the studio, Professor Xiang Didwa's face was extremely serious. 2 cases, different locations, different methods, the only common point is the ABC railway guide. The killer is deliberately creating a random, chaotic illusion, making it exponentially harder for the police to investigate.
The global media went absolutely crazy. The phrase letter killer, full of hype and fear, soared to the front pages of all newspapers within an hour.
In no time, the entire nation of Britain was engulfed in panic, police pressure increased dramatically, and they even began publicly calling for tracking the whereabouts of all citizens whose names started with the letter C. At the center of the storm, in the Lighthouse Country's live stream, Mike Arthur kicked open the door of the Bexhill police station, slamming 2 ABC railway guides seized from different crime scenes onto the table.
Investigate.
Find out the printing batches and paper composition of these 2 books for me. He roared at the dumbfounded British police. I want to know if they come from the same printing factory, the same batch of products. I want the list of all recent bulk purchasers of this book, whether it's travel agencies or individuals. His thoughts were clear, his actions were intense, perfectly fitting the profile of a top agent.
Sakura Country live broadcast room.
Sakura Chiyuki did not go to any crime scene. She connected the 2 locations, Andover and Bexhill, with a red line on the map, and imported the entire British railway network into a complex data model in front of her. From A to B, the straight line distance is 120 kilometers, with railway travel taking about 3 hours. The killer has plenty of time to act. She spoke to the air, as if talking to her own reflection. If his target is letter C, then considering railway convenience, city size, and population density, the next most likely location is. The model finished calculating, and a place name was highlighted. Chislehurst. Sakura Chiyuki immediately stood up and grabbed her coat. Contact the local police, I want to get there before the killer does.
One tracked by physical evidence, the other predicted by logic.
2 top chosen ones were desperately chasing the steps of the letter killer in their own ways. However, the atmosphere in the Long Country live broadcast room became incredibly strange at this moment. Suyu, after confirming the occurrence of Case B, made a move that left everyone stunned. He walked out of the library but did not go to the train station. Instead, he leisurely made his way to the shipping company at the port of Andover.
I'm dumbfounded. What is he doing at the port? The crime is inland. Shouldn't he be investigating Case B in Bexhill, or gathering intelligence at the police station? Is it possible that Sugad wants to take a boat to chase the killer? But isn't the direction wrong?
Hello, I'd like to check the ship ticket records. Suyu approached the counter, showing a friendly smile to the drowsy ticket clerk.
The clerk didn't even raise his eyelids. What do you want to check?
My distant cousin, named Castor, said he was coming to Andover the other day and then going to visit family in Doncaster, but he's gone missing. Suyu's life flowed smoothly, with no change in his expression. I want to check if anyone with that name bought a ticket to Doncaster in the days before and after Case A occurred.
Doncaster? The clerk frowned. A city starting with D? Shouldn't you be investigating C? Even the ticket clerk knew he should be chasing C.
The audience in the Long Country live broadcast room was laughing so hard they were in pain.
Ha ha ha. Sugad was looked down upon by an NPC. Clerk, young man, you're going down the wrong path.
Suyu was not embarrassed, he just pushed a few shillings forward. Please help, my family is very worried. The clerk weighed the money and his attitude improved significantly. He lazily pulled out a thick, greasy passenger registration book from the back shelf and started to flip through it. Castor, he murmured as he flipped, found it. The day after Case A occurred, he bought a cheap third-class ship ticket to Hull.
From Hull to Doncaster, it's on the way. It's him.
Suyu's eyes brightened. Case A occurred in Andover, and Case B occurred in Bexhill. These 2 places were far apart, one in the west and the other in the east.
And Doncaster was in the distant north.
Castor, after Case A, did not go directly to the location of Case B but instead bought a ticket heading north. He is using a ship ticket to create an alibi of not being at the scene of Case B. Suyu quickly completed the logical deduction in his mind, but he bought a cheap ticket, with many stops, and ticket checking wouldn't be strict.
He could easily get off at a small port midway and then return to commit a crime in Bexhill. This isn't random killing, it's a schedule precise to the hour. In the studio, novelist Wu Dekai watched Suyu's actions, excitedly slapping his thigh. I get it. I understand. He's not investigating the case, he's chasing the killer himself. Mike Arthur and Sakura Chiyuki are following the clues left by the killer, but Su got he's directly heading into the killer's den.
In the scene, Suyu obtained key information and turned to leave the shipping company. He did not stop but directly found the town's most rundown and cheapest inn based on the address he noted while flipping through the newspaper.
A damp, moldy smell hit him in the face. Looking for someone?
The innkeeper, as big as a barrel, was cracking seeds while examining Suyu with a scrutinizing gaze.
Which one are you talking about?
Quiet, not tall, always holds a book to read, Suyu described the figure he had in mind. Oh, you mean that strange guy who rented for a short time? The innkeeper remembered, spat out the seed shell, and lowered her voice, leaning in with a gossiping face. He just checked out a couple of days ago.
That guy was really odd, never went out, just read in his room all day.
Oh right, a well-dressed gentleman came to look for him once, and they stayed in the room for a long time.
Suyu's heart stirred. Gentleman?
Yeah, came in a little car, obviously a rich guy. I don't know what he's up to, hanging out with that kind of poor bum.
The clues all lined up. Innkeeper, is there anyone else staying in the room he lived in?
I want to rent it, so you calmly handed over a few more shillings. What a coincidence, it was just cleaned and is still empty. The innkeeper quickly took the money and tossed a key to him. Suyu took the key, climbed up the creaky wooden stairs, and opened the room that belonged to Castor. The room was small and simply furnished, with only a bed and a table. Suyu missed no corners. He checked under the bed, opened the drawers, and even closely examined the gaps in the wallpaper. Finally, in the deepest part of the drawer, his fingertip touched a small, hard paper piece. He took it out to see. It was a crumpled bus ticket stub. On the stub, faded ink printed a clear destination, Bexhill. In an instant, all the clues closed the loop. From the inheritance lawsuit in the newspaper, to the shipping company's ticket, to the gentleman mentioned by the innkeeper, and finally, this lost bus ticket that linked Case A and Case B.
The entire murder plan's outline became unbelievably clear in Suyu's mind. The Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room erupted in chaos after several seconds of silence. Wow. Wow. Closed the loop. He found it. God. This is a true God.
While others are still looking for weapons on the first layer, God Su has already stood in the atmosphere, stripping the killer's underwear off. I finally understand why God Su wasn't in a hurry to go to the crime scene, because he knew from the start that the murderer wasn't there at all. Suyu left the inn and went to a cafe across the street, ordering the cheapest black coffee.
He found a seat by the window, just in time to see the door of that shabby inn.
He took a small notebook from his pocket, opened a new page, and slowly wrote down 2 words.
Tang Kester. Drake.
Then, with his pen, he heavily circled the name Drake.
The ABC serial murder case was just a magnificent stage. And he had already found the real leading role. Chapter 26, Watching the Main Feature. Tang Kester.
When Suyu stepped off the steam train and onto the platform of this northern industrial city, the familiar smell of coal dust gave him a feeling of being home. He did not go to the town's best hotel but turned into a few streets and stayed at a cheap inn where he could see the main gate of Drake Manor from afar. The room had a lingering dampness, and one of the window hinges was loose, but Suyu didn't care. He dug a long-focus telescope from the flea market, set it up on the windowsill, and clearly saw the gate of Drake Manor and part of the front yard. In the following days, Suyu's life became extremely regular. In the morning, he watched an old man with gray hair and an anxious expression, Mr. Drake, pacing back and forth in the garden, accompanied by 2 burly male servants. At noon, he saw the servants delivering lunch to the main building, with the curtains drawn tightly. In the afternoon, he observed the security of the estate changing shifts, with a number more than twice that of what the newspapers described about an ordinary wealthy mansion.
Until Wednesday afternoon.
Mr. Drake would go alone, without any servants, into the corner glass greenhouse of the estate, staying there for a full hour.
That was the only opening in the entire fortress.
In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the viewers had transformed from being filled with questions to being in a large let's find the trouble scene.
What is Sugod doing? It's already the 3rd day, is he just watching an old man walk? Who is this old man?
He seems quite wealthy, the estate is really big.
Wait a minute, zoom in, what does the sign at the entrance of the estate say? Drake? Drake? Whoa! I just remembered. The newspaper Sue God read in the library. The inheritance lawsuit. D is for Duncastle, D is also for Drake. ABC is all a distraction. Oh my god, I get it. While others chase the murderer, Sue God is here to protect the next victim. This move is called predicting the murderer's prediction. A different level. Sue God is definitely on a different level. As the Dragon Country viewers reveled in their sudden realization and feeling superior, in the Lighthouse Country live broadcast room, it was a thunderous applause. In the command center, Mike Arthur stood in front of a huge map, slamming his fist on the table, his face showing unabashed enthusiasm. Found it. A traveling salesman named Alexander Bonaparte Custer. He has recently bought a large batch of ABC Railway Guide in many stationery stores across several cities. And witnesses claim he was near the crime scenes before and after cases A and B. Custer. He is our ABC killer. Search the whole city. I want him to have nowhere to escape. Mike Arthur's command was clear and powerful, filled with the confidence of a top agent. The Lighthouse Country viewers were pumped, as if they could already see the scene of the criminal being captured. They didn't know they were giving the loudest applause for an impressive feint. Duncastle, in the hotel room. Suyu put down the binoculars. A shiny luxury car slowly stopped in front of Drake Manor. A man in a high-end tailored suit got out of the car, with slick back hair and a warm, friendly smile. He was the same name Suyu had seen in the newspaper Clark. Mr. Drake personally came out to greet him, the worry on his face replaced by an artificially forced smile. The two walked in the garden. Clark chatted and joked, making Mr. Drake's tense nerves relax significantly. He even affectionately reached out and patted Mr. Drake's shoulder, as if comforting a startled loved one. The sunlight was just right. Through the telephoto lens, Suyu clearly captured that moment. As Clark's palm fell on Drake's shoulder, and Drake turned his gaze elsewhere, the warm smile on Clark's face did not change, but his eyes, in that split second, turned as cold as ice, full of the calculation and impatience of a predator assessing its prey. Suyu whistled. The director has appeared. Clark did not stay long, and after a friendly farewell, he drove away. The estate returned to calm. But Suyu did not move away from the binoculars. About half an hour later, in an inconspicuous bush on the outskirts of the estate, a sneaky figure appeared. Short in stature, wearing an ill-fitting cheap suit, it was the Custer who had left a train ticket at the Andover Town Hotel. He was hiding in the dark, quickly jotting down something in a small notebook, his eyes occasionally glancing at the security patrol route of the manor and that lonely glass greenhouse. The actors had also arrived. Suyu leaned back in his chair, picked up the notebook on the table, and drew two little figures, one in a suit and the other cowering, connected by a line in the middle. Next to the suited figure, he wrote, Director, Clark. Next to the cowering figure, he wrote, Actor, Cast. Then, at the top of the paper, he wrote three big characters, ABC. Finally, he drew a huge firework pattern next to it with his pen. Clark is the director, Cast is the actor. The director calms the lead role in front of the stage, telling him it's safe outside. The actor is backstage familiarizing himself with the stage, looking for the chance to strike. And that nationwide sensation of the ABC serial killings is just a grand fireworks show they set off outside to clear the theater and attract everyone's attention. Suyu murmured to himself, the logic chain completely closed. He picked up the old telephone in the hotel and dialed a long-distance number. When the call connected, he deliberately lowered his voice, adopting an urgent London accent. Hello? Is this United Credit Company? I have a client named Clark who is applying for an emergency loan. I need to verify his current debt situation. Yes, that Mr. Clark who is currently in a probate lawsuit. A few minutes later, Suyu hung up the phone. He was deeply in debt, with multiple mortgages, and next week was the final repayment date. The motive, perfect. At that moment, the encrypted communicator made specially for the Dragon Country at the bedside vibrated slightly. Suyu picked it up, and Jing Si's cold and straightforward voice came out, void of any emotion. The domestic public opinion pressure is immense. The public and some officials are asking why, at the moment the ABC killer might commit the C case, you are vacationing in Tancaster. They want to see more direct action from you. Suyu looked out the window. The magnificent manor appeared like a sleeping giant under the sunset. He smiled and said to the communicator, Tell them I am fishing. Fishing? Yes, a bait called Drake is catching two sharks named Clark and Cast. It's too early to reel in, the fish hasn't bitten the hook yet. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Jing Si only replied with two words, received. Night fell. Suyu did not turn on the light, the room was pitch black. He flipped to the last page of the notebook, using the moonlight coming through the window to sketch a simple map of Drake Manor. With the tip of his pen, he heavily pointed at a square at the corner of the map and labeled it with two words. Greenhouse. Wednesday afternoon. Then, on the other side of the map, he drew a phone booth and a line connecting it to the names Clark and Cast.
This was their next, and also last, opportunity to make contact. On the radio, a hoarse voice intermittently reported, the host was discussing with a tense yet excited tone the city where the letter C killer was most likely to appear. Suyu turned off the radio. He knew that the C case would happen soon. That would be the climax of this grand fireworks show, and also the most perfect cover. When the eyes of the whole world were drawn to that brilliant light, the real dagger would silently stab here, in Lancaster. Suyu leaned back in his chair and stretched. The foreplay is almost over. It's time to get ready for the main act. Chapter 27, Closing the Net. The storm was brewing. The entire Britannia was shrouded in an invisible panic. Everyone knew that the insane letter killer was about to commit the third case, targeting a person with a surname or place name starting with C. The police were in a frenzy, under pressure in all towns starting with C, such as Chislehurst. In Chatham, Chester, and other places, a large number of police forces were dispatched, checking every suspicious passerby. Chislehurst, a quiet town in the southeastern suburbs of London, was now filled with the sounds of police sirens. Mike Arthur stood in the temporary command center, his hands pressed on the map, his gaze sharp as if he wanted to burn a hole through it. He will come here. Mike Arthur's voice was decisive, from Andover to Bexleyheath, and then to here. The railway is the most convenient, and it suits the ego of a guilty criminal. He wants the whole London area to live under his shadow. He turned to the British officer beside him and commanded, watch out for all solitary men, especially those who dodge their gaze, repeatedly check the time or the map. The ABC killer enjoys the thrill of the hunt, but he will be nervous before he strikes. Like a snake ready to pounce. His criminal profiling was precise and sharp, full of textbook-like professionalism. In the live broadcast room of the Lighthouse Nation, praises poured in. The ace is indeed the ace. This prediction, this profiling, directly captures the criminal's thoughts. So strong. It feels like the killer is about to be caught by Mike at any second. This is a real detective. Taking the initiative, predicting the future. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chinchua Sakurai from the Cherry Blossom Nation also arrived at Chislehurst. She didn't go to the police station but stood alone at the train station exit, like a statue, coldly observing every arriving traveler. Her data model told her that this was the place with the highest probability, while her intuition searched for that slight discordant anomaly among the crowd. They seemed to be just one step away from the truth. However, the viewers in the Dragon Nation's live broadcast room watched all of this with strange expressions. I admit Mike is handsome, but why do I just want to laugh? Upstairs, hold it in, don't laugh out loud, give the ace some face. This wave is called the police catching the thief, while Sushin catches the police. Sushin, you can catch me if you can, if you do, I lose. At this moment, on the other side, in Doncaster. Suyu was leisurely sitting in a coffee shop, in front of him was a cup of coffee and a freshly baked newspaper. He didn't look at the sensational front page about the C case tracking, but flipped to the local news section, curiously reading an article about Drake Manor enhancing its security. On the table in his hotel room were a few items he had just gotten. Several freshly developed black and white photos were taken from different angles. One was a smiling face of Clark, while the other was a timid side profile of Castor. The clarity of the photos was extremely high, even the pattern on Clark's tie was clear to see. Next to the photos was a photocopy of a document titled Intent for Personal Property Disposal. It was printed that Mr. Drake voluntarily bequeathed 90% of his estate to his dearest cousin, Mr. Clark. The signature line bore Mr. Drake's handwritten signature. This document was borrowed by Suyu from a lawyer's safe, thanks to a secure communicator, and after half a day's effort from the support team in the Dragon Nation. The first-level contributor privilege is sometimes more useful than Scotland Yard. Suyu took a sip of coffee, picked up a pen, and awkwardly wrote a line with his left hand on a piece of letter paper. Be careful of your cousin, and be even more careful of Wednesday's greenhouse. He did not sign it, stuffing the letter into an ordinary envelope and heading out to drop it in a mailbox at the street corner. After doing all this, he returned to the hotel and did not go out again. He simply pointed a listening amplifier, which he had picked up at a flea market, at the inconspicuous cheap hotel on the corner. He knew that Castor was staying there for the convenience of monitoring Drake Manor. And that letter would act like a searing red branding iron. Clark was burned with restlessness. Hunters never actively chase their prey, they only need to quietly wait by the trap. Sure enough. The next evening, Clark's shiny car did not stop at the gate of the Drake Manor but rather parked several blocks away in a dark alley. After getting out of the car, he anxiously glanced at his watch and then hurried into a cheap motel. Suyu put on his headphones and turned the listening device's knob to the maximum. Amidst the electric buzz, Clark's voice, filled with suppressed anger, came through in fragmented bursts. The plan is ahead of schedule. That old man seems to have sensed something. I've received news that he wants to change his will. No. I'm not ready yet. It was the panicked voice of Custer. Shut up. This is the last time. Clark's tone grew cold. The C case will happen tomorrow, and everyone's attention will be on the South.
When you make your move, it will be quieter than a grave. Do it cleanly, and then you can take the money and disappear to live your new life. Do as I say.
A few minutes later, Clark stormed out of the motel, driving away in anger. In the headphones, only Custer's heavy and terrified breathing remained. Suyu took off his headphones, his face showing little expression. Everything was unfolding according to the script he had written. He reached for the notebook on the table and flipped to the last page. It contained a rough sketch of Drake Manor and the relationship chain between Clark and Custer. The logic was clear, the motives undeniable, and all the evidence was complete.
A conspiracy to orchestrate a nationwide shocking serial murder case just to swallow the inheritance was now fully presented before him.
At that moment, a thought suddenly popped into his mind.
What if he handed over this evidence to Scotland Yard right now? Could he stop the upcoming C case in Chislehurst and save an entirely innocent life?
That thought lingered for only a second before he snuffed it out.
No. Without the C case, the ABC serial murder case wouldn't hold. Clark's entire facade would become incomplete.
He could easily shift all the blame to Custer, claiming to be extorted by a madman. With his financial power and legal team, he had a 90% chance of escaping guilt. Then in this game, he would lose. To win, one must win thoroughly.
The truth must be revealed to the world in the most perfect and indisputable way.
Suyu's eyes became as calm as a deep well. The C case is the climax of this drama and also the beginning of the curtain call, he whispered to the manor, which loomed like a giant beast in the night. When everyone's gaze is drawn to the splendid fireworks in the South, the tragedy of D will unfold in this silence.
And I will be the only audience, and the one to conclude it.
He drew the curtains, and the room was plunged into darkness. He adjusted the encrypted communicator to a special frequency, and immediately, the tense radio dispatches of the Chislehurst police filled the air, chaotic and noisy, imbued with a sense of urgency, as if a storm was about to break. All units, attention, a suspected target has appeared at the train station and is moving towards Commercial Street.
Received, teams 3 and 4, immediately proceed to encircle. Suyu ignored the noise.
He picked up the old long-focus camera, adjusted the focus, and steadily aimed the lens at the lonely glass greenhouse of Drake Manor.
Everything was ready. He was waiting.
Waiting for the gunfire that was destined to sound in the South, which would be his signal to start closing in here.
Outside, the night in Chislehurst was silent and deep. Chapter 28, The C Case.
The radio crackled with a brief interruption before being replaced by a hurried, slightly trembling male voice.
Special news break.
This afternoon at 3 o'clock, famous retired officer Sir Carmichael was attacked and killed near his private manor in Chislehurst. The police found a third copy of the ABC Railway Guide at the scene.
C. Carmichael.
Chislehurst.
The third letter fell, in a bloody and timely manner.
The news exploded like a bomb thrown into a calm lake, making the entire British nation boil over.
Panic spread to every corner through radio waves and newspapers.
In the official broadcasting hall of the Dragon Kingdom, the atmosphere was oddly tense. The screen did not linger on the chaotic and bloody crime scene in Chislehurst, but was locked firmly on Suyu in the cheap cafe of the Dunkster family. He listened to the broadcast on the radio, his face showing no surprise. He merely glanced down at the old-fashioned pocket watch on his wrist, its hands pointing to 4 in the afternoon.
The stage is cleared.
Suyu murmured softly, finishing the last sip of his coffee and putting down the cup, it's time for the lead to appear.
Damn. He really died. The C case happened. The expression on Sue's face. Did he already know?
Of course. This is all part of Sue's script. He is not incapable of saving, he just cannot save. If he saves, the real culprit of the D case won't be able to hide. But still, it feels a bit creepy, this is a living life. The saint up there, get lost.
This is a game of national fortune. Winning is everything. To catch the big fish, what's wrong with sacrificing an NPC?
In the live broadcast room, a complex mix of excitement and heaviness spread out.
They felt thrilled by Suyu's all-seeing layout and a trace of silent regret for the faraway and unknown Sir Carmichael.
Meanwhile, in the Lighthouse Kingdom's live broadcast room, MacArthur was half-kneeling at the muddy crime scene of the C case, using tweezers to pick up a small, black button from a patch of trampled grass. This button is the same style as the one found on the clothes left behind by Cast in the Andover Town Hotel, her police department assistant exclaimed excitedly.
It's him!
MacArthur stood up, mud splattered all over her crisp trench coat, but her eyes shone with remarkable brightness. The killer left it in a hurry.
He panicked. She turned around and ordered the group of tense-looking British police behind her, wanted. Issue the highest-level wanted notice for Alexander Bonaparte Cast across all channels. He is the ABC killer. Seal off all ports and train stations, he can't run far.
The audience in the Lighthouse Kingdom erupted into cheers like a tidal wave, going mad over their ace finding decisive evidence. They had no idea they were giving the loudest applause for a carefully fed red herring.
Dunkster, on the street. Suyu had already cancelled his hotel room across from the cafe.
He melted into the crowd like a drop of water in the ocean, disappearing into the deepening dusk. A few minutes later, he appeared on the top floor of an abandoned clock tower, where the view was excellent, allowing him to see Drake Manor and the cheap hotel below. He set up the listening device and put on his headphones. He knew the news of the sea case was the starting gun. Now, it was Clark's turn to act. Sure enough, the sound of Clark chatting and laughing in the club came through the headphones, followed by a servant rushing over, whispering a few words in his ear.
The noisy background sound vanished in an instant.
After a few seconds of dead silence, there was the sound of a chair being violently pushed back, and Clark's voice, suppressing wild joy but trying to sound calm, said his goodbye.
Sorry, everyone, there's an urgent matter at home.
Half an hour later, Suyu's listening device picked up the dial tone of the secure phone in Clark's home. The call connected, and Clark's voice was short and abrupt, as if he were speaking in some kind of code.
The scenery is great, we can prepare for harvest. The call hung up.
On the other side, the listening device connected to Cast's room picked up his heavy, beast-like breathing.
3, it's over, he murmured to the empty room.
The voice was filled with the exhaustion of survival and a nervous excitement. He said, "It's over, money, I want to get the money." Suyu pulled out a piece of letter paper from his pocket. It was a sample of letter paper he obtained from Clark's lawyer through the primary contributor privilege, with the same watermark. He spread the paper out and picked up a pen.
From previous observations of Clark's signatures and directive notes, he had roughly grasped the other's writing habits, a kind of extravagant, cursive handwriting.
Suyu imitated that style and quickly wrote a short line on the letter paper.
Tomorrow afternoon, old place, final payment. No reply.
After writing, he stuffed the letter into an ordinary envelope, and under the cover of night, he went down from the clock tower and slipped the letter through the door crack of a cheap inn. Suyu knew very well that a person tormented to the limit by fear and greed, upon seeing the last straw for salvation, had neither the ability nor the courage to discern authenticity. In the Sakura Country livestream room,
Sakura Chiyuki stood in front of the map of Caselhurst. In front of her was a data model that perfectly traced the ABC killer's movements.
But she was trapped in deeper confusion.
Why? She looked at the perfect arc from A to B to C, unable to understand. A serial killer who pursues a sense of ritual, after completing his great ABC sequence, the motive seems to vanish into thin air? Where does he go for the next D? There's no logic.
After point C, her model transformed into chaos. She couldn't comprehend, for she always believed it was an art crime, not a filthy transaction.
As the night deepened,
Suyu returned to the clock tower and used an encrypted communicator to reach a special number. On the other end of the line was a cautious, aged voice. It was Mr. Drake's personal butler, an elderly man absolutely loyal to his master.
Tell Mr. Drake, Suyu's voice was calm and strong, the final act will take place tomorrow afternoon in his greenhouse. He must cooperate, we will eliminate his future troubles.
There was a long silence on the other end, and finally came a single word, okay.
Fear and anger ultimately overcame hesitation.
Drake chose to trust this mysterious ally, whose face he had never seen. He immediately adjusted his Wednesday afternoon schedule to ensure he would appear in the greenhouse as promised. At the same time, several of his strongest and most loyal servants were quietly arranged in the shadows around the greenhouse. In the darkest moment before dawn, Suyu, like a ghost, infiltrated Drake's estate. He did not disturb anyone, but cleverly installed several matchbox-sized mini cameras and recording devices inside and outside the glass greenhouse. The positions of the lenses were calculated meticulously, ensuring everything that was about to happen inside the greenhouse would be recorded from different angles, with no blind spots. After finishing all this, he returned to the clock tower and sat alone in the darkness.
The night wind was exceptionally cold.
The face of Sir Carmichael, who died in Caselhurst, flashed through his mind.
He could have reported anonymously in advance, perhaps he could have saved him. But he didn't.
Suyu's gaze dimmed, that became a small thorn in his heart. But he knew better that any hesitation or soft-heartedness at this moment would lead to the death of Drake, the true target, and the freedom of Clark and Castor.
That would not only mean losing the game but also a betrayal of justice.
Under the night, Tankster appeared particularly quiet. Suyu, Clark, Castor, Drake. For key figures, for different locations, for completely different emotions, all waiting for the ultimate showdown tomorrow afternoon.
Chapter 29, Clark. Wednesday morning.
Tankster basked in sunlight. The air no longer carried the usual coal ash smell, but instead had the freshness of grass after rain. It was as if the tragic sea case that swept the nation yesterday was just a nightmare unrelated to this northern small town. In a high-end restaurant outside Drake Manor, Clark was attending a charity breakfast meeting. He wore a well-tailored light-colored suit, and his witty conversation often sparked laughter from the gentlemen and ladies at the table.
He appeared more relaxed and comfortable than anyone else, quietly building a perfect alibi amidst the clinking of glasses. Meanwhile, in a dark room of a cheap motel in the west of town, Castor was experiencing the longest torment of his life. He hadn't slept all night, his bloodshot eyes fixed desperately on the cold glinting dagger on the table. This was the prop that Clark had prepared for him. He checked it over and over again, then picked up the forged letter from Suyu, repeatedly confirming every word on it. Final reward, he muttered nervously, filled with both anticipation and fear. He was reciting the lines Clark had taught him, a script meant to pin the blame on a fictional vengeance organization in case of capture. He imagined himself as a pitiful creature coerced into action, rather than a murderer about to strike. On the top floor of an abandoned clock tower, Suyu was doing the final checks. Through the lens of his binoculars, he confirmed once more the angles of several tiny cameras inside and outside the greenhouse, ensuring everything was foolproof. Then, he checked the connections of the listening devices, finally letting his gaze fall on the preset escape alley below. Everything was clear. He picked up the encrypted communicator, and without speaking, gently tapped 3 times on it. This was a signal to the head of the security team at Drake Manor, indicating that everything was ready. On the other end of the communicator, 3 tapping sounds quickly replied. At this moment, chosen ones in other countries around the globe were still trapped in the fog of ABC. In the live room of Lighthouse Country, Mike Arthur was trying to pinpoint Castor's hiding range based on the button and sporadic eyewitness reports, looking at a huge traffic network map. Sweat beads were forming on his forehead. Clearly, finding a needle in a haystack was not easy. In the live room of Cherry Blossom Country, Sakura Chiyuki locked herself in her room, repeatedly reviewing all case materials. She keenly sensed something was amiss and began to suspect whether a second killer existed, but her thoughts still remained within the framework of a serial killer. In Bear Country's live room, the newly appointed chosen one was yelling at a group of British police officers, complaining that they couldn't even catch a madman. Their efficiency was terrible. They were all firmly trapped in their own thought cages by those 3 blood-red letters. In the official broadcast hall of Dragon Country, the atmosphere was completely different. The novelist Wuda was so excited that he stood up, pointing at the screen displaying Suyu's manor layout filled with various lines and markings, his voice trembling. Do you see it? Everyone. Do you see it? This isn't chasing a killer. This is directing an annual play to lure you into the trap. From the very beginning, Suyu had complete control over the rhythm. Professor Xiang Didua adjusted his glasses and added, "This is the pinnacle of psychological warfare." He not only predicted the killer's actions, but even anticipated every one of the killer's anticipations, and used information disparity to gradually lure the opponent into his trap. It's terrifying, this kind of strategic ability. Mike is still looking for people, but Su God is already pulling people in. Upstairs, the scope is too small. Su God isn't pulling in people, but the King of Heaven. I declare, this operation of Su God, I would like to call it, high-end hunters often appear in the guise of prey. My palms are all sweaty, I'm more nervous than when I'm on stage. Su God, you must succeed. Suyu had an advantage that others could never hope to reach: an overarching view of the entire situation. He knew Clark was the mastermind, knew Castor was a pawn, knew Drake was the target, and knew that the nationwide sensation ABC was, from beginning to end, a carefully designed trick. It was 11:30 in the afternoon. A homing pigeon flapped its wings, landing on the windowsill of a cheap hotel in the west of the city. This was Clark and Castor's most primitive and secret way of communication. Suyu watched clearly through the telescope from the clock tower. But he did not move. Because half an hour earlier, another identical pigeon had already been lured into the clock tower with breadcrumbs laced with sleeping powder for a visit. The real order sent by Clark was tied to that pigeon's leg. Suyu took down the small message tube and unfolded the note. The content was nearly identical to the forged fake order he had created, but the time was more precise, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This last piece of the puzzle fit perfectly. Suyu burned the real order and put the still sleeping pigeon, along with the fake order he wrote, into the cage he had prepared long ago. He wanted to ensure that Castor would only receive and execute his early action fake order. Time passed second by second. The live broadcast camera quickly switched between Suyu's calmness, Castor's fear, Clark's hypocrisy, and Drake's tension. In the background, only the monotonous sound of wind from the clock tower and the heavy breathing from Castor's room could be heard, suffocating every viewer in the Dragon Kingdom's live room into breathless silence. It was exactly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There were still 2 full hours until the time when Clark planned to take action. Castor finally moved. He hid the dagger in his coat, put on his hat, took one last look at the darkroom he had lived in for more than half a month, and pushed the door open to leave. He moved towards Drake Manor according to the time and Suyu's fake order, ahead of schedule. In the clock tower, Suyu put down the telescope. He did not stay here to watch the show but quickly packed up all his equipment, silently slid down the clock tower like a raccoon, and sneaked into a previously chosen hidden spot in Drake Manor, a dense evergreen thicket. Here, he could clearly observe the entrance of the greenhouse and keep an eye on the direction of the manor's main gate.
He had transformed from the director into the executor who was now ready to cast the net. Meanwhile, Clark was sharing lunch with his friends at the city's most high-end club according to his perfect plan. He raised his glass from time to time, his smile confident and elegant, making his perfect alibi flawless. He confidently waiting for the good news that would come after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Little did he know, his actor had already made an early entrance. At Drake Manor, that glass greenhouse shimmering in the sunlight now looked like a quiet stage, waiting for the arrival of the main character. Suyu hid behind the thicket, adjusting the position of his earpiece, where the wind and birdsong captured by the tiny recording device could be heard. Chapter 30, The Showdown. 1:15 in the afternoon. The sunlight in Tancaster was somewhat lazy, streaming through the dome of the glass greenhouse and spilling over the carefully tended orchids. Mr. Drake sat in a wicker chair, holding a thick hardcover book, but his gaze never focused on the pages. His heart was pounding like a drum, and his hand, hidden under the cushion, gripped a cold metal alarm device tightly. Outside the greenhouse, in the shadows of the thicket, a figure stealthily crept closer like a ghost. Every step Castor took on the soft grass made no sound. His hand was tucked inside his coat, fingertips touching the cold grip of the dagger, his palms sweaty and sticky. He could see the peaceful old man inside the greenhouse. A prey that was about to bring him immense wealth and freedom. He took a deep breath and pushed open the half-closed glass door. "Mr. Drake?" Castor's voice was a bit hoarse, squeezing out a smile that looked worse than crying. Mr. Drake seemed startled, the book in his hand falling to the floor with a thud. He looked up at the unexpected guest, his face showing just the right mix of fear and confusion. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Castor steadied himself, recalling the lines that Clark had taught him, but at that moment, his mind went blank. He only knew he had to act, and he had to do it fast. He stopped talking, suddenly pulling a dagger from his coat, his face twisted in fear turning into a fierce snarl as he lunged toward the old man in the wicker chair. Just as the tip of the knife was about to touch Drake's collar. Beep! A sharp, ear-piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the manor. Mr. Drake pressed the alarm button. Almost at the same time, from the bushes around the greenhouse, behind the flower racks, and even the rooftop, 7 or 8 sturdy bodyguards surged in, roaring from all directions as if they had sprung from the ground. Castor hadn't reacted yet, when a huge force struck from behind, and he was knocked to the ground. His face slammed hard against the cold tiles, his wrist gripped tightly by a hand like an iron claw, a sharp pain shot through him, and with a clatter, the dagger flew out of his hand. Ah! He let out a piercing scream, but was instantly held down, unable to move. Caught red-handed. Castor's face turned ashen, he couldn't understand why there was an ambush. Why was this happening? He shouted uncontrollably, he said this was the last money. Hold him down, don't alert anyone. A calm voice came from the bodyguard captain's earpiece, wait for the other main character. Outside the manor, a black luxury car was driving over at a leisurely pace. Clark sat in the back seat, elegantly adjusting his bow tie, a confident smile on his face. He glanced at his watch, it was 1:45. There was still more than an hour until he planned to act, but it didn't matter, he could go over now, just in time to accidentally discover his cousin's corpse and then be utterly heartbroken to call the police. The script was flawless. The car stopped at the manor entrance. Clark, claiming he had heard strange noises and was worried about his cousin's safety, asked to enter. The guard at the door exchanged glances and expressionlessly opened the gate. Clark sneered inwardly, a bunch of fools. He composed his expression, putting on a perfectly fitted look of concern, and quickly walked into the manor. Mr. Franklin, a bodyguard captain, rushed over, looking flustered. "You must take a look, sir, the master he had an accident in the greenhouse." "Here it comes." He was led toward the familiar glass greenhouse. The closer he got, the more worried he appeared, and his steps quickened. He was ready, prepared to unleash the most heart-wrenching grief when he saw Drake's corpse. However, when he burst into the greenhouse, the scene before him froze the expression on his face in an instant. Mr. Drake sat there peacefully in the wicker chair, though his face was pale, he was very much alive. He was coldly looking at Clark. And at Drake's feet, being pinned to the ground by several bodyguards, was Castor, who was supposed to have vanished after completing his task. Castor also looked up, staring at him with eyes that looked like he had seen a ghost. How could this be? Clark's brain crashed in an instant. "Mr. Clark," an unfamiliar voice came from the shadows in the corner of the greenhouse, "come to admire the masterpiece you've directed?" Suyu slowly walked out, playing with a miniature camera in his hand. He wore a playful smile on his face, calmly watching the meticulously dressed director. Clark's pupils rapidly shrank, but he was, after all, a seasoned veteran, and it took only a second for him to respond. He suddenly pointed at the trembling Castor on the ground, shouting fiercely, "It's you! You madman! You are the ABC killer! You have killed so many people, and now you still want to harm my cousin." He wanted to take the initiative and push all the blame onto this useless piece of trash. Hearing this unreserved betrayal, Castor froze. He looked at Clark's righteous face, staring into those cold and unfamiliar eyes, and a huge sense of absurdity and despair instantly engulfed him.
No, it's not true. He completely broke down, crying like a child, incoherently shouting, "You made me do it. It's you. ABC, you said that it was for. Shut up. You lying murderer."
Clark harshly interrupted him, trying to regain control of the situation. The greenhouse was in chaos.
"Don't rush, Mr. Clark." Suyu raised his hand, signaling the bodyguards to shut Castor's mouth.
He stepped in front of Clark, still wearing that infuriating smile. "Your actor's lines are not familiar, you've got the script wrong.
Why don't I tell all of you a complete story about ABC and D?"
At this moment, in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the long-accumulated comments erupted like a volcano.
Wow, wow, wow. Amazing. It's turned. The showdown has come. Sugod is so cool.
Look at Clark's face, going from white to red, then from red to green, like a traffic light.
So satisfying. Advanced hunters often appear in the form of prey.
I declare, this saying is tailor-made for Sugod.
In the studio, host Nigomite was so excited that his voice choked. The showdown has arrived. Our contestant Suyu has made his move.
Novelists Wu Dequai and Xiang De Duo Professor breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at each other.
They knew that in this brilliant battle of wits, the outcome was already determined.
Almost at the same time, at another end of Tangkester City,
Mike Arthur was rushing into a cheap hotel with a team of armed British police.
She had just locked onto Castor's hiding place based on the latest clues.
Block all exits. He can't escape.
She kicked open Castor's door, but it was empty. Just as she was shocked, a subordinate rushed over, panting and reporting, "Chief, Scotland Yard just sent urgent news. The suspect Castor has been caught at Drake Manor, and it's said that there's another hidden truth."
What? Mike Arthur's confidence and decisiveness were instantly replaced by immense shock and astonishment.
She had worked hard to trace the clues, deployed a large number of police, and finally found the killer's hiding place, only to discover that he had already been captured elsewhere?
And there was another hidden truth?
She felt like a clown performing desperately, while the real audience had already gone to watch another, even more exciting show. Inside the glass greenhouse, the sun was just right. Suyu stood in the center, surrounded by the pale-faced Clark, the broken Castor, the relieved Drake, and the alert bodyguards. All the hidden cameras inside and outside the greenhouse were steadily focused on him.
Chapter 31, Logical Judgment. There is no so-called ABC serial killer. What exists is a grand scheme meticulously planned to cover up a specific murder.
Suyu's voice echoed clearly in the glass greenhouse. Standing in the sunlight, he seemed to exude his own halo. Clark's face was pale, while Castor resembled a puppet with its spine pulled out, collapsing to the ground. Mr. Drake sat in a wicker chair, his tense nerves slowly relaxing with each of Suyu's words. The main character of this scheme is this Mr. Castor, so you picked up a stack of black and white photos, one of which showed Castor's timid side profile.
Another is a photocopy of the ticket he left at the hotel in Andover. He, Alexander Bonaparte Cast, a traveling salesman, a little person overwhelmed by life.
So you placed the photo on the table in the center of the greenhouse for everyone to see.
He was chosen by Mr. Clark, brainwashed, financed. He is the one who left the ABC Railway Guide in Andover, Bexhill, and today, Chislehurst.
He was told that as long as he followed the instructions and created a few nationwide sensational cases, he could receive a large amount of money, escape far away, and start a new life.
A perfect bait, isn't it? Suyu's tone was calm, yet every word struck deep. Clark snorted coldly, forcing himself to remain calm. Nonsense. I don't even know this person. These photos, these testimonies, are all forged by you.
Suyu ignored Clark, pulling out a transparent plastic bag from his pocket that contained several papers.
These are the early draft instructions handwritten by Mr. Clark that we found in Mr. Cast's room. Suyu unfolded the papers, their messy handwriting matching the strokes of Clark's signature. And here, there are Mr. Clark's fingerprints. Or would you like to say that Mr. Cast could forge even your fingerprints?
Clark's face paled further. He looked at the papers, a flicker of panic passing through his eyes.
As for why ABC?
Suyu's voice carried a hint of mockery, because it is too regular, too ritualized.
A in Andover, B in Bexhill, C in Chislehurst.
This perfectly attracted the attention of all investigators, making everyone think this was a serial killer pursuing art. That way, when the real murder D happened here, everyone's focus would be drawn to that grand firework in the south.
A brilliant cover, isn't it? He played a recording of wiretapped audio.
It was a conversation between Clark and Cast in a cheap motel.
The plan has to move up.
That old man seems to have sensed something. I got news, he wants to change the will.
No way, I'm not ready yet. Shut up. This is the last time.
The C incident will happen tomorrow, everyone's attention will be in the south.
When you act, it will be quieter here than a grave. Do it cleanly, and after that, you can take the money and run far away, to start your new life.
The recording came to an abrupt end.
The greenhouse was dead silent.
There's this part. Suyu played another segment of the recording. It was Clark making a secret call at home after the sea incident.
The scenery is nice, we can prepare to reap. After the recording ended, beads of sweat had formed on Clark's forehead.
Yet he still remained defiant.
These are all fabricated. I can find the best lawyer to prove it. This is a setup. I'm the victim.
Clark rebutted loudly, trying to regain the upper hand.
Fabricated?
Suyu laughed, a smile carrying a hint of amusement.
A gentleman who was framed by a madman, yet he happens to be the biggest beneficiary after this gentleman's death?
He took out a photocopy of a document, titled Personal Property Disposal Intent. It stated that Mr. Drake voluntarily bequeathed 90% of his estate to his dearest cousin Mr. Clark. The signature line bore Mr. Drake's handwritten signature.
Is this will hidden in your safe also placed there by Cast?
Suyu handed the document to Clark, his tone filled with undeniable pressure. Clark stared at the document, his body trembling slightly. His breathing grew heavy, and his gaze flickered, unable to meet Suyu's eyes. Motive, inheritance debt, means, manipulating Cast, opportunity, ABC smokescreen.
These three perfectly link together to form a complete story.
Suyu looked around before finally staring at Cast.
Mr. Cast. Now, will you still hide it for him?
Suyu's voice carried a hint of temptation.
Castor raised his head, looking at Clark's pale face, remembering Clark's recent shout of "You madman!
You are the ABC killer," and his heart's defenses completely crumbled.
It was him. He made me do it. Castor shouted hoarsely, pointing at Clark. He gave me money. He taught me how to select targets, how to leave that little booklet. He said if I finished, he would give me the rest of the money and let me escape. He made me put that booklet beside each victim. He said that would lead the police to investigate the serial killer instead of us. Castor completely broke down, spilling everything while rambling. He said after the sea case, everyone's eyes would be drawn away, and I could act here without anyone noticing. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the comments exploded. Wow! Castor really confessed. This twist is so freaking satisfying. The mental game by Sue is just textbook level.
First, using evidence to push Clark to the edge, then using Clark's betrayal to provoke Castor, simply amazing.
Step-by-step digging pits, step-by-step setting traps, Sue's layout ability is simply divine. This isn't just reasoning, this is clearly directing a great performance.
Suyu walked in front of Clark, his gaze like two searchlights, directly piercing into Clark's heart.
Now, Mr. Clark, can you still say that all of this has nothing to do with you? Can you still say that you are just a spectator in this play? Clark's psychological defenses completely collapsed.
Under the tightly linked evidence in Castor's accusation, his face turned from red to white, sweat pouring down his face, and his body began to sway slightly.
He opened his mouth but could not make a sound. Suyu didn't give him a chance to breathe. He pulled out the final and crucial piece of evidence from his pocket, a seal engraved with the Clark family crest. You should be very familiar with this seal. Suyu placed the seal on the table, then picked up the handwritten instruction draft by Clark, pointing at a subtle imprint on it. This is not just a symbol of your identity, it is also ironclad evidence of your writing the instructions. He perfectly aligned the seal with the imprint on the instruction draft. Can this also be forged by Castor, Mr. Clark? Chapter 32, Case Closure. That little seal, like the last straw, crushed Clark's taut nerves. In the greenhouse, with plenty of light and floral fragrance, no one had the heart to appreciate it. Clark stared at the seal on the table and the perfect imprint on his forged instruction draft, feeling as if all his strength had been drained in an instant. It was over for him. All his silver tongue, every improvised reaction, became pathetic jokes in the face of this decisive piece of evidence. He had planned a shocking nationwide scam, thinking he was the mastermind controlling the whole scene, only to realize he had been nothing but a clown waiting to be unmasked in someone else's script from the beginning. Thud. Clark's legs turned to jelly as he collapsed to the ground, his expensive suit soiled with dirt and grass clippings. He lifted his head, his eyes hollow, no longer exuding the arrogance and defiance he had before, only the despair of resignation remained. It was me. I did it all. He murmured, his voice as soft as a mosquito buzzing. I owe too much money. If I don't pay it back, they will throw me into the Thames. I just wanted to get what I deserved. He looked at Drake on the rattan chair, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Old man, that should have been mine. You forced me. Mr. Drake trembled with anger, pointing at him, unable to say a word. So, you planned this ABC murder case? Suyu's voice carried no emotion. It was like stating an established fact. Let Castor be your mad dog in front, creating chaos and attracting everyone's attention. While everyone is focused on the south, you can quietly eliminate D here, your cousin, Mr. Drake. A stands for Andover, B stands for Bexhill, C stands for Chislehurst. Suyu's gaze swept across everyone present. These three seemingly random places share only one common feature: they are all located in the southern part of Britain, far enough from Dunster. While all the police and detectives are worn out in the south, who would suspect that the real target is far away in the north? Hearing this, Castor on the ground completely collapsed. He finally understood that he had been a pawn used and tossed aside from the beginning. The so-called huge reward, the so-called new life, were all a scam. He lied to me. He lied to me. Castor struggled like a madman, pointing at Clark and screaming. He said if I finished this job, he would give me a lot of money. He taught me how to choose people, how to use that broken book. He said that book would make the police think a madman did it, and they wouldn't trace it back to us. So you did not stop him, but instead guided him with a question: how do you usually contact each other? Pigeons. And the dead letterbox behind that club in town. Castor spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. The money was also sent to me through a shell company. I have records. Suyu snapped his fingers. A bodyguard immediately stepped forward and searched Castor, finding a small notebook that roughly recorded several dates and amounts of money transactions. Suyu also took out a stack of documents from his pocket and tossed them in front of Clark. These are several different drafts of wills found in your law firm's safe, along with the transfer records to that shell company through your overseas accounts. Suyu looked down at him from above. Mr. Clark, do you have anything to add? Clark stared at the black and white, completely speechless. Witnesses, physical evidence, motive, method, flow of funds, a complete chain of evidence formed an irrefutable closed loop. Butler. Mr. Drake finally calmed down, his voice old but full of resolution. Contact my lawyer immediately, revoke all previous property gifts to Clark, not a penny will be left for him. Yes, sir. The butler bowed in response. Just then, a series of urgent police sirens sounded outside the mansion. Minutes later, a large group of British police rushed in, led by a Scotland Yard detective who had just hurriedly come from a cheap inn in the west of the town after finding nothing. When they saw this dramatic scene in the greenhouse, everyone was dumbfounded. Suyu stepped forward, handing over all the physical evidence, audio tapes, photos, and those key documents to the leading detective. Clark, the mastermind. Castor, the executor. The truth of the ABC serial murders is all here. The detective took the thick stack of evidence, looking at the collapsed Clark on the ground and the sobbing Castor, then glancing at the composed Suyu. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word for a long time. He felt that what he experienced today was more surreal than the past 10 years combined. Take them away. In the end, he could only wave his hand. Two police officers stepped forward, lifting the limp Clark on the left and right. Another officer dragged the crying Castor up as well. I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Clark shouted frantically as he was dragged away. As the two criminals were taken to the police car, the astonishing scam triggered by greed finally reached its curtain call. In Suyu's mind, the cold system notification sound also rang out. Ding! Congratulations to Dragon Country's chosen one, Suyu, for successfully solving the ABC serial murder case. Case truth restoration, 100%. Investigation phase completed, comprehensive score evaluation in progress. The global live broadcast room exploded in excitement at this moment. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the bullet screen was no longer a waterfall but a tsunami. 100%. Another 100%. Su God, forever a god. I'm kneeling down. This setup, this move, this reversal. I would call him the number one in national luck reasoning. Mike is still eating dust in the west side of the city, while Su God has already packed the killer and sent him to the police station. This is the difference. I declare, from today on, I am a hardcore fan of Su God. Anyone who opposes, I will spray them to death with my keyboard. Upstairs, you are not alone in this fight. Su God, fly with ease, astronauts will always follow. In the studio, the novelist could not help but turn red in excitement, and Professor Seung De Duo also showed a pleased smile. They knew that Dragon Country had won again. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast rooms of Lighthouse Country and Sakura Country, it was dead silent. In the footage, Mike Arthur stood outside the Drake Manor, watching Clark and Cast being escorted into the police car. His expression was a spectacle, shifting from shock to confusion, then to disbelief, before finally turning pale. He felt like a joke, a top-level clown being toyed with, spinning in circles. Sakura Chika locked herself in her room, repeatedly watching the news reports about the truth of the D case. Her data model was fragile, collapsing before the truth. The logic and intuition she was proud of appeared laughable under the dimension-shifting attack of another world. In the greenhouse, Mr. Drake, supported by his family, walked in front of Suyu and bowed deeply. Sir, thank you. You not only saved my life but also preserved the reputation of the Drake family. Suyu accepted this gratitude calmly.
he knew it was well deserved. However, just when everyone thought it was all over, a light blue screen appeared again before Suyu's eyes.
First phase, investigation, completed. Second phase, crime recreation about to begin. Identity extraction in progress. Identity extracted, organizer, Clark. Task requirement, please, as the organizer, fully recreate the entire planning and execution process of the ABC serial murder case in the virtual space. Teleport countdown, 10, 9, 8.
Before Suyu and Mr. Drake could exchange another word, his figure gradually became transparent, and then transformed into specks of light, vanishing from sight. The next moment, Suyu found himself standing in an empty, pure white virtual space. On the screen in front of him, two virtual characters' avatars appeared. One was the fearful Cast, and the other was himself, dressed in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses, the Clark.
The system's cold voice echoed once more. Crime recreation, now beginning. Please begin your performance. The sunlight and fragrance from Drake Manor twisted and faded from view, ultimately replaced by an endless pure white. Suyu had arrived again in that familiar virtual space. Before him stood two expressionless virtual figures. One was Clark, neatly dressed but with vacant eyes, and the other was the trembling Cast, his face still streaked with tears. They stood like two freshly made wax figures, awaiting orders. Second phase, crime recreation, initiated. Identity extracted, organizer, Clark. Task requirement, please, as the organizer, fully recreate the entire planning and execution process of the ABC serial murder case in the virtual space. Please begin your performance. The cold system prompt echoed, and in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the audience was not tense but instead showed expressions of eager anticipation. Here it comes. My favorite, Suyu teaches you how to act segment. Front row selling sunflower seeds, drinks, and bottled water. By the way, did MacArthur eat the ash? Don't make it awkward, Officer Mac is still analyzing fingerprints in the hotel room. You're directly entering the director's cut, no martial virtue here. What is called a dimensional reduction strike, tactical retreat. We are still pursuing the murderer on the first level, while Sue has already written the script on the 5th level. All rise. The Crime Teaching Bureau is now in session. Suyu moved his wrist, as if he had truly become Clark, the elegant yet malicious one in gold-rimmed glasses. He didn't speak immediately, but walked to the virtual Cast in front of him, as if evaluating a piece of merchandise. Selecting a person is the first and most important step in the plan. Suyu's voice changed, it was no longer his own tone, but mimicking Clark's slightly hoarse, superiority-filled London accent. He extended a finger and tapped on the virtual projection of Cast. Alexander Bonaparte Cast. A pathetic traveling salesman with a history of epilepsy, brain injury, and weak willpower. More importantly, he is exceedingly desperate for money and harbors unrealistic fantasies about the upper class. As he spoke, Cast's personal file appeared in the virtual space, with red lines marking head trauma sequelae and financial status, nearly bankrupt. A perfect tool. Dumb enough, obedient enough, and desperate enough. You don't need to give him much, just give him an ethereal hope, and he will do anything for you. Suyu snapped his fingers. The virtual Cast moved. The scene switched to a dim bar, where Clark, played by Suyu, sat in a booth, pushing a glass of whiskey toward Cast, using a tempting tone to paint a dream of wealth and escape. In Cast's formerly dull eyes, a hint of sickly enthusiasm truly ignited. Mind control completed, next comes the script. Suyu turned to the center of the space, where a giant projection of Britain's map emerged. I have only one goal, Franklin Drake of Doncaster. But making a move directly is too stupid. The identity of the heir would make me the prime suspect. His finger traced across the map. So, I need a grand fireworks display to attract everyone's attention. His finger heavily tapped on 3 points in the southern part of the map. Andover. Bexhill. Chislehurst. A, B, C, simple, straightforward, full of ritual. Like a child's game, enough to make those self-righteous Scottish detectives rack their brains analyzing the murderer's perverse psychology. They will furiously study the meaning of the letters, analyze the connections on the map, examine the commonalities of the victims. They will do everything except lift their heads to look north. The corners of Suyu's mouth curled into a cold smile that belonged to Clark. As for that ABC railway guide, it is a stroke of genius. It directs all clues towards a madman committing crimes randomly based on the railway guide. A perfect smokescreen. In the virtual space, scenes quickly flashed by. Clark handed a copy of the ABC Railway Guide to Cast, telling him it was a token of the organization. Clark sent vague instructions to Cast through a carrier pigeon, telling him to look for the target in the specified town. Clark, in a hypnotic tone over the phone, repeatedly emphasized, "You are just an executor, and you will gain freedom after it's done." The entire process was calm, efficient, filled with precise calculations of human nature. In the long country live room, everyone felt their scalp tingle. Wow, this is the true master of PUA. Killing with intent. Sue used Clark's underwear and turned it into a PowerPoint.
If Sakura Chiyuki sees this, her data model might just burn up on the spot. She is still researching artistic crimes. Sue directly told her, this is called KPI assessment. So ruthless, every step has been calculated to the extreme, even the police's reaction has been taken into account. The script is ready, the actors are in position, it's time to start. Suyu's voice suddenly rose, with a hint of excitement like a director shouting action. The virtual scene switched instantly.
Andover Town, tobacco shop.
Under the remote control of Clark, Cast had an argument with the old woman, then took advantage of her unpreparedness to strike from behind. He hastily threw an open ABC railway guide to the side and fled in panic.
Bexhill Beach, young waitress. Cast pretended to ask for directions, completing the second murder.
This time, he was more skilled, but the fear in his eyes still couldn't be concealed.
Chislehurst, Sir Carmichael. Cast's actions became more numb, like a robot programmed to complete tasks, leaving a token, then disappearing into the night. Suyu didn't let the virtual scene show too many bloody images, instead, he focused the view on Cast's face. That face, starting from the initial panic, to numbness in the middle, and finally to the neurotic expression, clearly recorded how an ordinary person was pushed step by step to become a mad killer. Look, such a perfect performance. 3 murders, 3 unrelated victims, 3 identical railway guides. The entire British police are going crazy over my ABC. Who will remember that in the northern town of Doncaster, there's an old man on the verge of death? Suyu spread his hands, as if admiring his masterpiece. When everyone's attention is focused on Case C, it's the best time for Case D to appear. I've even prepared a perfect alibi for myself, a charity breakfast, a group of gentlemen and ladies who can vouch for me. What a pity.
Suyu's Clark sneered lightly, the script has a little problem.
He didn't continue because his reproduction task was already complete.
He had completely presented Clark's sinister, malicious, self-righteous plan to the system without holding anything back.
The next second, the cold, authoritative voice arrived as expected. Reproduction of crime assessment in progress. Target selection logic, 100%. Psychological manipulation techniques, 100%. Crime process planning, 100%. Framing and alibi design, 100%. Overall score, 100%. Detective section, S. Method reproduction section, S. Final settlement, Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, Suyu, total score 100%. Rating, S. The reward will be distributed after your return to reality.
The huge S rating spread out in the pure white space. Suyu's figure began to become blurry, and the cold and arrogant expression of Clark faded, returning to his usual calm. He took one last look at the 2 virtual figures still standing like puppets and gently shook his head.
The game was over again. Chapter 34, The Guardian of Consciousness.
When the pure white virtual space collapsed into a sky full of light spots, that cold, authoritative, emotionless system prompt sound rang out for the first time in every corner of Blue Star.
Global announcement.
Dragon Kingdom's chosen one, Suyu, solved the ABC serial killer case, completion rate, 100%.
Crime reproduction rate, 100%. Overall score, S.
System evaluation, perfectly revealed the nature of the disguised serial murder case, the logical loop is flawless.
Boom. Every word of the announcement exploded in the minds of global viewers like a heavy bomb.
The official live broadcast of Dragon Kingdom, the string that had been taut since the beginning, snapped, completely breaking. After a full minute of silence, it was followed by a tsunami of celebration.
S level. Another S level. Double perfect score. I'm going crazy. Everyone stand up. Celebrate with Sue God for the new year. What is a dimensionality reduction strike? Strategic fallback, Mike is still directing traffic in the west of the city, and Sue God has already packaged the killer and the motive and sent it to Scotland Yard. The front stopped the awkward black. Mike did not direct traffic, he sealed the road for Sue God, to prevent idle people from disturbing Sue God while filming. This is heart-wrenching. I declare that from today on, the National Fortune Deduction game should be renamed Learning Directing from Sue God. In the studio, host and I go watch the glaring S-level rating on the screen, and with warm eyes, 2 lines of tears could not be held back, sliding down directly. He did not wipe them away, he just clenched his fists and with a choked voice, shouted at the camera, "We have one again. S-level. Our Dragon Nation has obtained another S-level." Compared to the nationwide celebration in Dragon Nation, the live streams from other countries were filled with oppressive silence. In the Lighthouse Nation's livestream, the screen coldly displayed Mike Arthur's final score. Lighthouse Nation chosen 1 Mike Arthur, case resolution completeness 45%, case reproduction failure. Overall rating, B level. Just moments ago, the audience was cheering for Mike finding the murderer's hiding place, but now they were all dumbfounded.
They looked at the news analysis about the truth of the D case and then glanced back at their live stream, where their champion stood in an empty hotel room, his face full of confusion, feeling that their IQ had been insulted like never before. B level? Why? Didn't he already find cast? So ABC was just a guise? The real target was D? My god, have we been wrong from the very beginning? That Suyu, how could he know? Is he a devil? In the Cherry Blossom Nation's live room, the lonely B+ rating hung in place. Sakurai Chiyuki locked herself in her room, watching Suyu's near-perfect inviting you into the trap performance on the screen. Her proud data model became a pile of ridiculous waste paper in the face of absolute truth. The light faded. Suyu found himself no longer in that glass greenhouse, but standing in a silver-white hall filled with a futuristic feel. A faint mix of metal and ozone wafted in the air. In the center of the hall stood an old man in a sharp military uniform, his hair grizzled but his posture straight. The few shining stars on his shoulders showcased his extraordinary identity. Behind the old man were a row of excited scientists dressed in white lab coats. They looked at Suyu, their eyes filled with awe, curiosity, and fervor. Comrade Suyu. The old general stepped forward, extending his gnarled hand. His voice wasn't loud but carried a quality like metal. Welcome home. Without much pleasantry, just these 4 words. Suyu reached out and shook his hand tightly. It is my duty. The old general released his hand, picked up a pure gold medal from a velvet tray held by a nearby guard, with a shield-shaped emblem of the Dragon Nation at its center. By the decision of the highest command, I bestow upon you the National Fortune Era Gold Shield Medal. The old general personally pinned the heavy medal on Suyu's chest, to recognize your outstanding contributions to the nation and its people. At that moment, the cold system notification sound echoed again, this time reverberating only in the command center's hall. National Fortune Game S-level clearance rewards being distributed. Congratulations to Dragon Nation, receiving a special technological reward, Quantum Consciousness Interface Technology. As soon as the words fell, the breaths of all scientists present stopped. Technical description: this technology can convert human brains' thought activities into readable, storable, and transmittable quantum data streams. Main application areas: 1. Education, to achieve rapid knowledge transmission and sharing. 2. Medical field, to accurately diagnose and intervene in mental diseases. 3. Crime detection field, through large-scale monitoring of thought waves, to provide early warnings of criminal behavior. Silence. The entire command hall was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Moments later, an old academician wearing reading glasses suddenly grabbed the arm of a colleague beside him, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Reading storing thoughts? My god. This is not science fiction. This is a miracle. Knowledge infusion. We can make a child master 4 years of university courses in one day. No. Even faster. Crime prediction. This means, we can create a truly ideal nation. The old general's body tensed, and in his eyes, which had weathered countless storms, an unprecedented light burst forth. He waved his hand fiercely, issuing a command. Immediately launched the highest level project brain plan. Gather the nation's top teams, regardless of cost. In 3 days, I want to see the first prototype born. Yes. The scientists roared in unison, their voices filled with mission and uncontrollable excitement. They turned and rushed to their respective laboratories, like soldiers about to head into battle. The great machine of Long Nation operated with an unprecedented efficiency, cranking up crazily. In the following days, the whole world witnessed a miracle. 1 week later. At a key high school in Long Nation, Class 1 of Senior Year 3. All students wore a silver-white, sci-fi-like headband. As the teacher gently tapped the terminal on the podium, a massive stream of knowledge data rushed into every student's brain in an instant. The 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation, which originally required an entire semester to digest, was completely understood, absorbed, and mastered by everyone in just 1 hour. A boy who usually scored only around 30 points in math, after removing the headband, picked up a piece of chalk and effortlessly solved a complex additional problem related to the Riemann hypothesis on the blackboard. The entire class was stunned. National education resources achieved consciousness sharing, average learning efficiency increased by 500%. Half a month later. In a bustling commercial area, a crowd surged. On the giant screen of the command center, countless light points representing the mental fluctuations of people merged into a calm blue ocean. Suddenly, one of the light points unpredictably turned bright red, accompanied by a sharp alarm sound. Lock onto abnormal mental fluctuations. Aggressive, predatory intent exceeds the threshold. Target location, People's Square, Fountain Number 3, gray jacket, black duckbill cap. Action team, move out. 3 minutes later, a man who was about to pull out a dagger to rob a passerby was pinned to the ground by several undercover police officers who descended from above. Even when he was handcuffed, he still couldn't comprehend why he was exposed. The mental prediction system based on the quantum consciousness interface was officially put into use, and the national crime rate plummeted by 90% within a month. A brand new era, in a domineering and unreasonable manner, arrived in Long Nation. While other countries were still struggling with energy, food, and chaotic public safety, Long Nation had already stepped into the age of consciousness technology. And the creator of all this, Suyu, was standing at the top of the command center, looking down at the city that had become both familiar and strange under his influence through the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Behind him, the old general walked over slowly and handed him a newly issued appointment document.
Comrade Suyu, the country needs you to stand in a brand new position. Suyu took the document and opened it.
There was only one line of gilded large characters.
Appointment, Comrade Suyu as the first guardian of consciousness of the era of national fortune. Chapter 35 I want to become a citizen of Long Nation.
The Prime Minister calls on the public to remain calm, as the technical turmoil in Manchester has entered its third day. Protesters are burning tires, blocking traffic, demanding the government obtain the miracle technology from the East immediately. On the TV screen, the BBC host wore a serious expression. The picture switched to a man in a suit being surrounded by reporters at the Parliament door, angrily waving his fists at the camera, spit flying.
A major blow.
The Lighthouse Technology Company's attempts to reverse-engineer the quantum interface. It ended in a disastrous failure. An explosion caused a massive blackout in Silicon Valley for 3 hours. The company's CEO called it involving different fundamental physics and announced the project was indefinitely halted. The CNN female host spoke solemnly. Behind her was the Lighthouse Technology Company's laboratory building, reduced to just a framework, with fire trucks spraying water helplessly. To address the growing social anxiety and despair following the Dragon Country shock, the cabinet announced today the launch of the National Calmness Plan. At the press conference of Sakura Country, officials formed a line and collectively bowed, their movements synchronized, as if apologizing for an irreversible mistake.
Dragon Country, Brain Project, Base 0. 300 meters underground, it was quiet enough to hear one's own heartbeat.
Suyu sat on the sofa in the lounge. In front of him, a massive screen split showed real-time news from around the world. He held a cup of hot tea, watching the chaotic, angry, desperate scenes, with not much expression on his face. All this was expected. Footsteps approached, and a gray-haired old general walked in, without any guards behind him, holding 2 documents in his hands.
It's about to break out outside.
The old general placed one of the documents on the tea table in front of Suyu, then sat down on a nearby armchair.
They're just anxious.
Suyu's gaze returned from the screen. They want to eat a cake in one bite. It's a wonder they don't choke. The old general nodded, deeply agreeing. They think this is a piece of cake, naively cutting it with their own forks, only to find out that this thing is liquid. They can't even comprehend it, let alone eat it. He pointed to the document on the tea table. This is the Quantum Consciousness Interface Technology white paper just released by Dragon Country to the world. Suyu picked it up and flipped through it. It was filled with many formulas and theoretical models he couldn't understand, but he could comprehend the concluding text at the end. This technology is based on the 11th dimension of superstring theory and achieves non-local entanglement with higher dimensional information space through gravitational wave resonance at specific frequencies. Suyu smiled. Showing this to them is like showing calculus to monkeys. It's exactly for them to see, to let them know where the gap truly lies. The old general's mouth also curled into a slight smile, to make them understand, this can't be caught up by just throwing money or stealing.
This is another track, another era. He paused and handed the second document to Suyu.
This is yours.
Suyu took it and opened it. Dragon Country Brain Project Advisory Group Special Advisor. Appointed by Suyu. We need you. Not just because you brought back this technology.
The old general's expression became serious, but also because only you have truly witnessed its source.
We need a guide, someone who can tell us how this path should be walked. Suyu closed the appointment letter and set it aside. When do I start? Now. Half an hour later.
Suyu changed into a white sterile suit and entered a pure white room. In the center of the room, there was only a uniquely shaped metal recliner, and above the chair floated a silver-white headband covered with countless blue light dots. A young scientist, looking under 30 and wearing thick glasses, approached him, his eyes filled with unrestrained excitement and enthusiasm.
Advisor Su. I'm Dr. Wang from the project team. He rubbed his hands excitedly. It is my honor to meet you in person. You are our Prometheus. Suyu waved his hand. Get to the point. Yes. Yes. Dr. Wang nodded eagerly, pointing at the headband. This is Enlightener number 1, our first prototype. According to the theory in the white paper, we can now achieve one-way infusion of basic knowledge. Today, we would like to invite you to be the first to experience it. How does it work? You just need to lie down on it, and... Dr. Wang's voice trembled. We will start with something simple, like a new language? Or a complete set of industrial design drawings?
Suyu lay on the metal chair, the cold touch coming from behind him.
Let's try something challenging. Dr. Wang paused for a moment, then grew more excited. Got it. How about all the data models for the controlled nuclear fusion project that we are currently tackling? He rushed to the control console, his fingers quickly operating the screen. The silver-white headband slowly descended, covering Suyu's head. There were no electric shocks, no cold sensations, not even any sound. Suyu felt his vision go black, and then a vast starry sky unfolded in his mind. Countless complex formulas made of light flowed before him like brilliant rivers of stars. Each piece of data, each variable turned into a pulsating star. He was no longer observing but had become part of this data. He could feel every pulse of the plasma in the tokamak device, could touch the invisible walls of the magnetic confinement field, could understand the frantic dance of every particle at over 100 million degrees. The complex data model, which could take top scientists years to research, transformed in his consciousness into a three-dimensional star map that he could freely drag, zoom, and examine. The entire process lasted less than 3 seconds. When the headband slowly rose, Suyu opened his eyes, and the room was still that pure white room. He sat up, looked at Dr. Wang, who had a tense expression, and spoke. The 36th constraint equation has an issue with the range of the z variable. Furthermore, the material strength simulation for the 17th cooling system overlooked the long-term metal fatigue effects caused by neutron radiation. Suyu's voice was calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Dr. Wang, however, was struck as if hit by lightning. He suddenly lunged to the console, pulled up those 2 sets of data, and his hands moved so quickly over the keyboard that they seemed to leave behind afterimages. Minutes later, he stood there frozen, his mouth agape as if an egg could fit inside. That's right, all correct. He muttered, looking at Suyu with eyes that had changed from adoration to reverence for a deity. A person who had never been in contact with nuclear physics discovered a fatal flaw that 2 top teams in a national project had failed to find in just 3 seconds. This was a miracle. Suyu moved his neck and got off the recliner. The feeling was wonderful. Knowledge was no longer something to memorize and understand, but had become as instinctive as breathing. Next, Suyu said. At that moment, the door of the room opened, and an old general strode in, his expression a bit complicated. Something has happened. He opened the communication screen on the wall. The image showed the Dragon Country's embassy in Lighthouse Country. At the embassy's entrance, there was a sea of people. Thousands of people were squeezing there, holding up all sorts of signs. I want to become a citizen of Dragon Country. Give me a chance. I can do anything. I'm a physics professor from Harvard. Take me with you. My daughter has leukemia. Please. The crowd was agitated, violently pushing and clashing with the police maintaining order. The scene was chaotic. It's not just Lighthouse Country, the old general said solemnly, all our overseas embassies are now completely surrounded. Wealthy individuals, scientists, elites, even ordinary people around the world are doing everything they can to get into Dragon Country. The pressure at the border has also increased tenfold, and the number of people trying to cross illegally is skyrocketing. He looked at Suyu and said word by word, the balance of the world has been completely tilted because of you. And now, everyone wants to stand on our side. Chapter 36 Training. Comrade Suyu, the country has another, strategic consideration. Suyu opened the atlas. Stunned. Inside, there were no confidential documents, no weapon blueprints, but instead, pages of introductions of people. The first page was a photo and profile of a female scientist, in her early 30s, elegant and intelligent, the youngest academician of the Dragon Country Academy of Sciences, focusing on high-energy physics. The second page featured a female officer, striking and poised, with sharp eyes, a top sniper of the Special Forces, repeatedly achieving top honors. The third page showcased a classical artist, gentle in temperament, a world-renowned pianist. Every page displayed a woman excelling in her respective field. Suyu's expression changed from confusion to shock, finally turning somewhat absurdly amused. He looked up at the old general, only to find that the general's cheeks were surprisingly a bit flushed, yet his gaze was extremely serious. What does this mean? Genetics, the old general replied succinctly, your performance proves that your thinking patterns, logical abilities, and psychological qualities far exceed those of ordinary people. From the perspective of national continuity and development, this is the most valuable asset. We hope this asset can be passed on. He pointed to the album. Inside are the top female representatives from various fields of the country. The organization hopes you will consider personal matters. Of course, the choice is entirely yours. Suyu was completely at a loss for words. He felt like he wasn't a hero, but more like a thoroughbred horse that won a race, just stepping off the track and being brought to a breeding station, with a lineup of excellent Mars photos in front of him for him to choose from. What kind of situation is this? Suyu rubbed his temples and pushed the thick dating album back. General, thank you for the organization's concern. But now is not the time to consider this. His tone was polite, but his attitude was resolute. The game isn't over, I need to focus.
The old general seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and nodded, I understand. But this proposal is valid for a long time. The country needs your genes. In the midst of this awkward and absurd atmosphere, that cold, authoritative system prompt sounded unexpectedly throughout Base Zero, also simultaneously resonating in the minds of people around the world.
New instance opening announcement. Instance type, multiple criminals acting in collaboration. Difficulty rating, 4.5 stars. Countdown to start, 72 hours. Please, chosen ones, be prepared. In just a few lines, the atmosphere in the command center instantly froze. The embarrassment on the old general's face vanished, replaced by a sharpness like that of a hunter discovering new prey. Multiple criminals, he murmured, fingers lightly tapping on the sofa armrest. Interesting, finally a challenge has come. Suyu's attention was completely drawn in.
In previous cases, no matter how well disguised, there was always one main culprit. But multiple criminals collaborating meant interpersonal relationships, interest distribution, and internal betrayal would all become distractions, exponentially increasing the complexity.
It seems the system also thinks the previous difficulty was too low.
A hint of a smile curled at the corners of Suyu's mouth. The old general stood up, his eyes filled with determination, not a trace of worry. They think this raises the difficulty. For us, it's precisely an opportunity to expand our advantage. He decisively pressed the communicator. Dr. Wang, activate the expedition plan.
Target, multiple criminal model.
Understood. Dr. Wang's excited voice came through the communicator. The old general looked at Suyu. Let's go, Comrade Suyu.
Since the enemy has given us a new test, we have every reason to use new methods to solve it.
Half an hour later, Suyu returned to that pure white room. Dr. Wang was there with a group of scientists, each face filled with fervor.
Advisor Su.
Dr. Wang adjusted his glasses and handed over a tablet. Based on your new task, we worked overnight to customize a brand new knowledge infusion plan for you.
Codename, Godfather.
Suyu took the tablet. A dense list of entries was laid out above. Criminal organization behavior, a study of power structures and internal fragmentation from the mafia to modern crime groups.
The evolution of group psychological effects in extreme environments.
Essentials of interrogation psychology, 100 classic case analyses of multi-suspect cross-examination.
Advanced course on micro-expression dynamic capture and lie detection. The application of game theory in interrogation.
These. Suyu looked at these book titles, his eyelids twitching. We have accessed all available global databases on criminology, psychology, and sociology, as well as some non-public ones, Dr. Wang explained excitedly. Extracting all theories and cases related to gang crime to construct 371 different behavioral models. What you are about to experience is the culmination of countless top scholars and frontline detectives' wisdom from the past few hundred years. He paused and said in an almost reverent tone, a normal person would spend their entire life not mastering even one of them. And you will probably need 2 hours.
This is the confidence of the Dragon Country now.
This is the real dimensionality reduction strike brought by the quantum consciousness interface technology. While the chosen ones of other countries still rely on personal experience and limited data to struggle, the Dragon Country has already crafted a PhD crash course in criminology tailored for Suyu.
Suyu said little, calmly lying down on the metallic chair.
The silver-white headband slowly descended. He closed his eyes.
Then, Suyu's voice echoed in the room, let's begin. In the next second, an endless torrent of knowledge transformed into pure information, flooding deep into his consciousness.
The old general stood behind the one-way glass of the observation room, watching Suyu lying in the chair, glancing at the prominent 72-hour countdown on the wall.
A strategic smile appeared on his face. The game has just begun. Chapter 37, Welcome to the Eagle's Nest.
The 72-hour countdown reached its end under the old general's calculating smile. The world in front of Suyu did not distort or fade like last time. Instead, it shattered like a glass struck instantaneously, scattering the entire zero-base scene into millions of glowing numbers and symbols. A vast torrent of knowledge flowed smoothly in the depths of his consciousness, automatically classifying, analyzing, and modeling these disintegrated data.
Entering 4.5-star instance. Environment module loading. Character module loading. Rules module loading.
The entire transmission process, in his perception, was no longer an incomprehensible supernatural phenomenon, but a clear and logically rigorous data migration. He could even see his consciousness data stream being extracted from the real world by a higher-level command and injected into a closed virtual server.
Interesting, Suyu's consciousness remained calm, so this is the underlying logic of the instance. Data reconstruction completed.
Suyu opened his eyes. The flames in the fireplace burned brightly, crackling softly, projecting warm light onto the dark red Persian carpet. The air was filled with a complex blend of old books, leather, and cigars. The room was huge, with a high dome, and the walls were adorned with deer heads and several vividly colored oil paintings, the gazes of the figures in the paintings appearing especially deep in the firelight.
Outside the massive floor-to-ceiling window was a blizzard engulfing the earth and sky. White snowflakes pounded on the glass, creating a dull howling sound, as if they would lift this lonely building from the mountaintop. A typical snowstorm lodge setting. The criminal organization behavior book automatically flipped to the relevant chapter in Suyu's mind, while the evolution of group psychological effects in extreme environments began to highlight. He was not the first to arrive. In front of the fireplace, an elderly man dressed in a dark vest, his hair neatly combed, sat upright. Holding a glass of red wine, his back straight like a javelin. He did not look at the fireplace, his sharp eyes scanning every person in the room. A standard soldier, used to controlling the situation, Suyu instantly completed a preliminary sketch. Not far away, on a long sofa, a beautifully made-up movie star wearing luxurious fur nervously rubbed her diamond ring. She tried hard to maintain elegance, but the slight tremble in the corner of her mouth revealed her anxiety. In the corner, a thin man wearing glasses tightly clutched a briefcase, his expression tense, like a frightened rabbit. Judging by his attire and demeanor, he seemed like a writer or a scholar. By the window, a plump businessman wearing a gold watch paced irritably, mumbling to himself. A doctor in a white coat, with a calm demeanor, sat on a single sofa, his hands resting calmly on his knees, observing everyone coolly. And there was a young couple huddled closely together, the girl's head buried in the boy's chest, their bodies shivering. Finally, there was a maid dressed in black standing like a statue by the door, her hands folded in front of her, her expression blank, as if she saw nothing of what was happening around her. Counting Suyu, there were 9 people in total. Another one? The businessman stopped and looked at Suyu with irritation. What the hell? Whose property is this place anyway? What do they want by tricking us here? His voice broke the eerie silence in the room. The movie star couldn't help but speak, her voice trembling slightly. My invitation said it was for a private charity party. I received an anonymous letter saying there is a story here that could change my life. The writer adjusted his glasses and said softly. I was told that there is a retired general here who wants to talk to me about the past. The old man by the fireplace spoke up, his voice loud, carrying an undeniable authority. He shook his wine glass, but when I got here, I found it was nothing like that. Everyone began to chatter, quickly figuring out the situation. All 9 of them had received differently worded but identical anonymous invitations, tricked into this luxurious villa named Eagle's Nest located on a mountaintop deep in the mountains. Then, the snowstorm came, and the only road down was completely blocked. The phone lines were cut, and there was no signal on their cell phones. They were trapped. This is kidnapping. Illegal. The businessman angrily waved his arms. Once I get out, my lawyer will sue him into bankruptcy. What use is saying that now? The doctor calmly pushed up his glasses. We must first determine if there are any other people in this house besides us. Is there enough food and water? I have checked, the maid replied expressionlessly. There is enough food and drinking water in the kitchen pantry for all of us to last half a month. The generator and fuel are also sufficiently stocked. But, besides us 9, there is no one else in the entire villa. No one else? Then who invited them? A chill, colder than the storm outside, instantly gripped most people present. Suyu remained silent throughout. He found an inconspicuous corner to sit down, interestedly observing this classic opening scene. Advanced tutorial on micro-expression dynamic capture and lie detection told him that when the movie star mentioned charity party, the corners of her eyes slightly sank, which usually relates to feelings of shame. When the businessman roared, the Patek Philippe on his wrist flickered, but his clenched fist showed that his inner fear far outweighed his anger, and that seemingly calm doctor, his pupils dilated for 0.02 of a second when mentioning food and water. Everyone was lying, or rather, everyone was hiding something. In the Dragon Country live room, the audience was already bursting with joy. Here it comes. The classic Blizzard Mountain Villa. God Su is about to open the God perspective now. Laughing to death, while others are still in the novice village studying the rules, God Su comes directly with a full set of strategies and cheats. Look at Su's expression, it's as if it says, you all are my research subjects. I feel sorry for these NPCs for a second, they have no idea what kind of monster they are facing. Just when everyone was suspicious of each other, and the atmosphere became tenser, a cold, emotionless electronic synthesized voice suddenly echoed in every corner of the room. Welcome to Eagle's Nest. Everyone was startled and looked around in fear. The blizzard will last for 7 days. During this time, communication will be cut off, and roads will be blocked, no one will be able to leave. Among the 9 of you, there is an executioner hidden. Executioner? That word made everyone's faces turn pale in an instant. The task of the executioner is to execute all the guests before the blizzard ends. Your task is to find and execute that executioner before you are all executed. Boom! The amount of information was so overwhelming that it blew everyone's minds. Execute, what does it mean? The girl and the young couple asked with a trembling voice. The system voice did not answer her but gave the final warning in an even colder tone. The game begins. Tonight, that executioner will choose the first target. Good luck to you all. The voice disappeared. Silence.
After more than 10 seconds of silence, the female star let out a sharp scream, completely breaking down.
No. I don't want to play any game. I want to go home. Let me out. She rushed madly towards the door, desperately pulling on the heavy brass doorknob, but the door would not budge at all. The young couple held each other and cried. The writer sat on the ground, his face pale. The businessman's sweat soaked through his collar, and he could no longer utter a harsh word. Only 3 people remained calm. The old general in front of the fireplace slowly stood up, his eyes became sharp like an eagle, filled with a killing aura. The silent doctor adjusted his glasses and quickly scanned everyone's faces, as if searching for prey. And then there was Su Yu, sitting in the corner. He even wore a hint of a playful smile on his face. Multiple killers working together?
No, the system had changed its gameplay this time.
This isn't a puzzle, this is a survival question. Werewolf kill, real-life version. His gaze shifted from the collapsing female star to the panicked couple, then to the pretentiously calm old general and doctor, and finally landed on the housekeeper who had acted like a background character the whole time. So who will be the first? Chapter 38, Classic Locked Room Murder. Slightly modify, give the NPC a name. That phrase "good luck to you all" dissipated in the air, and the fire in the fireplace flickered, as if trembling along with it. Silence. A silence more suffocating than the howling of the blizzard outside. Ah! The scream of the female star Evelyn rent the tranquility apart. She stumbled towards the door, her luxurious fur coat unable to hide the violent tremors of her body. No! I won't play. What kind of game is this? Let me out. She pulled hard on the heavy brass doorknob, but the door would not budge. The cold metal touch filled her with even more despair. This is kidnapping. This is a crime. The businessman Roger's roar followed, but the redness in his eyes and the beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed his inner fear. When I get out of here, my lawyer team will sue the owner of this place to bankruptcy. The young couple held tightly together. The girl Lillian buried her face in her boyfriend Leo's chest, her shoulders shaking non-stop. The bespectacled writer Edgar sat on the carpet, his briefcase dropped beside him, and he looked completely gray. Shut up, all of you. A loud shout drowned out all the cries and roars. The old General Victor stood up in front of the fireplace. He wasn't physically tall, but the iron-blooded aura that emanated from his bones instantly silenced the room. Does crying and threatening work? Can it open the door or stop the snow? His sharp gaze swept over everyone. Now we are all in the same boat. If we don't want to die, we all must listen to my command. Why should we listen to you? The merchant Roger retorted, his neck stiff, yet his voice shaky. Victor ignored him and turned to the calm observer, Dr. Helena. Doctor, what is your opinion? Helena adjusted her glasses and spoke calmly. The general is right. Panic is our most deadly enemy right now. We need order. I agree. Suyu stood up from the corner, breaking his silence. His calmness starkly contrasted with the surrounding fear, naturally drawing everyone's attention. In the face of rules, we are all equal. But to survive, we need a temporary leader. His words provided the old General Victor with a way forward and gave everyone a reason they had to accept. Victor nodded and issued the first command. Tonight, everyone stay in this living room. No one is allowed to go back to their rooms alone. We will supervise each other until dawn. No one opposed this suggestion. In front of the unknown executioner, the crowd was their only comfort. Anna. Victor looked at the statuesque housekeeper. Check every lockable place in this room. Yes. Anna bowed slightly and began her task. Suyu's attention fell on the housekeeper. She walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, checking the heavy brass bolt. Then she went to check the door, sliding a thick solid wooden beam into the groove in the wall. Her movements were smooth, precise, and there was not a hint of unnecessary motions. That was the muscle memory formed after long-term training, not something an ordinary housekeeper should possess. The night deepened. 9 people huddled in the vast living room, the fireplace being the only source of light and warmth. No one felt sleepy, fear fermented in silence. Merchant Roger kept checking his watch, writer Edgar hurriedly scribbled something in a small booklet, while movie star Evelyn curled up in the corner of the sofa, wrapping herself in fur and occasionally letting out a suppressed sob. Suyu leaned against the single sofa, eyes closed, but his mind was racing. The knowledge infused over those 2 hours was now working with unprecedented efficiency, creating behavior models for everyone present. The general's control, the merchant's bluster, the doctor's absolute rationality, the writer's neurosis, each person was broken down and analyzed in his mind. Time passed second by second. The wind and snow outside seemed to lessen, a hint of gray-white light seeped through the heavy curtains. Daylight broke. We survived, the young Leo said, trembling. The people in the living room looked at each other. They saw the relief of having survived reflected on each other's faces. Ha! Ha 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 ha.
Merchant Roger suddenly burst into loud laughter, his laugh sharp and piercing.
I told you. What a ridiculous executioner, just a prank. Trying to scare us. His laughter shattered the tension, making others relax too.
Evelyn stood up, covering her face. The night of fear had left her looking haggard.
I can't take it anymore. I need to go back to my room, take a shower, and put on some makeup. I must look terrible right now. No.
Victor immediately rejected her. We must stay together.
I am not your soldier. Evelyn's emotions exploded as well. I need privacy.
That killer didn't show up last night. Maybe he has already left.
Maybe there is no killer at all.
Her words swayed some people.
Since nothing happened overnight, perhaps it really was just a joke. Ignoring Victor's opposition, she resolutely walked up the spiral staircase to the second floor. With a bang, she slammed the door to her bedroom.
Immediately, there was the crisp sound of the key turning in the lock.
She locked the door from the inside.
In the living room, the atmosphere was a bit awkward. Victor was looking pale, but he didn't dare to actually kick down a movie star's door.
An hour passed.
Victor could no longer sit still.
No, I have to see. He went upstairs with Leo and Roger and knocked on Evelyn's door. Miss Evelyn? No answer. Evelyn! Open the door. Victor knocked harder.
The room remained deadly silent.
An ominous premonition hung over everyone. Step back.
Victor took 2 steps back and shouted at Leo and Roger, bash it open. The 3 of them slammed their shoulders against the heavy oak door.
Once, twice. Boom.
The lock shattered, and the door swung open inward.
Lillian's scream echoed throughout the entire villa.
Evelyn lay on the carpet in the center of the room, her expensive silk robe stained bright red with blood from her chest. A silver letter opener was deeply embedded in the location of her heart. Her eyes were wide open, filled with terror and disbelief. The room was as tidy as ever, the windows securely latched from the inside. This was a perfect locked room.
Chapter 39 Time Restart. Everyone, don't move.
Dr. Helena reacted first, quickly rushing into the room and blocking the others outside. Preserve the scene. She crouched down, carefully probing Evelyn's carotid artery, then lifted her eyelid to look.
She's already dead.
The heart was directly pierced, she must have died instantly. Helena lightly pressed on the arm of the body, which had begun to stiffen, and glanced at the dark red spots appearing on the corpse's back. Judging by the rigor mortis and livor mortis, the time of death was at least 4 to 6 hours ago. She stood up, calmly announcing a conclusion that sent shivers down everyone's spine. That means she died around 2 to 4 a.m.
2 to 4 a.m.?
At that time, all of them were in the living room downstairs, staring at each other.
Lie. Someone among us is lying.
Roger was the first to jump up, pointing at everyone. Someone left the living room.
Who was it? Suyu did not participate in the argument.
He walked into the room, his eyes quickly scanning every corner. The door was locked from the inside, the key still in the lock. The window's bolt was also secured from the inside. His attention eventually fell on the windowsill of the large window. A thick layer of white snow had accumulated outside due to the blizzard, with some also piling up on the broad windowsill. On that smooth patch of snow, there was a very shallow, very incomplete imprint.
That could not have been left by Evelyn's fringed silk slippers.
His peripheral vision caught sight of Lillian at the door. Her boyfriend Leo was comforting her, but her own hands tightly gripped the hem of her dress, her fingertips tapping quickly and unconsciously on the fabric.
That wasn't simple fear, it was more like a restless agitation she was trying hard to suppress. Enough.
Victor regained control of the situation. Now, search everyone's rooms and luggage.
No one can hide any secrets. No one opposed. The results came out quickly, fueling the flames of suspicion even more.
In writer Edgar's room, they found several notebooks full of writings. The notes detailed dozens of murder schemes, one of which was about how to create a locked room murder in the snowstorm villa.
This is my profession. I'm a writer, Edgar argued, his face pale. In the businessman Roger's suitcase, Helena found a crumpled contract. The content was about Evelyn preparing to sue Roger's company for a huge compensation.
He had the most direct motive for murder.
Business. This is just a business dispute.
Roger's sweat soaked the collar of his expensive shirt. In the end, Victor found a small bottle of liquid with a torn label in Dr. Helena's medical kit.
This is a sedative, Helena said unusually calmly. I carry it with me for emergencies.
But everyone knew that this stuff could also let someone be killed in their sleep, without any resistance. Everyone returned to the living room. The atmosphere was so oppressive it could wring water out. Evelyn's body had already been moved to the side hall, covered with a white cloth. Victor stood in front of the fireplace, playing the role of judge.
Now, we vote to identify the executioner. It's him. It must be Roger. Leo pointed at the businessman. He's about to go bankrupt. Bullshit. The one who writes murder novels is suspicious. Roger retorted sharply. That doctor is also problematic. Who knows what that bottle of medicine is for? Wait a minute. Suyu's voice was not loud, but it stopped all the arguing. Motive and suspicious items are just circumstantial evidence. He walked to the center of the crowd. The core question is, how did the murderer do it? Evelyn died in the early morning, when we were all together. She was found in a room locked from the inside. Who can explain this? He picked up a thin poker from beside the fireplace and pulled a thread from the curtain. Maybe, it doesn't require anyone to go in, he began to demonstrate. If you take a sturdy fishing line, pass it under the door crack, and hook the inside doorknob. Then, pulling hard from outside would make the door lock turn, finishing the lock. After that, pull out the fishing line. His demonstration left everyone looking at each other in confusion. The window is the same. As long as there is a small gap, a similar method can operate the bolt. The murderer needs not strength, but skill and calm. Suyu's words made the originally clear direction become blurred. The murderer may not be the one with the strongest motive, but definitely the smartest one. Voting began in a chaos of accusations and blame. The result was 3 votes for Roger, 2 votes for Edgar, and 2 votes for Helena. The rest abstained. No one received the majority needed for execution. The first trial ended in a deadlock. Night fell again. This time, no one dared to let down their guard. Fear gripped every person's throat like an invisible hand. They knew the murderer was among them, and he, or she, might strike again tonight. Everyone still gathered in the living room but had created greater distances, eyeing each other with caution. Suyu chose the darkest corner, where he could overlook the entire layout of the living room. He would not make the same mistake again. Tonight, he would watch closely, to see who that ghost truly was. He adjusted his senses to the extreme. The knowledge instilled by Base Zero allowed him to read information from the smallest details. The old-fashioned clock in the hall began to chime with dull sounds. Suyu's consciousness was highly focused, watching every person. As the 12th chime echoed. In that moment, Suyu felt the entire world freeze for a second. The fireplace before him, the terrified faces, the flickering flames, everything decomposed into countless flashing data streams, then suddenly rewound. He went dark for a moment, then light returned. He was still sitting in his single sofa. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly. Not far away, businessman Roger burst into that sharp, ear-splitting laughter. Ha! Ha ha ha! I told you! What nonsense, executioner, this is just a prank. Suyu froze. He turned his head and saw Evelyn stretching, yawning with her hand over her mouth, complaining that the sofa was too hard and ruined her skin. Everything had returned to this morning. Before the body was found. Time had reset. And the only one who remembered it all was him alone. Chapter 40, just like yesterday. I made a slight modification, adding each person's names. It won't delay the reading. Just changed a bit of the plot. The sharp and harsh laughter of Merchant Roger still echoed in the living room, while Evelyn was stretching, yawning with her hand over her mouth, complaining that the sofa was too hard and ruined her skin. Everything was exactly the same as yesterday. Suyu sat in the single sofa, his body unmoving, but his entire world had turned upside down. The torrent of memories violently clashed with the vivid scenes before him, forming a sense of absurd and terrifying disconnection. Evelyn was not dead yet. That perfect locked room had not yet formed. Time had flowed backward. What the hell? What's happening? Am I stuck? How did I go back to the morning? I'm not stuck. Time has reset. This scenario is a time loop. Like a murder version of Groundhog Day. Oh my god, only God remembers what happened? This difficulty is too insane. It means he has to face all the unknown alone, and if he dies, he has to start over? No, this is an advantage. God effectively has the ability to explore the entire map and can make mistakes infinitely. Suyu did not pay attention to the surging joy and worry in his mind. What he needed now was absolute calm. He stood up, casually walked over to the spot where author Edgar had collapsed on the carpet. In the panic just now, Edgar's briefcase had fallen to the ground, and its contents spilled out, including a silver pen and a small notebook. As everyone was still immersed in the relaxed mood of having survived a disaster, Suyu bent down, picked up the pen and notebook, and walked to a discreet corner, facing away from everyone, quickly writing down several keywords on the paper. Evelyn. From 2 to 4 in the morning. Locked room, silver letter opener. Window sill, faint imprint. After finishing, he ripped off that page, folded it into a tiny square, and stuffed it into his pants pocket. After doing all this, he finally returned the notebook and pen to Edgar, who looked confused. Your stuff. Oh, thank you. Edgar absent-mindedly accepted it.
At this moment, the statue-like housekeeper Anna had walked out of the kitchen holding breakfast. Freshly baked bread, fried eggs, and hot milk. The aroma of food made the tense group relax a little.
It's time to eat.
I'm starving. Merchant Roger was the first to rush to the table, grabbing a piece of bread and stuffing it into his mouth. This time, Suyu did not choose a corner spot. He picked up a plate and walked straight to sit next to the young couple, in the empty seat beside the girl, Lillian. Lillian was cutting her fried egg into small pieces, and Suyu's approach made her body stiffen for a moment.
Didn't sleep well last night? Suyu initiated the conversation, as if chatting casually. It's okay. Lillian lowered her head, not daring to look at him. Don't be afraid, it seems like just a prank.
Suyu's gaze turned to Evelyn, who was arguing with Merchant Roger, and he said in an admiring tone, Miss Evelyn is truly radiant, maintaining her grace under these circumstances.
No wonder she is a big star. Crack. A faint crisp sound. The silver dinner knife in Lillian's hand made a glaring mark on the white porcelain plate.
Her action of cutting the egg stopped, her knuckles tightened from the force. She raised her head and forced a smile at Suyu, but that smile never reached her eyes.
Yes, she always stands out.
Her boyfriend Leo beside her sensed her discomfort. He suddenly moved his chair closer to Lillian, resting a hand on her chair back in a protective stance. His movement was small, but Suyu could feel the sudden tension in his arm muscles. This man was much stronger than he looked.
Here it comes, here it comes. God, Su was starting to test her. This Lillian definitely has a problem. That look. I saw it.
When she mentioned Evelyn, her eyes were full of jealousy and disgust. Her boyfriend is also very suspicious. That protective posture is too skilled, not ordinary people.
Breakfast ended in a strange atmosphere. Evelyn, just like in the last loop, stood up covering her face. I can't take it anymore. I need to go back to my room, take a shower, and touch up my makeup.
I must look terrible now, she complained, twisting her waist as she walked up the spiral staircase to the second floor.
No. We must stay together. Old General Victor's angry shout rang out on time.
But this time, Suyu didn't wait for them to finish arguing. He stood up and said to Victor, General, I agree with your opinion.
But staying here is not a solution.
I want to check the structure of the entire villa and see if there are any exits or weak points we may have overlooked. This reason was reasonable. Victor was unhappy but could not refute it.
I will go with you. Dr. Helena pushed up her glasses and also stood up. Okay. Suyu nodded. The two walked up the stairs one after the other.
Suyu did not go to check other rooms directly but pushed open Evelyn's bedroom door before her.
What are you doing? This is my room. Evelyn screamed as she followed behind. Routine inspection.
Suyu replied briefly, walking straight to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The window was firmly latched from the inside, and the wind and snow outside were heavy, piling up thick snow on the wide windowsill. Suyu reached out and gently pushed the window latch. The latch was a bit loose and not fully locked. With a little clever force, he could make it sway left and right without damaging it. If a thin string or wire were inserted from the tiny gap outside, it would be entirely possible to move the latch back into place after opening the window, creating a false impression that the window was locked from the inside. And the snow on the windowsill, if the murderer was careful enough, could leave only a very shallow trace that could be explained as snow blown by the wind. He had already cracked half of the locked room's technique.
Have you seen enough? Evelyn urged impatiently.
Suyu turned and left the room, Helena following him, looking at him with a probing gaze.
Mr. Su, you seem particularly interested in this room.
I just feel that the most beautiful places are often the most dangerous.
Suyu casually replied, walking towards the study at the end of the corridor.
Old General Victor was standing in front of the large map in the study, his finger rubbing a certain point on the map.
General, did you used to lead troops into battle? Suyu walked over and asked. Victor glanced at him without answering the question, but instead asked, what do you think is justice? I don't know. I don't know either.
A complex self-deprecating smile appeared on Victor's face. My last job was sitting on a military court, deciding others' lives and deaths.
Sometimes the evidence is conclusive, but you know that person is wronged.
Sometimes everyone says he is innocent, but your intuition tells you he is the devil.
So I only believe in rules. Military judge.
This identity explained the aura he had of controlling everything and judging others.
Chapter 41, The Invisible Killer. Leaving the study, Suyu saw the writer Edgar in the lounge on the second floor. He was fervently scribbling in a notebook, looking excited. Mr. Edgar, sorry to interrupt. Suyu sat down opposite him. You are a mystery writer, and I want to ask you a question. Does a perfect locked room really exist? This question immediately ignited Edgar's passion. He put down his pen and began to speak excitedly, of course. Theoretically, there is a way to crack any locked room. The classic tricks are usually a few, using thin string or fishing line to operate the latch from under the door gap. This is the most basic, or use ice blocks to hold the housing door, waiting for the ice to melt before the door locks automatically, and there are more complex ways, like using an ice dagger to kill, the weapon will disappear by itself. He spoke 7 or 8 methods in one breath, his eyes fervent. So you listened quietly, matching this information with the note in his pocket one by one. This writer is just a theorist, talking smoothly, but if he really had to do it, he would probably be scared. Sushin is gathering intelligence, going through all possibilities. Why do I feel like Sushin is giving everyone a lesson? After chatting with Edgar, Suyu went down to the first floor, where the merchant Roger was pacing anxiously in the living room, cursing continuously. Suyu walked directly up to him. "Mr. Roger, I hear you had some business disagreements with Miss Evelyn?" Roger was startled, and his face turned red immediately, waving his arms. "Nonsense. Who said that? We just had a little business dispute, very normal. No need to make a fuss about it." He became more and more agitated, but his flashing eyes and the cold sweat on his forehead exposed his guilt. Just then, Dr. Helena came down the stairs and called out to Suyu. "Mr. Su, you seem very interested in observing people? It's a professional habit." "Oh? What is your profession?" Helena asked curiously. "A profession that requires constantly solving problems and finding the truth." Suyu didn't say it directly. Helena nodded, adjusting her glasses. "What a coincidence, so do I. I study the truth within people's hearts. My main focus is criminal psychology." She actively revealed her own cards. Suyu's eyes passed over her and saw the female housekeeper Anna quietly tidying the living room. She was on a small ladder, taking down the oil painting depicting a snowy scene of the Alps from above the fireplace, then bringing out another painting from the storage room, a portrait of a middle-aged man, and hanging it up. Why did she want to change the painting? Suyu noted this doubt in his heart. He approached Anna and asked when she came down, "Why change that painting?" Anna's movement paused for a moment, then restored her calm demeanor. "The master doesn't like that snowy mountain, he said it looks cold. This portrait is the master's favorite." "Master? That mysterious person who deceived them here?" Suyu stopped asking questions and walked into the study where Victor had just been. He pretended to browse casually, but his gaze quickly searched the bookshelf. Soon, he found his target. A thick, leather-bound photo album. He opened the album. The first page was a yellowed black and white group photo. The background of the photo was this eagle nest mansion. In the photo, there were more than a dozen young people, laughing and playing, full of youthful spirit. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He saw a young man in a military uniform, handsome and dashing, looking 7 parts like the old General Victor. He saw a girl in a maid outfit, shyly standing in the corner. That was young Anna. He also saw several other faces, although young, the features, the eyebrows and eyes, clearly belonged to Roger, Edgar, Helena, and even Evelyn's parents. This was not a random kidnapping. This was a long-planned revenge. Wow! What a shocking revelation! They knew each other in the previous generation. Something big must have happened in this villa back then. So this time it's for revenge? Executioner, could it be the victim of that incident back then or their descendants? Nightfall came again. Everyone gathered once more in the living room, the atmosphere of fear thicker than the previous cycle, as everyone had dug up evidence against themselves. They were suspicious of one another, on guard. Suyu did not stay with the crowd. He cited the need to stay alert as an excuse and walked alone up the spiral staircase to the second floor. He did not turn on the lights. Instead, he hid behind the huge stone pillar at the corner of the stairs. From here, he could overlook the entire living room, while also monitoring the corridor leading to all the rooms on the second floor. He adjusted his breathing, turning the advanced course on micro-expression dynamics capture and lie detection that had been drilled into his mind to the extreme, enhancing his senses to their limits. Time passed second by second. The old-fashioned clock in the living room began to chime its dull toll. Suyu's gaze swept over everyone in the living room. Victor was polishing a hunting rifle he had found from somewhere. Helena was reading. Roger was drinking. Edgar was writing. Lillian and Leo were huddled together, shivering. Anna stood by the door, utterly motionless. The 12th chime fell. At the moment the sound completely faded away, a shadow stood up from the most inconspicuous corner of the sofa in the living room. The figure's movements were extremely slight, barely making any sound. He, or she, did not walk towards the stairs, but instead, moved along the shadows against the wall, circling to the other side of the hall, where there was a narrow passage leading to the back kitchen and the servants' room. That path could also get to the second floor. Suyu's heart leapt to his throat. He held his breath, watching the shadow disappear into the darkness of the passage.
A few minutes later, at the end of the corridor on the second floor, near Evelyn's door, a nearly inaudible sound of metal scraping echoed.
Someone had entered.
Suyu stared tightly in that direction, but he could see nothing and could not tell who the shadow was. The killer was not a ghost. He was really there, right under everyone's nose, entering Evelyn's room.
Chapter 42, Strange Cycle.
The world collapsed once again in Suyu's perception, then reformed. He was still sitting on that single sofa, the fire in the fireplace roaring brightly, reflecting the dark red patterns on the carpet.
Not far away, the merchant Roger erupted into his piercing laughter. Ha! Ha 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 ha! I told you! What a ridiculous executioner, just a prank.
The movie star Evelyn stretched lazily, covering her mouth as she yawned, complaining that the sofa was too hard and ruined her skin.
Everything was just like yesterday.
Suyu's body didn't move, but his mind was stirred up in a storm. No, something was off. This reset was not what he expected. He thought he would return to the initial starting point, but this scene was clearly the beginning of the second cycle.
The note with keywords hidden in his pocket had also disappeared. Why? What the hell? Back again? Didn't Sugat already see the killer? What's going on? Is there a bug? How did we return to the morning of the second day? No, don't you realize?
The system doesn't just want Sugat to find the killer, it wants him to execute the killer. In the last cycle, Sugat only saw the shadow and didn't successfully identify it during the voting process, so it was deemed a failure.
I get it.
The completion conditions for this instance are not simply solving the case, but to complete the entire process of investigation, identification, and trial within a day.
And it must be correct.
In Suyu's mind, countless fragments of information collided at high speed, and a new hypothesis quickly took shape. What the system wanted may not just be one killer. Multiple killers cooperating to commit the crime was hinted at in the beginning of the instance.
Perhaps, last night, only one of them acted.
Or perhaps, what he saw and what he deduced still did not reveal the complete truth. Only when he fully disclosed all the crimes that occurred that day, along with every participant and every link in the chain of murders, and gained recognition during the trial, would this cycle be broken. The difficulty level of this game was higher than he imagined.
Dinner's ready. I'm starving.
Roger was the first to rush towards the dining table. This time, Suyu didn't test Lillian, nor did he check the structure of the villa. During the rush for food, he was alone, climbing the spiral staircase to the second floor. He needed to verify something. A loud bang echoed as Evelyn slammed her bedroom door downstairs, followed by the sharp sound of the key turning in the lock.
Everything was happening as scripted.
Suyu did not knock on the door that was destined not to open. He walked to the other end of the corridor, to an empty guest room, which also faced the cliff behind the villa. He pushed open the window, and a biting cold wind mixed with snow swept in. He leaned out carefully, observing the external structure of Evelyn's bedroom window. The windowsill was wide, covered with thick snow. Between the window frame and the wall, there was a fine crack due to the aging of the building. It was wide enough for a sturdy fishing line to pass through. An hour later, Victor's anxious shouting came from downstairs, followed by the heavy sound of someone banging on the door.
Boom! Lillian's scream rang out right on time.
Suyu then calmly stepped out from the guest room and walked to the crowd gathered at Evelyn's door. Inside the room, a tragedy had already unfolded. Evelyn lay in a pool of blood, the silver letter opener reflecting a cold light in the morning sun.
Don't move! Preserve the scene.
Dr. Helena was the first to react, stopping everyone. She squatted down to examine and calmly reported, the time of death was at least 4 to 6 hours ago.
Between 2 and 4 in the morning. As everyone fell into a new round of panic and mutual accusations, Suyu walked into the room.
He did not look at the body but headed straight for the tightly closed window. He put on a pair of silk gloves he found in the nearby wardrobe, leaned close to the windowsill, and examined it carefully.
Look here.
His words caught everyone's attention. He pointed to the wooden edge outside the windowsill, where there was an almost invisible, very fine groove. If not for deliberate searching, it would be mistaken for the natural grain of the wood. This is a mark left by fishing line or a similar thin line underweight in tension. Then, he squatted down and looked at the low cabinet by Evelyn's bedside. He reached out, probing the gap between the cabinet and the wall, feeling around for a moment, and then pulled something out. It was a small piece of torn paper, slightly crumpled, with a scribbled number written in pen.
7. What's this? Roger leaned in to look.
I don't know, Suyu pocketed the paper, but this is something found at the crime scene, it might be a clue. He stood up and scanned the crowd, now more tense due to this discovery.
Now, I want to know one thing.
His tone was calm but carried an undeniable force. Between 2 and 4 in the morning, where was each of you, and what were you doing? The old General Victor spoke first. I was in the study reading, looking for survival knowledge for possible emergencies.
What book were you reading? Suyu pressed. A guide to plants in the Alpine Mountains. I wanted to see if there was anything edible. The writer Edgar adjusted his glasses. I was in my room brainstorming plot ideas. This environment is very inspiring. How much did you write? Inspiration wasn't flowing well, mostly just outlining. Businessman Roger shouted. I was in my room doing calculations. Do you know how much my company is losing? Where's the ledger? In my suitcase. Dr. Helena crossed her arms. I was resting in my room, conserving energy for possible medical emergencies. Suyu looked at the couple. Leo was shielding Lillian behind him. We stayed in the room. Lillian was very scared, and I was comforting her. Did you witness each other? Yes. Finally, everyone's gaze fell on the housekeeper Anna. She still wore an expression of calm. I was in my room, sleeping. Not a single person had a solid alibi. Everyone is an evil person. Not one says the truth. The pressure from Su God is too strong. Just a few words have forced out everyone's lies. What does that 7 mean? The 7th killer? Or does it mean the killer is the person in room 7? Look at Lillian over there, her hands are always shaking. She definitely has a problem. Suyu did not immediately expose their lies but led everyone back to the living room downstairs. Evelyn died in a perfect locked room, and all of us theoretically have alibis. Suyu picked up a long poker by the fireplace and a piece of curtain tassel. But what if the killer never needed to enter the room? He began to demonstrate how to use thin string to unlock the door through the crack. This can lock the door, but what about the window? Victor raised a question. The window is the same. Suyu walked to the window in the living room. The killer just needs to use a tool, like a small knife, to pry open a crack outside the window wide enough for fishing line to fit through. Then, he can hook the latch inside with the fishing line. He paused and introduced a brand new concept. But if the killer is among us, he wouldn't have time to complete such a complicated operation and then return to us. So, he needs an accomplice. One who can help him delay the crime. Suyu took a cube of ice, the size of sugar, from the fridge in the kitchen. Ice. He tied one end of the thin string to the ice cube, passed the other end through a simulated latch hole, and then wedged the ice cube in the window frame groove. Chapter 43, Failed Judgment. The killer could finish all the preparations before midnight. He hangs the dagger with string right above Evelyn's bed, while the other end is secured by this piece of ice. At the same time, with another set of ice cubes and string devices, he controls the window latch. He just needs to calculate the melting time of the ice. Suyu looked at the stunned faces of everyone and continued, by 2 or 3 in the morning, when we are all in the living room watching each other, the ice melts. The window latch automatically falls due to gravity, completing the last lock of the locked room. And the melting of the other ice will make the hanging dagger fall, stabbing into the heart of sleeping Evelyn. The water will evaporate, leaving no trace behind. The living room fell silent. This explanation was too perfect, yet too wicked. It perfectly addressed the killer's alibi problem. Nonsense. How is that possible? Roger was the first to retort, but he lacked confidence. This method requires extreme calmness, precise calculation, and an understanding of the villa's structure. Suyu's gaze slowly scanned each person. More importantly, it needs an opportunity to make Evelyn return alone to the locked room and fall asleep. He paused and finally fixed his gaze on Lillian. For example, a cup of hot milk laced with a sleeping pill? Lillian's face instantly turned pale. I did not. She screamed. At breakfast, I saw you have a brief conversation with Miss Evelyn. Suyu stated calmly. Moreover, among everyone, your and Mr. Leo's testimonies are the only ones that mutually validate each other but cannot be confirmed by anyone else. We were just staying in the room. Leo excitedly stood up, blocking Lillian. You're slandering. Is that so? Suyu countered. Then let me ask you another question. What were you doing at 1 a.m.? I was reading. Leo replied. What about Lillian? She had already fallen asleep. Suyu turned to Lillian. Miss Lillian, what was Leo doing at 1 a.m.? Lillian's lips trembled as she glanced at Leo and softly said, He was telling me a story, trying to make me fall asleep. One said he was reading, the other said he was telling a story. Though it was just a tiny contradiction. But in this environment where everyone fears for their lives, it is enough to be deadly. Boom. Directly exploded. Godsu caught them on the spot. I said it was her. That jealous look can't be hidden. But what about the motive? Just because of jealousy? And what about that 7? Enough. Victor stepped up, acting as the judge. Now, we vote to identify the executioner. I accuse Lillian. Roger immediately jumped out, eager to find a scapegoat. Writer Edgar hesitated for a moment, then raised his hand. Her suspicion is indeed the greatest.
Dr. Helena pushed up her glasses and abstained. Insufficient evidence, I cannot judge. Victor also abstained. I only believe in the rules, innocent until proven guilty. Suyu raised his hand. 3 votes. Leo glared angrily at everyone, while the maid, Anna, remained expressionless. 3 votes to 0, 2 abstentions, 2 people were the parties involved. The votes did not surpass half. The trial, once again, failed. The atmosphere in the living room froze to the freezing point. Lillian collapsed in Leo's arms, quietly sobbing. Roger and Edgar looked at her with eyes as if they were staring at a dead person, as if she would pull out a knife at any moment. Suyu returned to his corner, not looking at anyone, just replaying the entire process in his mind. He found a new clue, 7, cracked the complete method, and caught Lillian's loophole, yet still failed. Why? Was it because the evidence chain was not complete? Or was it that the meaning of that 7 was more important than he imagined? Or perhaps... His thoughts suddenly turned in a whole new direction. What if there was more than one murderer? What if Evelyn's death was completed by multiple people, using different methods, at different stages? For example, A was responsible for drugging, B set up the trap, and C provided the false alibi. This is a complete murder chain. And he had only caught one link. What the system wanted was the complete truth. This thought sent chills down his spine. Night fell again. This time, no one dared to sleep, not even to close their eyes. The 8 of them confronted each other in the living room, waiting for dawn, or rather, waiting for the next trial. Time passed second by second. The hands of the old clock finally pointed to midnight 12. The ringing echoed in the silent living room, striking at each person's heart. The 12th chime fell. Suyu felt the entire world freeze, then began to break apart like a sand painting blown by the wind, disintegrating into countless flickering data streams. His vision went dark, then immediately returned to light. He was still sitting in his single sofa. The fire in the fireplace was burning brightly. Not far away, the merchant Roger was bursting out with that shrill laugh. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Reset. Once again, accurately back to the morning of the next day. Suyu closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the chaotic information in his head. He understood. The true rule of this scenario wasn't to make him a detective, but to make him a god. He had to see through everyone's lies in one day, uncover all the conspiracies, dragging the entire iceberg hidden beneath the surface out completely. Any missing link, any oversight by an accomplice, meant failure. And the price of failure was an endless loop. Suyu opened his eyes. This time, his gaze did not fall on any living person, but on that portrait of a middle-aged man that Anna had just replaced on the wall. The game had to change its rules. Chapter 44, Backstab in the Loop. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Merchant Roger's sharp and piercing laughter echoed in the living room. Evelyn was stretching, covering her mouth as she yawned, complaining that the sofa was too hard, ruining her skin. It was the 3rd time. Suyu sat in the single sofa. His body did not move, but his thoughts were stormy. He did not look at anyone. He was staring at the portrait of a middle-aged man on the wall, just switched by Anna. The man in the painting was well-dressed, smiling, but his eyes revealed a cold, scrutinizing gaze. The game needs a change in strategy. Here it comes again. The familiar opening. Has Sue been numbed? It's already the 3rd day. If the murderer isn't found, Evelyn will have been killed 3 times, too tragic. Sue's expression is different this time. He seems to have no intention of investigating slowly anymore. While everyone was still immersed in the relaxed mood of surviving a calamity, Suyu stood up. He didn't observe or collect any small details during breakfast like the previous 2 times. He went straight through the living room to the young couple in front. The girl, Lillian, was cutting the fried egg on her plate with small bites, and Suyu's sudden approach made her stiffen, the knife making a slight sound against the white plate. Miss Lillian. Suyu spoke, without pleasantries, without a lead-in. Lillian looked up, forcing a smile. Sue. Mr. Sue, is there something you need? You know Evelyn, right? You did not just meet here. Suyu's question was like a bullet, directly piercing through the false politeness. Lillian's face instantly turned pale, her knife and fork fell into the plate with a clatter. I don't understand what you mean. Your fathers were old acquaintances, working together at the same company. Evelyn's father is the chairman, and your father is his deputy. Later, your father was ousted from the company due to a financial scandal, and ultimately died in depression. Suyu spoke slowly, but every word struck at Lillian's heart, and the direct beneficiary of that scandal was Evelyn's family. This information was pieced together by him in the last loop from an old photo album and a business magazine in the study. Lillian's lips trembled, unable to say a word. Her boyfriend, Leo, suddenly stood up, shielding her behind him, glaring at Suyu. What nonsense are you talking about? What do you want? Leo's body was tense, like a beast ready to pounce. I'm just stating facts.
So you looked at him, or do these so-called nonsense make you feel uneasy? You are slandering.
Lillian finally broke down, peeking from behind Leo and shouted, I didn't.
I don't hate her at all. I didn't kill her.
She exclaimed the most crucial sentence.
I haven't said she would die. So you calmly pointed out this flaw. The entire living room fell silent instantly, everyone looked over.
Roger's mouth was still open, crumbs fell to the ground. Victor's hand froze over his coffee cup. Lillian's crying stopped abruptly, as if someone had choked her, the color draining from her face.
Wow. A powerful start.
Sue is no longer playing around, he's laying his cards on the table.
Divine level pressure.
I haven't said she would die. Once that sentence came out, Lillian's psychological defenses completely crumbled.
But she shouted, I didn't kill her, not I didn't kill anyone. Is there a difference? Feels off somehow.
Suyu didn't press further. He turned and left, leaving the couple caught in panic and the gaze of suspicion from others. His purpose was achieved, he had stirred the waters, now he needed to find someone to help him catch the fish. He walked to the fireplace. Old General Victor was holding a cup of coffee, contemplating him thoughtfully.
General, can I speak with you privately?
Victor put down the cup, following Suyu to the empty study.
What do you want to say?
Victor closed the door, getting straight to the point. If I told you that everything that happened today, including our conversation right now, I have already experienced twice, would you believe it?
Suyu looked him straight in the eye.
Victor's face showed no change, but his fingers gently tapped the edge of the desk.
You mean, time is repeating?
That's right. Every morning, Evelyn complains that the sofa is too hard, Roger laughs to survive, then Evelyn goes back to her room.
An hour later, we find her dead in the locked room.
Her heart pierced by a silver letter opener. Suyu revealed the vision of the future. Victor was silent for a moment. This battle-hardened soldier showed no shock, instead he looked at Suyu with a scrutinizing gaze. Evidence. First, the weapon is the letter opener that Evelyn collected herself, sitting on her nightstand.
Second, the killer's method involves using ice and fishing line to create a delayed murder device and an alibi. Third, we will find a note with the number 7 written on it in the gap between Evelyn's nightstand and the wall.
Fourth, we will hold a vote today, but due to insufficient votes, the trial will fail. Then, when the midnight bell rings, everything will start over.
Suyu finished in one breath, observing Victor's reaction.
Victor walked to the window, looking out at the raging snowstorm. After a long time, he slowly spoke, sounds absurd.
But if it's true, why are you telling me? Because I can't catch the killer alone.
Or rather, I can't catch all the killers. Suyu said, I need a helper, someone who can control the situation with force at a critical moment.
Here, you are the most suitable. What do you want to do?
Victor turned around, choosing to believe, or rather, choosing to gamble with today.
Very simple. We won't wait for the body to be found, we will catch a live one.
Suyu's plan was simple, we need to catch him while the killer sets the scene.
Half an hour later.
Evelyn, just as before, complained as she walked up the stairs and returned to her room. Suyu and Victor exchanged a glance but did not follow her. They walked to the storage room on the first floor, where Suyu rummaged through a pile of clutter to find a roll of sturdy twine and a few small bells.
The two quietly made their way to the second floor. Evelyn's room door was locked from the inside.
Suyu crouched down, carefully threaded one end of the thin twine through the gap under the door, then hooked it onto the doorknob with a wire and gently tied it. The other end he pulled into the shadow around the corner of the hallway, tying on the small bells.
A very simple alarm device was complete.
As long as someone turned the doorknob from inside or outside, the bells would ring.
Now, we wait.
Suyu and Victor hid in the shadow of the corner, like two patient hunters.
Wow, Sue and the general teamed up.
This combination, one with a high IQ and one with great strength, it's solid. This old-fashioned method is brilliant. The killers surely wouldn't expect them to pull this off.
I'm so nervous, who will go open the door? Is it Lillian? Or that mysterious shadow? Time passed, minute by minute.
In the living room downstairs, the vague sounds of Roger and Edgar arguing could be heard. No one knew how long it had been, maybe half an hour, maybe an hour.
Ding-a-ling-ling.
A very faint but exceptionally clear bell rang in the silent hallway.
Now's the time.
Victor darted out almost simultaneously with the ringing of the bell, his movements were agile, completely unlike those of an old man.
Suyu quickly followed.
The two rushed to Evelyn's room door.
Victor showed no hesitation, crashing his shoulder hard against the door. Boom! The already damaged door lock couldn't withstand the impact, and the entire door flew open inward.
Inside the room, Evelyn lay already in a pool of blood. And beside her body, a figure was crouched there, holding a fishing line, seemingly tying something to the window latch. Hearing the door crash, the person was scared out of their wits, dropping everything from their hands to the floor.
They lifted their head. A face twisted in terror was exposed before the two men. It was the writer, Edgar. No. Not me. Edgar fell to the ground, scrambling backward with hands and feet, screaming incoherently, I just wanted to. Victor took a step forward, stepping on his flailing arm, and flipped him over, pinning him down. Speak. What are you doing here? Victor's voice was like ice. I heard noises in Miss Evelyn's room, so I came to see. I found the door unlocked, pushed it open, and saw her. She was already dead. Edgar was in tears, completely losing his scholarly demeanor. And then? Suyu walked in, coldly asking. Then I went crazy. Edgar cried out, I've spent my life studying locked room murders, I've always dreamed of witnessing one. When I saw the scene, I wanted to set it up as a perfect locked room. For writing inspiration. I swear. I really didn't kill her. She was dead when I arrived. Just this? All this fuss for a copycat? I'm dying of laughter, a theorist wanting to practice, but ends up caught in the act. What a social failure. So who is the real killer? The door was unlocked when Edgar went in, indicating the killer left not long before. Just then, Dr. Helena and the others hurried over in response to the noise. Upon seeing the scene in the room, everyone was stunned. Everyone stay back. Helena rushed in first, glancing at Edgar, who was being held down by Victor, and immediately crouched to check Evelyn's body. She put on gloves, checked the carotid artery, lifted the eyelids, and then her movements stopped. Helena's gaze fell on Evelyn's slightly parted lips, where the color was an abnormal bluish purple. She leaned in closer, sniffing carefully. Something's wrong. Helena stood up, a serious expression appearing on her face for the first time. What's wrong? Suyu asked. The cause of death is not this. Helena pointed to the letter opener stuck in Evelyn's chest. This knife was inserted after she died. Her real cause of death was poisoning. Helena took a set of simple testing tools from her medical kit, dabbed a little saliva from Evelyn's lips, and dropped a reagent on it. The tip of the cotton swab instantly turned deep blue. Cyanide poisoning. Helena gave the final conclusion. Based on the color of her lips and nails, the dosage was significant, leading to instant death. This means someone poisoned her first, then, after the first person left, another person, or the same person, stabbed her heart with the knife. The entire room fell completely silent. This discovery sent the case, which was about to become clear, plummeting into deeper confusion. Edgar was just a wannabe puzzle maker. He wasn't even the second murderer, merely a discoverer and scene arranger. The true killing chain was, I used poison to kill Evelyn, B inflicted a secondary injury with the knife after A left, and faked the scene. And they had only caught an inconsequential cleaner. Suyu's mind raced. Poison, who had the chance to poison? Breakfast? Or was it the water Evelyn drank after returning to her room? Just as he tried to untangle this mess, he felt the entire world freeze. Victor's angry face, Helena's grave analysis, Edgar's desperate cries, everything began to break down like sand art blown away by the wind, disintegrating into countless flickering data streams. His vision went dark, and then light returned. He was still sitting in his single sofa. The fire in the fireplace was blazing. Not far away, the merchant Roger erupted in that piercing laughter. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Once again, it reset. Suyu closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the chaotic information in his mind. This time, his gaze did not fall on anyone. Cyanide. In his mind. The image of Dr. Helena's medical box, always with her but with the label torn off, surfaced. Chapter 45, finally entering the next cycle. The sharp and piercing laughter of Merchant Roger echoed in the living room, as Evelyn stretched, yawning with her hand over her mouth, complaining that the sofa was too hard and ruined her skin. Everything was exactly the same as yesterday. Suyu sat in the single sofa, his body still, but his whole world had turned upside down. He instinctively reached into his pocket, which was empty. That note with cyanide and copycat had disappeared with the reset of time. Failure meant erasing all traces, going back to the beginning. No, not the beginning. Suyu raised his head, looking at the absurd play that was performed punctually every day before him. The general's vigilance, the merchant's bluster, the writer's excitement, the couple's intimacy. Everyone was trapped in the same day, playing the same roles, and only he was the sole spectator and the only disruptor. The price of the last cycle's failure was Evelyn's death again, but what it brought were two crucial pieces of information. First, the cause of death was cyanide poisoning, the knife wound was just a disguise. Second, writer Edgar was not the murderer, he was just a madman obsessed with crime tricks, daring to conduct artistic recreation at the murder scene. One was responsible for poisoning, the other for faking the scene. This was a chain. Suyu's thoughts became clear.
The system's prompt of multiple murderers colluding to commit the crime turned out to mean this. They were not working together but passing the baton. Each person was responsible for just one link in the killing chain to create a perfect locked room and alibi. To clear the level, one had to root out every person on this chain within a day. Here it comes again. The familiar opening, the familiar laughter. Roger, you could be a timekeeping bird now. This is the fourth time. Is Sue okay? Watching living people turn into corpses every day is too much mental pressure. Have you noticed that Sue's sitting posture hasn't changed, but his whole presence feels completely different? Before it was observation, now it's scrutiny, like watching a bunch of lab mice. He must have new discoveries again. That cyanide poisoning from the last cycle is key. This time, it has to be the doctor. Housekeeper Anna had already brought breakfast from the kitchen, and the aroma of food temporarily made everyone forget their fear. It's time to eat. I'm starving. Roger rushed to the dining table first. This time, so you did not choose the corner or observe the couple. He picked up a plate and directly walked to sit beside Dr. Helena. Helena was wiping a silver fork with her napkin. Suyu's approach made her pause for a moment, but then she resumed normally. Dr. Helena. Suyu cut his fried egg on the plate, casually speaking. Is there something, Mr. Sue? Nothing much, just came across an old medical magazine in the study last night. It mentioned cyanide. Suyu's lie came out effortlessly. It sounded quite scary. Is that stuff really that powerful? Helena's hand holding the fork tightened for a moment at her knuckles. She raised her head and looked at Suyu over her glasses, answering without a flaw, a highly toxic substance that causes oxygen deprivation in the body by inhibiting cellular respiration, resulting in death in a very short time. Theoretically, a few 100 milligrams would be lethal. So, just a tiny bit can kill invisibly? Suyu pressed on. One could say that. However, it has a very distinctive bitter almond smell, of course, provided you can smell it. Helena finished speaking and lowered her head to continue eating, no longer offering Suyu the chance to ask questions. The answer came too quickly, too perfectly. It was like a student who had memorized their answers in advance. Suyu stopped looking at her, but his peripheral vision glanced to the other side. Evelyn was eating very little. She cared more about her makeup, holding a small mirror to check. Lillian walked towards her with a cup of hot milk, smiling. Evelyn, drink some milk, it will warm you up. Your lips are a bit pale. Lillian's concern seemed sincere. Thank you, dear. Evelyn took the milk. At the moment their fingers brushed, Suyu's gaze froze. Lillian's right index finger, with its neatly trimmed round nails, had a trace of extremely fine white powder stuck in the gap. In the light, it was almost imperceptible. If it weren't for Suyu having focused his attention on her in the previous loop, this detail would have been overlooked by everyone. It wasn't flour, nor was it dust. Damn. It's her. It really is her. The poison is hidden in her nails. My God, what a devious trick. Dipping her fingers in while holding the milk, completely undetected. And Evelyn is thanking her. The thoughts are chilling. The most poisonous woman's heart. Sue, God, hurry and stop her. Can't stop. If I do, I won't get evidence, and the next loop will start over. Sue must watch her die. Breakfast ended in a strange atmosphere. Evelyn indeed stood up, covering her face as she did in the last loop. I can't take it anymore. I need to go wash up and redo my makeup. I must look awful right now. She complained, about to walk up the stairs when Lillian called out to her. Evelyn, wait a moment. Lillian pulled out a common white pill bottle from her small handbag, poured out a tiny white tablet, and handed it over. You look too tired. This is a sleep aid vitamin my doctor prescribed, very mild, it can help you rest well. Her smile was sweet and innocent. After a good sleep, you'll be the most beautiful one again. Evelyn hesitated for a moment, but her obsession with beauty and fatigue from a night without sleep overcame her caution. She took the tablet and gratefully squeezed Lillian's hand. Thank you, Lillian, you are truly an angel. After saying that, she swayed her hips and walked up the spiral staircase to the second floor. Suyu witnessed the entire scene. He did not move, nor did he speak to stop it. He needed evidence, needed to see the complete chain of murder with his own eyes. Letting Evelyn live would reset the game. Letting her die before him was the only way to victory. This was a cold and cruel rule. General, I want to check the villa's structure again to see if there are any exits we overlooked. Suyu stood up and said to Victor. Victor glanced at him and nodded. Suyu quickly walked up to the second floor but did not head toward any guest room. With the memory of the previous loop, he went straight to a linen storage room at the end of the corridor. He opened the door, moved aside an old trunk covered in dust, revealing a square iron grate on the wall. The entrance to the ventilation duct. Suyu unscrewed the bolts and quietly crawled inside. The duct was narrow, cold, and filled with a musty smell of dust. He crawled forward and soon reached the duct opening directly above Evelyn's room. Peering through the gaps in the grate, he could see most of the scene in the room below. Evelyn was wearing a silk robe. She took a glass of water from the bathroom and then unhesitatingly swallowed the vitamin that Lillian had given her. After doing this, she walked to the vanity, stood before the mirror, and started applying a face mask. Time passed by second by second. Suyu waited in the dark, like a lifeless stone. Suddenly, Evelyn's body in front of the mirror stiffened. She clutched her neck, her face showing a look of pain and confusion. She wanted to cry for help, but no sound came out. In just a few seconds, her body began to convulse violently. The mask slid off her face, and she fell from the chair, crashing heavily onto the carpet, her body arched, finally returning to silence. Throughout, there was not a single scream, not a word of farewell. Cyanide truly lived up to its reputation. Just like that, a life was gone. Although an NPC, witnessing a life vanish like this before my eyes was still too shocking. Su God, are you okay? In the pipeline, Suyu felt no waves inside. He had seen deaths far more brutal than this. He was just calmly recording every detail. The room was quiet for about 5 minutes. Click. The door was gently pushed open from the outside. A slender figure flashed in. It was Lillian. At that moment, there was no more weakness or terror on her face. Her movements were calm and swift. First, she walked to Evelyn's corpse and extended 2 fingers to check her carotid artery. After confirming the death, she stood up and walked to the desk. On the table lay a beautifully shaped silver knife used for opening letters. Lillian picked up the knife and returned to the corpse. She looked down at Evelyn's lifeless face, and without any hesitation, aimed for the heart and stabbed down hard. After doing all this, she did not wipe any fingerprints nor lock the door. She simply left the knife on the corpse, turned around, and silently exited the room, gently closing the door behind her. She had completed her part. Poisoning, and using the knife to fake the cause of death. Suyu quietly lay on the cold metal surface. He finally saw the first and second links of the murder chain clearly. Lillian was the killer, but she was not the only killer. She did not lock the door, nor did she set up a locked room. She left the stage for the next person. Next, it would be the turn of the writer Edgar, who was obsessed with locked rooms. He would happen to discover the corpse and then be haunted to set this place up as a perfect locked room, locking the door and bolting the windows. And all of this would be broken by the arriving general and others, perfectly steering suspicion back onto himself. What a clever scheme of intertwined framing. Suyu did not move. He was waiting. Waiting for the next actor to step onto this already prepared stage. Lillian's actions were clean and decisive. She stood up, ready to leave this death stage she had set up with her own hands. Her task was complete, and soon, another person would come to wrap up this act. Just as her hand was about to touch the doorknob, the door was pushed open once more. The person who entered was not the mystical writer she expected. It was the old General Victor. In his hand, he held a black handgun, the barrel steadily pointed ahead. Lillian's body froze in place, and for the first time, surprise that was not in the plan appeared on her face. She did not understand why this person who was supposed to act as the judge downstairs would appear here. General. Victor ignored her shock, stepping aside to allow room at the doorway, calmly surveying the 2 corpses in the room, finally returning his gaze to Lillian. For everyone's safety, the Avenger must be eliminated. His words had no emotional fluctuations, like he was reading a military regulation. No, you can't. Lillian's words had not finished before. A dull explosion erupted in the room. A burst of blood flowered from Lillian's chest. She looked down in disbelief, then her body softened, collapsing backward, heavily falling next to Evelyn's corpse. In the ventilation duct, Suyu witnessed everything. The first link, Lillian used poison. The second link, the general used a gun. A complete closed loop. A perfect relay murder. Holy crap! The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This old general is the final boss? The murder chain. Lillian killed Evelyn, the general killed Lillian. So there are 2 executioners. Finally, Sushin saw the complete version. This quest is so dark, it's a layer upon layer. Victor did not leave immediately. He walked to Lillian's body, using his toe to kick her over, entangling her with Evelyn's form. Then, he picked up the silver letter opener that was embedded in Evelyn's chest, pulled it out, and stuffed it into the fallen Lillian's hand, making her grip it tightly. He was staging the scene, trying to create the illusion that the 2 of them had killed each other in a fight. After doing all this, he looked around, confirming he left no traces behind before he turned and quickly left, gently closing the door behind him. In the room, only 3 people were left. 2 were dead, and 1 was alive. Suyu lay in the cold pipe for another 5 minutes, confirming that Victor would not come back, then he twisted open the grate and silently jumped down. He did not check the bodies first but walked to the spot where Lillian had fallen. Victor had moved her body to stage the scene, but Suyu remembered her last action before she fell. Her right hand was unnaturally curled. Suyu squatted down, put on gloves, and carefully pried open Lillian's already stiff fingers. In her palm lay a small tuft of golden hair. It belonged to Evelyn. It was from when she had fed Evelyn that vitamin, and the other had gratefully squeezed her hand, inadvertently leaving it behind. This was the strongest physical evidence of their direct contact. Suyu carefully took the hair and stood up, quickly walking out of the room. He did not go to the living room downstairs but headed directly to the lounge on the second floor, where there was a bell that could summon everyone in the villa. Dawn! 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 The urgent and loud bell broke the tranquility of the villa. Soon, everyone was drawn to the sound, their faces filled with confusion and unease. "What happened?" shouted the businessman Roger first. "What's going on? Did someone else die?" The writer Edgar looked nervous. The old General Victor was the last to walk out from the study, his face like ice. "Suyu, you had better have a reasonable explanation." "The explanation is upstairs." Suyu said no more, turned, and walked toward Evelyn's room. Everyone anxiously followed behind him. When the door was pushed open, the scene inside made everyone gasp in shock. Lillian and Evelyn's bodies were intertwined, blood staining the carpet, and the silver letter opener lay beside Lillian's hand. "Oh my God! They fought?" Leo stood frozen at the doorway, staring at Lillian's body, his mouth agape but unable to make any sound. "Don't move." Suyu stopped the crowd that wanted to rush in. "Evelyn is dead, and Lillian is also dead." He walked to the bodies, first pointing at Evelyn. She was not killed by a knife, but poisoned, cyanide. Someone put poison in her milk and gave her a so-called vitamin wrapped in poison. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. "And the person who did this," Suyu's gaze shifted to the door, locking onto Leo's pained face, "is Lillian." "You're talking nonsense." Leo finally reacted. With red eyes he yelled at Suyu, "Lillian is so kind. How could she kill someone?" "Is that so?" Suyu spread his hands, the tuft of golden hair in his palm. This was found in Lillian's hand. If there hadn't been intimate contact, how could Evelyn's hair be in her hand? Then, Suyu described in detail how Lillian had hidden the poison under her nails, how she used the excuse to serve the poison milk, how she presented the deadly vitamin, and finally, how she entered the room and staged the scene with the knife, recounting every detail without missing a word. Every detail was precise enough to send chills down one's spine. Leo's roar turned into a desperate whimper. He looked at Lillian's pale face, completely collapsing, kneeling on the ground. "Now, let's talk about the second matter." Suyu did not stop. He turned to the serious-faced Victor. "Lillian did not commit suicide, she was shot by someone." This statement was more explosive than the previous accusation. "A gun?" Roger's voice changed tone. "Where did a gun come from here?" "General," Suyu looked directly at Victor, "you fired the gun, didn't you?" Victor's facial muscles twitched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "Mr. Su, accusations require evidence." "You say I fired the gun, where is the gun?" He was confident because he had hidden the gun well. "I don't have a gun," Suyu admitted, "but I have a witness." He turned to the always calm Dr. Helena, who had been observing. "Dr. Helena, you are a professional. Please check Lillian's wounds and tell everyone if it is a gunshot wound." Helena paused for a moment, then pushed up her glasses and quickly stepped forward. She crouched down and carefully examined the wound on Lillian's chest and checked the through-and-through wound on her back. After a moment, she stood up and announced to everyone, "There are traces of gunpowder residue on the edges of the wound. It is a typical close-range gunshot wound." Victor's expression finally changed. Now, Victor once again took on the role of a judge, wanting to regain control. "We will vote to identify the executioner." "I agree." Suyu nodded, "but we will vote separately. First, we vote to decide if the initial murderer who poisoned Evelyn is Lillian." This question split the complex chain of murders into two parts. Roger and Edgar hesitated, confused by the rapid twists and turns. Helena chose to abstain. "I am only responsible for providing medical judgment." Victor also abstained. He could not judge others while being accused himself. Suyu raised his hand. Everyone looked at Leo, who was kneeling on the ground, lost and despairing. Leo lifted his head, he looked at Lillian's body, then glanced at Suyu, and finally, his gaze fell on Victor, filled with deep hatred. He trembled as he raised his hand. "I agree. It was her." 2 votes in favor, 3 abstentions, and 1 person was the party involved. Although the number of votes did not exceed half, there were also no opposing votes. Suyu looked at Victor. "In the absence of opposition, can we acknowledge the charge as established with 2 votes in favor?" Victor stared at Suyu. He did not expect Suyu to break down the problem this way, nor did he expect Leo to vote in favor. After a long silence, he squeezed out 2 words through clenched teeth. "Established."
For the first time, the trial succeeded. Although it was only half successful. Chapter 46, Identification Failure. Very good. Suyu's voice echoed in the silent room, breaking the frozen atmosphere after Victor's words fell. Now, we will proceed to the second vote. He did not give anyone a chance to breathe and directly pointed the arrow at the most dangerous person in the room. I propose to identify the murderer who shot Lillian as General Victor. Victor's facial muscles stiffened, he slowly turned his head, his murky yet sharp eyes locking onto Suyu. Mr. Su, food can be eaten randomly, but words must not be spoken recklessly. I didn't speak recklessly. Suyu met his gaze. Lillian poisoned Evelyn, and then you appeared, shot Lillian, and staged a scene of them mutually killing each other. Am I right? Where is the evidence? Victor countered, his calmness was extraordinary. You say I fired the gun, where is the gun? The gun was naturally hidden by you. Suyu said, but Dr. Helena has already confirmed that Lillian died from a gunshot wound. In this villa, besides you, the former military judge, who else has the ability, the means, and the mentality to hold a gun and kill? Mr. Su. It was Leo. His eyes were swollen and red, filled with unshed tears and a fierce anger. I need to talk to you. His voice was raw, trembling with emotion. They can't see it, but I know the truth. What truth? Su asked, trying to keep calm. Victor, he is the killer. His face was almost desperate, as if grasping for a lifeline. You have to believe me. I saw him. You need to control yourself, Su replied gently. Shouting will not help us find the truth. I don't care. We need to expose him. Leo's hands were shaking, his fury boiling over. Su sighed, knowing this conversation wouldn't be easy. We need proof, not just anger. Proof? Leo scoffed, what proof do you need? Something solid we can use, Su explained. You think I'm just imagining things? Leo shouted, frustration pouring out. I believe you, but we have to be careful. No. We can't wait. Leo insisted, his voice rising. Then what do you suggest? Su asked, standing his ground. We confront him, right now. And risk everything? Su questioned, looking around the room. The risk is worth it. We can't let him get away. Su felt the weight of the moment, the tension thick in the air. He knew time was not on their side. Okay, he finally said, determination filling his voice. Let's gather everyone and confront Victor together. Leo's expression shifted from anger to a glimmer of hope. You mean it? He asked, disbelief in his eyes. Yes. But we need to be smart about this. Su took a deep breath, rallying his thoughts. Let's move quickly, before he makes another move. They stepped cautiously towards the door, resolve building inside them. Every moment felt like an eternity, hearts racing with fear and courage. As they approached the study, shadows danced on the walls. Stay close. Su whispered, feeling the weight of the situation. Victor was in there, lurking like a predator, waiting for his next victim. They were ready to confront the monster, but at what cost? The original charm had vanished completely, leaving only the lifeless grayness and flames of revenge. He sat on the carpet beside Suyu, hiding his body in the shadow of the sofa. My sister is not Evelyn. Leo's voice was low, filled with heavy nasal sounds. I have only one sister, her name is Amy. Suyu said nothing, quietly listening. 5 years ago, also in this villa, a party was held. Leo's voice was intermittent, filled with pain. At that time, we were studying abroad, only my sister came. Then, she never returned. The police said she fell off a cliff in the snowy mountains. It was an accident. Suyu recalled that photo album, that group photo. We don't believe it. Leo continued, my sister was very careful, never took risks. We have been investigating, and later, Lillian found my sister's diary. The diary said she discovered a secret about Evelyn's father and Roger's father and those of their generation. She also said she was very scared, feeling like someone was watching her. So, you came this time, for revenge? Suyu asked. We just want to know the truth. Leo's fists trembled. Lillian heard about that executioner's game, found out that Evelyn and Roger were participants. She thought this was the only way to get close to the truth. She wanted to sneak in and force them to talk about what happened back then. She didn't mean to kill anyone, really, she just wanted to scare Evelyn. His defense sounded weak. In the face of hatred, any initial intention could spiral out of control. She was too foolish. There was endless regret in Leo's voice. She thought she was the hunter, but didn't realize she was the prey from the very beginning. He pulled something from his pocket and stuffed it into Suyu's hand. This is something Lillian never left behind, it is my sister's legacy. Suyu opened his hand, and it was a metal badge, its edge damaged, cold to the touch.
The dull brass had lost its luster, and in the glow of the fireplace, he could see 2 letters etched in fine print, AM.
Amy. Suyu grasped the badge.
This was not just a token, but another key to unraveling the entire events mystery. It linked the past and the present, connecting Amy's death and Evelyn's death. Mr. Su, Leo raised his head, looking at him with a nearly pleading gaze. Help me, help us find the truth.
That old man, he must pay the price. Suyu did not answer immediately. At that moment, the old-fashioned clock in the living room began to chime heavily.
The chimes echoed in the silent living room, striking at everyone's heart. Suyu's gaze crossed over Leo, looking at the tightly closed door of the study.
The 12th chime fell.
Familiar streams of data began to decompose before his eyes. But this time, Suyu did not feel dizziness or detachment. The decomposition of the data flow carried a strange sense of order, no longer a simple collapse, but rather a precise dismantling and reconstruction.
A faint yet clear sense of progress spread along his perception.
His vision went dark, then returned to light.
He was still sitting in his single sofa.
The fire in the fireplace was blazing bright.
Not far away, businessman Roger was erupting with that piercing laughter. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Everything seemed to return to the starting point.
But Suyu knew, something had already changed completely. That cold badge inscribed with a EM in his pocket had not vanished.
Chapter 47, the 5th cycle. Ha! Ha 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 ha!
Businessman Roger's sharp and piercing laughter echoed in the living room, as Evelyn was stretching, yawning while covering her mouth, complaining that the sofa was too hard, ruining her skin.
For the 5th time.
Suyu sat in the single sofa, his body unmoved, but his mind was operating at an inhuman speed. In his pocket, the damaged brass badge held memories of the past.
Cold and hard, its existence itself was a declaration.
Declaring that cycles are not unbreakable, declaring that the truth can be brought to tomorrow. This time, he did not wait for Anna to serve breakfast, nor did he observe anyone's subtle expressions. As everyone was still immersed in the relaxed mood after surviving the disaster, Suyu stood up. He walked straight across the living room, not toward the dining table, but to the study that he was already extremely familiar with, which was currently empty. He pushed open the door and closed it behind him, isolating the noise from the living room. Old General Victor was indeed here. He did not look at the map, just standing with his back to the door in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the raging wind and snow outside. His back looked heavier than at any other time in the previous cycles. Mr. Su, Victor did not turn around, as if he had already anticipated Suyu's arrival. You better have a reasonable explanation for disturbing an old man's brief peace.
I come to negotiate a deal.
Suyu walked behind him, the two of them reflected in the giant glass window, one young and tall, the other old and lonely.
A deal? Victor let out a short, cold laugh. What qualifications do you have to negotiate a deal with me?
Suyu did not answer, only calmly uttered a few words.
Military tribunal.
Victor's shoulders tightened instantly.
Amy.
Victor's hand gripping the window frame tightened at the knuckles.
Illegal judgment.
Victor suddenly turned around, his wrinkled face reddened from blood rushing to it, and a fierce light exploded in his murky eyes like a caged beast. He was no longer an old man nearing death but a lion whose reverse scale had been touched. Who are you? He growled, taking a step forward, his bony but powerful hand reaching for Suyu's throat. This grasp was quick and fierce, carrying the unique killing intent of a soldier. But in Suyu's eyes, this action was too slow. He slightly tilted his body, easily avoiding Victor's hand, and at the same time, his wrist flipped and precisely struck Victor's elbow joint. Victor grunted, half of his body went numb, and his balance was off. Suyu took the opportunity to lean in, his arm like an iron hoop, performing a clean and swift lock, twisting Victor's arms behind him, pinning him firmly on the desk behind. The whole set of movements flowed like water, too fast for Victor to even have a second reaction. You! Victor struggled violently, but he was horrified to find that the force holding him down was steady and precise, completely not something an ordinary young person should possess.
General, I do not want to hurt you.
Suyu lowered his body, speaking in his ear, I just want to know the truth from 5 years ago.
Let go of me. Today, Lillian will use cyanide to poison Evelyn after breakfast.
Then, you will use a gun to kill Lillian, faking a scene of their internal conflict.
Suyu recounted the script from the previous cycle.
Victor's struggles stopped. Tell me the whole truth about the Amy case, Suyu increased the pressure in his grip, and I will guarantee you won't die today. The study fell into dead silence. Only the old-style clock ticked. After a long time, Victor gave up resisting, his body slackening.
You win.
Suyu released his hand and took a step back, maintaining a safe distance from him. Victor panted, his body leaning on the desk, looking at Suyu with eyes full of caution and confusion.
He walked to the bookshelf against the wall and pulled out one of the heavy legal codes from a row. The bookshelf silently slid aside, revealing a heavy iron door behind it.
Victor turned the combination dial and opened that door. Inside was a small dark room, containing only a safe and a chair. He took out a document wrapped in leather paper from the safe and threw it on the desk.
Everything you want to know is in there. Suyu put on the gloves from the desk, untying the string of the document.
Inside were not official printed files.
It was handwritten notes, as well as some photocopies of photos and letters.
Amy's death was not an accident. Victor sat down in the chair, as if all his strength had been suddenly drained away. She discovered those bastards' secrets.
Evelyn's father, Roger's father, and Edgar's father, they used the company to launder money. Amy accidentally got some evidence, she wanted to hand it over to me. But you didn't help her. I didn't have the chance.
Victor's emotions became heated. They struck first.
At that party, they created chaos and pushed Amy off the cliff.
Afterward, they used all their connections to bribe everyone who was there, including the investigating police. Even my superior called me. In the files, there were photocopies of several letters signed by Roger, Edgar, and others' parents. There was even a test report showing that Dr. Helena's father, who was acting as the coroner, issued a false report stating that deceased fell due to intoxication. This was a sin committed by the previous generation together.
At that moment, a woman's scream from downstairs shattered the villa's tranquility.
Suyu and Victor exchanged glances, and both rushed out of the study at the same time. They ran to the staircase on the second floor and saw Leo holding Lillian tightly from behind, while Lillian gripped a silver letter opener covered in blood in her hand. Evelyn lay on the carpet at the door, with another knife stabbed into her chest, blood pouring out continuously.
Lillian! Are you crazy? Stop! Leo yelled, struggling to wrest the knife from her hand.
Lillian slumped in Leo's arms, crying uncontrollably. She deserved to die. They all deserved to die. Because Suyu intervened, Lillian didn't have the chance to poison. She directly chose the most primal form of revenge after breakfast. Everyone rushed over upon hearing the noise, stunned at the scene before them.
Victor glanced at Suyu, quietly standing aside, fulfilling his promise. That night, the trial proceeded in a stifling atmosphere. With the evidence against her, Lillian, in Leo's painful confirmation, was found guilty.
However, just when everyone thought everything was over, something even more bizarre occurred.
In the dead of night, a muffled gunshot echoed from the study. Suyu was the first to kick open the locked door.
Victor lay slumped in his chair, a hole in his temple. Next to him fell an old military handgun. Once again, it was a perfect locked room mystery.
Helena checked and confirmed it was a close-range shot, one shot to the head.
Roger and Edgar were scared out of their minds, convinced that Victor committed suicide out of guilt.
Only Suyu walked to the ventilation vent in the corner of the room.
There, on the metal grill, were several very fine, new friction marks. The murderer had come through the ventilation duct. Suyu's gaze returned to the open diary on the desk, which caught his attention. The last page of the diary was torn out by someone. The irregular torn edge matched perfectly with the piece of paper he found in the second cycle that had the number 7 written on it. 7 was not the 7th murderer, nor was it room number 7.
It was the 7th page of Victor's diary.
That page recorded his guilt over the Amy case and his determination to reveal the truth.
Someone didn't want him to speak the truth.
That someone knew all the secrets of the previous generation and could silently kill to silence him through the ventilation duct. Who was it? Suyu's mind flashed through the faces of everyone involved.
Chapter 48 The Reason. Ha! Ha 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 ha!
Roger's laugh erupted again in the living room, so harsh it made one's scalp tingle. It was the 6th time. Suyu sat in the single sofa, his right index finger gently rubbing the brass badge in his pocket. At the end of the previous loop, Victor died in the study. The 7th page of the diary was torn out, and the traces in the ventilation duct pointed to a ghostly killer. All clues pointed to a truth that had yet to surface. He needed a different angle of approach. His gaze swept across the living room and finally landed on the writer Edgar. Edgar was by the fireplace, gazing at the dancing flames with an almost intoxicated expression, a strange smile playing at the corner of his mouth.
His notebook lay open, filled with densely packed text.
This man's obsession with the perfect crime was pathological. Suyu stood up, holding a cup of coffee, and slowly walked over to sit beside Edgar.
Mr. Edgar, may I ask you a question? Edgar looked up, a glint of wariness flashing in his eyes behind his glasses. What question? As a detective novelist, what do you think makes a murder perfect? This question made Edgar's eyes light up. He closed his notebook, leaned slightly forward, and lowered his voice. Do you really want to know? Of course. A perfect murder is not a locked room, nor is it an alibi.
Edgar's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest. It's about having the murderer stand before everyone, yet no one sees him as the killer.
It's about making the victim willingly walk towards death while thinking they are embracing hope. Suyu took a sip of coffee. Sounds very abstract. Let me give you an example.
Edgar became excited. Imagine someone wants to kill a woman. He doesn't need to lay a hand on her, he just needs to make her fall in love with the wrong person, believe the wrong words, go to the wrong place at the wrong time. The poison can be a single word, and the knife can be a glance. When she dies, everyone will say this was her own choice. After he finished, he revealed a satisfied smile, waiting for Suyu's response. Suyu did not respond but took out a brass school badge from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table.
This is Amy's keepsake.
Edgar's smile froze. His gaze was fixed on the badge, his Adam's apple rolling violently, his fingers gripping the edge of the notebook tightly.
How do you have this? Someone gave it to me.
Suyu said calmly, he told me that 5 years ago, Amy died in the very way you just described. Someone made her believe a lie, went to the wrong place, and then was pushed off a cliff.
Edgar's face turned pale.
He suddenly stood up, wanting to escape, but Suyu pressed him back into the chair by his shoulder.
I'm not interested in your past.
Suyu's voice was low, only the two could hear. I just want to know, if someone wanted to replicate Amy's death in this villa, how would he do it? Edgar opened his mouth but couldn't produce any sound. Assuming the murderer is a woman, she wants to kill another woman, but she doesn't want to dirty her hands.
Suyu continued, how would she plan it? Poison? A knife stab? Or create a locked room?
These questions were like precise surgical knives, peeling away Edgar's disguise layer by layer.
His reason and madness were in fierce combat, and in the end, the creator's instinct overcame the fear. Poisoning is too crude.
Edgar murmured, stabbing is too bloody. The best way is to make her walk into the trap herself. For example, add sleeping pills to her milk, and when she is sound asleep, use a fine thread to suspend a knife, letting it fall naturally. This way, the murderer can be with everyone at the time of the incident, a perfect alibi. He spoke with enthusiasm, entirely immersed in his creative inspiration. But that's still not perfect. He continued his analysis, because it would leave traces of the rope and melting ice. A smarter approach would be to find a scapegoat, have him set up the scene. For instance, a fool obsessed with locked rooms, he would willingly go to optimize the crime scene, then become the prime suspect. Suyu listened quietly, memorizing every word Edgar said. This man is now recounting the role he played in the previous cycles.
So what if someone wants to kill a third person? Suyu pressed, for example, an old man who knows too many secrets.
Edgar was taken aback. He pushed up his glasses, his eyes flickering. Are you testing me? I'm just curious. Suyu stared at him. You said that a perfect murder is making the victim willingly walk towards death.
So, what if this old man wants to die anyway? What if he wants to commit suicide out of guilt?
Edgar's pupils suddenly constricted.
You? At that moment, a dull thud echoed from upstairs. Everyone's attention was drawn there.
Roger reacted first, rushing towards the stairs. Something's happened. The crowd surged upward. Evelyn's door was wide open, and from inside came Lillian's muffled cries. In the room, Evelyn lay on the carpet, a large dent in the back of her head, blood soaking the beige carpet. Her hand remained in the position of pushing the door, her eyes wide open, never to close again. Beside her, a heavy bronze candlestick had fallen to the ground, its base covered in blood and hair.
Lillian knelt next to the body, trembling hands covering her mouth, tears streaming down uncontrollably.
I just wanted to scare her.
I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to kill her.
Leo rushed over, pulling her tightly into his embrace, protecting her fiercely.
Shut up. Don't say anything.
Helena squatted down to examine the body, shaking her head a moment later, severe skull fracture, dead on the spot. Roger sat on the ground in shock, while Edgar's eyes gleamed as if he were looking at a treasure, staring intently at the scene. Victor stood at the door, expressionless, watching everything unfold. Suyu did not look at the body, his attention was elsewhere. The window in the room was open, the curtain billowing in the wind. On the windowsill, a blurred footprint had been made in the snow.
Someone had come in from outside. Or rather, someone had escaped from outside. Is everyone here?
Suyu suddenly asked. Everyone exchanged glances, starting to count heads. Roger, Edgar, Helena, Victor, Leo, Lillian, and...
Where's Anna?
Suyu asked.
The housekeeper Anna was missing. Roger hurriedly ran into the hallway, shouting, Anna! Anna! No response.
Suyu turned and walked out of the room, heading straight for the study. The study door was ajar, and inside came the sound of papers rustling. He pushed the door open. Edgar was standing in front of Victor's desk, anxiously flipping through a black notebook. Hearing the door open, he turned abruptly, his face filled with terror. What are you looking for? Suyu asked.
I was just...
Edgar stammered, like a thief caught in the act. Suyu walked over and snatched the notebook from his hand. It was Victor's diary. He flipped to the last few pages, finding that the seventh page had been torn out, leaving only a ragged edge.
Are you looking for this?
Suyu pulled out a folded paper from his pocket, which was the corner of the paper with the number 7 he found in the last cycle.
Edgar's face turned as white as a sheet. How could you? Tell me, what was written on the 7th page? Edgar's Adam's apple bobbed violently, cold sweat trickling from his forehead. I don't know. You do know.
Suyu stepped closer. Because you were here, you tore out that page.
You wanted to destroy the evidence, right?
No.
It wasn't me.
Edgar's voice turned sharp. She made me do it.
She said if we didn't destroy that page, we'd all die. Who?
A slender fishing line suddenly shot out from the shadow behind Edgar, wrapping tightly around his neck. Edgar's eyes bulged instantly, and his hands instinctively tried to grab the thin line digging into his flesh, but only made the wound deeper. Suyu reacted quickly, kicking towards the shadow behind Edgar. A small figure dodged away, releasing the fishing line, and Edgar fell heavily to the ground, clutching his neck and coughing violently.
The lady butler Anna walked out from behind the bookshelf.
Her expression remained calm, holding the blood-stained fishing line, slowly winding it into a circle.
You shouldn't meddle, Mr. Su.
Her voice was soft, yet carried a cold killing intent. Suyu stood in front of Edgar, confronting her.
Did you kill Amy?
Anna did not deny it, just tilted her head slightly. She saw something she shouldn't have.
So you pushed her off the cliff?
I just did what I had to do. Anna's tone was as flat as discussing today's menu. Just like now, I am also doing what I have to do. With a flick of her wrist, the fishing line whipped toward Suyu like a snake. Suyu dodged to the side, grabbing a brass paperweight from the desk, hurling it at her. Anna nimbly evaded, her figure gliding closer like a ghost. The two engaged in a fierce battle in the cramped study, the fishing line colliding with the paperweight, producing a harsh metallic screech. At that moment, chaotic footsteps sounded from outside the door. Victor arrived with a group of people. Seeing the scene in the study, everyone was stunned. Anna halted her movements, glanced at Victor, then at Suyu, and finally retracted the fishing line, retreating to the window.
The game is not over.
She pushed open the window and jumped out. Outside was the height of the second floor, with thick snow below. Suyu rushed to the window, only to see a trail of footprints in the snow, quickly disappearing in the wind and snow. He turned to look at Edgar, who was collapsed on the floor.
Tell me, what is written on the 7th page?
Edgar clutched his neck, blood seeping through his fingers, his gaze unfocused, intermittently spitting out a few words.
Eagle's nest, past events, not an accident, it is a novel.
After finishing, his head tilted, and he completely fainted. Helena rushed over to check, and after a moment raised her head. There's still a pulse, but he's seriously wounded.
Suyu looked at Victor. What is the story of the Eagle's Nest?
Victor's face darkened dreadfully.
That is Edgar's debut work.
He spoke slowly, a serial murder case that happened in a villa on a snow mountain. In the novel, the murderer is the lady butler, who kills everyone in the know to cover up the family's scandal.
Suyu's heart tightened sharply. Are you saying this novel is based on real events?
Victor nodded. 5 years ago, after Amy died, Edgar used this case to write a novel. But he changed the ending, hiding the real murderer, instead portraying the victims as having committed suicide.
Why?
Because the publisher paid enough.
Victor's voice dripped with sarcasm, and those who want to cover up the truth paid enough too. Suyu closed his eyes. Everything connected now. Edgar traded Amy's death for fame and fortune, but he was also tied to the same boat.
Those hoping to hide the truth used his twisted sense of justice to make him an accomplice.
And Anna, the seemingly ordinary lady butler, was the real executioner.
What is her purpose?
Suyu asked.
Victor shook his head. I don't know.
But I know she has always worked for Evelyn's father.
If anyone in this villa knows all the secrets, it would be her. Suyu looked outside, the wind and snow growing stronger.
Anna had escaped, but she would return.
Because the game was not over.
Chapter 49, The Truth.
He turned and walked out of the study, entering Evelyn's room. The body still lay there. Lillian had already been taken away by Leo. Suyu crouched down, carefully examining the scene. Candelabra, bloodstains, footprints. Then, his gaze fell on the stiff fingers of Evelyn. On her right hand's index finger, a small piece of fabric was caught, deep blue, and of high quality. Suyu carefully took it out and placed it in his palm. This wasn't the color of Evelyn's own clothes. He stood up and walked to the spot where Lillian had knelt earlier. On the carpet, besides the bloodstains, there were a few drops of transparent liquid, which were almost dry. He leaned closer to smell. It wasn't tears, it was the faint scent of some chemical reagent, one he had encountered before.
In Helena's medical kit.
In Suyu's mind, the last few pieces of the puzzle began to fit into place.
Evelyn wasn't killed by Lillian. At least, she wasn't killed solely by Lillian. That evening's trial took place in a suffocating atmosphere. Lillian was tied to a chair, while Leo stood beside her, like a beast ready to pounce. Victor presided over the trial, his voice cold and just. According to the evidence at the scene and Lillian's own confession, she struck Evelyn on the head with a candlestick, causing her to die instantly. Now, we will proceed to vote. Roger raised his hand first. I agree, she is the murderer. Edgar lay weakly on the sofa, raising his hand feebly. Helena hesitated for a moment, then also raised her hand. 3 votes. Victor looked at Suyu. What about you? Suyu did not raise his hand. I abstain. Everyone looked at him in shock. Why? Victor frowned. Because Lillian is not the only murderer, Suyu said calmly, she was just the one being used. The real murderer is still in this villa. As soon as he finished speaking, a sudden, huge explosion echoed outside the window. The entire villa shook violently, flames in the fireplace leapt fiercely, lights flickered a few times, then went out completely. Darkness engulfed everyone. What happened? Roger's scream rang out. Victor shouted calmly, everyone stay where you are, do not move. Moments later, emergency lights flickered on, casting dim yellow light that barely illuminated the living room. Helena ran to the window to look outside. Oh my God. Everyone crowded around. Outside the window, the only road leading down the mountain had been completely buried by a huge avalanche. Several meters of snow piled up at the cliff's edge, isolating the villa from the outside world completely. They were trapped. And in this island-like villa, there lurked a cold-blooded ghost, waiting in the shadows for the next prey. So you looked at the avalanche outside and then glanced at the deep blue piece of cloth in his hand. The game had entered its final stage. The pale light of the emergency lamp flickered in the living room, twisting every person's shadow into grotesque shapes. The silence after the explosion was more suffocating than any scream. Roger collapsed on the carpet, holding his head with both hands, mumbling, "It's over. It's over. We are all going to die here." Edgar lay on the sofa, clutching the wound on his neck, his face as pale as paper, breathing weakly. Helena stood by the window, a hint of imperceptible panic flashing in her eyes behind her glasses. She quickly turned, walking toward Edgar. I need to tend to his wounds, or he won't survive the night. Victor nodded, then looked at Suyu. You just said that Lillian is not the only murderer? Suyu did not answer immediately. He walked to Lillian, who was tied to the chair, crouching down to meet her gaze. Lillian's eyes were red and swollen, her face streaked with tears, her whole being seemed drained of all strength. Lillian, I ask you, did you really kill Evelyn? Lillian trembled all over, she opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. Leo rushed over, trying to push Suyu away. Don't pressure her. She has already confessed. It was her. Suyu did not move, his gaze still locked on Lillian's face. You answer me, did you personally smash Evelyn's skull with the candlestick? Lillian's lips trembled violently, tears pouring out again. Aye. When you entered the room, Evelyn was already lying on the floor, right? Suyu's voice was soft, but it was like a sharp scalpel, cutting through all her disguises. You just picked up the candlestick and then screamed in fright. When the others arrived, you were still holding the weapon, so everyone thought you were the one who killed her. Lillian abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide in shock. How do you know? Leo's face changed drastically, he stared hard at Suyu. What are you talking about? Suyu stood up, took out a piece of deep blue fabric from his pocket, and placed it in front of everyone. This is the fabric found in Evelyn's fingernail. If Lillian is the murderer, then this should be a fragment from Lillian's clothing. He turned to look at Lillian. But you are wearing a white knitted sweater today, right? Lillian nodded slightly. And this piece of fabric is made of high-quality cashmere blend, with a unique dyeing process. Suyu's gaze slowly swept over everyone present, finally stopping on Helena. It matches exactly with that deep blue cardigan you are wearing, Dr. Helena. The air in the living room suddenly froze. Everyone's eyes were focused on Helena. Helena was crouched beside Edgar, holding a disinfecting cotton ball, her movements froze. She raised her head, looking at Suyu through her glasses, her face showing no panic, but instead a calm smile. Mr. Su, your reasoning ability is indeed impressive. She slowly stood up, brushing off the blood on her hands, but you forgot one thing. What? Evelyn, before she died, might have grabbed someone who was close to her. Helena said calmly, as a doctor, I was the first to examine the body. Her fingers might have brushed against my clothes at that time. No. Suyu shook his head, because I extracted this piece of fabric before you examined the body. Helena's smile froze. And you forgot another detail. Suyu continued, when Lillian was kneeling by the body crying, there were several drops of clear liquid on the carpet, that was not tears, but a chemical reagent. I have smelled that scent, it was in your medical kit. Helena's expression finally changed. Her hand slowly reached for the medical kit, but Victor moved quicker.
The old general stepped forward, kicking the medical kit open, spilling bottles and jars all over the floor. One small glass bottle rolled to Suyu's feet, and a clear liquid spilled out, emitting a pungent smell. Chloroform. Suyu picked up the bottle. You used this to knock out Evelyn, then killed her with the candlestick. When Lillian entered the room, you had already left. But in your panic, you spilled a few drops of chloroform on the carpet, leaving behind the fabric from your clothing. Helena said nothing, her gaze turned cold. Why? Leo shouted, why did you kill her? And frame Lillian? Helena sneered, you young people always think you are the embodiment of justice. Do you know what Evelyn's father did? Do you know the truth from 5 years ago? Then say it. Victor said in a deep voice. Helena took a deep breath, her eyes becoming dazed. 5 years ago, Amy discovered evidence of Evelyn's father money laundering. She was supposed to hand the evidence to the police, but she was too naive. She wanted to warn Evelyn first, to give that family a chance to change. Her voice was full of mockery. What was the result? She was tricked to this villa and pushed off a cliff. And my father, as a forensic doctor, was forced to issue a false death report. Then your father. He committed suicide out of guilt. Helena's voice became sharp. He left a note saying he was an accomplice, saying he was sorry for that girl. Then he shot himself. Tears streamed down her face, but her expression twisted into a smile. So, I want them to pay the price. Evelyn, Roger, Edgar, and Victor. You are all accomplices, you all deserve to die. Roger was terrified. I know nothing. That was my father's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Then why did you inherit the company that your father obtained through money laundering? Helena looked at him coldly. Why do you enjoy that bloody wealth so comfortably? Roger couldn't speak. So you looked at Helena and suddenly asked, what about Anna? What role does she play in this matter? Helena was stunned for a moment and shook her head. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't pretend. So you stepped closer. Just now, Anna attacked Edgar in the study and then escaped through the window. She is the real murderer, and you are just her pawn. Helena's face turned even worse. What are you talking about? You think you are taking revenge, but in reality, you are just clearing obstacles for Anna. So you calmly analyzed, Evelyn, Edgar, Victor, they all know the truth from 5 years ago, and they are the targets Anna wants silenced. You just happen to have enough hatred and motive to become the perfect scapegoat. Helena trembled all over, shaking her head and continuously backing away. No, impossible, she said she would help me. She lied to you, so you said, just like she lied to everyone else. At that moment, the window was suddenly smashed open from the outside. Cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed in, and the emergency lights shook violently. A small figure jumped in through the broken window, holding a sharp dagger. It was Anna. Her face had no expression, and her eyes held only cold, killing intent. You know too much. As soon as her words fell, she lunged at Helena like a ghost. Helena screamed and tried to run away, but Anna stabbed her shoulder with the dagger. Blood splattered out, and Helena fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Victor pulled out his handgun and fired a shot at Anna. The gunshot was deafening, but Anna was too fast. She dodged to the side, and the dagger was aimed at Victor's throat. Suyu kicked a chair beside him, sending it crashing toward Anna. Anna was forced to retreat, creating distance from everyone. She stood by the window, looking coldly at everyone. Do you think hiding here is safe? This villa is your grave. After saying this, she turned and jumped out of the window, disappearing into the wind and snow. Victor wanted to chase her but was stopped by Suyu. Don't chase, outside is her territory. The living room was in chaos. Helena lay in a pool of blood, covering her shoulder and groaning in pain. Edgar had lost too much blood and had already fallen into a coma. Roger was hiding behind the sofa, trembling all over. Leo held Lillian in his arms, looking fearfully at the broken window. Victor went to the window and blocked it with wooden boards and a table, then turned to Suyu. What do we do now? Suyu did not answer. He walked to the fireplace, staring at the portrait of a middle-aged man on the wall. The man in the portrait was the owner of this villa, Evelyn's father, Robert. He had planned Amy's death 5 years ago and used money and power to cover everything up. And now, his daughter was dead, and his accomplices were falling one by one. This was a carefully planned revenge. But the avenger was not Helena, nor was it Lillian. It was Anna. Victor, Suyu suddenly spoke. Did Anna work in this villa 5 years ago? Victor was taken aback and nodded. Yes, she has always been the housekeeper of the Robert family. What was her relationship with Amy? Victor frowned. I remember, when Amy first came to this villa, it was Anna who received her. They seemed to get along well. Suyu closed his eyes. Everything was connecting. Anna was not the murderer. At least, not 5 years ago. She was a witness, the only witness to Amy's death. But she chose to remain silent because she had no power to resist and nowhere to appeal. 5 years later, she finally had her chance. She used Helena's hatred, Lillian's desire for revenge, and Edgar's guilt, pushing all the guilty parties into a corner step by step. And she herself hid in the shadows, waiting for the final judgment.
Chapter 50 is about to begin. She was a witness, the only witness to Amy's death.
But she chose silence, because she was powerless to resist, and had no place to appeal. 5 years later, she finally had a chance. She used Helena's hatred, used Lillian's desire for revenge, and used Edgar's guilt, slowly forcing all the sinners into despair. And she, hidden in the shadows, waited for the final judgment.
Suyu opened his eyes and looked at Victor. We must find Anna and the evidence she has hidden before the night ends. Evidence? The truth about Amy's death 5 years ago.
Suyu said, Anna has been staying in this villa not out of loyalty, but because she is waiting.
Waiting for a chance to make everyone pay. Victor was silent for a moment, then nodded. Where do you want to look? The basement.
Suyu said without hesitation, the most secret place in this villa. The two looked at each other and turned to walk towards the basement.
Roger shouted in terror, You're crazy. There's a murderer outside. You can't just run around.
Suyu didn't look back. Stay here and wait to die, or go find a way out, you decide. The basement door was behind the kitchen, a heavy iron door covered in rust.
Victor took out a key and unlocked it.
The door creaked loudly as it opened, and a cold, damp breath came rushing in. The emergency light couldn't reach the bottom of the stairs, only revealing a dark abyss. Suyu turned on the flashlight on his phone and stepped down first. Victor followed behind him, holding a gun, vigilantly watching the surroundings. The stairs were long, the walls covered in cobwebs, the floor slippery, each step echoed back at them. Finally, they reached the bottom of the basement. It was much larger than expected, like a huge storage room, filled with old furniture, dust-covered paintings, and some things covered with cloth. Suyu shone the flashlight around, eventually stopping the beam on a large box in the corner. That box was different from the others, it was very new and had no dust on it. He walked over and opened the box. Inside was a neatly stacked pile of documents, photos, and several videotapes. Suyu picked up the top photo. In the photo were Amy and Anna together. The two stood in the villa's garden, smiling brightly. On the back of the photo, in pen, was written a line, To my best friend, Anna.
Amy.
Suyu's heart suddenly squeezed tight. He flipped open the documents underneath. They were evidence Amy had compiled during her life, including Robert's money laundering accounts, bribery records, and several signed contracts. At the very bottom was a tape, labeled Eagle's Nest, December 24, 2018.
The day Amy died 5 years ago. Suyu picked up the tape, his fingers trembling slightly. We need to find a projector.
Victor nodded, and the two began to search the basement, quickly finding an old projector.
Suyu inserted the tape and pressed the play button.
On the screen, static flickered for a few seconds, and then the image appeared. It was the living room of the villa, viewed from some hidden camera above the fireplace. In the video, a group of people were throwing a party, drinking, and celebrating. Then, Amy appeared. She wore a white dress, holding an envelope, nervously approaching a middle-aged man. That man was Robert.
Mr. Robert, I need to talk to you. Amy's voice echoed in the video. Robert turned around, a fake smile on his face. Miss Amy, what is it? I found something.
Amy handed over the envelope. I hope you can explain. Robert opened the envelope, his face changed instantly.
He grabbed Amy's wrist and whispered fiercely, Where did you get these? It doesn't matter. Amy tried to break free. What matters is that if you don't stop, I will report this to the police. Robert's face showed a hint of cruelty. Are you threatening me? I just want to give you a chance.
Robert scoffed, released her hand, and turned to the few people in the room with a glance. The scene shifted to the edge of a cliff outside the villa. Amy was being held up by a few people, struggling desperately, but it was no use.
Let go of me. What are you trying to do? Robert stood at the cliff's edge, lighting a cigar. Miss Amy, you are too naive. This world is not as simple as you think. You can't do this. It's illegal. Illegal? Robert laughed. Who would know? He waved his hand.
The few people released Amy and then pushed her hard. Amy's scream echoed in the wind and snow, then abruptly stopped. The scene froze by the edge of the cliff, snowflakes dancing, and nothing was visible.
The recording ended. The basement was deathly silent.
Suyu and Victor stood in front of the screen, not speaking for a long time. After a while, Victor finally spoke with a hoarse voice. So, this is the truth.
Suyu nodded. He finally understood why Anna wanted to plan all of this.
Why she wanted everyone to gather in this villa, why she wanted to kill them one by one.
Because this is where evil began. And it should also be where evil ends. Just then, the lights in the basement suddenly went out.
Only the faint light of the phone remained.
Then, a cold voice echoed in the darkness. You have finally seen the truth. Anna stepped out of the shadows, holding a bloodstained dagger. Now, it's your turn to face judgment. Darkness swallowed every corner of the basement. The beam of the phone's light passed over Anna's face, cutting her features into twisted shadows. She stood at the staircase, blocking the only exit, the dagger in her hand reflecting a cold gleam in the dim light. Victor raised his gun, aiming it at Anna, put down the weapon. Anna did not move, she didn't even look at the gun, simply watching the two with calmness. General, you should know, this gun is useless to me. Victor's finger was on the trigger but did not pull it. Because he knew, Anna was telling the truth. This woman had been hiding in this villa for the past 5 years, waiting for her chance for revenge. She knew every corner here, every secret passage, every place to hide better than anyone else. She was the ghost of this villa. You have finished watching the recording. Anna's voice was soft but carried an indescribable sadness. You saw how Amy died. Suyu said nothing, his gaze crossing over Anna, looking at the dark staircase behind her. If he charged out, he was 70% sure he could subdue Anna. But he wouldn't do that. Because he needed answers. Why did you leave this recording? Suyu asked. If you want revenge, you could easily destroy all evidence and kill everyone without a trace. Anna was silent for a moment, then gently shook her head. Because I don't want to become like them. Her words stunned Suyu. Robert and the others killed Amy, then covered up the truth, making everyone believe it was an accident. Anna's voice carried deep exhaustion. They live without guilt, even able to enjoy the wealth that evil brought them 5 years later. I hate them, but I don't want to be like them. She lifted her head, tears shimmering in her eyes. I want everyone to know the truth. I want them to die in despair. I want them to understand that all of this is the retribution they deserve. So you planned this game. Suyu interjected. You used the name of the executioner to trick everyone here. Then, you used Helena's hatred, Lillian's thirst for revenge, and Edgar's guilt to make them kill each other. Anna nodded. That's right. But I didn't expect you to break my plan. She looked at Suyu, her eyes complicated. You are not one of them, nor did you participate in what happened 5 years ago. Why do you care? Because I want to leave here alive, Suyu said calmly, and to live, I must find out the truth. Anna gave a bitter smile. The truth, you have already seen it. So, what do you plan to do now? Turn me over to the police? Or kill me here? Neither, Suyu shook his head. I want you to end this yourself. Anna was stunned. What do you mean? You planned this game, so it should be you who announces the end, Suyu said. Now, there are a few people upstairs still alive. Roger, Edgar, Helena, and Lillian and Leo. They are all pawns, and they are all guilty. How will you judge them? Anna's eyes became confused. The hand holding the dagger trembled slightly. I don't know. You know, Suyu stepped closer. You have waited in this villa for 5 years, isn't it for this moment? Isn't it to make everyone pay the price? Tears finally streamed down Anna's face. She squatted down, covered her face, and her shoulders shook violently. I just wanted Amy to rest. I just wanted those people to know they were wrong. Her voice was filled with despair and pain, but I don't know what to do. I killed Evelyn, killed the person Helena wanted to kill, but Amy still won't come back. Nothing will change. Suyu looked at her and suddenly felt sorry for this woman. She was consumed by hatred but couldn't truly let go. She wanted revenge but was afraid of becoming an abuser. She was trapped in this villa, just like trapped in her own inner demons, with no place to escape. Anna, Suyu squatted down, aligning with her. Do you remember what Amy said to you at the end? Anna raised her head, her eyes blurred with tears. She said she believed me. She said if anything happened to her, I must bring the truth to light. Then say it, Suyu said, not through killing, but with evidence. You have recordings, documents, enough to make Robert and his accomplices pay the legal price. But Robert is already dead. Anna screamed. He died 3 years ago. He didn't pay any price, he just died so easily. Suyu fell silent. He didn't expect Robert to be dead. Then what was the meaning of this revenge? At that moment, Victor suddenly spoke. How did Robert die? Anna wiped her tears. Heart attack, died in the study. Victor frowned. Are you sure it was a heart attack? Anna was stunned. She looked up at Victor. What do you mean? Robert's death is too coincidental, Victor said slowly. He suddenly had a heart attack 3 years after Amy's death. And during those 3 years, he had been living just fine, with no history of illness. Anna's pupils suddenly constricted. Are you saying? Someone started the revenge 3 years ago, Victor looked at Suyu, and that person is very likely in this villa. In Suyu's mind, countless pieces of information collided rapidly. Robert's death, 3 years ago. Amy's death, 5 years ago. There were 2 years in between. 2 years was enough for someone to recover from despair and then plan a perfect murder.
And that person had to be someone Robert trusted, someone who could get close to him, someone who could act without raising suspicion.
Suyu suddenly remembered a detail.
In the second cycle, he had seen an old photo album in the study, containing a photo of Robert and Anna together. In the photo, Robert's hand rested on Anna's shoulder, smiling gently.
Yet Anna looked down, her eyes evasive. That wasn't loyalty, but fear. Suyu suddenly raised his head, looking at Anna. Were you by his side on the day Robert died? Anna's face turned pale.
She opened her mouth, but couldn't say a word.
Answer me.
Suyu's voice carried an undeniable pressure.
Anna trembled all over, tears welled up again.
I put drugs in his coffee.
She collapsed to the ground, covering her face, breaking down in tears. I hate him.
I hate that he sleeps so soundly every night. I hate that he can still laugh after Amy's death.
I hate him. Her cries echoed in the basement, heart-wrenching.
Victor sighed and put down the handgun. Suyu stood up, looking at this woman consumed by hatred. A sudden sadness surged in his heart. This revenge was doomed to be a tragedy from the start. Robert was dead, but his accomplices were still alive.
Anna killed Robert, but Amy still wouldn't come back.
And now, in this villa, everyone was paying the price for the sins of that year.
Let's go. Suyu reached out, wanting to help Anna up. But Anna shook her head. I won't go.
Her voice was soft. I killed someone, I should pay the price.
You haven't completed your mission yet.
Suyu said, Amy wants you to tell the truth, and right now, the truth is still in this basement.
You need to carry it out, let everyone know.
Anna raised her head, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly came from upstairs. The whole villa shook violently, dust falling from the ceiling.
Immediately after, Roger's heart-wrenching scream pierced through the air. Help! Help me!
The three exchanged glances and rushed up the stairs at the same time. They burst out of the basement and into the living room on the first floor.
The scene before them left everyone stunned.
In the center of the living room, Edgar's body lay in a pool of blood, a massive hole blown in his chest, entrails scattered everywhere. In his hand, he still clutched a book, the pages hiding a simple bomb device. Roger sat on the floor, his pants soaked, his eyes vacant. Helena leaned against the wall, her shoulder wound still bleeding, her face as pale as paper. Lillian and Leo were huddled together, trembling all over. And in front of the fireplace, a figure slowly turned around. It was Victor.
No, not Victor.
Suyu's pupils suddenly constricted. Standing before the fireplace was a person dressed in Victor's clothes, wearing a Victor mask. That person took off the mask, revealing an old but unfamiliar face.
You guys came just in time. The person smiled, the game is finally coming to an end. Alarms blared in Suyu's mind.
This person was not Victor. The real Victor was still behind him.
Then who was this person? Why did he impersonate Victor? What was his purpose?
Just as Suyu tried to sort out his thoughts, the person suddenly pulled out a handgun and aimed it at everyone.
Now, please sit down.
His voice was cold and calm. The final judgment is about to begin.
Chapter 51, the video ends.
The harsh light of the emergency lamp shone on Edgar's mangled body, the smell of blood mingling with gunpowder, stimulating everyone's nerves. Roger slumped on the ground, his pants soaked, making meaningless huffing sounds, clearly scared silly. Leo tightly held Lillian, using his body to block the bloody scene. Lillian buried her face in his arms, trembling like leaves in an autumn wind. Helena slowly slid down to the ground, her shoulder wound still oozing blood, but she was more concerned about the sudden stranger in front of her.
Who are you? Helena's voice sounded weak due to blood loss and fear.
The strange old man standing by the fireplace did not answer her. His gaze swept past everyone, landing on Suyu, Victor, and Anna, who had just rushed out of the basement.
Especially on Suyu. Mr. Su.
The old stranger revealed a smile of approval on his face. That smile, combined with his aged features, looked particularly eerie.
I have been observing you. From the moment you stepped into this villa.
Your calmness, your insight, all exceeded my expectations.
You are an excellent observer, a born detective.
Suyu's brain was working rapidly.
Who is this person? He is not one of the 9 guests.
He can come and go freely in this villa, create avalanches, monitor everyone, even disguise himself as Victor.
There is only one answer. You are the master of this eagle's nest.
Suyu's voice was calm. He needed to buy time, to analyze the situation before him.
And you are the organizer of this executioner game. Clever.
The old stranger snapped his fingers, the gun in his hand still steadily aimed at everyone, completely correct.
I am the master who invited you all to this feast. Why?
Victor, behind Suyu, couldn't help but question. His hand had quietly gripped the gun in his pocket. What exactly do you want?
What do I want?
The smile on the old stranger's face disappeared, replaced by a deep sadness and hatred. What I want is the same as you.
Revenge.
He slowly walked to the videotape that recorded the truth about Amy's death, lightly tapping it with the gun's muzzle. 5 years ago, my daughter, Amy, was pushed off a cliff here by a group of beasts. His voice was not loud, but it struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer.
Leo suddenly raised his head and shouted, You are Amy's father?
That's right. Mr. Miller, Amy's father, turned his head, looking at Leo and Lillian, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Children, your desire for revenge is good, but you are too naive and too weak.
You think that with a little cleverness and impulsiveness, you can avenge your sister? You will only involve yourselves. He looked again at Helena, who was slumped on the ground, and you, Doctor. The death of your father has filled you with hate, which is good. But your methods are too clumsy. Do you think that killing Evelyn and framing Lillian can fulfill your revenge?
You are merely a knife in Anna's hand, a knife that will be discarded once used.
Finally, his gaze fell on Anna.
Anna gripped the dagger, her body tense, like a cheetah ready to pounce.
Anna, my good housekeeper.
Mr. Miller sighed, I know you cared for Amy the most, I know you ended Robert's life with your own hands.
You did well. But your revenge is not thorough enough.
He scanned the surviving crowd. What I want is not just to make them die.
Death is too easy for them.
I want them to live in fear and suspicion of each other, to tear at each other in despair. I want them to uncover their parents' sins themselves, and then, let them carry the sin together to hell.
A lunatic. This was the only thought in Suyu's mind.
This old man had, after his daughter's death, spent 5 years planning this nearly perfect revenge drama. He bought this villa, identified all the descendants of his enemies, and then lured them here with different reasons to stage a real-life werewolf game.
The rules of the executioner were set by you?
Suyu asked. Of course. A sense of pride appeared on Mr. Miller's face. I needed a catalyst that would make you suspect each other.
Anna was the executioner I chose.
I gave her enough freedom to select targets, to execute judgment. And I only needed to watch your performance from behind the scenes. Then why did you disguise yourself as Victor? Suyu pointed at his clothes.
Because he is a variable.
Mr. Miller glanced at Victor behind Suyu. This old soldier, he has a sense of justice. But was bound by the rules. I needed to replace him when he wavered, to push the plot forward. For example, kill the already exposed Lillian, to keep the game going.
Suyu understood.
In the fourth loop, the one who shot and killed Lillian was not Victor at all, but Miller, who was disguised as Victor. He took advantage of everyone's trust in Victor, completing a crucial part.
What about Edgar? Suyu pointed to the corpse on the ground. Did you kill him too?
Just a pathetic worm obsessed with crime novels. Mr. Miller scoffed. He knew too much and was too cowardly. Keeping him would only be a nuisance. I just added a little surprise in his favorite book. Cold-blooded, cruel, and highly intelligent. This was a terrifying opponent.
All right, the story is over.
Mr. Miller raised his gun, the muzzle moving back and forth between Roger, Leo, and Helena. Now, it is the final judgment. You descendants of sinners, enjoying wealth stained with blood, have lived comfortably for so many years.
Today, it's time to pay the debt.
Wait. Suyu suddenly spoke.
Oh? Detective, do you have any last words?
Mr. Miller looked at him with interest.
You forgot, there is still one person here, like you, innocent.
Suyu pointed at himself.
You? Mr. Miller laughed. That's right, you are an accident.
The most unstable factor that intruded into my script.
But it's fine, a good script always needs some surprises to add drama.
I will make you die last, so you can watch how these sinners repent before me. He aimed the gun at the almost fainting Roger.
Let's start with you, Mr. Roger. Your father was the main force in pushing Amy off the cliff back then.
No.
Don't. I didn't do it. Please. Let me go. Roger cried and begged, kneeling on the ground. Just as Mr. Miller's finger was about to pull the trigger. Bang!
A gunshot rang out, not from Miller's hand, but from behind him. The real Victor, unnoticed by everyone, had already raised his own gun.
The bullet accurately hit Miller's wrist holding the gun. Ah!
Miller screamed, the handgun flew out of his hand.
Move!
Suyu shouted lowly. He didn't go for the fallen gun, but instead, like a cheetah, pounced forward, targeting Anna at the stairs, who was stunned by the sudden turn of events.
Catch the thief, first catch the king.
But in this game, the most dangerous one was not the exposed madman, but the strange, familiar with all the secret passages, female housekeeper. Anna reacted extremely quickly. She flicked her wrist, the dagger stabbing straight at Suyu's heart. But Suyu was faster. He sidestepped away from the blade, and his arm wrapped around Anna's arm, while his other hand clamped down on her wrist like an iron claw.
Let go.
A flash of panic appeared in Anna's eyes, and her other hand turned into a knife, slashing at Suyu's neck. Suyu did not dodge, he braced the blow with his shoulder, while at the same time, he tripped Anna, bringing her crashing down to the ground. On the other side, Victor had already engaged in a struggle with the injured Miller. Two old men, one fueled by soldiers' ruthlessness, the other driven by vengeful madness, fists hitting flesh. The living room was in chaos. Leo saw an opportunity, picked up the heavy poker by the fireplace, and rushed towards Miller, shouting angrily. "Pay for my sister's life." The living room was in chaos. Suyu pinned Anna down. This woman's strength and skill were beyond imagination. Even when subdued, she still wriggled like a slippery snake, trying to break free. Though her dagger had fallen aside, her nails were like knives, leaving several bloody marks on Suyu's arm. Damn, is this woman like an eel? Suyu cursed silently in his heart, increasing his strength, pressing his knee firmly against her waist, while his other hand gripped her neck tightly. The feeling of suffocation came, and Anna's struggles finally weakened. On the other side, the battle was even more brutal. Victor, after all, was older. Although he had the advantage at first, under Miller's reckless counterattack, he gradually fell to the disadvantage. Miller's wrist was grazed by a bullet, blood gushing out, but he seemed to feel no pain at all. With his other uninjured hand, he gripped Victor's neck tightly, pinning him against the wall. "You old man. You should have died a long time ago. You should have died 5 years ago." Miller's eyes were bloodshot, looking almost insane. Victor's face turned bright red, and it seemed he was about to suffocate. "Die." At that moment, Leo's roar came from the side. He raised the heavy brass poker high, using all his strength, and smashed it down hard on the back of Miller's head. Bang! A dull thud sounded. Miller's body stiffened. He slowly turned his head in disbelief, looking at the young man behind him with bloodshot eyes. Then, his body softened, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud, blood and brain matter slowly flowing from the back of his head. In the living room, it fell silent instantly. Victor leaned against the wall, gasping heavily. Leo dropped the poker from his hands, staring blankly at his blood-stained palms, completely stunned. I killed someone," he mumbled. Suyu released his hold on Anna, standing up. He walked over to Miller's lifeless body, checking for breath and examining the fatal wound. There was no saving him. The mastermind behind the whole revenge scheme ultimately died at the hands of a small pawn on his own chessboard. How ironic. What the hell? Is this over? He fought back. Damn, this Leo is something, ruthless at the critical moment. So, the culprit is dead? Miller is dead, Anna is captured. Does that mean the game is cleared? In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, the audience stared at this dramatic scene, momentarily dazed. Suyu did not relax his vigilance. He walked to Anna, whom he had subdued, and tied her hands and feet securely with a strip of fabric torn from the curtains. Then, he looked at the still-dazed Leo and the terrified Roger trembling beside him. Stop standing there like fools, come and help. Suyu's voice was calm. Lift Helena and Edgar to the sofa, they need urgent help. His calmness acted like a shot of adrenaline, helping the chaotic group find their anchor. Leo and Roger hurriedly lifted the two injured ones onto the sofa. Helena's face was pale, but her consciousness was still relatively clear. She directed Roger to find the tourniquet and bandages from her medical kit, performing simple bandaging on herself. Edgar's condition was much worse. The wound on his neck was too deep, he had lost too much blood, and had fallen into a deep coma. He needs a blood transfusion. There are no conditions here. Helena shook her head, concluding. This meant Edgar likely wouldn't survive until the game ended. Suyu's gaze swept across the living room. 2 were dead, 2 were seriously injured, 1 was bound, 1 was in shock, and 1 had just killed someone. This was no eagle's nest, it was simply hell on earth. What do we do now? Victor, catching his breath, walked to Suyu's side and asked in a low voice. His gaze no longer held the previous scrutiny and doubt, only a sense of reliance on his companion. Wait. Suyu's answer was just one word. Wait for what? Wait for the system's final judgment. Suyu said, Miller is the organizer, but he is dead. Anna is the executioner, but we have captured her. The rules of this game have been completely disrupted. I don't know what will happen next. This is the truth. Though he succeeded in killing the boss with experience from several loops and joining forces with Victor, it also made him lose control over the plot. He didn't know if the system would determine they had completed the level or if something else would happen due to the disruption of game rules. Time passed by, second by second. The wind and snow outside gradually lessened. In the living room, no one spoke, only Roger's suppressed sobs and Edgar's faint breathing were heard. Leo held Lillian in his arms, staring blankly at the ceiling. Victor leaned against the fireplace, cleaning the gun in his hand. Anna was tied to a chair, eyes closed, silent. Everyone was waiting for that final verdict.
Suyu walked to the entrance of the basement. He had to retrieve that videotape. That was the only evidence proving the truth from 5 years ago and the key to redeeming Leo and Lillian, even Helena. As he reached the stairs, a sudden intense dizziness hit him without warning. Oh no! Suyu's heart sank. He turned abruptly, seeing the scene in the living room begin to ripple like a surface disturbed by thrown stones. Victor's figure, Leo's face, the body on the ground, everything was twisting, blurring, disassembling. No, it shouldn't be now. Suyu tried to steady himself, but the feeling of detachment from a higher dimension was impossible to resist. He understood. Miller's death did not end the game. Because the true objects of judgment in this game were not Miller or Anna, but those 9 guests. What the system wanted was not to capture the murderer, but to complete the judgment of every guilty person. In the previous loop, he successfully identified Lillian, so he entered the next loop with Amy's badge. But in this loop, although he uncovered all the truths and even killed the organizer, he failed to successfully identify a single murderer during the judgment phase. Evelyn's death was attributed to Lillian's passionate murder, but Lillian herself was also dead and couldn't vote. Victor, disguised as Miller, was judged to have committed suicide and likewise could not be judged. Edgar's death became an accident. From the system's perspective, this loop was a complete mess. So, he failed. And the price of failure was reset. Suyu's consciousness began to fade. He took one last look at that twisted world. Leo held Lillian, throwing back his head in a silent roar. Victor raised his gun, seemingly wanting to aim it at his own temple. Anna's face showed a smile of relief. Everyone's fate would return to the starting point. Except for him. Everything went dark. Chapter 52, Gunfire. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Merchant Roger's sharp and piercing laughter echoed like a curse once again in his ears. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes. He was still sitting on that single sofa, the fire in the fireplace burning brightly. Evelyn was stretching, covering her mouth as she yawned, complaining that the sofa was too hard. The 6th time, no, the 7th time. Suyu closed his eyes, forcefully suppressing the tearing feeling caused by the time reset in his mind. He did not act immediately. He needed to organize his thoughts. All the clues, all the secrets, all the chains of murder, he already understood clearly. Organizer, Amy's father, Miller. Executioner, the housekeeper, Anna. First ring murderer, Lillian, poisoning. Second ring murderer, Helena, fabricating the scene, framing someone. Third ring murderer, Edgar, setting up the locked room. Fourth ring murderer, Victor, eliminating exposed pieces. And Roger and Evelyn were the ultimate targets of this revenge. Leo was an outsider like himself, just caught in it. A perfect closed loop. What he needed to do now was not to stop any murder. But in one day, in front of everyone, this web woven from hatred and sin would be completely and unreservedly torn apart. Then, an inevitable final judgment would take place that no one could escape from. Suyu opened his eyes. This time, there was no confusion or hesitation in his gaze. Only a cold, precise calmness, like a surgical knife, remained. He stood up. In the astonished eyes of everyone, he walked to the center of the living room, beside the old gramophone. He did not speak, he simply bent down and pulled out a well-hidden, yellowed record from beneath the gramophone. Then, he gently lowered the needle. After a rush of scratchy electric sound, a recording came out of the speaker. It was the voice of a girl, filled with tears and fear. My name is Amy. If you are hearing this recording, it means I am already dead. What killed me was not an accident, but... The content of the recording revealed the truth of the party from 5 years ago. This was Anna's hidden final trump card. It was also the only archive that Suyu found at the last moment of the previous loop in the basement, and brought into this loop in his own way. Music began to play. The game had started. Chapter 51, a delayed judgment of 5 years. That recording, sealed for 5 years, burst open the door to the eagle's nest, named Forgetfulness, like a rusty key. My name is Amy. If you are hearing this recording, it means I am already dead. What killed me was not an accident, but Evelyn's father, Robert, and Roger and Edgar's father. The girl's voice echoed in the silent living room, crying out fragmented accusations. Roger's harsh laughter suddenly stopped, his flabby face trembled, his mouth open wide enough to fit an egg. Evelyn, half stretching her back, froze in midair, her laziness instantly replaced by terror. Edgar's notebook fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes behind the glasses filled with disbelief. Lillian and Leo clung tightly together, both trembling violently, but this time, it was not from fear but from excitement. Dr. Helena pushed up her glasses, the lenses hiding the complex emotions that flashed in her eyes. General Victor slowly stood up from in front of the fireplace, his stern face showing shock for the first time. Only the housekeeper Anna remained standing like a statue by the door, but her hands crossed in front of her were turning white from the force. What is this thing? Roger was the first to react,
pointing at the gramophone and shouting in an intimidating tone, "Who's messing with us?
Turn it off. Turn it off now."
Suyu ignored him. He simply stood calmly beside the gramophone, letting the recording, which carried a girl's final despair, continue to play in the room. They were money laundering, they made false testimonies.
I obtained the evidence. I just wanted them to stop. But they pushed me off the cliff.
The end of the recording was a girl's piercing scream followed by the howling wind. Then, everything fell silent. In the living room, a needle drop could be heard.
No. This is not real, this is forged.
Evelyn screamed in despair, covering her ears. "My father is not that kind of person."
"He isn't." "That's right. This must be a prank." Roger echoed, but his voice shook.
"Mr. Su," Victor finally spoke, his voice hoarse and heavy, "where did you find this record?"
"Right here."
Suyu pointed it beneath the gramophone. "It has always been here, waiting for someone who could make it play."
Victor's gaze swept over everyone present, finally landing on Anna.
Anna lowered her head, her expression unreadable. "Now, I think we need to reintroduce ourselves." Suyu scanned the crowd, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority. "We are not random guests invited here. Each one of us has deep connections to that so-called accident from 5 years ago." He walked up to the couple in front.
"Leo, Lillian. You are Amy's younger siblings. You are here to uncover the truth behind your sister's death, aren't you?"
Leo lifted his head, his red eyes fixed on Suyu, giving a slight nod. Suyu then approached Roger and Edgar.
"Mr. Roger, Mr. Edgar.
Your father was Mr. Robert's closest business partner, also a participant and witness to that murder."
"You're talking nonsense."
Roger tried to retort.
"Stop pretending."
Suyu interrupted him. "You inherited your family's bloody fortune, along with their sins. You came here because the invitation mentioned the secret from 5 years ago. You are afraid the truth will come out, so you had to come."
Roger and Edgar's faces turned pale instantly.
Suyu's gaze shifted to Helena.
"Dr. Helena. Your father was the coroner responsible for the autopsy back then.
He was forced to issue a false report and later committed suicide out of guilt. You came here for revenge." Helena swayed slightly, but she did not deny it, she just coldly stared at Suyu.
Finally, Suyu walked up to Victor and Anna.
"General, you were the judge in the military court back then. Amy wanted to hand over the evidence to you, but you chose silence due to pressure from your superiors. And Anna," Suyu looked at the ever-calm housekeeper, "you were Amy's best friend, and the only witness to her death.
This recording was hidden by you, wasn't it?"
Anna slowly raised her head, her face free from numbness, replaced by a deep, sorrowful calm.
"Yes," she admitted.
At this point, all the facades had been ruthlessly torn off by Suyu. In this villa, there were no innocents. Only avengers, sinners, and the bystanders caught in between.
"All right, now that everyone's identity is clear, we can start today's main event."
Suyu clapped his hands, like a director ready to begin. "According to the script, today, Miss Evelyn will die." Evelyn screamed in fright and hid behind Victor.
"Don't be afraid."
Suyu looked at her with a playful smile. "Today, I guarantee you won't die." He turned to Lillian. "Lillian, put away the cyanide hidden in your fingernails, and hide that vitamin wrapped in poison from your pocket."
"Those little tricks won't work on me." Lillian's face turned pale instantly.
He looked at Helena again. "Doctor, also take care of your medical kit. The smell of chloroform may be subtle, but too much exposure is harmful."
Helena's pupils suddenly constricted. "And you, Edgar?"
Suyu pointed to the trembling writer. "Stop dreaming about a perfect crime scene. Today, there won't be a body for your artistic creation, but..." Finally, his gaze fell on Victor. "General, please keep that gun hidden in the study away.
Today, it's not needed."
Suyu was like a player revealing every card, laying them down on the table. In the living room, everyone stared at him with expressions of horror.
They couldn't understand why this man knew everyone's secrets. Who exactly was he?
"You, who are you?"
Roger trembled as he voiced everyone's thoughts. "Me?"
Suyu smiled. "I'm just a player who wants to finish the game and go home early." He walked to the center of the living room, pulled up a chair, and propped his legs up. "All right, now that all the actors are in place, and the murder plan has been exposed. So, as the organizer of this game, the true master of the Eagle's Nest, Amy's father, Mr. Miller," Suyu looked up at a shadowy corner on the second floor, "shouldn't you make your entrance now?" Silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone, including Victor and Anna, followed Suyu's gaze, looking in disbelief at the shadows on the second floor. There was no one there.
"Don't hide."
Suyu's voice was not loud, but it clearly echoed throughout the villa. "I know you've been watching.
This recording is my opening gift to you. Now that your actors have all gone on strike, aren't you going to come out and save the scene, director?" After a few seconds of silence, Clap, clap, clap. A round of crisp applause came from the shadows on the second floor. A stranger, dressed impeccably with meticulously combed hair and wearing a Victor mask, slowly walked out of the darkness. He clapped his hands as he descended the stairs. Brilliant, truly brilliant. He removed the mask, revealing an old but wise and mad face. Mr. Sue, you are the finest opponent I have ever encountered. Miller. Amy's father. The true master of this revenge game had finally appeared. He walked in front of everyone, wearing an unhealthy smile. It seems my game has been prematurely ended by you. He looked at Suyu, his gaze not filled with anger, but rather admiration. But that's alright, since the script has been disrupted, let's change to a more direct way of playing. He pulled a black handgun from his pocket. The muzzle slowly aimed at Roger, who was closest to him and too scared to move. Mr. Miller's pistol, with its dark muzzle, resembled an eye that preyed on its target, steadily pointing at the helpless Roger lying on the ground. The air in the living room seemed to be sucked away, and everyone held their breath. No, please don't. Roger's body trembled like a leaf, a foul smell coming from his pants. He had wet himself in fear. When your father pushed my daughter off the cliff back then, did she also plead for mercy like you are now? Miller's voice was very soft, but the hatred contained within it made the temperature in the room drop to freezing point. Unfortunately, no one heard her. His finger slowly rested on the trigger. Stop! Victor and Leo shouted at the same time. But it was too late. Bang! A muffled gunshot exploded in the empty living room. Roger's body jolted, a blood hole appearing right in the center of his forehead. The terror on his face froze, and his body slowly fell backward, heavily crashing onto the carpet without another sound. Ah! Evelyn and Lillian screamed in unison. Edgar's eyes rolled back, and he fainted dead away. Madman! You insane madman! Victor raised his gun, aiming at Miller. But Miller simply shot him a cold glance, turning the gun's muzzle to point at Evelyn, who was curled up on the sofa. The next one is you. Miller's voice was devoid of any emotion. Miss Evelyn, your father, as the mastermind, has enjoyed so many years of wealth without any concern. Now, it is time for you to repay. Evelyn's scream got stuck in her throat as she looked at the dark barrel of the gun, her body shaking like a leaf in the wind. At this critical moment, Suyu moved. He didn't rush at Miller, nor did he try to grab the gun. His body shot forward like an arrow, aiming not at anyone, but at the huge antique vase by the living room wall, taller than a man. In the astonished eyes of everyone, Suyu used all his strength and kicked the base of the vase. Crash! The heavy blue and white porcelain vase fell and shattered on the ground. The loud noise startled everyone, including Miller, who was about to fire. His actions paused for a split second. Now is the time. As Suyu knocked over the vase, his body rolled, aiming squarely at the female housekeeper, Anna, who had been standing by the door and appeared stunned. While everyone, including Miller, was distracted by the gunfire in the vase, only Suyu understood that this seemingly fragile housekeeper was the most dangerous person in the villa. Anna clearly did not expect that Suyu's target would be her. When Suyu lunged towards her, a flash of panic crossed her eyes. She shook her wrist, and a dagger hidden in her sleeve slipped into her palm, stabbing towards Suyu's chest like lightning. But Suyu was already prepared. He didn't give Anna any opportunity at all. He pounced on her like a starving tiger, slamming her violently against the wall behind her. Bang! The back of Anna's head hit the wall heavily, making a dull sound. She let out a muffled grunt, and the dagger slipped from her hand. Suyu did not pause for a moment, his arm locked around Anna's throat like a steel clamp, pinning her against the wall. Don't move. Suyu's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. This entire series of events happened in the blink of an eye. By the time everyone reacted, Suyu had already subdued Anna, while Victor and Leo also seized the moment when Miller was distracted to charge at him. Victor grabbed Miller's wrist tightly with his gun hand, the two of them wrestling, the gun's muzzle wavering in the air. Leo charged at Miller like a crazed bull, smashing into his waist, and both of them fell to the ground. Bang! Bang! In the chaos, Miller's gun went off twice more, the bullets hitting the ceiling and sending debris flying. Helena screamed and hid behind the sofa. Lillian was so frightened that she could only hold her head and cry. Give me the gun! Victor roared, using all his strength to try to wrest the gun from Miller's hand. Although Miller's wrist was injured, that vengeful obsession gave him incredible strength. He clung tightly to the handgun while elbowing Victor's abdomen fiercely. Victor let out a grunt, moving just a beat too late. Miller seized the opportunity, twisting the gun towards Leo, who was right beside him. Watch out! Suyu shouted loudly. He released Anna, who was almost out of breath from his grip, picked up a shard of the porcelain vase from the ground, and flicked his wrist fiercely. Whoosh! The sharp shard whistled through the air, accurately slicing across Miller's gun hand. Ah! Miller cried out in pain, his fingers loosening, and the handgun slipped from his grasp once more. Victor was quick-witted. He kicked the handgun into the corner of the living room. Having lost his last weapon, Miller completely went insane. He abandoned Victor and lunged at Leo, aiming to bite into Leo's neck. "I'll kill you. I'll kill the descendants of these sinners." The situation spiraled completely out of control. Suyu watched the chaotic scene before him, frowning tightly. Something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. Though he had flipped the table ahead of time, this cycle had not fundamentally solved the problem. Miller died, the game will reset. If Miller doesn't die, he will kill everyone, and the game will still fail. This seems to be an unsolvable deadlock. What is the purpose of the system? It does not want a simple find the murderer, nor stop the murder. What it wants is judgment. It is a complete reckoning of the evil that happened 5 years ago. And reckoning requires not violence, not killing. It requires the truth. It is about making every sinner bow their heads and confess in the face of undeniable truth. In Suyu's mind, the 371 crime models were running wildly, countless cases and theories colliding and reorganizing. A bold and nearly crazy idea gradually emerged. What if he is going to judge not just a few people in this villa? What if he is going to judge the very evil from 5 years ago? He needs a stage. A stage larger than this living room, one that the whole world can see. He needs evidence. A piece of evidence that leaves everyone speechless, that can nail that covered-up history to the pillar of shame forever. Evidence. Suyu's gaze suddenly shot to the woman he had bound to the chair. Anna. No, she is not the key. The real key is the box she has hidden in the basement. That videotape. Suyu's eyes changed. He no longer paid attention to the chaotic fight in front of him, like beasts fighting each other. He turned around and quietly slipped out of the living room without anyone noticing, hurrying toward the passage that led to the kitchen and basement. He must get that videotape. Then, he would hold an unprecedented judgment in this villa, live-stream to the world the final trial. He wants the whole world to see what truly happened here 5 years ago. He wants those who have died to have their grievances avenged. He wants those who are alive to have nowhere to escape. This is the true solution to this quest. A cold curve appeared at the corner of Suyu's mouth. He is neither a pawn nor a player. From now on, he will be the one to overturn the chessboard. He reached the iron door of the basement, and it was locked. He took out a thin iron wire from his pocket, pulled from the pen of the writer Edgar. In the Universal Library, lockpicking tutorials are just one of the most basic skills. He inserted the wire into the keyhole, listening carefully to the faint sounds of the pin inside. 1 click, 2 clicks. Click. The lock opened. Suyu pushed the door open, and a cold, damp breath rushed at him. He turned on the flashlight on his phone, the beam piercing the darkness, illuminating the stairs leading to the abyss. The air in the basement was cold and damp, carrying a strong smell of mold and dust, like a forgotten corner of time. Suyu opened the flashlight on his phone. That single beam of light cut through the darkness, lighting the stairs leading to the abyss. The stairs were long, the walls were covered with moss and water stains, and the stone steps beneath his feet were a bit slippery due to the dampness. Each step he took echoed long in the empty basement, sounding particularly eerie. The sounds of fighting and roaring from the living room upstairs were isolated by the heavy iron door and stone walls, becoming distant and vague, as if coming from another world. Suyu's heartbeat was steady. After experiencing multiple time loops and life and death struggles, this level of darkness and uncertainty was no longer enough to instill any fear in him. His brain, the vast library called the Universal Library, was operating with unprecedented efficiency at this moment. Crime scene investigation told him to pay attention to the cobwebs in the corners, that could determine how long it has been since anyone last came here. Principles of building structures and secret passage design reminded him. Pay attention to whether there are color or material inconsistencies on the wall, that often indicates the presence of a hidden door. And the evolution of collective psychological effects in extreme environments continuously analyzes the behavior patterns of those people upstairs, predicting their next moves. He is no longer just a participant, but an analyst with a god's eye view. Finally, he reaches the end of the stairs. The beam of his phone sweeps across, revealing a huge space unfolding before him. It is much larger than he imagined, like an abandoned wine cellar or a warehouse of a private museum. In the air, besides the smell of mold, there is a faint mix of old wood, oil paint, and some unknown chemical agents. Rows of huge shelves covered with white cloth stand like silent giants, towering in the darkness. In the corner, old furniture is piled up, a Rococo-style sofa, a dining table with a broken leg, a dusty vanity, witnessing the glory of this villa, now only able to decay here. Several large oil paintings hang on the wall, their frames darkened, and the scenes blurred due to humidity, with the faces of figures in the paintings appearing twisted and eerie under the flashlight's beam. Wow, this place is so scary, like a horror movie. Did Sue go down alone? That's quite brave. What if Anna set a trap down there?
Look, Su's movements are very professional, he is observing the surroundings closely, stepping carefully. The viewers in the Dragon Country livestream have their hearts in their throats. They watch as Suyu explores this unknown darkness alone, feeling more nervous than if they were experiencing it themselves. Suyu does not rush to find the box. First, he carefully inspects the layout of the entire basement with his flashlight. One entrance, no other exits. The ventilation duct is small, just enough for air circulation, no one can squeeze out. This is a natural sealed chamber. Anna hides the most important things here, which shows her absolute confidence in its concealment. Suyu's beam slowly sweeps across those shelves covered with white cloth. His gaze finally stops at the deepest part, on a wooden cabinet that is different from the other shelves, standing alone. That cabinet is not covered with white cloth, but cleaned, incompatible with the surrounding environment. Like a carefully arranged prop on a stage. Suyu walks over. The cabinet is locked, with a very old brass padlock. This kind of lock is almost as if it doesn't exist for him. He takes out a thin iron wire again and inserts it into the keyhole. Click. The crisp sound is especially clear in the silence of the basement. He pulls open the cabinet door. Inside, there are no documents or tapes as he expected. Only a small music box that looks like a girl's jewelry box. The music box is pink, with a painted little girl dancing ballet on top. Suyu furrows his brow. He picks up the music box and opens the lid. A clear and pleasant melody sounds, it is for release. In the center of the music box, the ballet girl slowly spins with the music. The box is empty, with only a layer of red velvet lining. Something is wrong. Anna could not possibly have locked an empty jewelry box so solemnly in the cabinet. Suyu holds the music box, examining it carefully. He gently knocks on the bottom of the box with his finger. The sound is somewhat dull, not the sound which should make. There is a hidden layer. He turns the music box over and finds an extremely thin seam at the edge of the thin wooden board on the bottom. He gently scratches at that seam with his nail, and the board peels away, revealing a small hollow space beneath. Inside the space lies a small 8mm videotape and a neatly wrapped stack of documents in oil paper. Found it. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He picked up the videotape, on which a small label was attached in elegant script. Eagle's Nest, Christmas Eve. The date was exactly the day 5 years ago when Amy died. He untied the oil paper wrapping of the stack of documents, which contained copies of several contracts and a small diary. The cover of the diary was deep blue, with the letters AM embossed in gold. Amy's Diary. Chapter 54. The End. Suyu opened the diary. The handwriting inside was neat and powerful, recording a girl's journey from initial excitement to later confusion, and finally to fear. Today I saw Anna again. She is my only friend here. She told me there are many secrets in this villa, and not to trust anyone, especially Mr. Robert. Although he seems kind, Anna said there is a devil hidden in his eyes. I seem to have discovered something terrible. Mr. Robert and Roger, Edgar's father, seem to be using the company's overseas projects for money laundering. I found some documents, and although I can't understand them, I know something is wrong. I told Anna about my discoveries. She was very scared and told me to leave right away. But I can't leave, I need more direct evidence. I decided to find Evelyn. She is Mr. Robert's daughter, and she might be able to persuade her father. I was wrong, I was dead wrong. Evelyn told her father everything. Now everyone looks at me with strange eyes. Anna told me to leave tonight, saying they wouldn't let me go. I gave her this diary and the evidence, hoping she can expose the truth if I don't return. The diary stopped abruptly here. Suyu closed the diary and let out a long breath. So this was the complete truth. Anna was not just a simple witness, she was Amy's final confidant. For the past 5 years, she had not been waiting for revenge, but protecting her friend's last wish. The game she orchestrated was not for killing, but to bring the truth back into the light in the most tragic and undeniable way. She used everyone's hatred and greed, letting them destroy each other, with the ultimate goal of bringing out this videotape and this diary. She knew that only when all the sinners gathered here and all the lies were exposed could this long-delayed truth finally weigh heavily. Suyu carefully put away the diary and the videotape. What he had to do now was complete the final step that Anna could not finish. Just as he prepared to leave the basement, the beam of his flashlight accidentally swept over a huge object covered in white cloth in the corner. What was that? Suyu walked over and reached out to unveil the thickly dusted white cloth. Under the cloth was a life-sized ice sculpture. The ice sculpture depicted a young girl dressed in a white dress, her face wearing a serene smile, vividly lifelike. It was Amy. On the base of the sculpture, a small inscription was carved. To my best friend, may you rest in peace in heaven. Anna. Suyu's heart felt as if it had been sharply tugged by something. So it turned out, for the past 5 years, Anna had come to this cold basement every day, missing her friend who could never return, gazing at this unmeltable ice sculpture. Hatred, sometimes, is not for destruction but for remembrance. Suyu stood silently before the ice sculpture for a moment. Then he turned and hurried up the stairs. He knew the farce upstairs had to come to an end. He would make everyone come here, to this tombstone of Amy's, to face the final judgment. Suyu pushed open the heavy iron door of the basement, and the chaotic scene in the upstairs living room came back into view. The emergency light flickered, casting shadows on everyone's faces that shifted between light and dark. Miller's body lay on the ground, the blood now a dark red stain. Leo held the unconscious Lillian, his eyes vacant. Helena leaned against the wall, skillfully bandaging her shoulder wound, but her face was pale. Victor stood at the door, his gun still aimed at Anna, who was tied up after being knocked out by Suyu. And the appearance of Suyu was like throwing a stone into this stagnant water. All eyes fell squarely on him. What did you find? Victor was the first to speak, his voice a bit hoarse. Suyu did not answer, he simply raised the black videotape in his hand and the deep blue diary. The truth from 5 years ago is all here. His voice was not loud, but in the dead silent living room, it was as clear as thunder. Now, Suyu scanned everyone, his gaze sweeping across each face. I invite all of you to a place to participate in a trial that is 5 years late. He did not give anyone the chance to refuse, turning around and walking towards the basement entrance again. Take them all. Not a single one can be left behind, he said to Victor. Victor hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. He poked Anna with the gun and signaled Leo to lift Lillian. Helena stood up by herself, glancing at what Suyu held, her eyes filled with complex emotions. A group of people silently followed Suyu down the stairs leading to the abyss. When they arrived at the basement, and the flashlight illuminated the lifelike ice sculpture of Amy, everyone was stunned. Leo's body trembled, and he shouted, "Sister!" Helena also covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock and guilt. Anna was pushed awake by Victor, and when she saw everyone in that ice sculpture, panic crossed her face for the first time. "No! Don't touch her," she murmured. Suyu ignored everyone's reactions. He moved the old video recorder to the center of the basement, plugged it in, and inserted the tape that carried the sins and truths. The screen brightened, and the static flickered. Then, the party from 5 years ago on Christmas Eve replayed once more. Robert's hypocrisy, Amy's questioning, the argument on the edge of the cliff, and that final, chilling scream. When the image finally froze at the cliff shrouded in snow and wind, only Leo's suppressed cries remained in the basement. So this is the truth, Victor sighed heavily, his voice filled with exhaustion. No, this is only part of the truth. Suyu picked up the diary, the other part is here. He opened the diary and read aloud every word and sentence Amy had recorded about their parents' money laundering and perjury. With every name he read, Roger and Edgar's faces turned paler. When Suyu read the part about Helena's father issuing a false autopsy report, Helena closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Now, everyone knows the truth. Suyu closed the diary, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. 5 years ago, your parents, to cover up their crimes, conspired to kill an innocent girl. 5 years later, you, the descendants of these criminals, and those who knew of it, are gathered here to participate in a game called revenge. He walked up to Anna. Anna, you are the planner of this game. You killed Robert, used Helena and Lillian, and even tried to kill all the informants to avenge your friend Amy. Your crime is murder. He moved towards Helena. Helena, you, seeking revenge for your father, drugged and killed Evelyn with a candlestick, and tried to frame Lillian. Your crime is also murder. Then came Lillian. Lillian, you poisoned Evelyn's milk to avenge your sister, and gave her vitamins wrapped in cyanide. Your crime, too, is murder. Finally, his gaze fell on Victor. General, you shot and killed Lillian in the name of clearing the Avengers. Your crime remains murder. Suyu's voice echoed in the basement, like a cold and merciless judge, pronouncing each person's guilt. Now, Suyu stepped back to the video recorder. Behind him stood the crystal-clear ice sculpture of Amy. The trial begins. He did not mention voting or executing anyone. He simply looked at them. He gazed at these souls twisted by hatred, fear, guilt, and greed. Your parents committed sins, but they are either dead or about to face legal punishment. Suyu's voice was calm, and you inherited their sins and committed new ones. Anna, you sought revenge for your friend, your hands stained with blood. Do you think Amy would want to see you like this? Helena, you avenged your father but used the same despicable means as he did to harm another innocent person. Do you think your father's spirit will find peace? Lillian, Leo, you wanted to find the truth but turned yourselves into murderers. Do you think your sister Amy would be proud of you? And General, you claimed to act for rules and justice but executed someone who should have faced trial. What difference is there between you and those you hate for breaking the law? Each of Suyu's questions was like a sharp knife, stabbing deeply into each person's heart. In the basement, there was a deadly silence. Only suppressed sobs and heavy breathing could be heard. After a long time, Anna was the first to stand up. She walked in front of Suyu and threw the dagger in her hand to the ground. I confess. Her voice was hoarse but exceptionally clear. I killed Robert, I planned all of this.
I am willing to accept any punishment.
Helena struggled to stand up as well, glanced at Anna on the ground, looked at Suyu, and finally gave a bitter smile.
I confess too. I killed Evelyn.
Lillian, supported by Leo, also stood up.
I am guilty as well.
Finally, Victor put down the gun he was holding. He walked in front of everyone, bowed deeply to Suyu and to the ice sculpture of Amy.
I was wrong.
A trial without judges, without a jury, ended in the voluntary confessions of all the guilty. Just then, a cold and familiar system prompt sounded in Suyu's mind.
Ding. Final trial phase completed. All executioners and accomplices have confessed, the murder chain is fully closed. Subinstance Eagle's Nest Truth Restoration Degree, 100%. Rating in progress? S-level judgment, revealing the script's deep metaphor or author's intention. Judgment successful.
You revealed the core theme of hereditary sin and redemption and guided all characters to complete self-judgment.
Congratulations, Suyu, the chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, complete case-solving score, 100%.
This time no recurrence system. The world began to shatter before his eyes. The basement, the ice sculpture, the video recorder, and those faces filled with confession, relief, or pain transformed into countless specks of light.
Suyu knew that this cycle was finally coming to an end. He took one last look at the vanishing ice sculpture of Amy.
Amidst the glowing dots, the smile on the girl's face seemed to become even more serene.
Chapter 55, Lost Again.
As Suyu's consciousness reformed from the dissolving specks of light, the glaring light of the shadowless lamp made him squint his eyes instinctively. He found himself lying on a cold metal bed, surrounded by a circle of scientists in white coats, their expressions excited. They held various instruments in their hands, scanning him.
Heart rate 120, coming down.
Blood pressure 160/95, a bit high.
Brainwave activity frequency. My God. It's 3 times that of a normal person.
A young scientist looked at the data on the screen, his voice trembling.
Comrade Suyu.
A familiar and steady voice came. The old general had somehow stood by the bed. Behind him were the national leaders that Suyu had seen before his departure, and every face was filled with uncontainable excitement and joy.
Welcome home.
There was a subtle tremor in the old general's voice. Suyu sat up, stretching his stiff neck, feeling as if he had just woken from an endlessly long dream. He glanced at the country's top minds around him. The way they looked at him was no longer as a young man but as a living miracle just walked out from a myth.
I succeeded? Suyu asked the obvious question.
Yes, you succeeded. The old general patted his shoulder hard, so hard that Suyu felt a slight groan from his genetically enhanced bones. You once again, for our Dragon Nation, won back the future. At that moment, the cold, commanding system alert sounded for the third time in everyone's minds. This time, it carried an unprecedented solemnity and grandeur, resonating in every corner of the blue planet.
Global announcement.
Dragon Nation's chosen one Suyu has successfully solved the 4.5-star instance Eagle's Nest, completion rate, 100%. The crime recreation phase was skipped for special reasons, default rating, 100%. Overall rating, S level. System evaluation, in the complex cycle of time and multiple games, has accurately discerned the root of all evils, and guided all wrongdoers to complete self-judgment in a way that transcended the rules, achieving the ultimate redemption of the beyond law, within human feelings.
Boom.
If the last global announcement was a thunderclap, then this one was a nuclear bomb dropped into the minds of all 7 billion people in the world.
Double S. Again, double S.
And the evaluation content was even more astonishing than the last time. Transcending rules, ultimate redemption, these words had entirely exceeded what ordinary people could understand about a detective game. In the official live broadcast room of Dragon Nation, the tension and oppression that had lasted for days transformed into a tsunami of joy at that moment.
S. 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 Another S. I'm going crazy. Godsu, forever a god. Everyone stand up.
I declare, from today on, the National Destiny game should be renamed Godsu Teaches You How to Be Human. The judgment that transcends the rules.
This poses a next-level class. Although I can't understand it, I'm deeply shocked. Upstairs, you are not alone.
I watched the whole thing, and my mind was blown. The last twist was simply a stroke of genius. In the studio, the host Mingo was staring fiercely at the dazzling S-level rating on the screen. Tears suddenly welled up, and 2 lines flowed down his cheeks uncontrollably. He didn't wipe them away, only clenched his fists. With a choked voice shouted at the camera, We
won again. S-level. Our Dragon Nation has obtained another S-level.
Compared to the jubilance of Dragon Nation, the live broadcast rooms of other countries were a suffocating silence. Lighthouse Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, Bear Country. All chosen ones from every country were struggling in their respective instances. Some were still at a loss for clues to the first corpse, others were caught in endless infighting and suspicion, and some had already become cold corpses. And Suyu of Dragon Nation had twice achieved a myth-like S-level evaluation in a way they completely could not comprehend. This wasn't a competition, it was a one-sided slaughter. The gap is too big, the new chosen advisor at the command center of Lighthouse Nation, a gray-haired former head of the FBI. Looking at the dazzling S-level rating of Dragon Country on the screen, I slumped into the chair, murmuring to myself. 0 base, in the medical monitoring room. Before everyone could recover from this immense shock, the system's prompt sound echoed again, this time only in the command center hall. National Fortune Game S-level clearance reward being distributed. Congratulations to Dragon Country for receiving a special biotechnological reward T0 sequence gene optimization liquid. Technical explanation: this optimization liquid can directly act on the human gene chain, editing and optimizing it, comprehensively enhancing individual physical quality, cell activity, brain development, and significantly extending natural lifespan. Theoretically, it can elevate human comprehensive potential to more than 500% of the current species limit. Silence. In the entire medical monitoring room, one could hear a pin drop. All the scientists present, including the experienced old general, stood frozen as if under a spell. If the last quantum consciousness interface technology opened the door to a new world, then this time's gene optimization liquid directly thrust Dragon Country from humanity towards the direction of God. Gene editing. A white-haired academic wearing reading glasses suddenly grabbed the arm of a colleague beside him, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Comprehensive enhancement. 500%? My God, this is not optimization, this is evolution. A leap in life level. Superhuman. We can create a true superhuman. Another young scientist's face turned red with excitement, one with a memory like a steel trap, analytical abilities like a supercomputer, and physical qualities surpassing Olympic champions, a new human. The old general's body was taut like a bowstring, his eyes, having experienced countless storms, burst forth with unprecedented brilliance. He took a deep breath and looked at Suyu, who was sitting up from the bed, with intense gaze. Comrade Suyu. Here. The country needs you, once again, to take this first step for us. The old general's voice carried a weight that was not to be doubted. A researcher in protective clothing, holding a portable low-temperature refrigerated box, carefully walked over. The box opened, revealing only a small injection filled with a light golden liquid. That liquid seemed to have a life of its own, slowly flowing in the syringe, emitting a sacred and majestic glow. This is the first and currently the only finished product. The old general looked at Suyu, stating each word clearly. We do not know what side effects it may have, nor do we know what specific effects it will have on the human body. This could be very dangerous. Suyu looked at the light golden liquid, and then at the fervent yet anxious eyes of the scientists around, and suddenly smiled. Do I look like someone afraid of danger? He extended his arm, calmly saying, Come on. Give him the injection. The old general gave the order. The cold needle pierced the skin, and the light golden liquid was slowly pushed into Suyu's veins. There was no excruciating pain as imagined, but rather an indescribable warmth, starting from his arm and instantly spreading through his limbs and bones. Suyu felt every cell in his body cheering, jumping with joy. It was as if the parched land, after half a century, finally welcomed its first refreshing rain. His bones made faint cracking sounds, and his muscles trembled at a speed invisible to the naked eye. A myriad of weak electric currents seemed to sweep across his cerebral cortex, surging in unprecedented clarity to his mind. He could clearly hear the buzz of machines in the adjacent room, could smell the different gas molecules in the air, and even see the trajectory of light transmitting through the air. The entire world, in his perception, became clearer and more three-dimensional than ever before. Body data is exploding in growth. In front of the monitoring instrument, the young scientist let out a cry of surprise. Muscle density increased by 300%. Nerve response speed improved by 500%. Brain active areas. Oh my God, all lit up. All lit up. Suyu slowly stood up, and with a gentle fist, a dull explosion echoed in the air. He felt that with one punch, he could break through a wall. Feeling, not bad. Suyu moved his neck, making a series of cracking sounds. The old general and the high-ranking officials looked at this young man, who although showed no outward changes, had an entirely different aura, their eyes filled with shock and a hint of awe. When Suyu's body data drew an almost vertical rising curve on the monitoring screen, the live broadcasts in other countries around the world were showcasing tragic scenes. In the Lighthouse Country, the temporary command center. Chosen one of the Lighthouse Country, MacArthur, case solving integrity 35%, failure to reproduce the crime. Overall rating, C level. System evaluation, thinking limited to traditional serial killer profiling model,
failed to comprehend the deeper social and ethical entanglements behind the case. Impossible. Adam Black slammed his fist on the table. His proud profiling ability had never faced such a complete denial. My direction is correct. That made Anna, her behavior pattern completely fits a typical proxy avenger. Why is the score so low? He couldn't understand. He clearly deduced that Anna was the key figure and even warned in advance that Edgar might be the next target, but everything was disrupted by the sudden explosion and avalanche. He felt like a rule-following chess player facing an opponent who completely overturned the board. Lighthouse Country, overall score C, rewards starting to be distributed. Reward, small-scale ecological circular agriculture technology. Can realize preliminary recycling of water resources and organic matter in a closed environment, increasing food self-sufficiency rate by 2%. 2%? Seeing this number, all the high-ranking officials in the command center of the Lighthouse Country turned green. Last time there was at least a 5% improvement in nutritious paste's flavor, but this time, it turned into agricultural technology with only a pathetic 2%. Fuck. Is this some kind of charity? A fiery 5-star general directly cursed, "We, the Lighthouse Country, the world's #1 superpower, deserve this?" Shut up, General. Adam Black coldly interrupted him, pointing at the screen showing the dazzling S-level and gene optimization serum reward descriptions from the Dragon Country, his voice filled with unwillingness and defeat. Look at what they got. Then look at us. This is not charity, it's an insult. In Cherry Blossom Country. The new generation genius girl detective, known for her incredible data modeling ability, the Oracle Sakura Chiyuki, was kneeling on the tatami mat, looking at the light screen displaying her results. Chosen 1 of Cherry Blossom Country, Sakura Chiyuki, case solving integrity 28%, failure to reproduce the crime. Overall rating, C level. System evaluation, over-reliance on data models, ignoring the irrational mutations of human nature in extreme environments. Reward, high-protein earthworm breeding technology. Can rapidly breed and provide basic protein supplements for the citizens. Earthworms. Sakura Chiyuki looked at that reward description, her delicate face drained of color. She poured her heart and soul into building over 100 behavioral logic models, simulating thousands of possibilities, and in the end, all she got was, raising earthworms? Put. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed from her mouth, staining her pure white kimono. Chiyuki. Her mother rushed over, holding her swaying body. Mom. Sakura Chiyuki leaned on her mother's embrace, her gaze vacant, murmuring, I lost. I lost again, that man named Suyu. In Bear Country, F level, reward high-calorie vodka brewing technology. In Gaul, a D-grade reward of truffle rapid cultivation technology. In John Bull, a C-grade reward of improved afternoon tea black tea cultivation technology. One after another, the rewards, which could only be described as hellish jokes, were clearly displayed before all the people of Blue Star through a global live broadcast. The world's internet, after a brief silence, was completely ignited by an emotion called despair. I admit I just laughed again, but as I laughed, I started to cry. Earthworms? Am I really? Is our future in Cherry Blossom Country depending on eating earthworms? Don't say anything, our Lighthouse Country is similar, with a 2% food self-sufficiency rate. What use is that? Just to pick our teeth? Over in Dragon Country, they have already started discussing the distribution sequence of gene optimization liquid. I heard the first batch is for researchers and the military, and the second batch will be regular people by lottery. I'm so jealous. I'm really jealous. Run. Run now. Is there anyone who knows how many days it takes to swim from the Bering Strait to Dragon Country? I'm in great shape and have vodka with me. Don't even think about it, the Dragon Country border doesn't even let a fly in now. A friend of a friend, who is the heir of a consortium in Lighthouse Country, offered $10 billion to buy a Dragon Country nationality, and guess what? They didn't even respond. This is no longer a gap, this is species isolation. They are about to become all superheroes while we are still here trying to figure out how to make earthworms taste better. Dragon Country Threat Theory, New Gods Descending, Human Evolution Divergence Point. Chapter 56, Confrontational Instance. Various entries filled with anxiety and panic occupied the front pages of global media. The once high and mighty Western world felt, for the first time, the deep-rooted helplessness of being crushed comprehensively by another civilization. Their proud technology, economy, and military seemed as fragile as paper in front of the higher dimensional power of the national luck game. And Dragon Country, a place once seen by them as backward, closed off, surviving on low power, was racing towards Divine Nation at a speed they could not understand or stop. After the silent war of consciousness ended, the world experienced an unusually calm month. For countries outside Dragon Country, this month was torment, turmoil, and despair. In Lighthouse Country, after the failure of their trump card, what followed was a larger-scale social unrest.
When people realized that even the strongest spear of the country could not shake the shield of Dragon Country, the last shred of hope shattered. A wave of immigration, protests, strikes spread like wildfire across the entire North American continent. In Cherry Blossom Country and European nations, situations were similar. The economy stagnated, society fell into disorder, and the despair among the people spread like a plague. They watched helplessly as Dragon Country thrived while they sank deeper into the mire. In stark contrast to the bleakness outside was the flourishing within Dragon Country. The two great miracles, quantum consciousness interface technology and gene optimization liquid, were changing every aspect of this country at an unimaginable speed. In the education sector, the students from the first batch of pilot schools completed all 3 years of high school courses ahead of time after a month of consciousness indoctrination, and began exploring university and even graduate-level knowledge. The once mighty college entrance examination was now nothing more than a game for them. In the medical field, a mental illness diagnosis system based on thought-wave monitoring has provided unprecedented precision treatment for stubborn issues like depression and schizophrenia that have troubled humanity for thousands of years. Countless families were reborn because of this. The most direct change came from the military. The first batch of Dragon Tooth Special Forces soldiers who received the injection of gene optimization liquid. Their physical data had completely surpassed human limits. A 100-meter sprint in less than 5 seconds, bench pressing over 1 ton, and dynamic vision comparable to high-speed cameras. They were no longer soldiers, but living humanoid Gundams. The creator of all this, Suyu, was living his most leisurely days since his arrival in this world. As a guardian of consciousness and a special consultant for the neural plan, he mostly stayed in the exclusive lounge of Base Zero. His daily work involved occasionally entering the Enlightener device to solve some tech problems for the scientists who were scratching their heads, or acting like a network administrator, patrolling the consciousness network of Long Nation, effortlessly squashing a few viruses trying to invade and cause destruction. In the remaining time, he could access any resources of the state without restriction. He finally enjoyed the charcoal-grilled lamb skewers he had longed for in his past life, truly without any earthy taste, and drank perfectly chilled, rich, handcrafted beer. The villa located in the heart of the capital had also been transformed into a vast private library and media room. Countless films, novels, and music lost in the catastrophe were retrieved from the nation's archives, digitized, and continuously streamed to his personal terminal. Suyu felt like a mouse that had fallen into a rice bin, daily immersed in a sea of knowledge and entertainment, utterly content. The only thing that gave him a bit of a headache was the old general's frequent urging. Comrade Suyu, the old general once again appeared at his villa, holding 2 bottles of pre-catastrophe special Maudai. You see, the country is getting better and better, but we cannot be satisfied with the status quo. Talent is the primary productive force. Your genes are the most valuable strategic resource of Long Nation. You must pay attention to this inheritance issue. As he spoke, he took out a beautifully made dating brochure and turned to a new page. Look at this one, named Lin Wanner, a newly awarded young scientist medalist of the National Fortune era, her main field being antimatter energy. She's beautiful and smart, you two are definitely a match made in heaven. Suyu looked at the girl in the brochure, wearing black-rimmed glasses and exuding a cool aura, helplessly rubbing his forehead. General, can we talk about something else? Like, when does the next National Fortune game start? What are you in a hurry for? The old general blared, when the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. Your primary task now is to plant seeds of hope for the future of Long Nation. Suyu was completely at a loss. He glanced at Jing Ci standing motionless in the corner like an ice sculpture, seeking help. Jing Ci, sensing his gaze, emotionlessly walked over and saluted the old general with a standard military salute. Report, sir, according to Article 17 of the Safety Regulations, in order to ensure that Consultant Su maintains the best physiological and psychological state before entering the next round of the game, all external disturbances that may lead to emotional fluctuations are prohibited. Her voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. The old general was momentarily taken aback, furiously pointing at her, you little Jing. I'm doing this for the national interest. How can that be considered an external disturbance? Any unnecessary social activity falls under the category of disturbance. Jing Ci's response was flawless. The old general had no way to deal with this soldier he had raised himself, he could only sulkily put away the brochure, giving Suyu a final glare before leaving. Kid, this isn't over. As the old general left, Suyu let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at Jing Ci, still standing in the corner, and for the first time took the initiative to speak. Thanks. Jing Ci only gave him a faint glance. It is my duty. Suyu bumped into a wall of disappointment, but he didn't care. He knew that this woman had that kind of personality. Just as he was about to go back to watch the recently repaired old movie The Godfather, that cold, grand voice, which had been absent for more than a month, suddenly echoed across the world again. The third round of the National Fortune deduction game will begin in 24 hours. It's here. Suyu's spirits lifted, and he sat up straight from the sofa. At Base Zero, the piercing alarm rang out instantly, and countless staff members began to run quickly and busily. Mission theme, nursery rhymes on an island.
Difficulty rating, 5 stars. Supplementary rules, this round of the game is a factional combat mode. All chosen ones will be divided into 2 main factions, detectives and murderers, randomly assigned.
Detectives mission, within 7 days, find out all the murderers hidden among you.
Murderers mission, within 7 days, kill all the detectives. Special reminder, in this round of the game, death means real death. These few lines of text plunged the entire world into a deathly silence. Factional combat? Real death?
At the command center of Dragon Country, the smile on the old general's face instantly froze, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity.
Real death, the system is serious this time. And it's factional combat.
This means that Comrade Suyu not only faces complex cases but must also guard against direct attacks from chosen ones of other countries.
They will stop at nothing to take down our only S-level player in the game, a pale-faced advisor analyzed.
Immediately activate the highest level of combat readiness, the old general decisively ordered. Dr. Wang, pour all the game theory and counter-surveillance models we've built over the past month based on consultant Suyu's ideas into him. Jing Ci, you are responsible for the highest intensity practical simulation training in combat skills and survival techniques.
Yes.
The entire Dragon Country, this massive war machine, again began to operate frantically around Suyu alone. In the villa, Suyu looked at the rules on the light screen, his eyes sharpening. Nursery rhymes on an island, factional combat, real death. He closed his eyes, and the library of all things in his mind began to search wildly.
Countless related works and materials flowed before his eyes like a waterfall. Agatha Christie's, and then there were none.
A group of strangers were tricked onto an island and then, according to an ancient nursery rhyme, one by one, they died. This was almost the ancestor in peak work of the Snowstorm Mountain Lodge mode.
But now, the system reworked it into factional combat and real death.
This meant that on the island, there would be not only procedural deaths according to the nursery rhyme, but also subjective hunts from chosen ones of the opposing faction. The difficulty was indeed 5 stars.
Interesting.
Suyu opened his eyes, and a cold curve appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Since we're playing for real, let's see who the true hunter is.